Usually, a span is enough, but here, in which case they are opposite, an enclosure of at least 4 spans is required. Said Rabha, and to it must be added an appearance of a door. Rashi found Archana, who made a third wall extended a span wide, and on the other side an appearance of a door, and he said to him, does not the master hold with Rabha, who said that an appearance of a door is sufficient for a third wall? And he answered, I hold with the saying of Rabha, as it is interpreted above, that an appearance of a door must be added to. Again, 2 walls as usually, etc. Said Rabha, this booth is considered private ground in reference to a Sabbath falling in the Feast of Tabernacles, so that things may be carried. P9. From another private ground into this booth, and vice versa, because as the 2 walls are considered a sukkah, it is considered also private ground for the Sabbath. Rabha said again, if one has made a roof above an entry which has a side beam, it is valid for a booth. One and the same said again, if one has roofed the enclosure of a WL, it may be used as a booth. If there is more sun than shadow, it is not valid. The rabbis taught, if there is more sunshine than shadow from the roof, but not from the walls. Joshua, however, said, even if it is more sunshine from the walls, it is also invalid. Said Yemar bar Shlomia in the name of Abai, what is the reason of Joshua's decree? Because it is written, thou shalt cover the ark with a veil. Now the veil was a partition, and the Torah says, thou shalt cover with it. We may infer from this, the partition shall be equal in law to the cover. And what will the rabbis say to the query of Joshua? The rabbis explain the expression, thou shalt cover it, that it means he shall fold the veil a little towards the ark, so that it shall seem as a cover. Abai said, Rabbi, Joshua, Jehuda, Simeon, and Rabban Gamaliel, the school of Shammai, Eliezer, and the anonymous teachers all hold that a booth must be considered not as a temporary but as a permanent dwelling. Rabbi, as we have learned above, that a sukkah that was not 4 ells square is invalid, Joshua, from the statement just mentioned, Jehuda, as he declares valid a booth which is higher than 20 ells, Simeon, as he requires 4 walls, Rabban Gamaliel, as he declares invalid a booth constructed on board a vessel or on a wagon, Beth Shammai, as they declare in a Mishnah, farther on, that it is invalid if it can contain a man's head and greater part of body, while his table is in a house, Eliezer, as he declared a sukkah constructed in the shape of a pyramid is invalid, and the anonymous teachers, who declare invalid a circular sukkah. Yohanan said, a booth which is made like a lime kiln, if its circumference is large enough that 24 p10 persons may sit at the walls, it is valid, but if not, it is invalid. 1. And this teaching is according to Rabbi, who said that a booth which is not 4 ells square is not considered a booth at all. Levi in the name of Meir said, of 2 booths of potters which are one within the other, the innermost is not valid for a legal booth, and is liable to have a mezuzah, but the outermost may be used as a legal booth, and needs not a mezuzah. Why so? Let the outer one be considered as a passage to the innermost, and a passage is not exempt from a mezuzah? Because of both booths the outer one is only temporary, and it is exempt from a mezuzah. The rabbis taught, the booths of strangers, made only for the summer, booths for women, booths made for animals, or booths made by Samaritans for the feast, and everything whatever called a booth is valid as a religious tabernacle, provided that it is roofed according to the law. What is meant, according to the law? Said Arhisda, if it was roofed for this end, what is meant by the saying, anything whatever that is called a booth is valid? To include the booths of shepherds, of those who watch dried figs, watchmen outside of the towns, and of those who watch fruit. Mishnah, an old sukkah, Beth Shammai hold, is not valid, but Beth Hillel hold it is valid. What is called an old sukkah? One which was constructed 30 days before the festival, but if it has been constructed on purpose for the festival, even though it be 1 year old, it is valid. Gemara, what is the reason of Beth Shammai's opinion? It is written, the feast of the booths shall be 7 days unto the Lord. From this we infer that the booths must be made for the purpose of the feast. And what would Beth Hillel say to this passage? They infer from it another theory in accordance with Arshi's Hate, who says in the name of Ar Akaba, whence do we know that the wood that was used for the booths, must not be used for another purpose all the 7 days? Because it is written, the feast of the booths shall be 7 days unto the Lord. And we have learned in a Boraitha. P11. Ar Jehuda b. Bethura said, in the same manner that the name of the Lord rests on the feast offering, so does the name of the Lord rest on the booth, to prohibit the use of the material of which it is constructed during the 7 days. But did not Beth Shammai also infer this prohibition from the same passage? Yeah, we must therefore say that the reason of Beth Shammai is another passage, a feast of tabernacle. 7 days. Infer from this that the booth must be made for this purpose. And what do Beth Hillel infer from the above passage? They infer from it that a sukkah may be made during the intermediate days also, while Beth Shammai do not allow it. Mishnah, if one constructs his sukkah under a tree, it is the same as if he made it in his house. Should he construct one sukkah above another, the upper one is valid, but the lower one is not. Ar Jehuda says, should the upper one not be inhabited, the lower one is valid. Gemara, Rabha said, the Mishnah refers only to a tree under which there is more shadow than sunshine, but if the sunshine is more than the shadow, it is valid. And I infer this, because the Mishnah teaches that a booth which was made under a tree is as if made in a house. Why does it express it thus? Let it say, it is invalid. We must therefore assume that it means, as in a roofed house there is more shadow than sunshine, so is it also under a tree, under which the same is the case. But if there is more sunshine than shadow, what is the use, since the branches of the tree, which are invalid, will combine with the roofing of the booth to shut out the sunshine, and thus make the sukkah invalid? Said our Papa, the case is when one has cut off the branches. If they have been cut off, is it not self-evident that the booth is valid? One might say, we shall take a precautionary measure, and he comes to teach us that such precautionary measures are not to be taken. One sukkah above another, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, ye shall sit in booths. We may infer, in booths, but not in a booth which is under a booth, or under a tree, or in a house. On the contrary, it is written in the booths in the plural. Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, it reads plural, but it is written in the singular. P12. What distance must be between the upper and the lower sukkah, that the second should be invalid? Said Arhuna, 1 span, as we find this measure in the law of defilement. Arhista and Rabba bar Arhuna both said, 4 spans. The reason is, that we do not find any distance considered to be of any significance if it is less than 4 spans. Samuel, however, said 10, and his reason is, that as to make it valid it must be no less than 10 spans, so as make it invalid there must be 10 spans. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said that in the West they so interpret, if the roof of the lower one could not bear the pillows and feather beds of the upper one, then the lower is valid. From this we may infer that the first Tana holds that, although the lower one cannot bear the pillows in the upper one, it is nevertheless invalid. We may say that the difference between the first Tana and the sages is in a case in which the roof of the lower one could bear it, but not easily. Mishnah, if a cloth be spread over the against the sun, or below to catch the falling leaves, or if one spread a cloth over a bed tester, the sukkah is not valid, but one may spread a cloth over 2 bedposts. Gemara, said Arhista, the case is if one spread a cloth to catch leaves, but if he did it only for ornament, it is allowed. Is not this self-evident? Did not the Mishnah say plainly to catch leaves? One might say the same is the case when it is an ornament also, but the Mishnah mentioned a thing, it is usually so done, he comes to teach it is not so. It was taught, that such ornaments do not make it lower. Said Rashi, but if the cloth was hung before a side wall, it makes it smaller. It happened once that the shirt of Miniman, the servant of Rashi, was soaked in water, and he spread it on the roof of the booth to dry. Said Rashi to him, take it off, for one might say, we cover the roof with a thing which is subject to defilement. But everybody will see that it is wet. I mean to say, that when it will be dry, you shall take it off. It was taught, if the ornaments of the sukkah are 4 spans under the roof, Rna said the sukkah is valid, but Arhista and Rabha bar Arhuna both say it is invalid. But sages were once the guests of the exilarch, and Rna made them. P13. Sleep in a booth where the ornaments were 4 spans beneath the roof, and they kept silent, and said nothing. Then he asked them, did the masters retract their decision? And they answered, we are delegates for a religious purpose, and therefore we are free from the duty of a sukkah. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, one may sleep in a nuptial bed, because its canopy is not considered as a roof even when it is 10 spans high. An objection was raised, we have learned, who sleeps under a canopy in a booth does not fulfill his duty. There is the case when the canopy is not of a nuptial bed, but different, like a roof. Rabha bar Arhuna lectured, one may sleep under a canopy, although it is like the roof, and high 10 spans, and it is according to Jehuda, who said that a temporary tent cannot make a permanent one be ignored, as we have learned in a Mishnah. Jehuda said, our custom was to sleep in the booth under the bed in the presence of the elders. But let him say, the halakha prevails according to Jehuda? If he would say so, one might say it is only the case with a bed because it is made to be slept on, but not underneath it, but in the case of a bed with a canopy, which was made for sleeping in, it may be thought different. Therefore he teaches us there is no difference. Mishnah, if one has trained a vine, or gourd, or ivy over the booth, and covered it, it is not valid, but should the covering be the greater part of the roof, or if they had been cut off, it is valid. This is the rule, everything subject to defilement, and not growing from the ground, must not be used as a roof to the booth, but everything not subject to defilement, and growing from the ground, may be used. Gemara, Joseph was sitting in the presence of Arhuna, and said, to the Mishnah which says, if they are cut off, the sukkah is valid. Said Rabbi, they must nevertheless be shaken. Said Arhuna to him, this said Samuel. Joseph turned away his face from him and said, did I say to you Samuel did not say it? I told you Rabbi said, and Samuel may have said it also. Rejoined Arhuna, but I tell you that only Samuel said it, and not Rabbi, because, according to the latter, it is valid without shaking, as it happened once that Aramram the pious made fringes on the garment of his wife, but he did not cut asunder the heads of the thread, and later, when he came to ask about P14. It, Hayabi. Ashi said to him, so said Rabbi, the cutting asunder of the thread, this makes the fringes lawful. From this we see that according to Rabbi the cutting off makes it valid, though nothing but this was done. And the same is the case here also. Cutting off makes valid. Shall we assume that the point of difference between the Tanam of the following Boraitha is the same as that of Rabbi and Samuel? Namely, we have learned in an addition to the Mishnah, if a myrtle bough has more berries than leaves, it is invalid till the latter are made fewer, but it is not allowed to do so on a festival. If, however, one transgressed, and cut off the berries on a festival, the myrtle bough is invalid according to our Simeon br Jehozadak, but is valid according to the sages. Now, the schoolmen thought the point on which our Simeon and the sages differ is whether the cutting is a final preparation, for they thought all agree that the lulab should be tied together and the beginning with the other branches, drawing a lesson from the sukkah, about which it is said, ye shall make, i.e., you shall commence to make, but not use what is made already. And our Simeon says it is invalid, because he does not regard the cutting as a final preparation, and the lulab, being tied with an invalid myrtle, is invalid, but the sages hold the cutting is a final preparation, and therefore the lulab is valid. Hence the point whereon they differ is the same as that whereon Rabbi and Samuel differ, whether the cutting off is a final preparation or not. Nay, all agree that the cutting off is not considered a final preparation, but our Simeon and the sages differ whether the lulab has to be tied together at all, or not. Our Simeon maintains that it must, and the sages say, it must not, as we find in a Boraitha that the sages make no difference whether it was tied or not, and only our Jehuda maintain that if untied it is invalid. But according to whom would be the following teaching, there is a merit in tying the lulab, it is, however, valid if it is untied. This is in accordance with the rabbis, and the merit is because it is nicer when tied, as it is explained elsewhere that the word means, beautify your religious performances for the Lord's sake. This is the rule, everything subject to defilement, etc. Whence is all this deduced? Said Resh Lakish, it is written, but there went up a mist from the earth. As a mist is not subject to defilement, and ascends from the earth, so also must the sukkah be a thing not subject to defilement. P15. And growing from the earth. This would be right according to those who said that the booths in the desert were of clouds of glory, but according to those who say that they were ordinary booths, what can be said? Namely, as we learn in the following Boraitha, it is written, I caused the children of Israel to dwell in booths, these were clouds of glory, our Eliezer said. But our Akaba said, they were ordinary booths. Said our Ashi, it is written, of thy threshing floor and winepress. Of thy threshing floor, but not the threshing floor itself, from thy winepress, but not the winepress itself. Our Histah said, from the following passage, go forth unto the mountain and fetch olive leaves, and oleaster leaves, and myrtle leaves, and palm leaves, and leaves of the three-leaved myrtle, to make booths, as it is written. Are not the leaves of the myrtle and those of the three-leaved myrtle the same? Said our Histah, the myrtle leaves for the sukkah, and the three-leaved myrtle for a lulab. Mishnah, bundles of straw, of wood, and of twigs must not be used to cover the sukkah, all of these are become valid, however, if the bundles are loosed. As side walls, however, all of these may be used. Gemara, our Jacob said, I have heard from our Yohanan two things which he explained to me, namely, the above Mishnah, and the Mishnah farther on, should one hollow out a space in a stack to use it as a sukkah, it is not considered such. Of one of them he says the reason is that it is only a precautionary measure, lest one make his storehouse for a sukkah, which biblically is allowed, and of the other he said the reason is, because it is written, ye shall make, from which we infer, it must not be ready-made. But I don't know for which Mishnah the reasons are respectively given. Said our Jeremiah, let us see. Our Hayabar Abba said in the name of our Yohanan, why is it prohibited to cover with bundles of straw, wood, or twigs? Because it may happen a man comes from the field in the evening with his bundle on the shoulder and puts it on the roof for the purpose of drying, and later he resolves to leave it there as a roof to the booth, and it is said, ye shall make it, but not have ready-made. Now, as we see that the reason for this is biblical, that for our Mishnah must be a precautionary measure, then why was our Jacob doubtful? Because he had not heard the saying of our Haya in our Yohanan's name. Said our Ashi, what is the difference? Does P16. Then, the law, shall make, apply only to our Mishnah, and not to the other Mishnah farther on, or does the precautionary measure apply only to the other Mishnah, and not to ours? Both are alike. Our Yohanan can say that his teaching is correct, because our Mishnah states, they must not cover it, that means, to commence it, and it is a precautionary measure, but if he has covered, it is valid. But there it is said, it is not a sukkah, even after it has been covered, it is even biblically not a sukkah. Said Rab Habar Bar Hannah, I have heard in the name of our Yohanan three things, if he has roofed it with bundles of flax it is invalid, but if with unsoaked flax, it is valid, and as for Hushni flax, I am in doubt about it. Rab Habar bar Hana added to this, what he meant by Hushni flax, I don't understand. Does he mean flax soaked and dried, but not brushed, or brushed already, but not made into bundles? R. Hanan bar Abba said, with thorns and weeds a sukkah may be covered. Abai, however, said, if they have no leaves, one may, but if they have leaves, one must not. Why so? Because, when the leaves fall down, this will trouble him, and he will leave the booth and go out. Our Gidl said in the name of Rabbite, the roots of a tree may be used to cover with, although they are intertwined, because a bundle made by nature is not called a bundle. And even if he tied together the extremities, he may nevertheless use them, because as at the base they intertwine naturally, the bundle at the top is not considered such. R. Histah in the name of Rabbinabi. Sheila said, branches of dikra may be used for covering, though they are intertwined, because a bundle made by nature is not considered as a bundle. And although one ties them together himself, he may nevertheless use them, because as at the base they intertwine naturally, the bundle at the top is not considered such. So also we have learned in a Boraitha, the stalks of dikra may be used as covering. Marimar lectured, the bundles they sell out in the market in Syria may be used to cover, although they are tied together, because they tied them only to know the number. Huts of reeds, used by fowlers, if they are untied at the top, may be used as a covering for a booth although they are yet tied together below. Said our Papa, one loosens them at the bottom also. Arhuna the son of Ar Joshua, however, said, even if they p. 17 were not untied at the base, they also may be used, because a bundle that cannot hold together is not called a bundle. R. Abba said in the name of Samuel, if of herbs by which the sages said a man can fulfill his duty to eat bitter herbs on Passover was made a tent, they bring defilement, when a corpse or part of a corpse was in it, to all vessels that are in the tent, but if a partition was made of them they do not prevent the defilement to spread further, and if they are used to cover a sukkah, they make it invalid, because when they become dry they crumble and fall. Therefore, even if they are wet, they are considered not to exist at all, and in place of a roof an empty piece of space. Mishnah, one may cover with thin boards, according to our Jehuda, but our Meir prohibits it. If one has put a deal board 4 spans wide over the booth, it is valid, provided that one sleep not under it. Gemara, said Rabbite, they differ only about boards that are 4 spans wide. Our Meir prohibits it as a precautionary measure, lest he come to make a ceiling, and our Jehuda does not take this measure, but if they were less than 4 spans, all agree that it may be used. Samuel, however, says, on the contrary, they differ only if it is less than 4 spans, but if more, all agree it is prohibited. If it is less than 4 spans and even less than 3, how can it be? Is it not considered a stick? Said our Papa, Samuel meant to say thus, if it is 4 spans, all agree it is not valid, less than 3, all agree it is valid. They differ only from 3 to 4, one holds because it is not of the prescribed size, it is valid, because they are considered as sticks, and another holds, as it is more than 3, to which the theory of Lavud cannot apply, we take the precautionary measure. Come and hear, 2 sheets, if put in the middle of the roof, each of which is less than 4, but whose combined width is 4 spans or more, make the booth invalid, but 2 boards of the same sizes do not combine to make it invalid. Our Meir, however, said, the same is the case with both. It would be right according to Samuel, who said that they differ when it is less than 4 spans, but if it is 4 spans, all agree it is invalid, because then it would be explained that the combined width makes the sukkah invalid if it is on the side of the roof, and their combined width is 4 ells, not 4 spans. But p. 18. According to Rabbida's opinion, this can be only according to our Meir. But according to our Jehuda, what can be meant by the expression combined width, since according to him, if they are less than 4 spans, they are considered sticks? Our Jehuda does not mean combined with, but only uses the same expression as our Meir. We have learned in a Boraitha according to Rabbite, and in another Boraitha according to Samuel, according to Rabbite, if one has covered the sukkah with boards of cedar that are less than 4 spans wide, all agree they are valid, but if they are 4 spans, our Meir makes it invalid, and our Jehuda makes it valid. Said our Jehuda, it happened once, in a time of danger, we brought boards 4 spans wide, and roofed a balcony and used it as a sukkah, and the sages answered him, a dangerous time does not prove. According to Samuel, if one has roofed the booth with cedar boards 4 spans wide, all agree it is invalid, if less, according to our Meir, it is invalid, according to our Jehuda, valid. Our Meir agrees, however, that if there was between one board and the other the width of a board, one may lay between anything fit, and the sukkah is valid. And our Jehuda agrees, that if one board was wide 4 spans, it is valid, but one must not sleep under it, and who does so does not fulfill the duty of a sukkah. It was taught, if one placed the boards on their edges on the sukkah, our Huna said the booth is invalid, but our Hista and Rabba bar our Huna both said it is valid. It happened once our Naaman came to Surah, our Hista and Rabba bar our Huna visited him and asked him the law about the boards in question, and he said, they are considered as iron spits, and certainly invalid. Said our Huna to them, did I not tell you that our Naaman agrees with me? And they answered him, did the master explain to us the reason of this, and we did not accept it? Rejoined our Huna, did you ask me for the reason, and I did not tell it to you? Mishnah, if small rafters, over which is no ceiling, are to be used for a booth, our Jehuda says, Beth Shammai hold, the rafters must be loosened, and the middle one out of every 3 removed. But Beth Hillel hold, one must either loosen them, or else remove one of every 3. Our Meir says, one must remove 1 out of 3, but one need not loosen. Gemara, it is right according to Beth Hillel, as their reason is because it is written, ye shall make, and not have. P19. Ready-made. Hence either of the 2 is sufficient. But what is the reason of Beth Shammai? If the reason is the same, why must he do both? Is not one sufficient? It is as a precautionary measure, and Beth Shammai meant to say thus, although one has loosened, it is not valid until he removes 1 of every 3. If it is so, then Beth Shammai said the same as our Meir. Our Meir meant to say, Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel did not differ, if one has removed same, though they were not loosened. Mishnah, if one roofs his booth with iron spits, or with boards of a bedstead, if there is as wide a space between them as one of them, it is valid. If one should hollow out a space in a stack to use it as a sukkah, it is not considered as a sukkah at all. Gemara, shall we assume that the decision of our Huna the son of our Joshua, who says, that if the open spaces of a fence equal the fence proper it is not valid, contradicts this Mishnah? Our Huna can explain the Mishnah, that it means an interspace a trifle wider than the spit or board itself, so as to allow it to be taken out and replaced without difficulty. But can it not be made precisely to fit? Said RMI, yeah, but this Mishnah means, it is only valid then, when it is a trifle more. Rabbah, however, said, the Mishnah can be explained even if it was precisely, but if it was laid lengthwise, it should be placed crosswise, and vice versa. With boards of a bedstead. Shall we assume that this is a support to our Mi bar to BMI, who said that if one covered the sukkah with broken utensils it is invalid? Nay, the Mishnah can be explained as our Hanan said in the name of Rabbi. If the sideboard of the bedstead was laid with 2 short boards, or 2 short boards with the sideboard, which is subject to defilement. What is meant? P20. By broken utensils? Said Abai, remnants of silken togas, that measure less than 3 fingers square, and are of no value to either rich or poor. We have learned in a Boraitha in accordance with our Mi bar to BMI, the remainders of a mat of bark or reeds, although they are less than of the prescribed size to be subject to defilement, must not be used to cover a sukkah. A mat of sticks, if it is large, may be used to cover it, but if small, it may not. Our Eliezer, however, said, that even a large one is subject to defilement, and may not be used. If one should hollow, etc. Our Huna said, the case is, when there is no hole of the size of 1 span in length by 7 in width, but if there was, it is a sukkah. 1. We have learned so also in a boraitha, if one hollows out a space in a stack to use it as a sukkah, it is a sukkah. And this boraitha must be explained as the decree of our Huna to prevent the contradiction to our Mishnah. Mishnah, if one suspends textile walls from the roof downwards, if they do not reach the ground within 3 spans, it is invalid. If they stand on the ground and are high 10 spans, it is valid. Our Jose, however, said, even when the walls do not reach the ground by more than 3 spans, the law of 10 spans applies to both cases. Gemara, on what point do they differ? One holds that a hanging partition makes the sukkah valid, and the other that it does not. We have learned in the Mishnah in Arabin, chap. 8p 206, concerning a wall that was between 2 courts and a partition was made, and our Jehuda said there, the partition is not more effectual than the wall which is between them. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah, in the name of our Yohanan, our Jehuda's decree there is of the same system as our Jose's in our Mishnah, who says that a hanging partition makes valid. In reality, however, it is not so. Our Jehuda does not agree with our Jose, and vice versa. Because our Jehuda, who allows it there, does so because Arabin of the courts are rabbinical, but here, in the case of the sukkah, which is biblical, he would not allow it. And, on the contrary, our Jose, p. 21, who allows it here, does it because the sukkah is only a positive commandment, but concerning Sabbath, where there is a capital punishment, he would not allow it. And if it be asked, what happened in Zipporath, according to whose opinion was it? Not according to our Jose, nor in accordance with our Jehuda, but according to our Ishmael bar Jose. Namely, when our Dimi came from Palestine, he told that it happened once that they had forgotten to bring the holy scrolls on the eve of Sabbath, and on the morrow they put sheets on the pillars and brought the holy scrolls, and read them. R. Hisda in the name of Abimi said, a mat which is large 4 spans and a trifle can be used as a side wall to the sukkah. How shall it be placed? It shall be hung in the middle, less than 3 spans from the ground, and less than 3 spans from the roof, because we apply the law of lavud to both places. Is not this self-evident? One may say that 2 lavuds in one case do not apply, he comes to teach us that we may. Mishnah, if the roof is 3 spans distant from the walls, the sukkah is invalid. If the roof of a house was broken, and it was covered, then if there are 4 ells between the wall and the covering, it is invalid, but if less it is valid. The same is the case with a court surrounded by balconies. If the top of a large sukkah was covered with something unfit, if it is distant 4 ells it is not valid. Gemara, Rabha said, I once found the rabbis of the college sitting and declaring, air makes the sukkah invalid with 3 spans, but unfit covering makes it invalid only with no less than 4 ells, and I said to them, where do you find that air makes invalid with 3 spans? In our Mishnah, which teaches if the roof was at a distance of 3 spans it is invalid. Then, learn also from it that unfit covering should not make the sukkah invalid if it is less than 4 ells. As it teaches farther on, that a house whose roof was broken, and it was covered in the middle, if there is from the covering to the wall 4 ells, then it is invalid. And they answered, leave alone this teaching, because Rabbi and Samuel both said that this teaching is only because we consider it as a crooked wall. And I rejoined, if it is so, what would be according to your opinion? If there would be air less than 3 spans, and unfit covering less than 4 ells, in the same place, it certainly would be valid, but if one covered the p. 22 vacant space with iron spits, it would make it invalid. Now, the air, which is so rigorous that it makes invalid by 3 spans, will not be equal to an invalid covering which is so lenient that it makes invalid only by 4 else? And they said to me, and according to your theory, that unfit covering makes invalid only when it is 4 else, how would the case be if empty air less than 3 spans were added to it? Would it not be valid? But if one puts iron spits over the empty place, would it not make it invalid? Now, then, does not the same question apply to your theory also? And I rejoined again, what comparison is this? In my opinion, unfit covering makes invalid with 4 Ls, because that is the prescribed quantity, and the same is with air, and as both quantities are not equal, they do not combine together to make the sukkah invalid. But according to your opinion, that the reason is not because it is a prescribed quantity, but because the roof is separated from the wall, then the question is, what is the difference whether it be separated from the wall by air less than 3 spans and unfit covering, or by iron spits and unfit covering? Said Abai to him, and even according to the master's opinion, that because the quantities are not equal they do not combine, this can be said only of a large sukkah, where unfit covering makes not invalid unless it is 4 Ls, but in a small sukkah, where unfit covering makes it invalid with 3 spans, are not the quantities then equal? Consequently they must combine, even in a large sukkah. Answered Rabha, in a small sukkah it is not because the prescribed quantities are equal, but because the prescribed size for a sukkah does not remain. Abai said, if there was air 3 spans wide in a large sukkah, and one diminished it by sticks or iron spits, it is considered as diminished, but if it was a small sukkah, if with sticks it is lawful, but with iron spits it is not. But this is the case only when it is near the wall. If in the middle of the roof, however, R. Aha and Rabbana differed, according to one, the law of lavut applies also in the middle, and according to the other it can only be applied when they are at the side. R. Jehuda bar Ila lectured, if the roof of a house was broken, and one covered it with fit covering, it is valid for a sukkah. Said R. Ishmael bar Jose to him, Rabbi, explain your decision, because my father had explained thus, if it is less than 4 Ls from the wall, then it is valid, but if 4 or more, it is invalid. Again lectured the same, and a bruma is permitted. Said R. Ishmael. P. 23. To him, Rabbi, explain the decision, for so said my father, from one place it is permitted, from another it is not. Accordingly, Abai said, the small fish called Zahantha, of the river Bab, are permitted. It was taught, if one has covered a balcony which has small pillars, it is valid for a sukkah, but if it has no pillars, Abai said it is valid, because the edge of the roof downward may be considered as making a wall, but Rabha said it is invalid, because he does not hold this theory. Said Rabha to Abai, according to thee, who holdest this theory, even if the middle wall of the sukkah was broken, let it also be valid, as the edge of the roof is considered to descend and make a wall. Said Abai, I yield to thee in this point, because it looks like an open entry. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, if a court is surrounded by balconies, etc., why? Let it also be considered that the edge of the roof makes it a wall. Rabha explained, in accordance with Abai's opinion, that the case is that the edge projected not over the wall, but was even with it. R. Ashi found Arkhana, who had roofed a balcony that had no small pillars, and he asked him, does not the master hold what Rabha said, that when there are no pillars the sukkah is invalid? And he took him outside and showed him that there were pillars not visible inside, but only outside, and it was taught in Araban, if it was seen from outside, and not from inside, it is regarded as a side beam, and a side beam is the same as a small pillar. A Boraitha taught, a vestibule, outside of the booth, is considered as the booth itself. What is meant by this? Said Ula, a vestibule formed by sticks projecting beyond the sukkah. Are not 3 walls needed? When there are. But is it not needed that there be more shadow than sunshine? If there was. But is not a prescribed size needed? If it was. If so, what comes he to teach us? Lest one say, that because the sukkah was made for sitting inside, shall the outside not be considered a sukkah at all, he comes to teach us it is not. Mishnah, if one makes a sukkah in the form of a cone, or leans the roof against a wall, our Eliezer says it is not valid, because it has no roof, but the sages declare it is valid. Gemara, a Boraitha taught, our Eliezer admits, if one placed it one span over the ground, or separated it one span from the wall, the sukkah is valid. What is the reason of the sages? p. 24. For the theory of lavud applies to them, and they are regarded as upright. They hold that the slanting parts of a tent are considered as the tent itself. Abai found our Joseph sleeping in a nuptial bed in a sukkah. Said Abai to him, according to whom do you do so? According to our Eliezer? Then you left the majority of rabbis, and followed an individual. Answered he, the Boraitha teaches the contrary, that our Eliezer makes it valid, but the sages say it is invalid. Rejoined Abai, then you leave a Mishnah, and act according to a Boraitha. And he answered, the Mishnah is written according to an individual's opinion, as we have learned in a Boraitha, if one makes a booth in the form of a cave, or leans the roof on a wall, our Nathan said that our Eliezer makes it invalid, because it has no roof, but the sages permit this. Mishnah, a large reed mat made for sleeping on is subject to defilement, and a sukkah must not be covered with it, but if it was made to cover a booth, it may be used, and is not subject to defilement. Our Eliezer said, there is no difference whether it is large or small, but only the use for which it was made is considered. If for sleeping, then it is subject to defilement, and must not be used, but in the other case, if for covering, it is not subject to defilement, and may be used. Gemara, did not the Mishnah contradict itself? In the first part it says, if it was made for sleeping, then it is subject to defilement, etc., but if the purpose for which it was made was not expressed, it must be considered as for a covering. And the second part says, if it was made for a cover, from this we may infer, if the purpose was not expressed we consider it for sleeping. Said our Papa, in case of a small one, if the purpose was not expressed, all agree it may be considered as for sleeping, but in case of a large one, the first Tana holds that where no purpose was expressed it is considered to have been made for covering. But our Eliezer holds, that even a large one is also usually made for sleeping, and the expression in the Mishnah, if it was made for sleeping, is to be explained so, if it was made, say it is for the purpose of sleeping, unless he expressed another purpose. The rabbis taught, a mat made of bark or papyrus, if large, may be used for a cover, but if small, it may not. If it is of reeds, or hyloth, a large one may be used for covering, but if they are woven together, it may not. Our Ishmael bar Jose said in the name of his father, both may be used to cover, and the same said our Dosa. p. 25. We have learned, all Hutzlahs one are liable to become unclean from a corpse, so is the decree of our Dosa, but the sages said, they are liable to become unclean only by pressing. What are Hutzlahs? Said our Simeon bar Lakish, it means ordinary mats, and the same is according to his theory elsewhere, where he said, I would sacrifice myself to bring back to life Arhiah and his children, because in the ancient time, when the Torah was forgotten by Israel, Ezra came from Babylon, and re-established it again, when afterwards it was again forgotten, Hillel the Babylonian came up from Babylon and restored it again, and when it was again forgotten, came Arhiah and his children and restored it again. And they said to this, that Ardosa and the sages did not differ about the mats of the city of Usha, that they are subject to defilement, and that the mats of Tiberia are not. What they do differ about is the mats of other places. One holds that because nobody sits on them, they are equal to those of Tiberia, and the others hold that because it can happen that somebody should sit upon them, they are equal to the mats of Usha. We learned in a Boraitha, our Hananiah said, when I came into the exile, I found an old man who said to me that to cover a sukkah with a mat is lawful. Afterwards, when I came to our Joshua my father's brother, he admitted this theory. Said Arhisda, this is only when it is not seemed. Said Ula, the mats from the city of Mehuzah, but for their scams, would be lawful to be used for covering. So also we have learned in a Boraitha, mats may be used for covering, provided they have no seams. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the situations in which a booth may be placed, what must be done in it, etc. Mishnah, he who sleeps under a bed in the booth has not fulfilled his duty. Said Arjehuda, we were in the habit of sleeping under a bed in the presence of the elders, and they never said anything to us. Said Ar Simeon, it happened that Tabai, the slave of Gamaliel, used to sleep under a bed. But Gamaliel said to the elders, do you see my slave Tabai? He is a scholar, and knows that slaves are exempt from the duty of sukkah. Therefore he sleeps under a bedstead. From this we infer that he who sleeps under a bed has not fulfilled his duty. Gemara, why? The bed is usually not 10 spans high. Samuel explained this, that the case is when the bed is high 10 spans. What is the reason of Arjehuda's decree? This is according to his theory elsewhere, that the sukkah must be a permanent dwelling, and the bed is only a temporary dwelling, and a temporary dwelling cannot make ignored a permanent one. But did not Ar Simeon held the same theory, that a sukkah must be a permanent dwelling, and nevertheless he does not allow to sleep under the bed? This is the point of their difference. According to Ar Simeon a temporary dwelling makes ignored, and according to Arjehuda it does not. It happened once that Tabai the slave, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Simeon said, from Gamaliel's remarks we have learned two things, that slaves are free from the duty of a sukkah, and that one who sleeps under a bed has not fulfilled the duty of sukkah. Let him say, from Gamaliel's decree, he comes to teach us by the way that Ahabar Atta, according to others the same in the name of Hamnuna, quoting Rabbite, said, whence do we know that even a remark of a scholar must be studied? Because it is written and the leaf does not wither, even a slight thing as a leaf is not valueless. P. 27. Mishnah, if one supports his sukkah with a bedstead, it is valid. Arjehuda said, a sukkah that cannot stand by itself is invalid. Gemara, what is the reason of Arjehuda's decree? Ar Zera and Ar Ababar Mammal differed, one says, because so it is not made a permanent dwelling, and one says, because he supports it with a thing subject to defilement. What is the difference? If one put iron spits and covered it, according to them who say because it is not permanent, the iron spits are permanent, but according to those who say because he supports with a thing subject to defilement, the iron spits are subject to defilement, and are invalid. Said Abai, they differ only if he supports the booth with the bedstead, but if he has roofed the bed itself, all agree it is valid. Why so? Because, to them who say, because it is not permanent, it can be said the bed is permanent, and to them who say because he supports with a thing subject to defilement, it can be said the roof is not subject to defilement. Mishnah, a sukkah covered thinly, if there is more shadow than sun, is valid, if the covering is close, like the roof of a house, though the stars are not visible through it, it is nevertheless valid. Gemara, what is meant by thin covering? Said Rabbite, scanty covering. And Samuel said, irregular covering 1 twig down, 1 twig up, that is. Rabbite interpreted that the Mishnah teaches only one case, a poor sukkah, in which there is more shadow than sun, is valid, and according to Samuel, the Mishnah teaches two things: first, that a sukkah with an irregular covering is valid, and secondly, that all sukkahs where the shadow is more than the sunshine are valid. Said Abai, the Mishnah refers to a case where there is not 3 spans distance from one twig to the other, but if there is, it is invalid. Rabha, however, said, even if there were 3 spans between, provided the twig was not wide at the top a span, it is invalid, but if it was, it is valid, because we say, Habit Rami, 1 and it is valid. If there is more shadow than Sunday. From this we may infer, that if they were equal, it is not valid, but in the first chapter. p. 28. The Mishnah teaches, if the sunshine was more than the shadow it is invalid, from which we may infer that if they were equal it is valid. It presents no difficulty. If on the top the empty place was equal to the covering, because on the ground the sunshine would appear larger, but if on the ground the sunshine and the shadow are equal, it is valid, because then on the top there must be more covering than empty space. Said our Papa, this is according to what people say, if on the top it is of the size of a zuz, it appears on the ground the size of a sela. 1. If close like the roof of a house. The rabbis taught, if it was close as a roof of a house, although the stars cannot be seen through it, it is valid, but if the rays of the sun do not penetrate, Beth Shammai hold it is not valid, and Beth Hillel hold it is. Mishnah, if one constructs a sukkah on the top of a wagon, or on board a vessel, it is valid, and he may ascend thereto on the festival. If he has constructed the sukkah on the top of a tree, or on the back of a camel, it is valid, but he must not ascend thereto on the festival days. If 2 walls are formed by a tree, and 1 by human hands, or 2 by human hands and 1 by a tree, the sukkah is valid, but one must not ascend thereto on the festival. This is the rule, whenever the sukkah can stand by itself, even should the tree be removed, the sukkah is valid, and it is lawful to ascend thereto on the festival. Gemara, this Mishnah is in accordance with our Akaba only, as we have learned in a Boraitha, if a sukkah was made on a ship, Rabban Gamaliel makes it invalid, and our Akaba makes it valid. It happened once that Rabban Gamaliel and our Akaba were on a ship, and our Akaba constructed a sukkah on the ship. On the morrow a wind blew it off, and Rabban Gamaliel said to him, Akaba, where is thy sukkah? Said Abai, if the sukkah cannot withstand an ordinary wind from land, all agree that it is not a sukkah at all, if it can hold out a storm on land, all agree it must be regarded as a sukkah, but if it can hold out an ordinary wind from land, but not an ordinary wind from the sea, there is the point of their difference. Our Gamaliel holds it must be a permanent dwelling, and as it cannot withstand an ordinary wind from the sea, it is not considered as anything, but our Akaba holds that only a temporary dwelling is needed, and so soon as it is proof against an ordinary wind from land, it is called a temporary dwelling. p. 29. Or on the back of a camel. The Mishnah is in accordance with our Meir. As we learn in the following Boraitha, if one has made his sukkah on the back of an animal, it is valid, according to our Meir, but not according to our Jehuda. What is the reason of our Jehuda? Because it is written, the Feast of Tabernacles shalt thou hold 7 days. From this we infer that a booth fit for all 7 days may be called a sukkah, but not otherwise. But what would our Meir answer to this? Biblically it is fit, but only the rabbis prohibit it as a precautionary measure to mount an animal. If the animal was used as a wall to the sukkah, our Meir makes it invalid, and our Jehuda makes it valid. Because our Meir used to say, all things which have life must not be made a wall to the sukkah, nor a side beam to an entry, nor an enclosure to a well, nor a covering of a grave, and in the name of our Jose the Galilean it was said, also, a letter of divorce must not be written on it. What is the reason of our Meir? Abai said, because it may die. Our Zerah said, because it can run away. If an elephant were tied to a wall and used as a wall, all agree it is valid, because, even if it should die, its carcass measures more than 10 spans. In what they differ is, when the elephant is not tied, according to them who fear its death, it is valid, but according to those who fear its flight, it is not valid. But did Abai say that our Meir feared its death, and our Jehuda did not? Have we not heard the contrary from him in Gideon, that our Meir feared it, and our Jehuda did not? Read these conversely, Abai said our Meir feared its death, and our Jehuda did not. But did we not learn in Tract Yoma, our Jehuda declares, to the high priest another wife must be prepared for the day of atonement, lest his wife die. Is it not taught, in addition to the same Mishnah, Arhuna the son of Joshua said, that for forgiving the sins an exceptional rule was made? Let us see, according to both sages who apprehend death or flight biblically it is valid as a wall, and only as a rabbinical precautionary measure is it forbidden. Why is it not subject to defilement when it covers a grave, according to Meir? Said Aha bar Jacob, Meir holds that all partitions not made by human hands are not called partitions at all. p. 30. Mishnah, if one makes a booth between trees which form side walls, it is valid. Gemara, Aha bar Jacob said, all partitions that are not proof against an ordinary wind are not partitions at all. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, which teaches that if the trees were used as walls, it is valid, but did not the trees shake by an ordinary wind? The case is, when they are old trees. But even if old trees, are there not branches? If one weaves the branches into the walls. If it is so, what does he come to teach us? Is it not self-evident? One might say that perhaps it shall be prohibited as a precautionary measure, lest on the festival he climb the tree. He comes to teach us that such a measure is not taken. Mishnah, delegates for a religious purpose are free from the duty of sukkah, also sick persons, and those who nurse them. One may occasionally eat or drink something outside of the booth. Gemara, whence do we deduce this? From what the rabbis taught, it is written. When thou sittest in thy house, that means, except when thou art occupied by a religious observance, when thou walkest by the way means, except when thou goest to marry. From this is said, that he who marries a virgin is exempt, but he who marries a widow is not. But how can this be inferred? Said Arhuna, from the expression on the way, as one goes on the way, means as a voluntary act, and this is to exclude one occupied by a religious duty. Abba bar Zabda said in the name of Rabbite, a mourner is not exempt from the duty of the sukkah. Is not this self-evident? One might say, because the same authority says elsewhere that one who is afflicted by something is exempt from the duty of sukkah, and a mourner is certainly afflicted, one might say that he is exempt. He comes to teach us that it is when the affliction is caused by the sukkah, but here, when he afflicts himself, he must divert his attention, and fulfill the duty of sukkah. The same says again in the name of Rabbite, a bridegroom and his attendants and all who belong to the wedding party are exempt from the sukkah all the 7 days. Why so? Because they must enjoy themselves. But let them enjoy themselves in the sukkah? No enjoyment can be had outside of the house where the wedding is. But let them eat in the sukkah and enjoy themselves in the house. There is no enjoyment except where the banquet is. But let the house where the wedding takes place. p. 31. Be made in the sukkah? Abai said, it cannot be made, because the bride must not be left with strangers, and Rabha said, because the bridegroom will find it inconvenient. What is the difference? When even in the house, where men come in and go out, they are not in privacy, but it is inconvenient. According to Abai, it may be made in the sukkah, and according to Rabha it may not. Arzera said, when I was a bridegroom, I ate in the sukkah, and enjoyed myself in the bride's house, and I enjoyed myself the more because I fulfilled 2 religious duties. The rabbis taught, a bridegroom and his attendants and all the wedding party are exempt from prayers, from phylacteries, but they must read Shema. In the name of Arshila it was said, only the bridegroom is exempt, but all the others are not. Aboritha states, Hananiah b. Akabiah said, writers of the Holy Scrolls, or Tefillin, or Mezuzah, they and the wholesale sellers and the retail sellers, and all men engaged in work for heaven, including also the sellers of blue threads for tzitzith, are exempt from the reading of Shema, from praying, from Tefillin, and all the religious duties commanded in the Torah. He said so to confirm the words of Hosea the Galilean, who said, who is engaged in one religious work, is free from another one. The rabbis taught, those who are on the road in the day are exempt from the duty of sukkah during the day, but not during the night, and if they travel by night, it is conversely. If they travel during both, they are exempt wholly. But who goes on a religious mission, is exempt from the duty of sukkah both by day and by night. As it happened, our Hista and Rabha bar Arhuna coming on a Sabbath falling on one of the intermediate days, to the exilarch to hear his lecture, they slept on the bank of a river of Sura. They said, "We are delegates for a religious purpose, and exempt from the duty of sukkah." The rabbis taught, the watchmen of a tower who watch by day are exempt from the sukkah by day, but not by night, and those who watch by night are exempt for the night, and those who watch during both are entirely exempt. Those who watch gardens and vineyards are exempt from the sukkah by day and by night. But let them make the booths there, and sit in them. Said Abai, it is written, "Ye shall dwell in booths." It must be where the dwellings are. And Rabha said, the hole brings the thief. What is the difference? When the whole of the fruit would be visible from his position in the sukkah. P. 32. Sick persons and their nurses. The rabbis taught, not only those who are dangerously sick, but if there is no danger, if one has sore eyes or a headache, he is also exempt. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel told, "It once happened I had sore eyes when I was in Caesarea, and R. Jose the Great allowed me and my servants to sleep outside of the sukkah. Rabbi, however, allowed R. Aha of Bardla to sleep under a canopy in a booth, to prevent mosquitoes. Rabha allowed R. Aha bar Ada to sleep outside of the sukkah, because it was freshly whitewashed. And Rabha acted according to his theory elsewhere, that whoever suffers is exempt. But have we not learned in our Mishnah that only sick persons are exempt, and we may infer, not those who are in sorrow? Nay, in case of a sick person, he and his nurses are exempt, but he who is in sorrow may only himself stay out, not his servants. Men may occasionally eat, etc. What is meant by something? Said R. Joseph, 2 or 3 eggs. Said Abai to him, but many times a man finds 3 eggs sufficient for a meal? Therefore said Abai, as much as a young scholar partakes before he goes to hear the lecture. The rabbis taught, one may eat a hasty meal outside of the sukkah, but one must not take a nap outside. Why so? Said R. Ashi, as a precautionary measure, lest he fall profoundly asleep for the whole night. Said Abai to him, if it is so, why does a Boraitha allow a man to take a nap with his tefillin on, but not to sleep long? Let it be apprehended lest he fall asleep. Said R. Joseph bar Ilah, this is the case when he has engaged a man to wake him up. Rabha, however, said, there is no appointed time for sleeping, concerning the tefillin, it is for a different reason. Rabbi said, one must not sleep by day longer than a horse sleeps. How long is it? So as to be able to make 60 respirations. Said Abai, my master used to sleep by day as long as Rabbi, and Rabbi as Rabbi, and Rabbi as King David, and David slept as long as a horse. And how long is the sleep of a horse? 60 respirations. Abai himself sleeps as long as it would take to walk from Pompaditha to Bikubi. Exclaimed R. Joseph about him the verse in Proverbs, how long, O sluggard, wilt thou lie down? When wilt thou arise out of thy sleep? Mishnah, it happened that a dish was brought to R. Yohanan b. Zakkai to taste, and 2 dates and a jar of water to Rabban Gamaliel. Each of them said, bring it to the booth. P. 33. But when food less than an egg was brought to R. Zadok, he took it in the napkin, and ate it outside of the booth, but did not pronounce the benediction after meals for it. Gemara, is it customary to adduce an act as a contradiction to the former teaching of the Mishnah above? The above Mishnah is not completed, and must read so, if one wants to make it more rigorous for himself, he may do so, without it being said he is vain, and it also happened with R. Yohanan b. Zakkai and Rabban Gamaliel that a dish and dates were brought to them, and they said they should be carried to the sukkah. and when food less than the size of an egg, etc. But if the size of a whole egg, then the sukkah is needed. Shall we assume that this will be an objection to the teaching of our Joseph and Abai? Nay, it may be explained that if it would be of the size of an egg, the legal washing of hands before and benediction after the meal would be needed. Mishnah, 14 meals must be eaten in the sukkah, 1 in the morning and 1 at night, according to our Eliezer, but the sages say it is not fixed by law, except that one must eat in the sukkah on the first night. Our Eliezer said again, he who has not eaten on the first night can make amends for it by eating in the booth on the last night of the festival, but according to the sages no amends can be made, and they apply it to the verse. What is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is defective cannot be numbered. Gemara, what is the reason of our Eliezer? Because it is written, ye shall dwell. And as in a dwelling it is usually eaten in the morning and in the evening, so must it be done also in the sukkah, but according to the sages, it is as a dwelling, where one eats or not, at his pleasure. If it is so, why is he bound to eat the first evening of the festival? Said our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Jehozadak, it is written here in the 15th, and about the Passover the word 15 is written, there is an analogy of expression, as on Passover the first night must matzah be eaten, and later it is optional, so on the first night of the Feast of Tabernacles it must be eaten in the sukkah, and henceforth it is optional. But whence is it known that on Passover it is obligatory? Because it is written, at evening shall ye eat unleavened bread. This verse makes it obligatory. P 34. R. Eliezer said again, etc. But did not our Eliezer say that it is obligatory to eat 14 meals in the sukkah, every day 1 meal in the morning and in the evening? Said Bira in the name of our Ami, our Eliezer retracted what he had said. But with what shall he make amends? Shall he eat another meal? A man cannot eat more than he needs. With extra dishes for dessert. We have also learned in a Boraitha, if one makes amends with extra dishes, he has done his duty. The manager of the house of Agrippa the king asked our Eliezer, for instance, who eat only 1 meal in 24 hours, may I do so in the sukkah, eat 1 meal and fulfill my duty? And he answered him, did you not make every day many dishes of delicacies for the sake of yourself, and can you not add 1 dish for the sake of your Creator? He asked him again, for example, who have 2 wives, 1 in Tiberia and 1 in Zipporath, and have also 2 booths, 1 in Tiberia and 1 in Zipporath, may I go from one sukkah to the other, and my duty shall be fulfilled? And he answered, nay, because I say who goes from one booth to another abolishes the religious duty he has done in the first. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Eliezer said, one must not go out from one sukkah to another. And a sukkah must not be made in the intermediate days. The sages, however, say, both may be done. All agree that if the sukkah has fallen, he may rebuild it on the intermediate days. What is the reason of our Eliezer? Because it is written, 7 days shall ye hold the Feast of Tabernacles. From this we infer the sukkah shall be made to be fit for 7 days. The rabbis, however, explain this passage so, on the Feast of the Tabernacles ye shall make a booth. They all agree that if the sukkah falls, it may be rebuilt. Is not this self-evident? We might assume that the second sukkah cannot be made for 7 days, and therefore shall not be made at all. He comes to teach us that it is not so. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Eliezer said, as a man cannot fulfill his duty with a lulab belonging to his neighbor on the first day, as it is written, and ye shall take unto yourselves on the first day the fruit of the tree hadur, branches of palm trees, etc. unto yourselves, that means, your own, but not those belonging to your neighbor, so also a man cannot fulfill his duty in a sukkah belonging to his neighbor. P 35. Because it is written, 7 days shalt thou make unto thee the Feast of the Tabernacles, and we infer from for thee it shall be thy own. The sages, however, said, although it was said that a man cannot fulfill his duty with the lulab of his neighbor, he may nevertheless do his duty of sukkah in the neighbor's sukkah, because it is written, all that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths. From this we learn that all Israelites may sit in one sukkah. But how will the sages account for the expression unto thee? They say it is to exclude a robbed sukkah, but a borrowed sukkah may be used. The rabbis taught, it happened once to our Ilah that he came to see our Eliezer his master in the city of Lud on the festival, and the latter said to him, Ilah, thou art not of those who rest on the festival, because our Eliezer used to say, I praise the slug guards, who do not go out on the festival from the house, because it is written, thou shalt rejoice, thou and thy household. This is not so, did not our Itzhak say, whence do we know that a man must visit his teacher on the festival? Because it is written, wherefore art thou going to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. From this we may infer that on a new moon and a Sabbath it is obligatory to visit one's master. It presents no difficulty, if one's master is in the same city, where one can go and return the same day, he must, but not otherwise. The rabbis taught, it happened once that our Eliezer took his rest in the booth of Yohanan bar Ilah in the city of Kisri, of Upper Galilee, according to others in Kisrian, and the sun reached the sukkah. And the host asked our Eliezer, shall I spread a sheet on it? And he answered, there was not one tribe of Israel from which a judge did not descend. When the sun reached the middle of the sukkah, and he asked again, how if I should spread a sheet on it? And he answered, there was not one tribe of Israel from which prophets have not descended, and p. 36. The tribes of Judah and Benjamin chose kings at the command of the prophets. Finally the sun reached our Eliezer's feet, and Yohanan took a sheet and spread it over the sukkah, and our Eliezer took his garments and shouldered them, and left the booth. This was not because he did not want to teach him the law, but because our Eliezer never decided a thing which he had not heard from his master. But how could our Eliezer do this? Did he not himself declare that a man must not go out from one sukkah to another? They answered, that was not on the Feast of Tabernacles at all, it was another festival, and they sat in the sukkah only for fresh air. But did not our Eliezer declare, I praise the slug guards who do not leave on a festival their houses? It was not on a festival, it was an ordinary Sabbath. The rabbis taught, it happened with our Eliezer that he took rest in Upper Galilee, and he was asked 30 halakot about the law of sukkah. To 12 he answered, so I have heard, and to 18 he answered, I did not hear them. Our Jose B. R. Jehuda says, on the contrary, to 18 he answered, I have heard, and to 12, I have not heard. And they asked him, are all your decisions only from what you have heard? He answered, you compelled me to tell you one thing which I had not heard from my masters. That is, never in my life came a man to the house of learning before me, and I never slept in the house of learning a long or a short time, I never left a man in the house of learning when I went away, and I never talk about worldly affairs, and I never decided a thing which I had not heard from my masters. It was said of our Yohanan b. Zakkai, never in his life did he talk of worldly affairs, he never walked 4 ells without studying the law and without tefillin, he was never anticipated by another in turning to the house of learning, and did not sleep in the house of learning even a short time, he did not teach about the law in dirty alleys, he did not leave a man in the house of learning when he went away, he was never to be found silent, but always studying aloud, and never anybody opened the door for his disciples but himself, he never decided a thing he had not heard from his master, and he never said it was time to go out of the house of learning except on the eves of Passover and on the eves of the days of atonement. And our Eliezer his disciple conducted himself similarly. The rabbis taught, Hillel the elder had 80 disciples, 30 of them were worthy that the Shekinah should rest on. p. 37. Them as on Moses our master, 30 of them were worthy the sun should be stopped for their sake, as it did before Joshua the son of Nun, and 20 were mediocre. The greatest of all the disciples was Jonathan b. Uzziel, the least of all was our Yohanan b. Zakkai. It was said of the latter, that he did not leave out the Bible, the Mishnah, the Gemara, Halakot, and Agadoth, the observations of the Bible, observations of the scribes, lenient ones and vigorous ones, the analogies of expression, equinoxes, geometries, the language of the angels and the language of the evil spirits and the language of the trees, the fables, the great things, the heavenly chariots and small things, the discussions of Abai and Rabha, to confirm what is written. That I may cause those that love me to inherit a lasting possession, and their treasures will I fill. And when the least of all was so, how much the more was the greatest of all. It was said of Jonathan b. Uzziel, that when he studied the law every bird that flew over him was burned. Mishnah, if the head and greater part of a man's body is in the booth, and his table in the house, Beth Shammai say he has not fulfilled the duty of sukkah, but Beth Hillel say he has. Said Beth Hillel to Beth Shammai, did it not happen that the elders of Beth Shammai and those of Beth Hillel visited our Yohanan b. Ha'uranith, and found him sitting with his head and greater part of his body in the booth, and his table was in the house? And they said to him nothing. Beth Shammai replied, do you adduce this as a proof? They said to him, if such has always been your custom, you have never in your life properly fulfilled the duty of sukkah. Women, slaves, and minors are exempt from the sukkah. A boy that needs no longer the nursing of his mother must obey the command of sukkah. It happened that the daughter-in-law of Shammai the elder gave birth to a son on the festival, so he caused the roof to be taken off, and covered it as a sukkah for the sake of the infant. Gemara, whence is all this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, the verse could say Ezrach. That would include the women. But it is written Ha-Ezrach, the Israelites born, which means the certain Israelites, and to exclude women. And by the word all it is meant to include minors. Shall we assume that the expression Israelites born includes women also? Did not we learn in a Boraitha, where it is written, the Israelite? p. 38. Born, which means to include women, for whom it is as obligatory to fast as for males. From this we see that when it is written, Israelites born, only males are meant? Said Rabha, that is not deduced from the passages, but it is all Sinai, and the passages were taken as a support. But which passage, and which Sinai law? And, again, to what purpose was a verse or a Sinai law needed at all? Is not the sukkah a commandment dependent on a certain season, and from all commands depending on certain seasons women are free? This is concerning sukkah, and concerning the Day of Atonement this is deduced from what our Jehuda says in the name of Rabbite, and so also taught the disciples of our Ishmael. It is written, if any man or woman commit a sin. From this we see that the verse made the man and the woman equal in all penalties of the Torah. Said Abai, that a woman is exempt from the sukkah is a Sinai law, and nevertheless the support of a verse was needed, because one might say it is written, ye shall dwell, and as in a dwelling are usually a man and wife, we might think that in the sukkah there should also be a man and wife. It comes to teach us that it is not so. Rabha said, it is needed lest one say, by an analogy of expression, it is written about Passover on the 15th, and here, as on Passover, it is obligatory for women, so it is also on the Feast of Tabernacles. It comes to teach us that it is not so. Now, when you say there is a Sinai law, why is the passage needed? It comes to include the proselytes. One might say the Israelites born, but not a proselyte. We are taught that they also are included. But the Day of Atonement, that is inferred from the above saying of our Jehuda in the name of Rabbite. Why is the Sinai law here needed? This is needed for the addition to the Day of Atonement from the preceding day, which is biblical, but has no capital punishment. One might say that because the addition has no punishment, the women are exempt. The Sinai law comes to say it is not so. The Master says, all, to include the minors. But have we not learned in our Mishnah, that women, slaves, minors, are free from sukkah? This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah means a case in which the minor is not yet old enough to be trained in a religious duty, and the Boraitha means a case of a minor old enough for that. But in case of a minor who has reached such an age, the duty is only rabbinical? Yeah, the passage is taken only as a support. A minor that needs not the nursing of his mother. What is p. 39 meant by this? A minor who can obey the call of nature without the aid of his mother. So said the disciples of Aryani. But Resh Lakish said, a child that on awakening does not cry, Mother! Mother! It happened that the daughter-in-law of Shammai, etc. Is not this act a contradiction to the former teaching? The Mishnah is not completed. It must be read so, and Shammai the elder is more rigorous, and it happened also that his daughter-in-law gave birth to a son, so he caused the roof to be removed, and covered it as a sukkah for the sake of the infant. Mishnah, during the 7 days of the festival one must use the booth as the regular domicile, and the house only as an occasional abode. If it rains, when is he permitted to remove from the sukkah? When a mess of porridge has been spoiled. The elders illustrate this by a comparison. What does such a circumstance resemble? As if a servant presented a goblet to his master, who throws a bowl full in his face. Gemara, the rabbis taught, all the 7 days one must use the booth as one's regular domicile. How so? If he has fine utensils, he shall place them in the sukkah. If he has fine bedding, he should transfer it to the sukkah, and he should eat, and drink, and walk only in the sukkah. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught. It is written, Ye shall dwell, it means, it shall be as a regular dwelling, and from this was deduced that all the 7 days one shall make the sukkah his regular dwelling, and his house a temporary one. He shall eat, drink, and study in the sukkah. Is it so? Did not Rabha say that only to read the Bible and to learn a Mishnah one may in the sukkah, but study one may not? This presents no difficulty. The Boraitha means to repeat what he had studied already, and Rabha to study something new, as Rabha and Rami, while studying under Arhista, used to repeat his lecture among themselves first, and afterwards tried to find out the reasons of it. Rabha said, the vessels for drinking shall be kept in the sukkah, but the vessels for eating, outside. A pitcher of clay, outside of the sukkah, a candlestick of clay in the sukkah, and according to others, outside, and they do not differ. It means, in a large sukkah it may, in a small one, it may not, because it is dangerous. If it rains. We have learned in a Boraitha, when a mess of grist is spoiled. Abai was sitting in the presence of Ar Joseph in the sukkah. p. 40. And a wind blew the chips from the covering into the dish, and Ar Joseph said, Take off the dishes, and we will go out. Said Abai to him, Have we not learned in the Mishnah, till the porridge is spoiled? And he answered, As I am delicate, the chips do me as great harm. The rabbis taught, if one ate in the sukkah and rain fell, and he went away and took his meal in the house, when it clears again we do not trouble him to interrupt his meal, and to go back to the sukkah. If he was sleeping in the sukkah and it rained, and he went away to sleep in the house, he is not aroused when it clears again, till the next morning. What does such a circumstance resemble? The schoolman asked, What is meant by this? Come and hear. We have learned in a Boraitha, as if the master threw the pitcher into the servant's face, and said to him, I do not want your service more. The rabbis taught, an eclipse of the sun is an ill omen to the whole world. What does this resemble? A human king making a banquet for his servants, and placing a great lantern before them. When he gets angry he says to his servant, Take away the light, let them sit in the dark. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Meir said, when the sun and the moon are eclipsed, it is a bad sign to the enemies of the Israelites, because they are used to troubles. It is equal to the teacher's coming to the school with his whip in his hand. Who is more afraid? The child used to being beaten. This is the case when Israel do not do the will of the Creator, but when they do, they need not fear anything, as it is written. Thus hath said the Lord, Do not habituate yourselves in the way of the nations, and at the signs of the heavens be ye not dismayed, although the nations should be dismayed at them. The rabbis taught, on account of the following four things the sun becomes eclipsed, when a chief judge dies, and is not lamented becomingly, when a betrothed virgin calls for help in the town, and is not aided, unnatural vice, when two brothers are killed on the same day, and on account of the following four things both the sun and the moon are eclipsed: forgery, false witness, when fruit-bearing trees are cut out, and when sheep and goats are kept in Palestine. On account of four things the property of householders is transferred to the government, when paid notes are kept, usury, and when men had the p. 41 power to prevent, but would not, and when charity was promised to the people, and was not given. Rabbi said, for four things the property of householders becomes annihilated, when they keep workers, and do not pay them in time, for robbing them, when the strangers free themselves from the yokes on their necks and put them on their neighbors' necks, and for arrogance. And arrogance is the worst of all. But of those who are modest is written, but the meek shall inherit the land, and shall delight themselves because of the abundance of peace. Footnotes 27:1 This expression has the same meaning as Gad Aketh, explained in Arabin, p. 6, and means, if the twig was a span at the top, it is considered whether the top lies over the empty place. And Rashi explains this, that the twigs were not lying but standing upright, and therefore the top when wide a span is considered to be lying. 28:1 Two coins, the first a 1, the second very large. 35:1 Rashi explains this as follows: the judges of the book of Judges, i.e., the rulers of Israel since Joshua's death to the prophet Samuel, from the tribe Ephraim was Joshua, from Benjamin Ehud, Manasseh, Gideon, that is, from the children of Rachel. Samson was of Dan, Barak of Kadesh was of Naphtali, Bilhah's children. Ibzan, or Boaz, from Judah, Eli of Levi, Tola from Issachar, Elun from Zebulun, Othniel, Jephthah, Shamgar, Abdan. It is not known of what tribes they were descended. From the tribes of Reuben, Simeon, Gad, and Asher, I have not found, says Rashi, explicitly that judges were descended from them. But it may be the judges whose tribes were not named were traditionally said to be of those. Next, Chapter 3. Index previous next. p. 42. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning palm branches, myrtles, willows, and citrons used on the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles. Mishnah: a palm branch, one which has been acquired by theft, or which is dried, is not valid. One which comes from a grove or from a rejected town too is not valid. If the point has been broken off, or the leaves torn off, it is not valid. If they are only disevered, it is valid. R. Jehuda says, it must be tied together at the top. A palm branch from the iron mount 3 is valid. A palm branch that is 3 spans long, sufficient to shake it by, is valid. Gemara: the Mishnah does not mention on which day it is valid, and on which not, and from this we can infer that it is invalid even for the second day. This would be right only in case of a dried one, because it is written hadur, which means beauty, which a dried one has not, but a robbed one that is prohibited only because it must be his own, as stated above. But on the second day, which is wholly rabbinical, why should it be invalid? Said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Joachim, because it is a religious duty that is performed by a sin. R. Yohanan said again in the name of the same authority, it is written, for I, the Lord, love justice, I hate robbery with burnt offering. It resembles a human king who passed the custom house and said to his servants, pay the duty to the officers, and the servants said to him, why shall we give duties? All the duties are thine, and he said, all passengers shall learn it from me, and shall not shirk to pay their duty. So the Holy One, blessed be he, said, I, the Lord, hate robbery with a burnt offering of me shall my children learn, and avoid robbery. It was taught also in the name of our Ami, a withered one. p. 43. Is invalid, because it has no beauty, and a robbed one is invalid, because it is a religious duty done by a sin. R. Hunah said to the sellers of the myrtles, if you buy myrtles from the heathen, do not cut them off yourselves, but let themselves cut off, and give them to you. Why so? Because most heathen have robbed the ground from the Israelites, and the robber is not considered the owner of the ground, even when the original owner has despaired of it. And therefore, if you will cut off yourselves, that will be as taking a robbed thing, but when they cut off, and as the original owners have despaired, the cut-off myrtle boughs become theirs, and you may buy them. The rabbis taught, a robbed sukkah or a roof made in a public street, our Eliezer makes invalid, but the sages make it valid. Said R.N. they differ only when the ground on which the sukkah is built belongs to his neighbor, and he put out the neighbor and took the sukkah to himself. This is according to our Eliezer's theory, who said that one cannot fulfill his duty in his neighbor's sukkah. It is invalid in any case. According to those who say that the robber of ground is considered the owner of it, after the original owner has despaired, it is a robbed sukkah, and even according to those who say that he can never become the owner of the ground, it is nevertheless a borrowed sukkah. But the sages hold to their theory that one can fulfill his duty in a borrowed sukkah, and also that ground cannot be robbed, therefore it is valid, because it is considered as a borrowed sukkah. But if one has robbed wood, and made a roof, according to all, the owner of the wood has only to claim his money, but the wood becomes the property of the robber, and the sukkah is valid. And he infers this from the expression of the Mishnah, a robbed sukkah or a roof made in public ground, as in the latter case the ground was certainly not his, so also the robbed sukkah means, that the ground was also not his and he has robbed it. It happened once that an old woman came to R.N. and said, the exilarch, and all the sages of the house of the exilarch, are sitting in a robbed sukkah. She complained, but he did not answer her. Said she again, a woman whose father had 318 slaves complains before you, and you do not pay attention. R.N. said to the sages, the woman is only a prattler, she has to claim only the money for the wood that has been taken for the use of the sukkah. P. 44. Rabbina said, if a beam of the roof of a sukkah has been robbed, the sages have arranged that only money for it should be returned to the owner, and not the beam itself. Is this not self-evident? What is the difference between a beam and wood, as just mentioned above? One might say wood can be found in any place, and one can buy it for the money, but a beam, which is not so common, should be returned. They come to teach us that during the 7 days of the festival, one can lay claim only to money, but after the festival it must be returned, provided one has not attached it with clay, but if one has, even after the 7 days only the money shall be given. We have learned in a Boraitha, a withered palm branch is invalid, but our Jehuda makes it valid. Said Rab Ha, they differ only about a lulab that is rabbinical. The sages hold that we compare a lulab to a citron, as the citron must be beautiful, because it is written hadur, so the lulab must be beautiful, and our Jehuda does not hold this theory, and says that a lulab need not be beautiful, but a withered citron, according to all, is invalid. Does our Jehuda require that a citron shall be beautiful? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, the 4 kinds that are with the lulab, as there must not be less, so nothing shall be added to them? If one did not find a citron, he cannot replace it with a lemon or a pomegranate, or anything else, and if they are withered they are valid, but if dried, then invalid. Our Jehuda, however, said, even when dry, they are valid. And he says again, the inhabitants of great cities used to transmit their lulabs to their grandchildren. And they answered him, this cannot prove, because the places where such things are rarities do not prove. Hence we see that our Jehuda said that even dry ones are valid, and this includes also citrons. Nay, our Jehuda meant only the lulab when he said dry ones are valid. The text says, if he cannot find a citron, he shall not replace it with a lemon, etc. Is not this self-evident? One might say, he shall replace it with something, lest the command of a citron should be forgotten. It comes to teach us that if it would be done so, the later generations might use such things forever. Come and hear, an old citron is invalid, but our Jehuda says it is valid. Is this not a contradiction to the saying of Rab Ha-1 above, that our Jehuda meant only the lulab, and not a citron? Yeah, it is. p. 45. A contradiction. But how can our Jehuda say that an old one is valid? Is it not written Hadar? Our Jehuda explains the word Hadar 1 not to mean beauty, but dwelling, that means, a fruit which dwells on its tree the whole year. If the point was broken off. Said Arhuna, if it is broken off, but if it is only split, it is valid. But have we not learned in a Boraitha, a bristly lulab or one crooked like a scythe, a split one, a hardened one, is invalid. But if it seems hardened, and in reality is not, it is valid. Hence we see that a split one is also invalid. Said our Papa, by split is here meant one growing as a fork, into two different directions. Crooked like a scythe, said Rab Ha, that is only if it is bent forward, but if backward it is natural, and it is valid. Said R.N. Ahman, if bent sideways, it is as if forward. According to others, R.N. Ahman says it is as if bent backward. Rab Ha said again, a lulab that has all the leaves on one side, and on the other side none at all, is blemished and is invalid. If the leaves were torn off. Said our Papa, by torn off is meant that it is made like a broom. What is meant by diseveret? When the leaves grow as branches of a tree, in different directions. Our Papa put a question, if the twins of the lulab are divided, how is the law? Come and hear, our Mathan in the name of our Joshua B. Levi said, if the twins are divided, it is as if the leaves were torn off, and it is invalid. R. Jehuda says, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda said in the name of our Tarfon, the expression branches of palm trees is kapot marim. As the word kapot signifies in Aramaic bound, tied, if the lulab was separated, it must be tied together. Said Rabbana to our Ashi, how is it known that by kapot marim is meant a young lulab that has been the first year on the tree? Perhaps the branches are meant when they are 2 or 3 years old, when the leaves spread on all sides. We require that they shall be tied together, and in that case they cannot be tied at all. A lulab from the iron mount. Said Abai, the case is only when the top of one reaches the lower part of the one that grows over it, but if not, they are invalid. p. 46. A lulab 3 spans long. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the prescribed size for a myrtle bough and willow is 3 spans, and of the lulab 4, so that the lulab shall be 1 span higher than the myrtle bough and willow when they are tied. Our Parnach in the name of our Yohanan said, the back of the lulab should be 1 span higher. Come and hear, the prescribed size of a myrtle bough and willow is 3 spans, of a lulab 4 spans, is it not meant with the leaves? Nay, it is meant, besides the leaves. The Boraitha says farther on, our Tarfon says, it shall be measured with an ell of 5 spans. Said Rab Ha, may the Lord forgive our Tarfon for such teaching, a myrtle bough of 3 spans is not to be found, and he calls for a myrtle bough of the length of 5 spans. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said that our Tarfon meant to say so, an ell which was 5 spans, consider it as if it was 6 spans, and 3 spans of this take off for the myrtle bough, and the remainder, which is about 2.5, for the lulab. If it is so, then it is a contradiction to Samuel, for according to our Tarfon the myrtle bough would be only 2.5 spans, and Samuel said it must be 3 spans. Samuel was not particular in his decision, and said more rigorously, 3. But, nevertheless, Arhuna says in his name that the halakha prevails according to our Tarfon. Mishnah, a myrtle bough which has been acquired by theft, or which is dry, is not valid. One which comes from a grove or from a rejected town is invalid. If the tip has been broken off, or the leaves torn off, or if one has on it more berries than leaves, it is invalid. If the berries are diminished in number it becomes valid, but this must not be done on the festival. A willow of the brook, which has been acquired by theft, or which is dry, is invalid. One which comes from a grove, or a rejected town, is not valid. If the point has been broken off, or the leaves torn off, or if it be as of Safa, one it is invalid. One which is faded, or from which some leaves have dropped off, or which has grown on dry ground, is valid. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it is written, boughs of the myrtle tree, that is, a tree whose branches cover the whole tree, and this is only a myrtle tree. Rabha said, we take a myrtle bough because it is written, only. P 47. Love ye the truth and peace. 1. The rabbis taught, a branch that is twined like a chain, that is the myrtle. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, it is written, the branch of a twined tree. That means, a tree whose trunk and fruit have the same taste, and that is a myrtle. In a Boraitha we have learned, a branch that is twined, is valid, if not, it is invalid. What is meant by twined? Said R. Jehuda, on each stem are 3 leaves. Arcana however, says, even if on one stem are 2, and on the other one, it is also reckoned 3. Raha the son of Rabha was looking for a myrtle bough which had 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 because this has been announced by Arcana. Said Mar bar Amimar to Ashi, my father calls such a myrtle a wild myrtle. The rabbis taught, if the greater number of leaves have dropped, and on 3 stems they remained, it is valid. The rabbis taught, if the greater part of the leaves on the bough have dried up and only 3 twigs, each containing 3 leaves, remained, it is valid. Said Arhisda, provided that the remainder are on the top of each. If the tip has been broken off. Ullah bar Hina taught, if the tip has been broken off, and in its place is a green fruit like a date, it is valid. R. Jeremiah put a question, if the tip had been broken off on the eve of the festival, and this green fruit grew up on the festival, how is the law? Shall it be said that, because it was not fit on the eve, it has been rejected, and cannot be used any more, or, the law of rejecting does not apply to religious duties? This question is not decided. Shall we assume that this is a point of difference between the following? Tanim, we have learned, if one has transgressed, and cut off the berries on the festival, it is invalid, according to our Eliezer B. Zadok, but according to the sages it is valid. Must we not assume that he who says it is invalid does it because he holds the law of rejecting applies to religious duties, and as this branch with the berries was rejected on the eve of the festival, it was rejected for the whole festival, and he who says it is valid does so because he holds that the law of rejecting does not apply to religious duties? Nay, all agree that. P 48. The law of rejecting applies to the positive commandments of religious duties, but in this case they differ whether a lulab must be tied or not, as on this point differ the Tanim of the following Boraitha, a lulab, whether tied or not, is valid. R. Jehuda, however, said, a tied one is valid, if not, it is invalid. What is the reason of R. Jehuda? He infers it from an analogy of expression. It is written here, ye shall take unto yourselves on the first day, and ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, as there it is plainly written a bunch, so also here it must be tied as a bunch, and the sages do not take into consideration this analogy of expression. 1. If one has more berries on it than leaves. Arhisda said, the following thing said our great rabbi, and the Lord come to his help, the case is only if it was in one place, but if the berries were in 2 or 3 places, then it is valid. Said Rabha to him, if it was in 2 or 3 places, it seems spotted, and it is invalid. Therefore if such a thing was taught, it was taught thus, said Arhisda, the following thing our great rabbi said, and may God come to his help, the case is only when the berries were black, but if they were green, they are the same as the myrtle bough, and it is valid. If they have been diminished in number, etc. They have been diminished in number when? If before it was tied, it is self-evident, and if after it was tied, then it was rejected for the festival, and how made good. Infer from this that the law of rejecting does not apply to religious duties. Nay, we can say that the case is even after it had been tied, but the Tana of the Mishnah holds that the tying is not considered a construction, but only a preparation, and does not therefore count it. The rabbis taught, they must not be diminished in number on the festival. In the name of our Eliezer bar Simeon, however, it was said, it may be done. But is not this like repairing a utensil on the festival? Said our Ashi, our Eliezer means to say, that if he took off the berries for the purpose of eating, and he holds as his father, that a thing which was done unintentionally is allowed. The rabbis taught, if the binding of the lulab was loosened on the festival, one shall tie it as he usually ties a bundle of herbs. Why? Let him tie it into a loop. That is according to our Jehuda, who said in Sabbath, that tying into a loop p. 49 is like a knot, for either is culpable. But according to our Jehuda the lulab must be tied not as a bundle of herbs, but in a good knot. This Tana holds as our Jehuda in one thing, and differs from him in the other. A willow of the brook, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written a willow of the brook. That means, they usually grow near every brook. According to others, the willow of the brook means that it has leaves smooth as a brook. In another Boraitha we have learned, the willows of the brook. Whence do we deduce that willows from dry ground and mountains are valid? It is written willows, in the plural, all are included. Abishal, however, said, the plural signifies that two are needed, one for the lulab and one for the temple. And whence do the rabbis deduce that one for the temple? They hold it is Sinai. The rabbis taught, willows of the brook, that grow only at brooks, but the Zeph-Sepha, which grows only between mountains, is accepted. The rabbis taught, how can we recognize what is a willow and what is a Zeph-Sepha? The willow's stem is red, with the leaves elongated and their edges smooth. But a Zeph-Sepha has the stem white, and the leaves round, and their edges like a scythe. But have we not learned, if it is like a scythe, it is valid, and when like a saw it is invalid? Said Abai, this we learned of the willows of Hilfahila, they are valid. Abai said again, we may infer from this that the same willows may be used for the seventh day when Hoshanath are used. Is not this self-evident? One would say that because the willows of Hilfahila have an additional name, they are not valid. He comes to teach that it is not so. But perhaps it is so. Because it is written in the plural, all are included. Mishnah, our Ishmael says, 3 myrtle boughs, 2 willows, 1 palm branch, and 1 citron are needed. If 2 out of the 3 myrtle boughs had the tips broken off, they may be used. Our Tarfon says, even if all 3 should have the tips broken off. Our Akaba says as 1 lulab and 1 citron are needed, so are only 1 myrtle bough and 1 willow needed. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, it is written, the fruit of the tree hadur, in the singular. 1 fruit, a branch of a palm tree, in the singular, 1 branch, boughs. p. 50. Of the myrtle tree, in the plural, 3, and willows of the brook, also in the plural, 2. And even if 2 had the tips broken off, it is valid. Our Tarfon, however, said, 3 are needed, and if all the tips are broken off, it does not matter. Our Akaba said, as the lulab and the citron are only 1, so of the myrtle boughs and the willows is needed only 1. Said our Eliezer to him, according to thee, the citron must be tied together with the lulab? And he answered, did the verse say, the fruit of the tree hadur and a branch of a palm tree? It mentions them separately. If so, whence do we know that one depends upon the other? Because it is written, ye shall take. That means, you shall take all things that are enumerated, and not one without the other. How shall we imagine the case, according to our Ishmael? If all kinds have to be entire, why are the myrtle boughs allowed if they are broken? and if it is not required that they should be entire, let even the other kinds, if broken, be used. Said Bira in the name of Rmi, R. Ishmael retracted this decision. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to R. Tarfon, and Samuel said this according to his theory, because he said to the sellers of the myrtles, make the price lower, and if you will not do so, I will lecture that the halakha prevails according to R. Tarfon. Let him then lecture according to R. Akaba, who is more lenient, and says only one is needed. 3 with the tips broken are more easily procurable than one uninjured. Mishnah, a citron which has been robbed, or is withered, is invalid. One coming from a grove or a rejected town is invalid. One taken off a tree less than 3 years old one is not valid. Nor one taken from heave offering that is unclean. From clean heave offering a man is not to take a citron, but if he has taken, he has fulfilled his duty. One taken from Dime Beth Shammai hold invalid, but Beth Hillel hold it valid. A man is not to take a citron from second tithe in Jerusalem, but if he has taken one, he has done his duty. If a stain spread over the greater portion of the citron, if it has lost its crown, or the fine rind has been peeled off, or if it is split, or perforated, if ever so little thereof is wanting, it is not valid. If, however, the stain is spread over the smaller portion of the citron, if it has lost its stalk, or if that be perforated so. P. 51. That no part, however small, be wanting, it is valid. A dark-colored one is invalid, a leek green one R. Meir pronounces valid, but R. Jehuda invalid. The minimum size of a small citron, R. Meir says, is like a nut, R. Jehuda says, like an egg, and of a large citron, that one can hold 2 in one hand. So is the decree of R. Jehuda, but R. Jose says, even one must be taken with both hands. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the fruit of the tree hadar, that is, a tree whose wood and fruit have the same taste, and that is a citron. Perhaps it is pepper, as we learn in the following Boraitha, R. Meir used to say, because it is written, plant any kind of tree, bearing edible fruit. Why was it needed to say, a tree bearing edible fruit? Is it not self-evident that if it is bearing fruit it is edible? From this we infer that to pepper, whose wood and fruit have the same taste, the law of Arla applies. And in the land of Israel nothing is lacking, as it is written, a land wherein thou shalt not lack anything. Because it is impossible, how shall we do? Shall we take one pepper grain, that will not be noticed at all, many of them, the law says 1, not 2 or 3, and therefore it cannot be. Arabeo says, do not read hadar, but hadar, that is, a thing that dwells on its tree the whole year. Ben Azai said, do not read hadar, but adar, because in Greek they call water dwr, and that means a tree which can grow in all waters, and that is only a citron. One that comes from a grove, etc. Because it must be burned, and therefore it is considered to have no size. From a tree less than 3 years, etc. Why so? R. Bar Abin and R.C. differed. One says, because it is not allowed to eat it, it must not be used either, and one says, because at that time it is worth nothing. R.C. said, with a citron of second tithe, according to R. Meir, a man cannot fulfill his duty, but according to the sages, he can. The same is the case with matzah of second tithe. And dough of second tithe, according to R. Meir, is exempt from challah, and according to the sages, is not. From unclean heave offering. Because it is not allowed to eat it. And from clean heave offering? One shall not take, etc. R-Ami and R-C differ, one says, because he makes it subject to defilement, and one says, because he spoils it. P. 52. But if he has taken, it is valid. According to those who say that it must not be taken, because it is not allowed to be eaten, this law is according to all, and according to those who say because it has no value, this Mishnah is only in accordance with the rabbis. From Dime. What is the reason of Beth Hillel? Because if one wishes, he can relinquish his estates, and then he would be poor, and he would be allowed to eat it, therefore now also we consider it proper. If a stain, etc. Said Arhistot, the following thing our great rabbi said, may the Lord come to his help, the case is only when it is in one place, but if it is in two or more places, it is like a spotted one, and is invalid. Said Rabha, on its top, even if it is but trifling, it is invalid. Its crown, etc. are its hakbi. Elazar taught, the crown, but not the stalk at the bottom. Peeled off, etc. Said Rabha, if a citron has been peeled, and gets the color of a red date, it is valid. But did we not learn in our Mishnah that if peeled, it is invalid? It presents no difficulty. If it was in part peeled off, it is like a spotted one, and invalid, but if entirely peeled, it is valid. Split or perforated, etc. Ullah bar Hanana taught, when it is perforated through and through, even if it is trifling, it is invalid, but otherwise, then if the whole is of the size of an isar, it is also invalid, but if less it is valid. A citron that is swollen, ill-smelling, soaked, boiled, black or white, or spotted, is invalid. A citron round as a sphere is invalid. According to some, twins are also invalid. An unripe citron or akabo makes invalid, and the sages do not. If it was made to grow in a mold, and it came out of an irregular shape, it is invalid. It was taught, a citron that mice have perforated, said Rabbite, cannot be called beautiful. And of a large citron, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jose said it once happened to our Akaba that he came to a prayer house with his citron, and it was so large that he brought it on his shoulder. Said our Jehuda to him, it proves nothing, because the sages told him then, this cannot be considered beautiful. Mishnah, the lulab must only be tied with its own kind. So says our Jehuda. But our Medir says, it may be tied even with twine. Our Medir also said, it. P. 53. Happened that the inhabitants of Jerusalem tied a lulab with gold lace. But the sages answered, yes, they did so, but beneath the gold lace they tied it with its own kind. Gemara, said Rabha, with the bark or the root of the same tree it may be tied. And he says again, what is the reason of our Jehuda's decree? Because according to him the lulab must not be used unless it is tied, and if it be tied with another kind, it should be 5 kinds, and not 4. He says again, whence do I deduce that the bark and the root of the palm tree are considered of the same kind as the lulab itself? From the following Boraitha, it is written, ye shall dwell in booths. That signifies, a booth of any materials, so is the decree of our Medir. Our Jehuda, however, said, a booth must be made only of the 4 kinds used for the lulab. And it seems to me that such is right, because if a lulab which is used only in the day, and not in the night, must have the 4 kinds only, for a sukkah which is used both by day and by night, so much the more are the 4 kinds needed. Replied the sages to him, every law which is at the beginning more rigorous, and is finally more lenient, is no law at all. And our case, according to your opinion, if one did not find the 4 kinds, he should sit in his house, doing nothing, and the Torah says, 7 days ye shall dwell in booths. Therefore we say a sukkah should be made of any materials. And so it is written in Nehemiah, 8:15, go forth unto the mountain and fetch olive leaves, and oleaster leaves, and myrtle leaves, and palm leaves, and leaves of the 3-leaved myrtle to make booths. Our Jehuda, however, explains this verse thus, that olive leaves and oleaster leaves are for the walls of the sukkah, and myrtle leaves, etc., are for the covering. And we have learned in a previous Mishnah, it may be roofed with boards, so is the decree of our Jehuda. Hence we see that, although our Jehuda requires only the 4 kinds for the covering, nevertheless, if one has covered it with boards, it is valid, because the boards of the bark and of the roots of the same tree are considered by him of the same kind. But have we not learned in a Boritha that if one has covered it with boards of cedar, it is valid according to our Jehuda? By cedar is also meant myrtle, as Rabha bar Arhuna says elsewhere, there are 10 kinds of cedar, and the myrtle is among them, as it is written, I will place in the wilderness the cedar, the acacia, the myrtle. Said Rabbah to the men who tied the Hoshanath for the p54. Exilarch when you tie them, leave the breadth of a hand at the bottom, there shall be no intervention between the hand and the Hoshana. One said Rabha, all that was made to beautify it, does not intervene. Rabbah says again, a man shall not hold the Hoshana through a cloth, because it is written, ye shall take, with your own hands. Rabha, however, said, even if one takes it through another thing, it is still called taking. Rabbah says again, after the Hoshana and the myrtle bough have been tied, one shall not insert the lulab, lest some leaves be torn off from them, and they will be an intervention between the lulab and them. Rabbah, however, said, a thing of the same kind makes no intervention. Rabbah says again, a myrtle bough used for the religious purpose may not be smelled, but a citron may. Why so? Because the myrtle is only used because of its odor, and as it has been designated for a religious purpose, it must not be smelled, but a citron, which is made for eating, has been designated only for eating, and may be smelled. The same authority says again, a myrtle attached to the ground may be smelled on the festival, but a citron must not. Why so? Because a myrtle, which is used only for smelling, if one will be allowed to smell it, when yet attached to the ground, he will not cut off, but a citron, which is for eating, if he will be allowed to smell, he will cut off, and eat. He says again, the lulab must be held in the right hand, and the citron in the left hand. Why so? Because by the lulab 3 duties are performed, and by the citron only one. Said R. Jeremiah to R. Zerika, why do we pronounce the benediction over the lulab only? Because it is higher than the other kinds. But let one raise the citron, and pronounce the benediction over it? And he answered, because by nature it grows higher than the other kinds. Mishnah, when must the lulab be shaken? At the verse, praise ye the Lord, at the beginning and ending, and at the verse, O Lord, we beseech thee, save us, so is the decree of Beth Hillel. But Beth Shammai hold, also at the verse, O Lord, we beseech thee, prosper us. R. Akiba said, I watched Rabban Gamaliel and R. Joshua, and I saw while all men shook the lulabs at both the above-mentioned verses, they shook theirs only at, O Lord, etc., save us. p55. Gemara, where is it mentioned that it should be shaken? In the first Mishnah of this chapter, it teaches, a lulab which is 3 spans long sufficient to shake it by, and now it is asked, when shall it be shaken? Said R. Yohanan, the shaking shall be towards all 4 sides to the Creator, that all the sides are His, and it shall be raised and lowered to Him to whom the heaven and the earth belong. In the West they taught so, R. Hama bar Ukba in the name of R. Jose bar Hanana said, he shall shake towards all sides, to prevent bad winds, and up and down, to prevent bad dews. Mishnah, if one is on the road, and has no lulab, he must, when he gets home, shake it before his meal. If he has not done it in the morning, he must do it toward evening, as the duty may be done during the whole day. If a slave, woman, or minor reads Hallel to a man, he should repeat after them word for word, but it is a disgrace to him. If a grown man reads to him, he only responds Hallelujah. At the places where certain verses are said twice, he is to do so. Where they are recited once, he must do so. Where a benediction is said after the lulab, he must say it. In every case he must do as is the custom of the country. Gemara, Rabha said, great halakha can be inferred from the custom of saying Hallel, from the custom of our time, when almost all men can read the Hallel themselves, nevertheless they repeat the beginnings of the chapters after the reader, we may infer what are the essential portions of Hallel, and how it was done in the ancient times, when the people could not read themselves, and a man was wanted to read it, for them to repeat after him. The Mishnah says, he responds Hallelujah. From this we see that Hallelujah is of the essential portions which must be responded. We see also in our time, when the reader begins, Praise, O ye servants of the Lord, and the people respond, Hallelujah, we may infer that if a grown man is the reader of the Hallel, it is sufficient for the hearer to respond Hallelujah, and not to repeat the whole chapter. From what we see, that when the reader says, Praise ye the Lord, they also repeat, Praise ye the Lord, we infer that it is a merit to repeat the first verses of the chapter. When the reader says, O Lord, save us, they should repeat it. If the reader is a p56 minor, however, one must repeat after him word for word. When he says, O Lord, prosper us, they repeat it, and from this we see that if one wishes to say it twice, he may do so. When he says, Blessed be he that cometh, they respond, In the name of the Lord. From this we see that he who listens to the prayer is equal to him who himself repeats it. R. Hayabar Abba was asked, if one has listened to the prayer, and not responded, how is the law? And he answered, the sages, the scribes, the heads of the people, the preachers, all have decided that he who has listened, and not answered, has fulfilled his duty. At the places where verses are said twice, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, Rabbi used to say twice in the Hallel same parts. R. Elazar B. Parta has added parts to the same prayer. What is meant by added? Said Abai, he added the manner of saying twice every verse from the 21st verse of Psalm 18 to the end of that psalm. When it is the custom to say a benediction, etc. Said Abai, that is only at the end of the Hallel, but before, it is not a custom, but obligatory. As Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, all the religious duties must have a benediction pronounced before they are performed. Mishnah, if one buys a lulab from a man of the common people in a sabbatical year, he shall ask of him that the citron shall be given to him as a gift, because it is not allowed to buy a citron in the sabbatical year. Gemara, but how is the law if the seller does not want to give him this as a gift? Said Arhuna, he shall include the price of the citron in the price for the lulab. Why? Let him give it to him publicly? Because one must not give money for fruits forbidden to be sold on the sabbatical year to a man of the common people. As we have learned in a Boraitha, one must not give money for fruit on the sabbatical year to a man of the common people more than is sufficient for 3 meals, and if one has done it, he shall say, this money that I give to this man shall be exchanged for the fruit which I have in my house, and after that he uses the fruit which he has had in the house only for purposes for which fruit of the sabbatical year may be used. When is that the case? When he saw that the man sold to him fruit from a field left to the public, which had no owner, but if he sold it from his own field, one must not buy even for half an isar. If it is so, why only the citron? What is the p57 case with the palm branch? The lulab cannot be of the sabbatical year, because it had been ripe on the 6th year. But the same is the case with the citron. In case of a citron, it is not counted from the time of its ripeness, but its removal from the tree. But we know that according to both R. Gamaliel and R. Elazar, in reference to the sabbatical year, in case of the citron it is counted from the time of its budding. As we have learned in the following Mishnah, the citron is equal to a tree in 3 respects, and to herbs in 1 respect to a tree in 3 respects, to wit, of Arla, Reba, and of the sabbatical year, in reference to which it is counted from the time of its budding, and to a herb in 1 respect, that it must be tithed when it is gathered. So is the decree of Rabban Gamaliel. R. Elazar, however, said, a citron is equal to a tree in all respects. The Tana of our Mishnah holds as the Tana of the following Boraitha, R. Jose said, Atulmus testified in the name of 5 elders, thus, the citron must be counted from the time when it is gathered for tithe. Our masters, however, have voted and decided in the city of Usha that in reference both to tithe and sabbatical year it is to be counted from the time of its gathering. But where is here mentioned the sabbatical year? The Boritha is not completed, and must read thus: the citron is counted when gathered in reference to tithe, and from budding in reference to the sabbatical year. Our masters in Usha, however, have decided that in both cases it is counted from the time of the gathering. R. Eleazar said, the fruit of the sabbatical year does not become exchanged, unless it is done in the manner of buying and selling. R. Yohanan, however, said, it becomes exchanged even through exchanging. What is the reason of R. Eleazar? Because it is written, in this year of the Jubilee, and the next verse says, shall he sell? From this we infer, only through buying and selling. What is the reason of R. Yohanan? Because it is written, for it is the Jubilee, holy shall it be unto you, and as in case of all holiness there is no difference between selling and exchanging, the same is the case with the fruit of the sabbatical year. We have learned in 1. p. 58. Boritha in accordance with R. Eleazar, and in another Boritha we have learned in accordance with R. Yohanan. A Boritha according to R. Eleazar, the sabbatical year holds the money exchanged for its fruit, because it is written, it is a jubilee year and shall be holy. As the holy things hold the money exchanged for it, and makes it holy, so also do the fruit of the sabbatical year. But should we assume, as the holy things become ordinary, when exchanged, the same shall be with the sabbatical year, therefore it is written, it shall be dash, which means, so shall it stay. How so? I.e., if one bought for its fruit meat, both must be destroyed. If, however, he bought fish for the meat, the fish becomes its substitute, and the meat is free. The fish, again, exchanged for wine, the latter becomes the substitute. The same is the case when the latter is exchanged for wine, the very last always becomes the substitute of the preceding one, except the original fruit, which remains as it was. Now, then, when the Boritha mentions at every exchange the word loka, which means bought, we may infer from it that it was done only by purchase, but not by exchange. A Boritha according to R. Yohanan, both the fruit of the sabbatical year and of the second tithe may be exchanged for wild game, cattle, and fowl when they are either alive or slaughtered. So is the decree of R. Meir. But the sages say that only for slaughtered ones, but when alive they must not be taken in exchange, lest he shall raise a herd from them. Said Rabbah, they differ only as to males, but females, all agree that only slaughtered ones may be exchanged, but not living ones, for the precautionary measure stated above. Said R. Ashi, they differ only about the fruit exchanged already for the sabbatical fruit, but about the sabbatical fruit itself all agree, only through selling and not through exchanging. But have we not learned in a Boritha, the fruit of the sabbatical year and second tithe may be exchanged for animals, wild beasts, and fowls? By this is meant, not the fruit but the money obtained for it. And this must be so, because it is mentioned together with second tithe, and by second tithe could not be meant the fruit itself, because it is written, bind up the money in thy hand. Mishnah, formerly the lulav was used in the temple all the 7 days of the festival, in the country, however, only one day. When the temple was destroyed, R. Yohanan b. Zakkai. p. 59. Ordained, in the country it shall also be used all the 7 days, in memory of the temple. He ordained also at the same time that on the 16th day of Nisan, called the day of Naf, it should not be allowed to eat new grain. Gemara, whence do we infer that it must be done in memory of the temple? Said R. Yohanan, because it is written, this is Zion, whom no one seeketh after. From this we infer that it must be sought after. The day of Naf, etc. What is the reason? Said R. Nahman bar Itzhak, R. Yohanan b. Zakkai said this in accordance with the system of R. Jehuda, who said that it is biblically prohibited to eat the whole day, because it is written, until the self-same day, and the self-same day means this day shall be included. Does R. Yohanan b. Zakkai indeed hold with Ar Jehuda, did he not differ from him? As we learn in the following Mishnah, when the temple was destroyed, Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai ordained that the whole day of Nafit shall be prohibited. And Ar Jehuda said to him, why such an ordinance? Is it not biblically prohibited, as it is written, on the self-same day, which means to include the whole day? Ar Jehuda erred, because he thought Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai intended to make his ordinance rabbinical, and it was not so. Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai ordained this biblically. If biblically, what is meant by the expression ordained? Read, he lectured that this is biblical and so ordained. Mishnah, if the first day of the festival falls on a Sabbath, the people bring their lulabs to the synagogue on the eve of Sabbath and leave them there, and on the next morning they come early to synagogue, and each seeks out his own lulab, and performs with it his duty, because the sages bold that the duty cannot be fulfilled on the first day by means of a lulab belonging to his neighbor, but it can be fulfilled on the subsequent days of the festival. R. Jose says, if the first day of the festival falls on the Sabbath, and one carries out the lulab into public ground through forgetfulness, he is not culpable, because he carried it out with the intention to do a religious duty. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, it is written. Ye shall take, that means, it shall be taken with the hand, unto yourselves, it shall be your own, but not a borrowed one or robbed one, and p. 60. From this the sages said that one cannot fulfill his duty with the lulab of his neighbor on the first day, unless he has made of it a present to him. And it happened to Rabban Gamaliel, Ar Joshua, Ar Eleazar b. Azariah, and Ar Akiba, when they were on board a ship, that they had but one lulab, which was the property of Rabban Gamaliel, who had bought it for 1,000 zuz, and Ar Gamaliel performed with it his duty, and then made of it a present to Ar Joshua. Ar Joshua did the same, and gave it away to Ar Eleazar, who did the same, and gave it as a present to Ar Akiba, and Ar Akiba, after having fulfilled his duty, returned it to Rabban Gamaliel. To what purpose do they tell us that Ar Akiba returned it to Rabban Gamaliel? It is to teach us, by the way, that a present with the condition that it shall be returned after, is called a present. As Rabha said elsewhere, if one say, I present to you this citron to fulfill your duty with it, and afterwards you shall return it to me, if the man returned it afterwards, he had fulfilled his duty, but if he failed to return it, it is not counted as anything. And to what purpose do they tell us that he bought it for 1,000 zuz? To let us know how dear to them were religious duties. Said Mar Bar Amimar to Ar Ashi, my father used to pray, holding the lulab in his hand. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Eleazar 1 Bar Zadok says, so was the custom of the men of Jerusalem, when one was going out of his house, the lulab was in his hand, when he went to the house of prayer, the lulab was in his hand, when he read the Shema and prayed, the lulab was in his hand, when he read in the Torah and raised his hands to bless Israel, he laid it away, on the floor, and afterwards took it up. If he went to visit the sick, or console mourners, the lulab was in his hand. When he went, however, to the house of learning, he sent it away through his son, or servant, or messenger. To what purpose is all this told? To let us know how mindful they were of religious duties. R. Jose said, etc. Said Abai, he is not culpable so long as he has not fulfilled his duty with it, but if he has, he is. But has not the duty been performed as soon as he has taken it into his hand and raised it? Said Abai, it means, if he carried it out inverted. Rabha said, even if he has not inverted it, but carried it out in a vessel. But did not Rabha himself, p. 61, say that taking through any other thing is called taking? That is, if he took it thus to honor it, but if in a vessel not appropriate to a lulab, it is not called taking. Mishnah, a woman may receive a lulab out of the hand of her son or of her husband, and put it back into water on the Sabbath. Ar Jehuda says, on the Sabbath it may be put back, on the festival they may add fresh water, and on the intermediate days they may change the water. A miner who understands how to shake the lulab is bound to perform that duty. Gemara, is this not self-evident? Lest one say, that because the lulab is not obligatory for a woman, she must not handle it, it comes to teach us that she may. A miner, etc. The rabbis taught, a miner who knows how to shake the lulab is bound to perform this duty. If he knows how to wrap himself in a cloth, he is bound to perform the duty of tzitzith. If he is able to take care of tefillin, his father may buy for him tefillin. As soon as he can talk, his father shall teach him the Torah, and to read Shema. If he knows how to slaughter animals, it may be eaten of his slaughtering. Said Arhuna, only if an adult was standing by. If he is capable to eat bread the size of an olive, one must remove from him to the distance of 4 ells, on certain occasions. Says Arhista, this is only if he can eat the piece of bread in the same length of time that a grown person can eat bread of the size of 3 eggs, or more. Said Arhiah the son of Aryeba, in the case of a grown man who is sick and unable to eat as much, in the above-mentioned length of time, one must nevertheless remove 4 ells. Because it is written, where there is much wisdom, there is much vexation. If the miner is able to eat roasted meat of the size of an olive, the paschal offering may be slaughtered for him, as it is written, every man according to what he eateth. Jehuda, however, said, it must not be given to him until he is able to distinguish. How? If he is given a chip, he drops it, but a nut, he accepts it. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the 4 kinds tied with the lulab, concerning halal, pouring the water on the altar. Mishnah, the lulab and willow to surround the altar were sometimes used on 6 days, and sometimes on 7 days of the festival. The halal and the eating of peace offerings took place on 8 days. The dwelling in the sukkah and the pouring out of water lasted 7 days, and the pipes were played on sometimes 5, sometimes 6 days. In which case was the lulab used 7 days. When the first holy day of the festival fell on a Sabbath, the lulab was used on 7 days, but when the first day of the festival fell on any other day of the week, the lulab was only used 6 days. In which case was the willow used on 7 days. When the 7th day of the willow happened to fall on a Sabbath, the willow was used 7 days, but when the 7th day fell on any other day of the week, the willow was only used 6 days. How was the command to take the lulab fulfilled when the first holy day of the festival fell on a Sabbath? It was the custom that every man brought his lulab to the Temple Mount, where it was received by inspectors, who deposited it in a gallery. The elders placed theirs in a separate chamber, and the people were taught to say, whoever gets hold of my lulab, be it his as a gift. On the next morning the people came early, the inspectors threw all the lulabs down before them, every man seized on one, and it often happened that they hurt each other. When the Beth Din saw that the people were thus exposed to danger, they ordained that every man was to use his lulab in his own house. Gemara, why? It is only handling it, and as the commandment of this is biblical, that it shall be taken in the temple all the 7 days, why shall it not be preferred to Sabbath? Said Rabbah, as a precautionary measure, lest one take it into his hand to go with it to an expert to learn the performance, and at the same time one will carry it 4 ells in public ground. And the same reason is with the cornet, and the same reason is. P. 63. With the Book of Esther, when Purim falls on Sabbath. If it is so, let it be forbidden even on the first day of the festival. On the first day of the festival, was it not ordained that it shall be used in the house, as mentioned above? Yeah, that was after it was ordained, but what was the case before it was ordained? Therefore we must say, that the reason is because for the first day, which is biblical even in the country, the rabbis did not take the precautionary measure, but the other days, which for the country is only rabbinical, the rabbis took it. If it is so, why shall we not take it now on the first day, when it falls on Sabbath? If one may say, because we do not know exactly the calendar, why do the Palestinians, who know exactly the calendar, not carry it on Sabbath? Yeah, they did so, even after the temple was destroyed, as we have learned in the Mishnah above that the people brought their lulabs to the Temple Mount, and another Mishnah said, they brought it to the prayer house, from which we may infer that in the time of the temple they took it to the Temple Mount, and after its destruction they took it into the house of prayer. But whence do we deduce that in the country it is biblically obligatory on the first day? From the following Boraitha, it is written, Ye shall take. That signifies, it shall be taken with the hand. Unto yourselves, it shall be your own, excluding a borrowed or a robbed one, on the day, even on Sabbath, the first, even in the country. The first, from this we infer that only when the first day falls on Sabbath it must be taken, but not on the other days. The text says, the day, to include Sabbath. Let us see. This is only handling. Do we need a biblical verse to allow handling? Said Rabbah, it is meant to allow the preparing of the lulab, and this is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha, the lulab and all its preparations violate the Sabbath. So is the decree of our Eliezer. And the reason of our Eliezer is, because it is written, the day, it is meant the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, it is written, in booths shall ye dwell 7 days. Days signifies the nights also, but perhaps only the days are meant, and not the nights. And it would be an analogy of expression, it is written here the days, and about the lulab the days, as of the lulab only days are meant, and not the nights, so also it may be with the sukkah. Or take another way, the analogy of expression of the 7 days of Aaron's consecration, as there the nights are included, so shall here also the nights be included. Now let us. P64. See what it resembles more. We may draw a lesson about a thing the duty of which is the whole day, from another thing of which the duty is also the whole day, and not draw the same from a thing the duty of which is only 1 hour. Or in another way, we shall draw a lesson about a thing of which the duty is forever from a thing of which the duty is also forever, and not about a thing of which the duty is forever from Aaron's consecration, of which the duty was only for that time. Therefore another analogy of expression is found, it is written here, Ye shall dwell, and about the 7 days of Aaron's consecration it is also written, Ye shall dwell, as there it is plainly written days and nights, so is here also meant days and nights. In which case is the willow used 7 days? Why shall the willow violate the Sabbath? Said Ar Yohanan, to let the public know that the willow is biblical. If it is so, let the lulab also violate the Sabbath, to make it public that the lulab is biblical. The precautionary measure, which Rabbi mentioned above, is taken in reference to the lulab. But why not in reference to the willow? Because usually the messengers of the Beth Din were sent to take the willow for the performance, but the lulab was taken by private persons. Said Rabha to Ar Itzhak the son of Rabba Bar Hannah, son of a scholar, come and I will tell you a good thing that your father said, what we learn in a Mishnah farther on, that every day they went round the altar once, and on that day 7 times, said your father in the name of Ar Eliezer, that is meant with the lulab. Ar Itzhak objected, we have learned in a Tosefta, the lulab violates the Sabbath in the beginning of its duty, and the willow in the end of its duty. It happened once that the 7th day of the willow fell on Sabbath and the branches of the willow were brought on the eve, and were laid in the court of the temple, and when the Beit Huses got wind of it, they took the branches of the willows, and hid them under the stones of the court. On the morrow the common people pulled them out from beneath the stones, and the priests erected them around the altar, because the Beit Huses do not agree that the performance of the duty of willows violates the Sabbath. Hence we see that they performed the religious ceremony with the willows, and not with the lulab. The question remains, but why did they bring them on the eve of Sabbath, why not on Sabbath? P65. Because as we, who are in exile and are not certain of the calendar, do not violate the Sabbath for the willow, they in Palestine also do not violate the Sabbath for the bringing. But we see that on the first day we do not violate the Sabbath for the lulab, and they do. It was told, that now they also do not violate even with the lulab. Abai said to Rabha, why do we use the lulab all the 7 days in memory of the temple, and not the willow? Rabha answered, we use the willow tied with the lulab together all the 7 days. Rejoined Abai, but we use it not for the sake of the willow, but for the sake of the lulab, and if you would say that we raise it again for the sake of the willow, we see proofs every day that we do not do so. Said Arzpid in the name of Rabha, the lulab, which is biblical, we use in memory of the temple all the 7 days, but the willow, which is rabbinical, we do not use so. It was taught, Ar Yohanan and Ar Joshua b. Levi differ, one says that the basis of the willow is a tradition from the prophets, and one says that the willow is only a custom of the prophets. From the following saying of Ar Abai we may assume that Ar Yohanan is the one who said that the basis is a tradition of the prophets, because he said in his name that so said Ar Yohanan. Said Ar Zerah to Ar Abai, did Ar Yohanan say so? Did he not say in the name of Ar Nehemiah, the man of the valley of Beth Hursah, that the 10 plants concerning Kilam, the willow, and the pouring of water are sign laws? He was astounded for a little while, and said, they were forgotten once, and then re-established. But how could Ar Yohanan say so? Did he not say to the sages of Palestine, do not say that the ordinances derived from the Torah are yours, they are the Babylonians, because we have received all our learning from them. Hence we see that Ar Yohanan did not think that in Babylon the Torah was forgotten, and how can it be said it was forgotten? It presents no difficulty, in the temple it was Sinai, but in the country it had for a basis the tradition of the prophets. Ar Ami said, the willow has to be of the prescribed size, and must be taken separately, and a man does not fulfill his duty with the willow which is tied with the lulab. Ar Hisda in the name of Ar Itzhak, however, said that a man can fulfill his duty with p. 66. The willow which is tied with the lulab. What is the prescribed size? Said Ar Nahman, 3 moist twigs with leaves. Ar Shishhate, however, said, even if there was 1 leaf on 1 twig. Said Abu, I was standing in the presence of Ar Elazar bar Zadok, and a man brought a willow before him, and he took the willow into his hand, and knocked off the leaves, but without any benediction, because he held that the willow was only a custom of the prophets. Abu and Hezekiah, the grandsons of Rabbite by his daughter, brought a willow to Rabbite, and he also took it and knocked it, without benediction, because he also held it was only a custom of the prophets. Abu said again, I was standing before Ar Elazar bar Zadok, and a man came to him and said, I possess some villages, and the inhabitants of the villages weeded the orchards in the sabbatical year, and for their labor they ate the olives, did they right, or not? Ar Elazar answered, it is not right. And the man went away. Said Ar Elazar, I am living in this country 40 years, and I have not seen a man walk in the right path as this man. Afterwards the man came again, and asked Ar Elazar what he should do in this matter, and Ar Elazar told him he should abandon the olives to the poor, and the laborers he should pay from his purse. Abu says again in the name of Ar Elazar, a man must not walk on the eve of Sabbath more than 3 parzaoth. Said Arkanah, the case is when he goes home, and his family does not know that he will come, and do not prepare anything for him for Sabbath, but if he is going to an inn, he may walk more, because he has prepared everything that is necessary for Sabbath. According to others, Arkanah said that even to his house he shall not go, so much the less to an inn. And he added to this, it once happened to me that I was coming home late on the eve of Sabbath, and my family did not expect me, I did not find even small fish prepared for Sabbath. How was the commandment to take the lulab fulfilled? One Tana taught in the presence of Ar Nahman, he deposited it on the roof of the gallery. And Ar Nahman said to him, why on the roof, did he intend to dry it? Read, on the galleries. Mishnah, how was the command to take the willow fulfilled? There was a place below Jerusalem called Moza. Thither the people descended, and gathered drooping willow branches. These they brought and erected at the side of the p67 altar, the tips inclining over it. While this was doing, a blast, a long note, and again a blast were blown. Every day they made one circuit round the altar, and recited the verse, O Lord, help us, O Lord, prosper us. Our Jehudah said the words, I and he, help us, were also said. On the particular day for using the willows they made 7 circuits round the altar. When they withdrew, what did they say? Beauty is thine, O altar. Beauty is thine, O altar. Our Eleazar said, they also said, to God and to thee, O altar. To God and to thee, O altar. As they did on weekdays, so did they likewise on the Sabbath, excepting only that they gathered the willow branches on the Sabbath eve and put them into golden casks, that they might not fade. Our Yohanan b. Barakah said, they fetched branches of palms and threshed them to pieces on the sides of the altar. Thence the day was called the branch threshing day. Directly afterwards the children threw down their lulabs and ate the citrons. Gemara, in a Boraitha it was taught, that the place where they were taken was free from taxes, and one Tana of the Mishnah calls it Moza, because this word signifies exempt from taxes. They brought and erected at the side of the altar. In a Boraitha was taught, they were soft and 11 ells high, so that they could cover the altar 1 ell. Said Arabehu, from what biblical passage is this inferred? From Psalm 27, bind the festive sacrifice with cords, etc. He said again in the name of our Eleazar, one who takes the lulab with its binding, and the myrtle bough with its braiding, the verse makes him equal to one who would build an altar and offer a sacrifice on it, and he infers it from the end of the passage just quoted. Hezekiah said in the name of our Jeremiah, quoting our Simeon b. Jacques, and our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon the Mahuzah, quoting our Yohanan the Mekutha, one who added a day to the festival for eating and drinking, the verse makes him equal to one who built an altar and offered a sacrifice on it, as it is written, bind the festive sacrifice with cords up to the horns of the altar. Hezekiah said again in the name of our Jeremiah, quoting our Simeon b. Jacques, all the prescribed plants for religious duties must be taken as they grow, as it is written, shittim wood, standing up. Hezekiah said again in the name of the same authority, I could exempt the whole world from the p68 day of judgment since I was born till now, and if Eleazar my son would be with me, I could do it for all men since the world was created till now. And if King Jotham ben Uzziah would be with us, we could do it for all men from the creation of the world till its end. The same says again in the name of the same, I see the greatest men in the world are very few. If they are 1,000, I and my son are included, if they are 100, I and my son are included, and if they are only 2, they are I and my son. Said Abai, there are no less than 36 upright men in the world who receive appearance of the Shekinah every day, as it is written, happy are all those that wait for him, and him is expressed by, which counts 36. To God and to thee. How did they do so? Did they not combine the name of the Lord with another thing, and we have learned in a Boraitha, who combines the name of the Lord with another thing, will be destroyed from the world? As it is written, save unto the Lord only. The Mishnah meant it was said so, to God we bow, and thee we praise. R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, the benediction over the lulab must be pronounced all the 7 days, but in the sukkah the benediction must be made only the first day. Why so? Because the nights intervene between the days, and every day it is a separate commandment, but in case of the sukkah, which is a duty during the nights also, all the 7 days are considered as one long day, and one benediction is enough. Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Yohanan, however, said, the benediction over the sukkah must be pronounced all the 7 days, but over the lulab only the first day. Why so? Because the sukkah is biblical, the benediction is to be made every time, but the lulab being rabbinical, it is sufficient on the first day. When Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Yohanan, that over both it is to be pronounced every day all the 7 days. Said R. Joseph, keep what Rabbi Bar Hannah said in your mind, because all the Amoraim hold with him concerning Sukkah. Other Tannim, however, differ also on the same point. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, over the Tefillin, every time one lays them, one must pronounce a benediction. So is the decree of Rabbi. The sages, however, said, in the morning only. And it was taught Abai said the halakha prevails according to Rabbi, and Rabbah said the halakha prevails according to the sages. Said Armari the son of the daughter of Samuel, I have seen Rabbah did not follow his. P. 69. Own decision, and we also all are doing according to Rabbi, and pronounce the benediction on every one of the 7 days. R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, the commandment of the Lulab is all the 7 days, but R. Joshua b. Levi said, the biblical commandment is only for the first day, and from this day further on it is the commandment of the elders, and so said also R. Itzhak. Rabbi, however, holds that the commandment is for all 7 days, and R. Nahman bar Itzhak taught plainly that Rabbi said so. The rabbis taught, if one made a sukkah for himself, he must pronounce the benediction of the time. When he comes to dwell in it, he must pronounce the benediction, blessed be he, etc., who has commanded us to dwell in a sukkah, but if the sukkah had been prepared, if he is able to fix there something new, he may pronounce the benediction of the time, if not, when he comes to dwell in it, he should pronounce both benedictions. Said R. Ashi, I have seen Archana, who used to pronounce all the benedictions over the goblet, together with the benediction of the day. The rabbis taught, if one have before himself many religious duties, he can say, blessed be he who has sanctified us with his commandments, and commanded to us many duties. R. Jehudah, however, said, he must pronounce the benediction before each one separately. Said R. Zerah, according to others R. Hanana bar Papa, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehudah. And he says again, what is the reason of R. Jehudah? Because it is written, blessed be the Lord, day by day. Do we only bless him by day, and not by night? We may learn from this that every day we should bless him for the duties of that day. The same authority says again, come and see. The usages of the Holy One, blessed be he, are not as the usages of human beings. A human being can put only something into an empty vessel, but if the vessel is full, he can put in nothing, but the Holy One, blessed be he, can add to a full vessel, but can put nothing into an empty one, as it is written, if thou wilt hearken diligently, 1 i.e., if you have heard diligently, you can receive. P. 70. More knowledge, but if not diligently, you can hear nothing. Another interpretation for this verse is this, if you have given your attention to what you have learned before, you can learn from it new things, but if you have turned away your heart from the old teaching, you cannot learn anything new. The children threw down, etc. Said R. Yohanan, the citron on the 7th day is prohibited to be eaten, but on the 8th day it is allowed, but the wood of the sukkah, even on the 8th day, is not allowed to be used. Resh Lakish, however, said, even on the 7th day the citron is allowed. R. Yohanan made an objection to Resh Lakish from our Mishnah, the children throw down their lulabs and eat their citrons. From this we may infer that only the children may do so, but not adults. Answered Resh Lakish, nay, adults may also do so, but the Mishnah mentions children because it was usually done so. Our Papa asked Abai, what is the reason that our Yohanan makes a difference between the sukkah and the citron? And he answered, the sukkah is fit for twilight, so that if one had to eat at twilight, he must sit in the sukkah and eat there, and because it was designated for twilight, it is designated for the whole 8th day, but the citron, which is not to be used at twilight, and was not designated for the twilight, is not designated for the whole 8th day. Levi, however, said, the citron is prohibited even on the 8th day. And the father of Samuel said, on the 7th day it is not allowed, but on the 8th day it is allowed. The father of Samuel afterwards retracted his teaching, and remained in accordance with the system of Levi. Zerah, however, remains in accordance with the old teaching of the father of Samuel, and taught in the house of learning that a citron which becomes invalid must not be eaten all the 7 days. Zerah said again, one must not give as a present to a child a lulab on the first day of the festival. Why so? Because a child may receive a present, but cannot make a present to another, and afterwards if the man uses the lulab for the religious purpose, he has used a thing which is not his. He says again, a man shall not promise a child something, and afterwards not keep his word, for the child can learn from it to tell a lie. We in exile, who keep 2 days of the festival, how shall we do? Said Abai, on the 8th day, which it is doubtful perhaps it is the 7th, it is prohibited, but the 9th day, which it is doubtful perhaps it is the 8th, it is allowed. Miramar. p. 71. However, said, even on the 8th day, which it is doubtful perhaps it is the 7th, it is also allowed. In Surah they acted according to Miramar, but Arshishate the son of Aridi acted according to Abai, and the halakha prevails according to Abai. Jehudah the son of Samuel bar Shalath said in the name of Rabbi, the 8th day, which it is doubtful whether it is not the 7th, may be considered as the 7th day in reference to the sukkah, but is considered the 8th day in reference to the benediction. Yohanan, however, said, it may be considered the 8th day for both purposes, in reference to the benediction, all agree that the benediction may not be said. What they differ about is only the citron. According to Rabbi, on the 8th day one must sit in the sukkah, and according to Yohanan, even sitting is not necessary either. Said Joseph, keep in your mind what Yohanan said, because the master of this halakha, Jehudah bar Samuel, who declared it in the name of Rabbi, did not act according to his teaching, and we have seen him on the 8th day sitting outside of the sukkah. The halakha prevails, that we do sit in the sukkah, but do not pronounce the benediction over it. Yohanan said, the benediction of the time must be pronounced on the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles, but not on the 7th day of Passover. Said Levi bar Hama, according to others Hama bar Hanana, this may be approved, because the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles is different in 3 things from the preceding days, it needs not sukkah, it needs not lulab, nor the pouring of water. If it is so, the 7th day of Passover is also different, because it is not a duty to eat matzah thereon, as the Master said that only the first night it is a duty to eat matzah. What comparison is this? There it is different only from the first night, but not from the first day, but here it is different from the day also. Rabbina said, the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles is different from the preceding day, but the 7th day of Passover differs only from the first day, but not from the one preceding it. How shall we act? Said Nahman, the benediction of the time may be said on the 8th day, and Arshishate said it must not, and the halakha prevails that it may be said. We have learned in a Boraitha in support to Nahman, the 8th day is a holy day by itself, has lots cast for itself, the benediction of time for itself, offerings for itself, a separate song for itself, and also a blessing for itself. Mishnah, the Hallel and the enjoying of peace offerings were 8 days. How so? We infer from this, that a man is bound to recite the Hallel and enjoy the peace offerings the last day of the festival the same as the preceding days. Gemara, where is this deduced from? The rabbis taught, it is written, thou shalt only rejoice, it comes to add the night of the last day of the festival, and to exclude the night of the first day. But perhaps it is meant only for the first day? The word only separates it. But why do you include the last day, and exclude the first day? I include the last night, before which there was enjoyment, but I exclude the first night, before which was no enjoyment. Mishnah, the sukkah is dwelt in 7 days. How so? When a man has taken his last meal therein, he is not directly to pull down his sukkah, but, after noon, he may move the furniture back into the house, in honor of the last day of the festival. How was the pouring out of the water? A golden pitcher that held 3 lugs was filled with water from the brook Silo. When they came with it to the water gate, they blew a blast, a long note, and again a blast. The priest then ascended the stair of the altar, and turned to the left. 2 silver basins stood there. R. Jehuda says, they were of gypsum, but had a dark appearance from the wine. Each was perforated with a small hole, like a nostril, the one for the wine somewhat wider, the other for the water narrower, that both might get empty at once. The one, to the west, was used for water, the other, to the east, for the wine. But if the water was poured into the wine basin, or the wine into the water basin, one's duty was reckoned to be fulfilled. R. Jehuda says, they poured out 1 lug on each of the 8 days. To him who poured out the water the people called, raise thy hand, for once it happened that one priest charged with this duty poured the water over his feet, and all the people pelted him with their citrons, as they did on the weekdays, so they did likewise on the Sabbath, except that they fetched the water from the silo on the Sabbath eve in a golden cask that had not been consecrated, and placed it in a chamber. If it was upset or uncovered, they filled again from the p. 73. Laver. For it was not lawful to bring on the altar water or wine which had been uncovered. Gemara, whence is it deduced? Said Arina, it is written, Ye shall draw water with gladness. Ascended the stair, etc. The rabbis taught, all who ascended the altar ascended on the right, went round, and descended on the left, except that those who ascended for the following 3 purposes ascended on the left, and went back on the same side, to pour water, to pour wine, and to offer a burnt offering of a fowl when it was too much on the east side of the altar. 1. Each was perforated, etc. Shall we assume that the Mishnah is according to R. Jehuda and not according to the sages, as it teaches farther on, R. Jehuda said with a lug, etc., because if the Mishnah would be according to the sages, the quantity of the wine and water was equal. Nay, we may say the Mishnah is according to the sages, but wine is thick, and water is thinner, and this is the reason for the unequal sizes of the holes. It seems to us it is so, for according to R. Jehuda one must be wide and the other narrow. As we learn in the following Boraitha, R. Jehuda said, 2 urns were there, one for water and one for wine, that for wine had its mouth wide, and that for water narrow, that they should be emptied at the same time. Rabha lectured, it is written, How beautiful are thy steps in sandals, O prince's daughter! How beautiful were the steps of Israel, when they pilgrimaged for the festival. Prince's daughter means, daughter of Abraham our father, who was called prince, as it is written, the nobles of the people are gathered together, the people of the God of Abraham. The God of Abraham, and not the God of Isaac and Jacob? It means, the God of Abraham, who was the first of the proselytes. The disciples of Aranan taught, it is written, the roundings of thy thighs. As the thighs are in a hidden place, so the words of the law must all be hidden, and this is similar to what our Eleazar said, as follows, it is written, He hath told thee, O man, what is good, and what the Lord doth require of thee, nothing but to do justice, and p. 74. To love kindness, and to walk humbly with thy God. To do justice, i.e., judgment, to love kindness, i.e., the bestowing of favors, and to walk humbly with thy God, that means, to bear a dead body, and to conduct a bride under the canopy. Is this not an a fortiori conclusion? If things usually done publicly are to be done surreptitiously, so much the more things usually done privately? R. Eleazar said, the doing of charity is greater than all the sacrifices, as it is written, to exercise righteousness and justice is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. The same says again, the bestowing of favors is greater than charity, as it is written. So then for yourselves righteousness, that you may reap the fruit of kindness. If a man sows, it is doubtful whether he will eat from his sowing, or not, but if a man reaps, he is sure to eat of it. R. Elazar says again, charity is rewarded only according to the kindness with which it is done, as it is written, sow for yourselves righteousness, that you may reap kindness. The rabbis taught, in three things is the bestowing of favors greater than charity. Charity is only with money, but the bestowing of favors is either with one's money or with one's person. Charity is only to poor men, but the bestowing of favors is to poor and rich. Charity is only for the living, but the bestowing of favors is both for the living and the dead. The same says again, one who does charity and judgment is as if he filled the whole world with kindness, as it is written, he loveth righteousness and justice, the earth is full of the kindness of the Lord. But if you mean that everyone who wants to do charity is given the opportunity to do real charity, it is therefore written, how precious is thy kindness. It is different, however, with the man fearing heaven, as it is written, but the kindness of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting over those that fear him. Arhama bar Papa said, a man who finds favor everywhere, it is certain that he fears God, as it is written, the kindness of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting over those that fear him. He says again, it is written she openeth her mouth with wisdom, and the law of kindness is on her tongue. Are there two laws, one of kindness, and one not of kindness? That means, if one studies the law in honor of the P75 Lord, it is a law of kindness, but if one studies the law for his own interest, it is a law not of kindness. According to others, if he studies the law to teach it, it is a law of kindness, but if he studies it for himself, it is not. If it was upset or uncovered, etc. Why so? He can strain the water? Shall we assume that our Mishnah is not according to our Nehemiah from the following Boraitha, even if the water was strained, the law of uncovered water does still apply to it? Our Nehemiah, however, said, this is only when the lower vessel was uncovered, but when the lower vessel was covered, though the upper one was uncovered, the law of uncovered water does not apply to it, because the venom of a snake, like a sponge, rises to the top. The Mishnah can apply also to our Nehemiah, but he spoke of preparing for an ordinary man, but in honor of the Lord could he say so? Did not our Nehemiah consider the verse in Malachi, do but present it unto thy governor, will he be pleased with thee, or receive thee with favor? Says the Lord of hosts. Chapter V. Regulations concerning the enjoyments and the songs in the temple during the time of the sacrifices, and their order. Mishnah, the pipes were played sometimes on 5 days, and sometimes 6. This means, the pipes played on during the time of water drawing, which does not supersede either the Sabbath or the festival. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the playing of pipes supersedes the Sabbath, so is the decree of our Jose bar Jehuda, but the sages said, even the festival it does not supersede. Said our Joseph, they differ only about the music of the sacrifices. Our Jose holds that the music of the sacrifices is instrumental, consequently it is a service, and supersedes the Sabbath, but the sages hold it is vocal, and therefore not a service, and does not supersede the Sabbath, but the music of the drawing of the water all agree is only an enjoyment, and does not supersede the Sabbath. But our Jeremiah bar Abba said, they differ only about the music of the drawing of water. Our Jose bar Jehuda holds that this enjoyment also supersedes the Sabbath, and the sages hold it does not, but about the music of the sacrifice all agree it is a service, and does supersede the Sabbath. What is the reason of those who say that the main music must be instrumental? Because it is written, and Hezekiah ordered to offer the burnt offering on the altar. And when the burnt offering began, the song of the Lord began with the trumpets, and with the instruments of David the king of Israel. And what is the reason of those who said the main music is vocal? Because it is written, and it came thus to pass, as the trumpeters and singers were as one, to make one sound. But what will they do with the former passage? Hezekiah meant, the voices accompanied the instruments. And those who hold it was only instrumental, what will they say to the last quoted passage? They explain it thus, the singers were as the trumpeters, i.e., used instruments also. P 77. Mishnah, he who has not witnessed the rejoicings at the water drawing has, throughout the whole of his life, witnessed no real rejoicing. At the expiration of the first holiday of the festival they descended into the women's court, where a great transformation was made. Golden candelabra were placed there, with 4 golden basins at the top of each, and 4 ladders were put to each candelabrum, on which stood 4 lads from the rising youth of the priesthood, holding jars of oil containing 120 jugs, with which they replenished each basin. The cast-off breeches and belts of the priests were torn into shreds for wicks, which they lighted. There was not a court in Jerusalem that was not illuminated by the lights of the water drawing. Pious and distinguished men danced before the people with lighted flambeaux in their hands, and sang hymns and lauds before them, and the Levites accompanied them with harps, psalteries, cymbals, and numberless musical instruments. On the 15 steps which led into the women's court, corresponding with the 15 songs of degrees, stood the Levites, with their musical instruments, and sang. At the upper gate which leads down from the court of the Israelites to the court of the women stood 2 priests, with trumpets in their hands. When the cock first crowed they blew a blast, a long note, and a blast. This they repeated when they reached the 10th step, and again when they got into the court. They went on, blowing their trumpets as they went, until they reached the gate that leads out to the east. When they reached that gate they turned westward, with their faces towards the temple, and said, Our ancestors, who were in this place, turned their backs on the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east, for they worshipped the sun towards the east, but we lift our eyes to God. R. Jehudah says, they repeated again and again, we belong to God, and raise our eyes to God. Gemara, the rabbis taught, who has not seen the rejoicing at the drawing of water, has not seen a real rejoicing in his life. He who has not seen Jerusalem in its beauty, has not seen a beautiful great city in his whole life, and who has not seen the building of the second temple, has not seen a handsome building in his life. What is meant by this? Said Abai, according to others Arhisda, it means the building of Herod. Of what materials was it built? Said Rabbah, of black and white marble, and according to others, of other colors also. He made 1 tier of stones projecting outward, and 1 tier of stones. P 78. Remaining inside. He wished to overlay it with gold, but the sages said to him, Leave it so, because it is more beautiful, having the appearance of waves of the sea. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jehudah said, who has not seen the Diplostoa of Alexandria in Egypt, has not seen the glory of Israel. It was said it was a great basilich, and the palace could contain twice the number of men who went out from Egypt, and there were 71 golden cathedras for the 71 sages of the great Sanhedrin, and each cathedra was no less than 21 myriads of talents of gold, and a wooden beacha was in the middle of the palace, where the sexton of the congregation stood, with a flag in his hand, and when the time came in the prayer to respond Amen, he raised the flag, and the whole people said Amen. And they did not sit promiscuously, but separately, the golden chairs were separate, the silver chairs were separate, smiths sat separately, carpenters separately, and all of the different trades sat separately, and when a poor man went in, he recognized who his fellow tradesmen were, and went to them, and thus got their work for the support of himself and his family. Said Abai, and all these were killed by Alexander of Macedon. Why were they so punished? Because they had transgressed the passage, the Lord had said unto you, Ye shall henceforth not return on that way any more. And they returned, and resided in Egypt. When Alexander came, he found them reading the passage, The Lord will bring up against thee a nation from afar, etc., and he said, I had to go 10 days on board the ship, and the winds blew and brought me here in 5 days, and he killed them. At the expiration of the first holy day, etc. What was the transformation? Said R. Eliezer, similar to what we have learned in the following Boraitha, the court of the women was formerly without a balcony, but they surrounded it with a balcony, and ordained that the women should sit above and the men below. The rabbis taught, formerly the women sat in inward chambers and the men in outer ones, but thereby was produced some levity, and therefore it was ordained the men should sit inwardly and the women outwardly, but still levity arose, and therefore it was ordained that the women sit above and the men. p. 79. Below. How could they do so? Does not the passage say, all was put in writing from the hand of the Lord, who gave me instruction respecting all the works of the pattern? Said Rabbi, they found another passage and lectured about it, namely, and the land will mourn, every family apart by itself, the family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart. And they said, is this not an a fortiori conclusion? At the time of mourning, when the passions are powerless, it is said the women and the men should be separate, so much the more in the temple, where they were occupied in rejoicing, and the passions can have power over them. What was the mourning for? Ardosa and the rabbis differ, one holds that it was for the Messiah the son of Joseph, who was killed, one holds that it was for the evil angel, who was killed. 2. It would be right according to one who holds that it was for the Messiah the son of Joseph, because he explains as supporting him the passage, and they will look up toward me whom they have thrust through, and they will lament for him, as one lamenteth for an only son, and weep bitterly for him, as one weepeth bitterly for the firstborn. But according to one who says that it was for the death of the evil angel, why mourning? Must it not be, on the contrary, an enjoyment? Why then weeping? This can be explained as our Jehuda lectured, in the future the Holy One, blessed be he, will bring the evil angel and slaughter him in the presence of both the upright and the wicked. To the former he will look like a high mountain, and to the latter he will look like a thin hair. Both, however, will cry. The upright will cry, saying, how could we overpower such a high mountain? And the wicked will cry, saying, how could we not subdue such a thin hair? And also the Holy One, blessed be he, will join them in wondering, as it is written, thus hath said the Lord of hosts, if it p. 80 should be marvelous in the eyes of the remnant of this people in those days, should it also be marvelous in my eyes. 1. R. A.C. said, in the beginning the evil angel appears as insignificant and thin as a cobweb. 2. And finally he becomes as thick as a wagon rope, as it is written, woe unto those that draw iniquity with the cords of falsehood, and as with a wagon rope, sinfulness. The rabbis taught, the Messiah be David, who will appear in the near future, the Holy One, blessed be he, will say to him, ask something of me and I will give it to thee, as it is written, I will announce the decree. Ask it of me, and I will give, etc. But as the Messiah be David will have seen that the Messiah be Joseph who preceded him was killed, he will say before the Lord, Lord of the universe, I will ask nothing of thee but life. And the Lord will answer, this was prophesied already for thee by thy father David, life hath he asked of thee, thou gavest it to him. R. Ara, according to others are Joshua b. Levi, lectured, there are 7 names for the evil angel. The Holy One, blessed be he, names him evil, as it is written, the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Moses calls him obduracy, as it is written, remove the obduracy of your heart. David calls him unclean, as it is written, create unto me a clean heart, and when he says a clean heart, it must be an unclean one. Solomon calls him enemy, as it is written, if thy enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink, for though thou gatherest coals of fire upon his head, yet will the Lord repay it unto thee. Do not read, but Isaiah calls him stumbling block, as it is written, and he will say, cast ye up, clear out of the way, lift up every stumbling block out of the way of my people. Ezekiel names him stone, as it is written, I will remove the heart of stone out of your body. Joel calls him host of the north, as it is written, and the host of the north will I remove. The rabbis taught, and I will drive it into a land barren and desolate, the evil angel hidden in a man's heart I will drive into the desert, i.e., where men do not live, that he might tempt them, with its advance towards the eastern sea, i.e., he set his eyes on the first temple, and destroyed it, and killed the scholars that were there, and its rearward toward the western sea, i.e., he set his eyes on the second temple, and destroyed it, and killed the scholars that were there, and its stench shall ascend, and its ill savor shall come up, because he hath done great things, i.e., he leaves out the other nation, and comes to tempt only the Israelites. He hath done great things. Said Abai, scholars he tempts more than anyone else. As it once happened, Abai heard a man say to a woman, let us rise early, and we will go on the road, and Abai thought, I will follow them, and prevent them from a sin. He went after them about 3 miles through reeds, and he heard them saying, our conversation has been very agreeable, and now we must take separate roads. Said Abai, my enemy would not have contained himself thus. He leaned against the bolt of the door, and was very sorry that he would have been worse than a common man. And an old man came to him and taught him, the greater a man is, the more is he tempted by the evil angel. Itzhak said, the evil passions of man try to get the better of him all the day long, as it is written. Was only evil all day long. Simeon b. Lachish said, they try to get the better of him, and to slay him, as it is written, the wicked looked out for the righteous, and seeked to slay him, and were not the Holy One, blessed be he, to aid him, man could not resist, as it is written further, the Lord will not leave him in his hand, and will not condemn him when he is judged. The disciples of Ishmael taught, if this hideousness has attacked thee, take it to the house of learning, if it is a stone it will be ground to powder, and if it is iron it will be split to pieces. If a stone, it will be ground, as it is written, Ho, every one of ye that thirsteth, come ye to the water, and it is written, the water weareth out stones. And of iron, it will be split into pieces, as it is written, is not thus my word like the fire? P. 82. Saith the Lord, and like a hammer that shivereth the rock. Said Samuel bar Nahamani in the name of Jehonathan, the evil angel tempts man in this world, and bears testimony in the world to come, as it is written, if one rear his slave delicately from his youth, then will he at length become Manan, and in the alphabetha of Arhiah, which was called Atbak, a witness was called Manan. 1. Rabbi Huna pointed out a contradiction, it is written, for the spirit of lewdness has caused them to err, and, the spirit of lewdness is in their bosom. At first it causes to err, and afterwards it remains in the bosom. Rabha said, in the beginning he is called traveler, and then guest, and then man, as it is written, and there came a traveler unto the rich man, and he felt compunction to take from his own flocks and from his own herds to dress for the guest that was come to him, but he took the ewe of the poor man, and dressed it for the man that was come to him. Yohanan said, if it were not for the following 3 passages, the enemies of Israel could not withstand, first, and her to whom I have done evil, and the second, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in my hand, O house of Israel, and the third is, I will remove the heart of stone out of your body, and I will give you a heart of flesh. Our Papa says, also from the following verse, and my spirit I will put within you. It is written, and the Lord showed me 4 carpenters. Who are the 4 carpenters? Said Hannah bar Bizna in the name of Simeon the pious, Messiah b. David, and Messiah b. Joseph, Elijah, and Cohen-Zedek. It is written, and in this shall there be peace, if Asher should come into our land, and if he should tread in our palaces, then will we raise up against him 7 shepherds, and 8 anointed men. Who are the 7 shepherds? David in the center, Adam, Sheth, Methuselah, at his right, Abraham, Jacob, and Moses at his left. And who are the 8? P. 83. Anointed men? Jesse, Saul, Samuel, Amos, Zephaniah, Zedekiah, Messiah, and Elijah. 1. And 4 ladders, etc. It was taught in a Boritha, that the height of every candelabrum was 50 ells. And 4 lads, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: is it meant that each of them held a pitcher that contained 120 lugs, or the 120 lugs was the joint capacity of all the 4? Come and hear. And in their hands were pitchers of oil containing each 30 lugs, which altogether amounted to 120. And a Boritha states that they were praised more than the son of Martha the daughter of Bathus. It was said of the latter that he used to take 2 legs from the large ox, which was bought for 1,000 zuz, in his hands, and went with them slowly, step by step. And his fellow priests did not let him do so, because it is written, in the multitude of the people is the king's glory. What is meant by, they were praised more than the son of, etc.? Shall we assume the 30 lugs were heavy, the legs were heavier? Yeah, but there was only 1 step, and it was square, but here was a ladder, and standing upright. There was not a court in Jerusalem that was not illuminated. A Boritha taught, a woman could pick wheat by this light. Pious and distinguished men, etc. The rabbis taught, among were such as said thus, well be to our youth which does not disgrace our age. They were pious and distinguished men, and there were among them people who said, well be to our age that has atoned for our youth. And these are the penitents. Both used to say, well be to those who have not sinned at all, but who has sinned shall repent, and he will be forgiven. We have learned in a Boritha, it was said of Hillel the elder, when he rejoiced at the drawing of the water, he used to say thus, if I am here, all are here, but if I am not here, who is here? He used also to say, to the places which I am fond of, my feet bring me. If thou wilt visit my house, I will visit thy house, but if thou wilt not visit my house, I shall never visit thine. As it is written, in every place where I, p. 84, shall permit my name to be mentioned, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. 1 R. Yohanan said, the feet of the man are securities for him, where he is needed, they bring him thither. 2 Ethiopians were in the service of King Solomon, named Elihoreph and Achiah the son of Shisha, and were his scribes. One day Solomon saw the angel of death was sad, and he asked him for the reason, and he said, because the 2 men are required from me. And Solomon took the 2 men and gave them away to devils, who should carry them away to the city of Luz, which the angel of death cannot enter. On the morrow he saw the angel of death was very cheerful, and when he asked him the reason, he told him, to the place where I was commanded to take the lives of these 2 men, thou hast sent them, for they died at the gate of Luz. Then said Solomon, the feet of a man are his securities, where he is needed, to that place they bring him. We have learned in a Boritha, it was said that Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, when he rejoiced at the drawing of water, would take 8 flambeaux in his hands, and throw them into the air, and catch, and one would not touch another. When he used to prostrate himself, he fixed his thumbs on the ground, and bowed, and kissed the floor, and then raised himself, and no creature can do so. And this is what is called Keta. Levi tried to make such a Keta in the presence of Rabbi, and became lame on one leg. Levi also tried in the presence of Rabbi to throw and catch 8 knives. Samuel tried to do so in the presence of Shabur the king with 8 goblets full of wine, and Abai in the presence of Rabha with 8 eggs, according to others with 4 eggs. We have learned in a Boritha, our Joshua br Hananiah said, when we were engaged in rejoicing at the drawing of water, our eyes saw no sleep. How so? The first hour for the morning daily sacrifice, afterwards for praying, and from that to the additional sacrifice, after that the additional prayer, afterwards we went to the house of learning, from there we went to eat and drink at home, and afterwards the minha prayer, and from the minha prayer to the daily evening sacrifices, and from that time we rejoiced at the drawing of the water till the morning. p. 85. But this is not so. Did not our Yohanan say, If one says, I swear I will not sleep 3 days, he shall get stripes for a false oath, and shall go to sleep immediately. He meant to say, we have not tasted any sleep, for we slept each on the other's shoulders. 15 Songs of Degrees, etc. Said Arhisda to one of the rabbis who read the Aggadah before him, have you heard of the 15 Songs of the Degrees, for what purpose David composed them? He answered, so said Ar Yohanan, when David was mining under the altar to get water, water burst out ready to overflow the world, there he composed the 15 Songs of Degrees, and therewith checked it. We belong to God and we raise our eyes to God. This is not so. Did not our Zerah say, one who said twice, Shema, Shema, is the same as if he had said, Modim, Modim, one of which a Mishnah says, that he must be silenced? The Mishnah meant thus, our ancestors bowed toward the east to the sun, but only to God we bow, and our eyes we raise in hope to God. Mishnah, in the temple they never blew the trumpet less than 21 times a day, nor oftener than 48 times. They daily blew the trumpet 21 times, thrice at opening the gates, 9 times at the daily morning offering, and 9 times at the daily evening offering. When additional offerings were brought, they blew 9 times more. On the eve of the Sabbath, they blew 6 times more, thrice to interdict the people from doing work, and thrice to separate the holy day from the workday. But on the eve of the Sabbath, during the festival they blew 48 times, thrice at the opening of the gates, thrice at the upper gate, thrice at the lower gate, thrice at the drawing of water, thrice over the altar, 9 times at the daily morning offering, 9 times at the daily evening offering, 9 times at the additional offerings, thrice to interdict the people from doing work, and thrice to separate the holy day from the workday. Gemara, our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Yehuda of the following Boraitha, according to those who say they were few, they were not less than 7, and according to those who say that they were many, they were not more than 16. What is the point on which they differ? Our Yehuda holds that blowing and alarming are one and the same thing, while p. 86. The sages hold that they are two separate things. But what is the reason of our Yehuda? Because it is written, and when ye blow an alarm. The rabbis, however, maintain that the passage means to say, that before and after the alarming a common blowing must be used. What is the reason of the rabbis' decree? Because it is written, but at the assembling of the assembly, ye shall blow, but he shall not sound an alarm, hence blowing and alarming are two separate things, for if they were not, how could the merciful one command to do only half of the merit? According to whom would be the saying of our Kahana that there is no difference between a Tekiah and a Teruah whatever? This is certainly in accordance with our Yehuda. But on the eve of Sabbath, during the festival, the Mishnah does not count the times that they blew when they ascended the 10th step, and therefore we must assume the Mishnah is in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob from the following Boraitha, 3 times they blew, when they ascended the 10th step. Our Eliezer b. Jacob, however, said, these 3 times they blew over the altar. From this we see that those who said it was blown over the altar, do not hold it was blown on the 10th step, and he who says it was blown on the 10th step, does not mean to say it was blown over the altar. What is the reason of Eliezer b. Jacob? He meant, when it was blown at the opening of the gates, it was not necessary to blow again on the 10th step. And what is the reason of the rabbis? They hold that when it was blown at the drawing of the water, it was unnecessary to blow over the altar. And therefore they gave preference to the ascending of the 10th step. When Bar Hananiah came from the south, he brought a Boraitha with him, thus, it is written, and the sons of Aaron the priest shall blow with the trumpets. This verse is superfluous, because there it is already written, shall ye blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings. And why is the first cited verse needed? To signify that they have to blow when there are additional sacrifices. He taught the Boraitha, and he explained it that it meant to say, that it was a duty to blow at every additional sacrifice. An objection was raised based upon our Mishnah, but on the eve of Sabbath during the festival they blew 48 times. Now, if it was so. P. 87. Let the Mishnah state that if the Sabbath falls during the festival there were 51? Said Arzera, because they did not blow at the opening of the gates on Sabbath. Said Rabha, who is that who is not careful in his statements? The saying of Arzera cannot hold good at all events. First, the Mishnah states that there was blowing every day, which certainly includes Sabbath, and, secondly, even if the Sabbath, falling during the festival, were equal to the eve of Sabbath, the Mishnah would not mention the eve of Sabbath, instead of the Sabbath itself, of which we could learn two things, that of our Eliezer b. Jacob, that the blowing was not on the 10th step, but over the altar, and, secondly, what our Ahabi Hananiah stated above, that they blew at each additional sacrifice. Therefore said Rabha that the reason is because they did not draw water on Sabbath, but on the eve of Sabbath, as stated supra, and then there were many blowings less. But let the Mishnah state, when New Year falls on a Sabbath, when there are 3 additional sacrifices, namely, the New Year, the New Moon, and the Sabbath sacrifice. The Mishnah, in reality, left this out, as well as it left out the case when the eve of Passover falls on a Sabbath, when there were many additional blowings at the slaughtering of the Paschal lamb. Nor oftener than 48 times. Is that so? Did they not blow, when the eve of Passover fell on Sabbath, according to our Jehudah 51, and according to the rabbis 57, times? When the Passover offering was brought, it is explained in Tract Pesachim that it was blown many times during the time when the 3 divisions brought their offerings. This, which was done every year, is counted in the Mishnah, but the eve of a Passover that fell on Sabbath, which is not every year, but only seldom, is not reckoned. But does the eve of Sabbath fall every year on the festival? It may happen that the first day of the festival falls on Friday, and then there is no eve of Sabbath during the whole festival. If this happens, then we prolong the festival for another day, because if the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles would be on Friday, the Day of Atonement would fall on Sunday, and no Day of Atonement must fall on Friday or on Sunday. An objection was raised. P. 88. We have learned that if the first day of the month falls on Sabbath, the song of the first of the month supersedes the song of the Sabbath. Now, if it would be as R. Aha interpreted the Boraitha before, that they blew at every additional sacrifice, why does it supersede? Let the song of the first of the month be sung, and that of Sabbath also? Said Ar Safra, the Boraitha which says supersedes the Sabbath means, it is said before the song of the Sabbath. Why so? Is there not a rule as to that which is frequent and that which is rare, that the frequent has the preference? Said Ar Yohanan, this was an exception to the rule, that the people should know that this month is consecrated by Beth Din in its time. Another objection was raised. Rabha bar Samuel taught, one may say, as we must blow every Sabbath separately, and every first month separately, so shall we blow at every additional sacrifice. Therefore it is written, on the beginnings of your months. This objection to our Ahaz teaching remains. How is it inferred from this passage? Said Abai, because it is written, on the beginnings of the months, in the plural, all the months shall be equal. Ar Ashi says, we may infer it from the following, it is written your months, and the beginnings, in the plural. Which month can happen to have 2 beginnings? That is New Year, which is the beginning of the year and of the month, and it is nevertheless written, your months. From this we infer, all the first days of the months must be equal. We have learned in another Boraitha, on the intermediate days the songs were as follows, on the first day they used to say from Psalm XXIX, ascribe unto the Lord, O ye sons of the mighty, on the second, from PS 1. 16, on the third, PS Siv. 16, on the fourth, Ibid 8, on the fifth day, PS Lsxi. 7. On the sixth day they used to sales xi. 5. All the foundations of the earth are moved, and if Sabbath fall on one of these days, all the foundations of the earth are moved should be superseded. The objection of R. Aha remains. But did not R. Aha bar Hananah cite both a verse and a Boraitha? Said Rabbina, the Boraitha which says it was blown at additional offerings, meant to say it was blown a little longer, but not a p89 greater number of times. The rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Aha said, it was added to the number of trumpets. And we in exile, who keep 2 days of festival, how shall we say in the additional prayer the passages about the sacrifices? Amimar ordained in Neharde, the second day we should leave out verse 17, but on the third day we should say both on the second and third, on the fourth day the third and the fourth, etc., because in exile it was doubtful when the first of the month was consecrated. Mishnah, on the first holy day of the festival there were 13 bullocks, 2 rams, and 1 goat to be offered. There then remained 14 lambs for 8 orders of priests. On the first day of the festival 6 of these orders offered 2 lambs each, and the other 2 orders 1 lamb each. On the second day 5 of the orders offered 2 lambs each, and the remaining 4 orders 1 lamb each. On the third day 4 orders offered 2 lambs each, and the remaining 6 orders 1 lamb each. On the fourth day 3 orders offered 2 lambs each, and the remaining 8 orders 1 lamb each. On the fifth day 2 orders offered 2 lambs each, and the remaining 10 orders 1 lamb each. On the sixth day 1 order offered 2 lambs, and the remaining 12 orders 1 lamb each. On the seventh day they were all equal. On the eighth day they cast lots, as on other festivals. It was so regulated that the order which offered bullocks one day were not permitted to offer bullocks the next day, but it went in rotation. Gemara, these 70 bullocks, for what purpose were they offered? Said R. Elazar, for the sake of the 70 nations which existed then. And to what purpose was offered the 1 bullock? For the sake of the single nation. It can be compared to a human king who says to his slaves, make for me a great meal for several days. On the last day he says to his friend, you make for me a little meal, that I should have a benefit from yourself only. Said R. Yohanan, woe be to the nations, they have lost, and they do not know even what they have lost. When the temple was in existence, the altar atoned for their sins, but now who shall atone for their sins? Mishnah, 3 times in the year all the 24 orders of priests were alike entitled to share the pieces of offerings of the festival, and in the shewbread, and on the feast of Pentecost the distributors say to each priest, here is leavened bread. P90. For thee, and here is unleavened bread for thee. The order of priests whose regular time of service occurs in the festivals offer the continual daily offerings, vows, and voluntary offerings, and all congregational offerings, and every sacrifice. Gemara, the pieces of the offerings. They were brought to the altar? Said Arhisda, do not read pieces 1 of the offering, but the offerings that were said to be sacrificed on the festivals. The rabbis taught, whence do we deduce that all the orders of the priests had equal shares of the offerings of the festival? Because it is written, and come with all the longing of his soul. He shall minister. Lest one say, on any day of the year it should be also so, therefore it is written, from any one of thy gates, to signify, this is only when all Israel comes through one gate. And in the shewbread. The rabbis taught, whence do we deduce that all the orders of the priests have equal shares of the shewbread? From what is written, they shall have like portions to eat. That means, according to his share in the service shall be his share in eating. But what is meant by eating? Shall we assume, that means to eat his share of the sacrifice? This is already deduced from Leviticus, 7:9, shall belong to the priest that offereth it alone. Hence it means only the eating of the shewbread. But lest one say, they shall have a share also in the duty offerings which are not dependent on the festival, therefore it is written, beside that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. What is meant by selling the patrimony? that they have divided the weeks, I and my children shall take this week, and you shall have the other week. And on Pentecost, etc. It was taught, Rabbi said, he shall pronounce first the benediction of the sukkah, and after this that of the time, and Rabbi bar Hannah said, that of the time first. The reason of Rabbite is because the duty of the day must be given preference, and Rabbi bar Hannah's, the frequent thing has the preference over the rarer thing. An objection was raised from our Mishnah. p. 91. On Pentecost it is said, here is leavened bread, and here is unleavened bread. Now, on the Pentecost, the duty of the day is with leavened bread, and nevertheless it mentions unleavened bread first, and this would be an objection to Rabbite, who says that the duty of the day must be given preference. Rabbite might say. On this differ the Tannim, as we learn in the following Boraitha, here is unleavened bread, here is leavened bread. Arsal, however, said, here is leavened bread, here is unleavened bread. Rna Haman B. Arhista lectured, it shall be done not according to Rabbite to pronounce the benediction of sukkah before that of time, but that of time should be said before that of sukkah. Arshishate the son of Red says, the sukkah before the time. And so the halakha prevails. The order of priests, whose regular time, etc. What is meant by all congregational sacrifices? It means to add the bullock, which the congregation has to offer for ignorance, and the goat for idolatry. And every sacrifice. What is meant by every sacrifice? It means, to supply the deficit on the altar. Mishnah, if a festival falls before or after a Sabbath, all the 24 orders share alike in the shewbread. But if a day intervenes between the Sabbath and the festival, the order whose regular turn it was, received 10 of the shewbread, and the loiterers received 2 shewbread. At other times of the year the order which entered on their duty received 6, and that which went off duty received also 6. R. Jehuda says, that order which enters on duty received 7, and that which goes off receives 5. Those who entered shared them on the north side, and those who went out, on the south side. The order Bilga always divided their share on the south side, their slaughter ring was fastened down, and the window of their chamber blocked up. Gemara, what is meant by before or after? Shall we assume that before means the first day of the festival, and after a Sabbath? The last day of the festival, is it not the same as a Sabbath during the festival? Therefore we must say that before means, the last day was before a Sabbath, and after means, the first day was after Sabbath. Why, then, shall the shares be equal? The Sabbath does not belong to the festival at all? Because those who have to work on the succeeding week must come before the Sabbath, and those whose duty was out. p. 92. Could not go away on the festival, and they all stayed in the temple. Therefore the sages ordained they should have an equal share. If a day intervene, etc. And according to R. Jehuda, what is the reason that those who enter receive 2 more? Said R. Itzhak, that was the reward for opening the gates. But why did they not say, let it be equal forever, for in the other week those who take 7 this week will have 5 the next? Said Abai, it is better to take a ripe small orange than to wait for an unripe large melon. Those who entered shared them on the north, etc. The rabbis taught, those that entered took their shares on the north side, that it should be seen they were entering, and those who took them on the south side did it that everybody should see they were going out. The order Bilga, etc. The rabbis taught, it happened to Miriam the daughter of Bilga that she became an apostate, and was married to an officer of the Greek kingdom. When the Greeks entered the temple, she took her sandal and knocked on the altar, and said, Lucas, Lucas, how long will you destroy the money of Israel, if you cannot help them in their trouble? When the sages heard this, they fastened down their ring and blocked up the window. But according to others, the order of Bilga was always late to come, and the order of Shavab his brother substituted them, and although always the neighbors of the wicked are not benefited, the neighbors of Bilga have benefited, because they took their share always in the south, and those of Shavab his brother always in the north. It is right according to those who say that the whole order was late, therefore it was punished, but according to those who say that only Miriam, Bilgah's daughter, became apostate, can it be that the Bilgah should be punished for his daughter? Said Abai, yeah, because people say, what a child speaks in the street, it has heard either from its father or from its mother. But must the whole order be punished for the sin of her father and mother? Said Abai, woe be to the wicked, and woe be to his neighbor, well be to the righteous, and well be to his neighbor, as it is written, say yet to the righteous, that he hath done well, for the fruit of their doings shall they eat. End of tract Sukkah. Footnotes 79:1 There was a tradition among the ancient Hebrews that two messiahs would appear before the redemption of Israel, one of the tribe of Joseph and one of the tribe of Jehudah, a descendant of David, and the expression who was killed means who will have been killed. The Jewish Christians at that time, who did not believe in the divinity of Christ, but in his messiahship, explain this passage to have reference to Christ. 79:2 See Tract Yuma, p. 100. 80:1 Lezer in his translation has it in the form of an interrogation, but the Talmud takes it in simple form. 80:2 According to Rashi, according to Sheinhack, however, it means the thread of the crock, and so it seems also from the Aruch. 82:1 In Lezer's version of the Bible he translates Manan son, for which we do not know the authority, but the Mishper translates Manan inoana, i.e., violent, and quotes a midrash where the evil angel is meant. 83:1 It is strange to Rashi why Isaac is not mentioned here among the patriarchs. He says it seems to him that it is stated elsewhere that it is because Isaac went to redeem his children from Gehenna. It is so. This can be found in Midrash Chronicles and in Jalkut Shimoni Micah, v. The strangeness of the saying, however, remains. 84:1 Rashi explains this that Hillel said so in the name of the Shekinah, that the Shekinah says, as long as I am in the temple, all are here, but if I am not here, who shall be here? In the Palestinian Talmud, however, it is explained that he says it of himself. Tosfot, however, said that the second part based on the verse shows that Rashi's explanation is correct. 85:1 This is explained in Tract Birakoth, Chap V, Mishnah 3. 90:1 The expression in the Mishnah for pieces is, and in Hebrew signifies also saying, and Arhisda interprets it not pieces, but the saying, what ought to be sacrificed. Tract Moed Kitten. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 7 Tract Moed Kitten, 3. Chapter I. Regulations concerning labor and marriage in the intermediate days, 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning labor, mourning and buying and doing business in that time, and also in the intermediate days, 19. Chapter 3. Regulations regarding mourning on festivals, regarding those who are under the ban, and washing, 25. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. P3. Synopsis of subjects. Of Volume 7 Tract Moed Kitten. 1. Chapter I. Mishnahs I to 3. How dry and low land may be irrigated from newly sprung fountain and rain water, on the middle days. Is grubbing up olive trees permitted during the sabbatical year? Is one court permitted to overrule the decision of another? Where is it deduced from the scriptures that tombs must be marked? Messengers on account of Kilaim, when and for what reason they were sent. The irrigating of plants and yard gardens. How to stop a gap in a fence, in the middle days and the sabbatical year, 1 to 9. Mishnahs 4 to 9. How the priests had to make the inspection of plagues. If it is allowed to gather the bones of parents in the minor festivals. If a funeral oration may be held 30 days before the festival. About digging and preparing graves in the minor festivals. If one may espouse a wife in those days. The explanation of I Kings 8. 66, and the legend of Solomon and the gates. The allegorical blessings of Jonathan and Jehudah the disciples of Ben Johai to his son, and their interpretation by his father. How a Rabbite interpreted the advice of Ben Halafta to his own son as a blessing from the scripture. The especial labors which may and may not be done on the middle days, and also the difference between a layman and a specialist on this subject, 9-18. Chapter 2. Mishnahs 1-6. Which labors may be done in the usual manner and which must be changed in their manner. If the property of one was fined by the court for violating the minor feasts, and he dies, is it in force for his heirs? And how it shall be done in the buying and selling places, 19. 24. Chapter 3. Mishnah 1. Who may trim their hair? If mourning and the burden of ban must be observed on the festival and middle days. Whence do we deduce? P4. That the court has power to summon, to appoint a time, and to postpone trials and to excommunicate. For what cases one may he put under the ban, and what is the fixed time for rebuke, ban, and excommunication? What happened to a young scholar whom our Jehudah put under the ban? How the maidservant of Rabbi put one under the ban for beating his grown-up son, and what the rabbi said to that? What Mar Zutra the pious did when a young scholar was delinquent, 25-34. Mishnahs 2-7. What documents are allowed to be written? About bonds and debts. About phylacteries, etc. Do the days of the festival postpone the mourning or abolish? The difference in this subject between Sabbath and a festival, and as to a difference also between the festivals themselves, and which of them enter into computation. If the garments are to be rent for certain relatives, and how to do it on the minor feasts. What happened to an Ishmaelitish merchant when the coffins of Rabbah and Hamnunah passed by? The elegy of a disciple on them. The funeral oration on Rubbinah. The answer of Bar Kippuk to the question of Ar-Ashi, what oration he would make on the day of his death, the oration on a child which died at birth, the oration on Ar-Zerah when he has departed in Palestine, all in verse. To whom it must be said, go in peace, and to whom, go with peace, 35-45. Footnotes 3:1 see footnote in Tract Sukkah. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. P1. Tract Moed Katan. Chapter I. Regulations concerning labor and marriage in the intermediate days. Mishnah, Beth Hashelhin may be irrigated during the middle days, and also during the sabbatical year, as well from a fountain that is newly sprung forth as from one that is not newly sprung forth, but one must not irrigate it with rainwater, nor with water from a deep well, nor may one make trenches round vines. R. Eleazar ben Azariah said, one must not make a fresh trench during the middle days, or during the sabbatical year. The sages, however, hold, that a fresh trench may be dug during the sabbatical year, and that those which are choked up may be repaired during the middle days. One may likewise repair water reservoirs on the public ground, and cleanse them. One may also repair the roads, the marketplaces, and the spring baths. In short, it is allowed to do whatever the exigencies of the public require. Tombs may be marked, and messengers are to be sent out on account of possible kilayim. 1. Gemara, as the Mishnah permits irrigation from a newly sprung fountain, although its sides are likely to cave in, it is self-understood then that it is the more so allowed from a fountain not newly sprung, the sides of which are not likely to cave in? For what purpose then did the Mishnah state expressly that irrigation is also allowed from a fountain not newly sprung? If not for this statement, we might assume that from a newly sprung fountain whose sides are likely to cave in, dry land may and lowland P2 may not be irrigated, but from a spring not newly sprung even Beth Habal may also be irrigated. It therefore comes to teach us that there is no difference. But whence do we deduce that Beth Hashelhin means dry land? From the passage, when thou wast faint and weary, the translation of Onkeles of which is, when thou wast mishalhai and weary. And whence do we deduce that Beth Habal means husband fields? From the passage, For as a young man espouseth a virgin, etc., the translation of Jonathan whereof being as a young man husbands a virgin, etc. Who is the Tana who holds that irrigation is permitted only for the purpose of preventing loss, but not for the purpose of deriving gain, and even in case of loss no troublesome work is permitted? Said Arhuna, it is our Eliezer ben Jacob, as we have learned in the following Mishnah. Our Eliezer ben Jacob said, water may be conveyed from one tree to another, provided the whole orchard be not irrigated. From this statement it may only be deduced that our Eliezer holds so in case of gain, but no deduction can be made therefrom as to where loss is involved. Therefore said our Papa, it is in accordance with our Jehuda of the following Boraitha, from a newly sprung fountain even lowland may be irrigated. This is the dictum of our Meir. Our Jehuda holds that only dry land which became ruined may be irrigated. Our Eliezer b. Azariah, however, agrees with neither of them. Our Jehuda went further than that and said, one may not direct a water channel to irrigate his garden and ruined land, during the middle days. What is meant by ruined? Does it mean actual ruin? Why then irrigating it? Said Abai, it means, land one spring of which was ruined but another one sprung forth. Our Eliezer b. Azariah, however, does not allow even in this case. But why all this argument? Perhaps our Jehuda did not allow the irrigation of lowland only from a new spring, for the reason stated above, but from an old spring, the sides of which are not likely to cave in, it is permitted? If this be so, then according to whom would be the statement in our Mishnah? We, therefore, must say, that according to our Jehuda from both newly sprung and not newly sprung fountains dry land may and lowland may not be irrigated. P3. And the statement in the Boraitha, from a newly sprung fountain, etc., is for the purpose of indicating the extent of our Meir's permission, viz., that dry land may be irrigated, and even from a newly sprung fountain. It was taught, one who weeds or waters plants on Sabbath, against what principal labor must he be warned? One said Rabbah, plowing, as, these are derivative from it. Our Joseph, however, said, sowing, as these are derivative from it. This would be correct as for the intermitting days, during which work is permitted in case of loss, but as for the sabbatical year, during which both plowing and sowing are prohibited, how can it be allowed? Said Abai, the Mishnah treats of the sabbatical year subsequent to the destruction of the temple, and Rabbi said elsewhere that this is only rabbinical. Rabha, however, said, the Mishnah may be explained even according to the rabbis, who hold that it is biblical, but the scripture prohibits only principal labors but not derivative, as it is written, but in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath of the Lord, thy field shalt thou not sow, and thy vineyard shalt thou not prune, etc. Let us see, is not sowing the principle of pruning, and is not reaping the principle of gathering? For what purpose then did the scripture expressly state pruning and gathering? We must say that it is to point out the derivatives for which one is liable. But is one not liable even for other derivatives? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, it is written, thy field shalt thou not sow, and thy vineyard shalt thou not prune? Whence do we deduce that weeding, grubbing up vines, cutting, plucking, sawing, and supporting, manuring, removing rubbish from the roots, or covering the roots with earth, or smoking are also not permitted to be done during the sabbatical year? From the arrangements of the words in the passage, it is not written, thou shalt not sow thy field, and thou shalt not prune thy vineyard, but, thy field shalt thou not sow, etc., which indicates that all work pertaining to the field and all work pertaining to the vineyard shall not be done. But this generalization does not include grubbing up olive trees, or vines, or filling water conduits, or digging trenches. P4. Round vines. Whence do we deduce these exceptions? From the statement, thy field thou shalt not sow. Was not sowing included in the general commandment, a year of rest shall it be unto the land? Why the repetition of sowing? For the purpose of comparison, as sowing includes both the field and the vineyard, so other labor similar to it is prohibited. Nay, all those enumerated in the Boraitha are only rabbinical prohibitions, and the biblical passage is only a slight reference. Is grubbing up olive trees permitted during the sabbatical year? Is it not written, "But the 7th year shalt thou let it rest and lie still," etc., and it was construed to mean, let it rest from being grubbed, and lie still from being cleaned from stones. Said Ukba bar Hama, grubbing is done for two different purposes, viz., to promote the growth of, and to fill the cracks in the tree. The latter is permitted, the former is not. We have learned in a Mishnah, up to what time is it permitted to dig in an orchard during the year immediately preceding the sabbatical year? The school of Shammai hold, during all the time the fruit may benefit thereby. The school of Hillel, however, decree, up to the feast of Pentecost. Both these limits are almost identical. And up to what time is it permitted to plow cornfields during the year preceding the sabbatical year? Until the ground ceases to be damp, and during all the time people till the soil to plant melons and cucumbers. Said Simeon, if this be so, then the law permitted every individual to fix his own time. Therefore, the time is fixed as follows: cornfields may be tilled up to the Passover and orchards up to Pentecost. And Simeon ben Pazi in the name of Joshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kappa, said, Rabban Gamaliel and his tribunal have abolished those two limits. Said Zerah to Abahu, how could Rabban Gamaliel and his court abolish a regulation established by the schools of Shammai and Hillel? Did we not learn in a Mishnah, no one court is permitted to overrule the decision of another court, unless they exceed the other in number and wisdom? He was astounded for 1 hour, and then answered, say, so was the condition of the first court, that those who differ with them may overrule them. Ashi, however, said, Rabban Gamaliel and his court are in p. 5. Accordance with Ishmael, who holds that this was oral law, and as such it was binding only during the existence of the temple, similar to that of pouring water on the altar, but not after. The rabbis taught it is not permitted to irrigate from the water basins, or trenches, which were filled with rainwater on the eve of the feast, unless there is a water channel passing between them. Said Papa, even this is permitted only where the greater part of the land is irrigated therefrom. Ashi, however, said, it is permitted even if this is not the case, for when water is likely to flow in, one is not likely to do any troublesome work, and is rather likely to think to himself, if it cannot be irrigated in 1 day it will be so in 2 or 3 days. The rabbis taught, it is permitted to irrigate dry land from a water basin which receives its water supply from the dry land situated above it. But is it not likely to cease? Said Jeremiah, the case is when it is still dripping. Abai adds, this case holds good only when the original spring has not ceased. One must not make a fresh trench, etc. This would be correct in reference to the middle days, because it is considered work, but what is the reason for the sabbatical year? Zerah and Abba bar Mammal, one holds, the reason is because it resembles delving, and the other says, because it is considered a preparation of the adjacent ground for sowing. And those conduits that are choked up may be cleansed. What is meant by choked up? Said Abba, if it was only 1 span deep, it may be restored to its original depth of 6 spans. Abai allowed the inhabitants of Hamdok to cut off the branches of the trees growing in the river. Jeremiah allowed the inhabitants of Sekutha to cleanse a choked well of the river. Ashi permitted the inhabitants of Matha Haja to deepen the river Bernise, and the reason assigned by him for this permission was, that because many persons used its water it was to be considered as a public necessity, and our Mishnah states that all work for public service is permitted. One may repair water reservoirs located on public ground. p. 6. Is cleansing only, and no digging, permitted? Said Jacob in the name of Yohanan, the Mishnah refers to a case in which the public do not need it, but otherwise even digging is permitted. Is that so? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, basins, pits, and cavities may be cleansed, if they belong to private persons, and so much the more if they are public. But it is not allowed to dig even when they are public, and so much the more when they are private. Should we not assume that it is not permitted even when needed by the public? Nay, the case is when the public do not need it. Then how would it be in case of the private ones? Shall we assume that it is even when one does not need it? Then why should cleansing be permitted? Explained thus, private basins may be cleansed when needed by him, and so much the more public basins if required by the public, but it is not permitted to do so even when they are public in case they are not needed by the public, and so much the more private ones if not needed by the owners, for if not needed by the owners even cleansing is not permitted. Said Rashi, the explanation of our Mishnah seems to mean the same, as it states all that is necessary, etc., and this word all adds also digging. But the expression all may include the works enumerated in the following Boraitha. Messengers may be sent out to remove prickles from the roads and to repair the markets and thoroughfares, and to ascertain the contents of the legal baths, and if they do not contain the prescribed measure they must be regulated. And whence do we deduce that if the messengers were not sent out and in consequence thereof an accident happened, that those guilty of such neglect are personally charged with having caused that accident? Therefore it is written, and blood guiltiness be brought upon thee. Are all these not expressly stated in our Mishnah? The roads, etc., may be repaired. Why then repeat, all what is required by the public, etc.? We must then assume that it adds digging. Infer herefrom. And tombs may be marked, etc. R. Simeon B. Pazzi said, where is it hinted at in the scripture that tombs must be marked? It is written, when anyone seeth a man's bone, there shall be set up a sign by it. Said Rabbina to Rashi, were not tombs marked prior to Ezekiel? Therefore we must say, that it was traditional and the passage in Ezekiel only refers to it. Rabbina, however, said, we may find a reference to this in the following passage, and p7. To him that ordered his course aright will I show the salvation of God. As R. Joshua B. Levi said, one who weighs his ways will be rewarded in seeing the salvation of the Holy One, blessed be he. As the Hebrew term of the above passage is vesem direk, do not read vesem, but psham. A pupil of Arjana who was wont to ask questions of the latter whenever he was lecturing, refrained from doing so on the Sabbath preceding a holiday, when a multitude of people used to gather, and Arjana referred to him the passage just quoted. The rabbis taught, those things which cannot communicate uncleanliness when in a tent need not be marked, but the following parts of a dead person must be marked: the spinal cord, the head, the major part of the structure of the skeleton, and the major number of parts of the skeleton. Those places which are known to be unclean need not be marked, but those which are doubtful need be. The following are considered doubtful places: those having trees with spread out branches, places near fences the stones of which are projecting forward, and Beth-Haperes, and no signs should be put up on the very spot of the uncleanliness, in order not to injure those who are clean, neither shall a sign be put too far away from the unclean spot, in order not to injure the land of Israel. R. Jehuda said, no marking should be done unless there is the elder or a scholar, for not everyone is experienced in such things. Said Abai, from this we may infer, that if there is a young scholar in the city, all the business of the congregation must be attended to by him. And messengers are to be sent out on account of Kilayim. Were messengers sent out on the middle days? Have we not learned in a Mishnah that they were sent out on the first day of Adar? R. Elazar and R. Jose Bar Hanana, one explains the contradiction thus: our Mishnah relates to those p8 plants which are late in season and the other to those early in season. The other explains that our Mishnah refers to vegetables and the other to herbs. Said Rasi in the name of R. Yohanan, this is the case only when the plants have not sprung up, but when they have messengers are sent out even before. Why are messengers sent out on the middle days? Said R. Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, because on those days labor is cheap. How much of the mixed seeds must there be in order to constitute Kilayim? Said R. Samuel bar Itzhak, as we have learned, every saw that contains 1/4 of seed of another species must be lessened. But did we not learn in a Boraitha, it was determined that the whole field be confiscated? This presents no difficulty. The former was said before and the latter after the determination was made, as we have learned in a Boraitha. Formerly the messengers used to pull out the kelim and throw them to the cattle, and the owners used to be doubly pleased, first because their fields were weeded, and secondly because their cattle were fed, so it was determined that it be pulled out and thrown on the roads, but the owners were still very pleased because of the weeding of their fields, and it was finally determined that the whole field should be given to the free use of the people. Mishnah, R. Elazar ben Jacob said, one may lead water from one tree to another, provided always the whole orchard be not irrigated. Plants which have not imbibed before the middle days, must not be irrigated during the middle days. The sages, however, permit both. Gemara, R. Jehuda said, if it was damp land it may be done. So also we have learned in the following Boraitha, the prohibition to irrigate during the middle days applies only to plants that have not imbibed prior to the feast, but those that have may be irrigated during the middle days. And if it was damp land it may. Withered land, however, must not. But the sages permit both. Rabbana said, from this it is to be inferred that a yard garden may be besprinkled during the middle days, for what is the reason for withered land? Because by irrigation it is changed from one late in season unto one early in season? The same is the case with a yard garden. Mishnah, one may catch ischiath and field mice in orchards and fields in the usual manner, both during the middle days and the sabbatical year. The sages, however, said, that in p9, an orchard in the usual manner, but that in a cornfield it must not be caught in the usual manner. During the middle days one may pile to stop a gap in a fence, on the sabbatical year, however, it may be repaired in the ordinary way. Gemara, what is ischiath? Said R. Jehuda, it is an eyeless insect. Said Rabha bar Ishmael, and according to others R. Yemar bar Shlamia, where is it mentioned in the scripture that ischiath is an eyeless insect? It is written, as a snail which melted, let him pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman, one which hath not seen the sun. But that in a cornfield it must not be caught in the usual manner. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Simeon ben Elazar said, this refers only to those cornfields that are adjacent to a town, but in case of those adjacent to an orchard it may be done even in the usual manner, for the reason that they might overstep the boundary and injure the trees. During the middle days one may pile loose stones to stop a gap in a fence. With what is it stopped? Said R. Joseph, with the twigs of shrubbery and the bay tree. In a Boraitha we have learned, the stones may be piled up but no mortar must be used. Said R. Hisda, this applies only to garden fences, but in case of court walls it may be rebuilt in the usual manner. Said R. Ashi, this may be inferred from our own Mishnah. It states, and during the sabbatical year it may be rebuilt in the usual manner. This statement cannot relate to a court wall, because there is no reason why it should not be permitted. It must then relate to garden fences, and although it looks as if done for the purpose of protecting the fruit, infer herefrom that it is permitted. Mishnah, R. Meir said, priests make the first inspection of the plague in order to relieve but not to restrict him. The sages, however, decide, neither to relieve nor to restrict. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jose holds, neither to relieve nor to restrict, for the reason that if an inspection is made, if you cannot relieve him you must restrict him. Said Rabbi, R. Meir's decision seems to be more proper in the p10 case of one who is still subject to the examination, and R. Jose's decision seems to be the more proper one in the case of one who was decidedly afflicted with the disease. Said Rabha, they all agree that no examination is made of a clean person. They also all agree that an inspection may be made during the first seclusion. One in what they differ is, in the case of the second seclusion. One holds that it is discretionary with the priest. If he finds him clean, he informs him, but if he finds him unclean, he keeps silent. And the other holds that, as it is written, to pronounce him clean or unclean, he must in either case pronounce it. The master said, Rabbi, our Jose's decision seems to be more proper, etc. But have we not learned in a Boraitha, vice versa? There is a difference of opinions between the Tannim in regard to Rabbi's statement. One holds that one prefers association with the public, and the other holds, that he appreciates more the society of his wife. Mishnah, our Meir further said, one may gather the bones of his father or mother, because it is a joy to him. But our Jose said, it is a grief to him. One must not grumble over his dead, nor hold a funeral oration for 30 days before the festival. Gemara, there is a contradiction, we have learned in a Boraitha, one who gathers the bones of his dead father or mother shall mourn over them the whole day, but not in the evening. Said our Hista, this is applicable even if they are wrapped up in his mantle. Said Abai, read in the Mishnah, our Meir said, etc., for the enjoyment of the festival will prevent him from mourning. One must not grumble over his dead. What is meant by grumble? Said Rabbi, the funeral orators in Palestine use the following expression in their funeral orations: let all the perturbed join him in mourning. 30 days before the festival. Why 30? Said our Kahana, according to others Rabbi, it happened once that a funeral orator came around to the house of one who had saved up some money for the prescribed pilgrimage to Jerusalem. P11. And he so pleased the wife of the latter with his orations that she handed him all her savings, and her husband was prevented from going to Jerusalem. And therefore it was then determined that no exciting oration be held within 30 days preceding a festival. Samuel, however, said, the reason is, because no one departed is forgotten by his mourners during the first 30 days. In what respect does it make a difference, whether the one or the other is the reason? In case one volunteers to do it without compensation. Mishnah, one must not dig graves or burial vaults on the middle days, but one may prepare graves, and also make a washing pit, and a coffin in the same court where the corpse lies. This, however, our Jehuda prohibits, unless the boards have been provided. Gemara. What part is called grave, and what part vault? Said our Jehuda, grave is the excavation, and vault is that part which is built in the grave. So also we have learned in a Boraitha. But one may prepare graves. What is meant by preparation? Said our Jehuda, if it was too long it may be shortened. In a Boraitha we have learned that it may be made both longer and wider. And a coffin in the same court where the corpse lies. What we read in this Mishnah has reference to what the rabbis taught: all that is necessary to be done for the dead may be done, his hair may be cut, his wrapper washed, and his coffin may be prepared from boards cut before the festival. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, timber may be also brought and boards cut therefrom, privately in the house. Mishnah, one must not espouse a wife on the middle days, neither virgins nor widows, nor must one marry the childless widow of his deceased brother, one as that is a cause of joy to him, but one may receive back his own divorced wife. A woman may prepare her ornaments on the middle days. Our Jehuda said, she must not apply lime, because it may disfigure her. A layman may sew in the regular way, but the tailor must do it zigzag. One may twine of bedsteads. Our Jose, however, said, they may only be tightened. P12. Gemara, and if it is a cause of joy to him, why not? Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, and so also said our Eleazar in the name of our Ashiya or Hanana, for the reason that two different joys must not be commingled. Rabbi Bar Huna said, for the reason that the enjoyment of the festival is neglected on account of the enjoyment over his wife. Said Abai to our Joseph, the statement of Rabbi Bar Huna was originally made by Rabbi, as our Daniel Barkdina said in the name of Rabbi, whence do we deduce that it is not permitted to espouse wives on the middle days? For it is written, and thou shalt rejoice on thy feast. Over thy feast thou shalt rejoice, but not over thy wife. Ulla said, the reason is, because there would be too much trouble. Itzhak of Nafha said, the reason is, in order not to restrict reproduction. An objection was made, we have learned elsewhere, all those said to be prohibited from espousing wives on the middle days, may do so on the eve of the feast. This seems to contradict all those reasons assigned. This presents no difficulty, according to the one who said, because of the enjoyment the main enjoyment over his bride is on the first day only, according to the one who said, it is the trouble the main trouble is also on the first day only, and according to the one who said, in order not to restrict reproduction for one single day no one will postpone it. But whence do we deduce that two different joys may not be commingled? It is written, and Solomon held at the time the feast, etc., 7 days and 7 days, even 14 days. Now then, if commingling of two different joys were permitted, why did Solomon not postpone it until the feast, and the 7 days of the feast would have served for both? Parnach in the name of Yohanan said, on that year the Israelites had not observed the Day of Atonement and they were perturbed and thought they were sinful, and a heavenly voice was heard announcing, all of you are prepared for the world to come. It is written, on the 8th day he dismissed the people, and they blessed the king and they went unto their tents, etc. And they went unto their tents, meaning, they found their wives clean. Joyful they were delighted with the brightness of the Shekinah. Glad of heart the wife of every one became. p13. Pregnant with a male child. Because of the good, etc. for the announcement of the heavenly voice, as stated above. For David his servant and Israel his people this would be correct so far as Israel is concerned, for they were forgiven their neglect to observe the Day of Atonement, but what is hinted at by the statement, for David his servant? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, when Solomon desired to place the ark in the temple, the gates became fastened to each other and they could not be opened. Solomon then pronounced 24 prayer songs and was not answered. He then commenced to pray, raise your heads, O ye gates, etc., and still he was not answered, but when he finally said, O Lord God, turn not away the face of thy anointed, remember the pious deeds of David thy servant, he was at once answered. At that moment the enemies of David became as black as the bottom of a pot, and then it was known to all that the Holy One, blessed be he, had forgiven David that sin. R. Jonathan ben Esma'i and Jehudah b. Jerem had been studying the chapter treating of vows before Simeon b. Johai. In the evening they took leave of him and departed. On the following morning they returned and asked leave again. Simeon b. Johai questioned them, did you not take leave of me last night? They answered him, did not our master teach us, that a disciple who takes leave of his instructor and remains in the same place overnight must take leave again? As it is written, on the 8th day he dismissed the people, and they blessed the king, and it is again written, and on the 23rd day of the 7th month he dismissed the people. Infer from this, that a disciple who after taking leave of his master remains overnight in the same place must take leave again. Then be said to his son, these men are of nice countenance. Go and receive their blessing. He went, and found them discussing the contradiction of the following passages, it is written, balance well the track of thy foot, and let all thy ways be firmly right, and Ibid v6 reads, so that cannot balance the path of life. This presents no difficulty. The first passage refers to a commandment that can be performed by others, and the other passage has reference to such as cannot be performed by others. They again propounded a question, it is written, she is more precious than pearls, and all the things thou valuest are not equal unto her. From p14. This it seems that heavenly things are equal. And it is written, and all the things that men wish for are not equal to her, from which it seems that heavenly things are also included. And the above answer was applied also to answer this contradiction. They then turned to him and asked him what his wishes were, and he answered, Father sent me here to receive your blessing. They then pronounced, let it be the will that thou shalt sow but not reap, thou shalt bring in but not give forth, thou shalt give forth but not bring in, thy house shall be ruined and thy temporary dwelling shall remain, thy table shall be confused, and thou shalt not see a new year. When he returned to his father he said, not only did they not bless me, but, on the contrary, they cursed me. And he recited the above. His father replied, all those are blessings, viz., thou shalt sow and not reap means, allegorically, thou shalt bear children and they shall not die. Thou shalt bring in and not give forth, thou shalt bring in thy housewives for thy sons, and thy male children shall not die, so their wives will not need to leave thy house. Thou shalt give forth and not bring in ... thou shalt have daughters and their husbands shall not die, so that they shall not be compelled to return to thy house. Thy house shall be ruined and thy temporary dwelling shall remain ... for this world is only a temporary dwelling and the world to come is the real house, as it is written, their inward thought is, that their houses are to be forever. Do not read Kerbam, but Kivram. Thy table shall be confused ... by thy many children. And thou shalt not see a new year ... thy wife shall not die, so that thou shalt not be compelled to marry another. R. Simeon b. Halafta took leave of Rabbi, and the latter said to his son, go to him and receive his blessing. R. Simeon pronounced the following, let it be the will that thou shalt not shame others and others shall not shame thee. When he returned to his father he said, he did not bless me, but only advised me. And his father rejoined, nay, it is a blessing, and it is the same, the Holy One, blessed be he, pronounced over Israel, as it is written, and ye shall eat in plenty, etc., and my people shall not be ashamed unto eternity, and repeated in the next passage, and ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, etc., and my people shall not be made ashamed unto eternity. The repetition herein, p. 15, means, both that they shall not shame others and others shall not shame them. A woman may prepare her ornaments, etc. The wife of Arhisda was once ornamenting herself in the presence of her daughter-in-law. Arhuna Bardina, who was present at the time, said, it seems to me that only a young woman is allowed to prepare her ornaments, but not an old one. And Arhisda rejoined, by the Lord. Even your mother and your grandmother, and even the woman who is on the brink of her grave, as the proverb goes, a woman of 60 is as enthusiastic over the music of a cymbal as a girl of 6. R. Jehuda said, she must not apply lime, etc. R. Bibi's daughter applied gradually cosmetics to every part of her body, and she improved so much that she received a dowry of 400 zuz. The daughter of a stranger who resided in the neighborhood, learning of that, applied a cosmetic at once to all parts of her body, and in consequence thereof died. The stranger then said, Bibi killed my daughter. R.N. Ahman said, in our Bibi's house, where beer was used, his daughters had to use cosmetics, but in our houses, where beer is not used, our daughters need not apply cosmetics. The layman may sow in the regular way, etc. Who is considered a layman? The school of Arjana explained, one who is not experienced in gathering on the needle, R. Jose Barhanana said. One who cannot properly place the foundation in the border of a garment. They may twine the ropes, etc. What is the difference between twining and tightening? When Ardimi came from Palestine he said, R. Hayabar Abba and Arasi, both in the name of Hezekiah and Ar Yohanan, differ. One says twining means both the shoot thread and the warp, and tightening means the shoot only, and the other holds that twining means the warp and not the shoot thread, and tightening means if they were not tight they might be tightened. When Rabin, however, came from Palestine, he declared that as to twining, all agree that it means the shoot thread and the warp, they differ only as to tightening, one holds it means the shoot only, and the other holds that if they were not tight they might be tightened. Mishnah, one may erect an oven or a hearth, or a mill, on the middle days. R. Jehuda says. New millstones must not be chipped. p. 16. Gemara, what is the meaning of chipping? Said Ar-Jehuda, it means notching. Ar-Jehiel said, it means the boring of the center hole in the millstone. Ar-Hamo lectured, millstones may be cleaned during the middle days. In the name of Ar-Meir he said, even the hoofs of the horse and ass may be pared, provided they are used for riding, but not the hoofs of an ass employed in a treadmill. Ar-Jehuda permitted to pare the hoofs of an ass employed in a treadmill, to place the millstones in proper position, and to build a new mill, to erect a foundation for the millstones, and also to erect a stall. Rabha permitted to comb a mare, to erect a stand and a colonnade. Rabha also permitted to let blood to a domestic animal during the middle days. Said Abai to Rabha, we found a boritha in your support, blood may be let to a domestic animal, and no restriction is made to the administration of medicines to domestic animals during the middle days. Rabha permitted to press garments. Why so? For the reason that it can be done by any unskilled person. Rabha said again, trading even in the most moderate degree is not permitted. Said Ar-Hosei bar Abin, but in case of perishable articles it is. Rabbanah was to complete a transaction in which he would have earned 6,000 zuz, and by postponing it till after the middle days he earned 12,000. Rabbanah had to collect some money from the inhabitants of the fortress of Shnuatha, and he consulted Ar-Ashi whether to go there or not. Ar-Ashi told him, if you think you can find them now and not on other days, it is as if it were perishable articles and you may do it. We have learned in a boritha similar to that just stated, in regard to dealings with idolaters, it is permitted to attend markets of idolaters and to purchase domestic animals, male and female slaves, land and vineyards, and to write out the deeds and record the same, for it is considered as if rescued from their hands. Rabbi permitted Hayabar Ashi to construct a fisher's net on the middle days. Ar-Jehuda permitted Ami, the oven builder, to erect an oven, and to Rabba bar Eshbai he permitted to mesh a sieve. Mishnah, a railing may be made round a roof, or gallery, in the way a layman does it, but not in the way it is done by a mechanic. Rents may also be closed, and smoothed with a roller, or with hand and foot, but not with a trowel. Should the hinges of the door frame, or the beam, or the lock, or the key have been broken. P17. They may be repaired on the middle days, provided always one does not intentionally put off the repairs till the middle days. All pickled food of which one can eat during the middle days may be pickled. Gemara, what is meant in the way of a layman? Said Ar-Joseph, with twigs or wire. A boritha states, when the railing was not smeared with clay. Rents may be closed, etc. If they may be smoothed with a roller, it is self-understood then that it may be done so with the hand and foot. This should be understood thus, rents may be closed and smoothed with hand and foot as if done with a roller, but not with a trowel. Should the hinges of the door, etc., they may be repaired, etc. Is there not a contradiction from what we have learned, that up to his days the sound of the hammer used to be heard in Jerusalem, etc., from which we see, only up to his days, but not afterwards? Nay, this presents no difficulty. The statement just quoted has reference to a blacksmith's hammer, and that mentioned in our Mishnah relates to that of a carpenter. All pickled food of which, etc. The river Ditha of Libai had an abundance of fish, and anyone who wanted to fish them could do so. Rabha permitted to go there, bring fish and salt them. Said Abai to him, does not our Mishnah state, only those foods that can be eaten on the middle days? Rabha replied, these can also be eaten by washing them first, as it happened once with Samuel, who was served with fish, and he ate them after washing them 60 times. Rabha happened once to be in the house of the exilarch, and he was served with pickled fish which were washed 60 times, and he partook of them. Rabbi was once the guest of our shaper and fish was served, 1/3 of which was cooked, another third pickled, and the rest fried. Rabbi related, Ada the fisher once told me that fish taste best some time after they are caught. Rabbi further stated, the same told me, fish should be fried with their brother, after they are fried they should be placed with their father, and they should be eaten with their offspring, and after eating them, drink their father. Rabbi said again, Ada the fisher told me, one who eats fish, dates. P18. Or milk should not go to sleep right after, unless he takes first a long walk. Rabbi said again. Ada the fisher told me, after eating fish, dates, or milk, water is to be preferred as a drink to beer, and beer should have preference over wine. Footnotes 1:1 Vidi Shekalim, Chap I, Ma. 3:1 No capital punishment, nor even that of stripes, is inflicted without a previous warning. Vidi Introduction to Sabbath, Pxxvi. 7:1 The letter shin in Hebrew when pointed rightward reads sh, when pointed left reads ss. The word sham in question is pointed left and the rabbi reads it as if pointed right, and explains it to have the meaning of the Aramaic shomin to weigh, to estimate. 9:1 Ishyath and Esheth are similar in pronunciation, and it states, which hath not seen the sun. 10:1 See Leviticus 13. 5. 10:2 See our introduction to same tract. 11:1 See Deuteronomy XXV. 5-11. Next, Chapter 2. Index Previous Next. P19. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning labor. Mourning and buying and doing business in that time, and also in the intermediate days. Mishnah, one who has turned his olives, and a death occurred in his family, and one who is prevented from at once putting them to press, or has been disappointed by his laborers, may put the first press block on, and leave it until after the feast. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda. Our Jose, however, said, he may put the olives into the oil press and finish pressing them, and bung up the casks in the usual manner. Gemara, it begins with morning and ends with the middle days. Said our Shesha, son of our Edi, infer from this, that things permitted on the middle days are, nevertheless, prohibited during morning. Our Ashi says to the contrary. Not only in the morning time, which is only rabbinical, are these things allowed, but even on the middle days, during which work is prohibited biblically, in the case of loss the rabbis permitted it. The following Boraitha is in support of the assertion of our Shesha, son of our Edi, the following things are done by others for one who is in mourning: if his olives are turned, the press block may be put on, the cask bunged, his flax removed from the buck, his wool taken out of the boiler, and his land watered when his turn comes on. Our Jehuda said, even his plowed land may be sown and the flax field planted. The sages, however, maintain, that if not sown early in the season it can be done so late in the season, and if not flax, other plants can be raised. Our Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, said that if he is the only specialist in the place, of all those things mentioned above, they may be done by himself privately. And even more than that the same rabbin allowed, if he were the only mechanic in the place employed by the public, or a barber, or a bather, and the feast was approaching, he might perform his functions. Contractors of all kinds must have others to do their work. P20. Those who hire out asses, camels, or ships to others, must not do their work. But if at the time they were already hired out, they might continue. A day laborer, although in a place where he is not known, must not work. If he were to work for others in his own house, whether under contract to do it for a definite time or not, he must not do it. If others were working for him in his own house, they must postpone their work, but in a house other than his own, they might continue. Marian, son of Rabban, and Mar, son of Aha son of Rabha, had a team of oxen in copartnership. One day a death occurred in the family of Marbi. Aha and he kept in his ox. Said Arashi, why should a great man like Mar do such a thing? If he does not consider his own loss, he must consider that of another. As stated above, if they were hired out at the time, they might proceed with their work. He, however, was of the opinion that the case is different when a prominent person is concerned. Samuel said, those who do their work under contract for a definite period of time, if within the legal limits, may not, if outside those limits, they may do it? Our Papa, however, said, even where it is outside the legal limits, the case is only when there is no town adjacent. Our Mesher Shia, however, said that even where there is no town adjacent the case is so only in reference to Sabbath days and festivals, for on those days people are few, but as regards the middle days, during which people are numerous, it is not permitted. Mar Zutra, son of Ar-Nahman, had a house built under contract outside of the legal limits. Ar Safra and Ar Huna Bar Hina happened to be in the neighborhood of that house and declined to enter it, and according to others, Ar Zutra himself also declined to enter it. But has not Samuel said that if it was outside of the legal limits it is permitted? Ar Zutra himself assisted them in placing the straw during the progress of the work. Ar Hama permitted the Abunagars of the exilarch to do their work on the middle days, for, he said, they receive no salary, and work only for their board. The rabbis taught, work may be taken under contract during the middle days to be done after the feast. But on the middle days it is not permitted. The rule is, all that one himself may do, he may have a Gentile do it for him, but not what he may not. We have learned in another Boraida. Work may be taken under contract on the middle days to be performed. P. 21. After the feast, provided always he does not measure, weigh, or count in the usual manner. The rabbis taught, no animals should be copulated on the middle days, the same applies to the firstborn and also to the desecrated ones at any time. The rabbis taught, cattle must not be brought into the field for the purpose of manuring, either on Sabbath days, feast days, or middle days. But if they come there of themselves it is permitted. And no assistance may be afforded to those in charge, neither a watchman assign them to watch their sheep. But the case is different if they are hired by the week, month, year, or for a period of 7 years. Rabbi, however, says, on Sabbath days it may be done without compensation, on feast days, for food only, and on the middle days, even for compensation. Said Ar Joseph, the halakha prevails as Rabbi decreed. Mishnah, the same is the case when one whose wine is in the press pit and a death occurred in his family or another accident happened, or if he had been disappointed, he may pour the wine into casks, cooper, and bung them up in the usual manner. Such is the dictum of Ar Jose. But Ar Jehuda said, he must only cover the pit with boards, so that the wine may not grow sour. Gemara, said Ar Itzhak bar Abba, the Tana who holds that on the middle days it must not be done in the usual manner, does not accord with Ar Jose. Said Ar Joseph, the halakha, however, prevails as decreed by Ar Jose. A question was propounded to Nahman bar Itzhak. Is it permitted to bung up a beer barrel on the middle days? He answered, Sinai had already stated that the halakha prevails as decreed by Ar Jose. But Ar Jose's statement relates only to wine, but not to beer? What was the reason for wine? Because there is a great loss. The same is the case with beer. Ar Hama bar Guria said in the name of Rabbite, the laws regarding the middle days are distinct from each other and cannot be compared for the purpose of inference. As Samuel said, a jug may, but a barrel may not be covered with tar. Ar Dimi of Nihardia holds the reverse. The one considers the loss involved, the other, the trouble with which it is accompanied. The rabbis taught, grinding is permitted on the middle days for use on those days only, but not otherwise, but if some of the flour remain till after the festival, it may be used. Such is also P. 22. The case with woodcutting and beer brewing, but one must not go too far. Ar Hananel said in the name of Rabbite, one may fell a tree, even if he needs only the splinters. Abai, however, censured that. Ar Ashi owned a forest in the neighborhood of Shulnai, and he went there once during the middle days to chop wood. Said Ar Sheila of Shulnai to Ar Ashi, you do this, relying on the statement of Ar Hananel in the name of Rabbite. But has not Abai censured it? And he replied, I do not care for that. When he commenced to chop, his axe slipped off the handle and almost injured his shoulder. He thereupon left the forest. R. Jehuda permitted to pluck flax, hops, and poppy. Said Abai to R. Joseph, this would be correct as regards flax and hops, for the one may be used for covering, and the other in beer brewing, but what use can be made of poppy? Its seed can be used. Arjana owned an orchard the fruit of which got ripe on the middle days, and he gathered in the fruit. On the following year every one postponed the gathering in of his fruit until the middle days. Arjana gave away on the very same year that orchard to the free use of the public. Mishnah, one may house his fruit from thieves, and take flax out of the buck, that it be not spoiled, provided he does not intentionally defer doing it till the middle days, but should he have so deferred, then in all these cases he forfeits the articles in question. Gemara, a Boraitha states, provided he does it privately. R. Joseph had removed beams to his house in the daytime. Said Abai to him, have we not learned that it should be done privately? He answered, in this case it may be considered more privately in the daytime than in the night time, for in the night time it must be done by light, and it requires therefore more men. And take the flax out of the buck, etc. R. Jeremiah propounded the question to R. Zerah, one who deferred intentionally doing it until the middle days and soon afterwards died, shall we impose the fine on his sons? Shall we assume that the rabbis intended to punish him personally, and, therefore, his sons are released? Or shall we assume that the fine was directed against his property, and, therefore, his sons must pay it? And he answered, this we have learned in the following Mishnah, a. p. 23. Field which has been cleaned from prickles during the sabbatical year may be sown immediately thereafter, but this is not the case if it was manured either by man's labor or by animals. Said R. Jose bar Hanana, there is a tradition that if one had manured his field and soon afterwards died, his son might sow it. Hence we see that the fine was directed against him, and not against his son. The same is the case with working on the middle days, stated above. Mishnah, one must not purchase houses, slaves, or cattle, excepting for the use of the whole festival, or for the use of the vendor, who otherwise might have nothing to eat. Gemara, Rabha asked R.N. Ahman, what is the law if a laborer has nothing to eat? And he answered him, this we have learned in our own Mishnah, or for the use of the vendor, which intends to include the case of the laborer. Rejoined Rabha, perhaps the Mishnah explains only what is meant by the expression use of the vendor. Mishnah, one must not remove things from one house to another, but this may be done from the house of another court to his court. Things must not be brought home from the mechanic's house, but if he fears he may remove them to another court. Gemara, did not the Mishnah begin with the statement that it must not be removed at all? Said Abai, the last clause of the Mishnah means to say, that it may be removed from the courthouse to the court. Mishnah, dried figs may be covered with straw. R. Jehuda says, they may, likewise, be put in layers. Dealers in fruit, garments, or utensils may privately sell what is required for use on the middle days. Huntsmen and manufacturers of peeled barley and grits may carry on their occupations in private, as the exigencies of the festival may require it. R. Jose said, they have of their own accord adopted the more rigorous observance and do not carry on their occupations. Gemara, R. Haya bar Abba and R. Asi, both in the name of Hezekiah and R. Yohanan, differ. One holds that covering, mentioned in the Mishnah, means thinly covering, and put in layers means thickly covering, and the other one holds that covering means both thinly and thickly covering, and put in. p. 24. Layers means heaping up. So also we have learned in a Boraitha, putting in layers placing in a heap. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda. The dealers in fruit, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, does it mean that they adopted a rigorous, etc., not to do any work at all, or only not in public? Come and hear, the dealers in fruit, garments, and utensils may sell in private, for use on the middle days. R. Jose said, the dealers of Tiberias adopted of their own accord a more rigorous observance and did not sell at all. Abai said, it is called grits, if it is crushed into 2, pearl grits, if into 3, and meal, if crushed into 4 parts. When Ardimi came he said, it means spelt. Arhuna permitted the dealers in spices to trade in their usual way. Kahana objected, we have learned elsewhere, a store opening into a gallery may be locked and unlocked in the usual way, but if it opens into a public street he must open one door and lock the other, and on the eve of the last day of tabernacles one may decorate his stores with fruit in honor of the last day of the festival. But not otherwise. This presents no difficulty, the one is the case regarding fruit, the other, regarding spices. Next, Chapter 3. Index Previous. p. 25. Chapter 3. Regulations regarding mourning on festivals, regarding those who are under the ban, and washing. Mishnah, the following may shave on the middle days, one who arrives from the sea countries, or returns from captivity, or has been discharged from prison, or one who was absolved by the sages from the ban, or from his vow, also a Nazirite and the leper who is restored to cleanness. The following may wash their garments on the middle days, one who arrives from the sea countries, or returns from captivity, or has been discharged from prison, and one whom the sages have absolved from the ban, or from his vow. Towels, barbers' napkins, and bathing towels. Men and women who have had a running issue, women after their courses or lying in, and all persons who from uncleanness are restored to cleanness, are permitted to wash their garments, but all other persons are forbidden. Gemara, what is the reason for not permitting other persons? As we have learned in the following Mishnah. The priests of the weekly watch and the standing Israelites are prohibited from shaving their beards and washing their clothes, but on Thursday they are allowed to do so in honor of the Sabbath. And Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Elazar said, the reason why they are prohibited to do so the whole week is in order that they shall not enter upon the fulfillment of their duties when they are filthy. The same reason applies to the festival. Who arrive from the sea countries. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Jehuda of the following Boraitha. Our Jehuda said, one who returns from the sea countries may not shave, for he went to sea of his own accord. Said Rab Ha, if he went to sea for adventurous purposes, all agree that he may not, if to earn his bread, all agree that he may. They only. p. 26. Differ in case he went to sea to accumulate profits. One equals it to the case of adventurous purpose, and the other, to that for the purpose of earning his bread. Samuel said, a minor may be shaved on the middle days, and it makes no difference whether he was born on or before the middle days. Said our Pinhas, we also have a Mishnah to the same effect, all those who were permitted to shave on the middle days may also do so during their mourning. From this we must assume that those prohibited to shave on the middle days are also prohibited from doing so during their mourning. Now, if a minor would be prohibited, then mourning would be customary to a minor also, but the following Boraitha states, the garments of a minor mourner are rent for the purpose of moving others to mourn. Hence we see that to a minor himself, mourning is not customary. Said our Ashi, does, then, the Mishnah state those who are prohibited? And possibly some are prohibited who are not mentioned in the Mishnah. A mourner must not observe mourning on festivals, for it is written, and thou shalt rejoice on thy feast. Then, if the mourning commences before the festival, the positive commandment of the rejoicing of the feast which relates to the whole public is relieving from the positive commandment of mourning of an individual, and in case it began on the festival, the commandment of mourning to an individual cannot relieve from the commandment to the public. What is the law of one who is under the ban as regards the festival? Said our Joseph, come and hear, cases involving capital punishment or stripes, or civil cases, may be tried, and if one is in contempt he may be put under the ban. Now then, if you should think that if one who was already under the ban the festival comes and postpones it, how could we put one under the ban originally on the festival? Said Abai to him, perhaps the Boraitha meant, by tried, the examination only. Therefore said Abai, this can be decided from our Mishnah, which states, one whom the sages absolved from the ban. And if the festival would postpone it, why then the absolving by the sages? Said Rabha, does, then, the Mishnah state, the sages have absolved the ban? It states, who was absolved by the sages from the ban, which means that he has previously arrived at an p. 27. Understanding with his opponent and then come to ask the rabbis that they should absolve him. Is the law of leprosy customary on the festival? Said Rabha, come and hear, it is written, and the leper. That means to include even if it was the high priest. Now, it is certain that as to the high priest all the weekdays are considered feast days, as we have learned in a Mishnah, the high priest may sacrifice in his morning before the interment of the corpse, but not to eat of it. Infer from this that the law of leprosy is customary on festivals. 1. Rabha said, whence do we know that the court has power to summon one to appear before them, to appoint a time for the trial before the chief of the court, and to fix a time for the appearance of both parties? It is written, and Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, etc. And Moses said unto Korah, thou and thy company be ye before the Lord, etc. Thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And whence do we know that the court has power to postpone the trial to another day? It is written, they called out there, etc., he hath let the time appointed pass by. And whence do we know that the report of the court messenger, that the summons is disobeyed, is not considered slander? From the report of the messengers to Moses. And whence do we know that a great man has the power to put one under the ban? From, curse ye Meraz, said the messenger of the Lord. And whence do we know that the court has power to excommunicate him and to prohibit to eat or drink in his company, or to stand near him within a distance of 4 ells? From the passage, curse ye bitterly, curse its inhabitants. And whence, that his disobedience is made public? From, because they came not to the help of the Lord. And whence, that his property may be confiscated. From, and that whosoever should not come within 3 days, etc., all his substance should be forfeited to and himself separated from the congregation. p. 28. Of the exiles. Whence, that he may be cursed, beaten, his hair plucked, and made to swear. From, and I contended with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked out their hair, and made them swear, etc. Whence, that his hands and feet may be bound, and he may be tied to the whipping post, and prosecuted. From whether it be unto death, or to banishment, or to a fine on goods, or to imprisonment. What is meant by banishment? Said Adamari in the name of Nehemiah Barbaric in the name of Arhiah bar Abin, quoting Arjehuda, it means, prosecution. What kind of prosecution? Said Arjehuda, son of Ar Samuel bar Shalath, in the name of Rabbite, it means that he is put under the ban at once, and if he does not repent within 30 days the ban is continued, and if he still continues to be disobedient, he is excommunicated after the lapse of 60 days. Said Arhuna bar Hina to him, but has not Arhisda stated, he is first warned on a Monday, Thursday, and the following Monday? This relates only to cases involving money, but if he is accused of having denounced the authorities, he is at once put under the ban. A certain butcher was disobedient to Artubi bar Mathna, and B was put under the ban by the concurrence of Abai and Rabha. Subsequently he came to an understanding with his opponent. Said Abai, what shall be done in such a case? Shall we absolve him? 30 days have not passed yet? Shall we not? The rabbis need him. And he turned to Aredi bar Abin and asked him, do you know anything about such a case? And the latter answered him, Ar. Tahlafa bar Abaimi said in the name of Samuel, the horn that announced that he was placed under the ban, may announce that he was absolved. And Abai rejoined, this is only in cases involving money, but in the case of denouncing the authorities, the ban must continue for 30 days. Amamur said, the halakha prevails, that if scholars declare the ban over a person, he may be absolved therefrom by 3 other scholars. Said our Ashi to Amamur, have we not learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, if one of the scholars who declared the ban over a person died, his part cannot be absolved from. Shall we not assume that it cannot be absolved from at all? Nay, that means, only until other three absolve him. The rabbis taught, the ban is declared for not less than 30 days, rebuke, however, is only for 7 days, and although p. 29. There is no explicit proof for that, there is a hint, if her father had spit in her face, would she not be ashamed 7 days? Arhista said, our ban equals in point of time their rebuke, and their rebuke is only for 7 days. Is that so? Has it not happened that our Simeon bar Rabbi and bar Kapara have been studying together, and they came across a difficult question? Said our Simeon to bar Kapara, this question must be solved by Rabbi. And bar Kapara answered him, what could Rabbi say to this? One our Simeon reported the statement to his father, and he became angry. Subsequently bar Kapara came to visit him, and Rabbi said to him, bar Kapara, I have never known thee. Bar Kapara understood this reproach, and he reprimanded himself for 30 days. It also happened that Rabbi ordered not to teach disciples in the public streets. Arhaya disregarded the order, and did teach his 2 nephews, Rabbi and Rabbi bar Hannah, in a public street. When Rabbi heard of it, he was angry. Subsequently Arhaya came to visit him, and Rabbi said to him, Aya, you are wanted in the street. Arhaya understood what was hinted at, and he reprimanded himself for 30 days. When the Lord receiveth in favor a man's ways, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. Hence we see from this that the rebuke of the Palestinians is for 30 days. The rebuke of a prince is different. For how long, however, is our rebuke? For 1 day only, as seen from the following, Samuel and Mar Ukba, studying together, the latter used to sit 4 ells distant from the former, but when sitting as a court, the reverse used to be the case, and Mar Ukba used to sit on a low platform in order that his voice might be heard. p. 30. Well, Mar Ukba was in the habit of accompanying Samuel every day to his residence. One day he was so engrossed in a case that he forgot to do it, and the latter, instead, followed him to his house. When they reached the house, Samuel said to him, is this sufficient for thee? May I now return? And Mar Ukba understood that Samuel was angry, and he reprimanded himself for 1 day. There was a woman who was sitting in a pathway, and was in the habit of stretching out her foot to pick up the barley. A young scholar happened to pass by and she paid no attention to him, and he remarked, how insolent this woman is. The woman came before Rna and he asked her, did he utter the ban? And she answered, nay. He then ordered her to be reprimanded for 1 day. Zutra bar Tubia was once arranging biblical passages before Jehuda. When he came upon the passage, and these are the last words of David, he said to him, if these were the last, what were the first words of David? Jehuda remained silent. But when he repeated the question, Jehuda said, art thou of the opinion that if one cannot explain this he is no more a great man? And Marzutra understood that Jehuda was angry, and he reprimanded himself for 1 day. How is this passage, however, to be explained? It plainly reads the last, then there must be the first words, and David spoke unto the Lord the words of this song, on the day that the Lord had delivered him out of the hand of all his enemies, and out of the hand of Saul. This passage was expounded thus, the Holy One, blessed be he, said unto David, David, thou singest songs over the downfall of Saul, if thou wert Saul and he were David, I would annihilate many a David for his sake. And this is meant by, a Shiggaion of David, one which he sang unto the Lord, concerning the affairs of Cush the Benjamite. Was then his name Cush? It was Saul, but as an Ethiopian is distinguished from others by the color of his skin, so was Saul distinguished from others by his good deeds. Likewise, on account of the Ethiopian woman which he had married. Was then her name Ethiopian? Was it then not Zipporah? But it is to state, that as an Ethiopian is distinguished by the color of his skin, so was she distinguished by her kind deeds. Likewise, now when the slave of the king, the Ethiopian, p. 31, etc., was then his name Ethiopian? One was it then not Zedekiah? But as it is stated above. Likewise, are ye not like the children of the Ethiopians, O children of Israel? Was then their name Ethiopians? Was it then not Israel? But as the Ethiopians differ from others in the color of their skin, so does Israel differ from all idolaters by their good deeds. R. Tanhum said in the name of Arhunah, and according to others Arhunah himself said it, a disciple who put one under the ban for disobedience to himself, the ban is valid, as we have learned in a Boraitha, one who is put under the ban by the master is considered so also towards the disciple, but if put by a disciple, is not so towards the master. Hence towards the master he is not so, but as towards the general public he is so. Now, then, let us see, to what case is this applicable? Shall we assume that it applies to heavenly things? Is it not written, there is no wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against the Lord? Hence it must be assumed, even for the disobedience to himself. R. Joseph said, even a young scholar, if only he is certain that his demand against another is just, may render judgment in his own favor. There was one young scholar concerning whom evil rumors were current. Said R. Jehudah, what shall be done in this case? Shall we put him under the ban? The rabbis need him. Shall we not? The name of heaven will be profaned. And he asked Rabbi Bar Hannah, do you know anything about such a case? He answered him, so said R. Yohanan, it is written, the priest's lips are ever to keep knowledge, and the law are they to seek from his mouth, for he is the messenger too of the Lord of hosts. That means, if the master is equal to an angel, law may be sought from his mouth, but not otherwise. Thereupon R. Jehudah put him under the ban. Subsequently, R. Jehudah was taken ill and the rabbis made him a sick call, among whom was also that young scholar. When R. Jehudah beheld him, he smiled. Said he to R. Jehudah, is it not enough that you put me under the ban, that you still laugh at me? R. Jehudah answered him, I do not laugh at you, but in the world to come I will be proud to say that I was not biased even towards so great a man as you. p. 32. When R. Jehudah died, the young scholar came to the college and asked to be absolved from the ban, and the rabbis answered him, there is not here a man equal in esteem to R. Jehudah to absolve you. Go to R. Jehudah II, and he may absolve you. He went to him. Said the Nasai to R. Ami, go and examine his case, and if found favorable, absolve him. R. Ami did so, and was about to absolve him when R. Samuel bar Nahmini arose and said, even when the maidservant of the house of Rabbi declared one under the ban, the sages did respect it for 3 years, and so much the more we must respect Jehudah our colleague. Said R. Zerah, how did it happen that this old man came today to college after an absence of several years? It is a token that the young scholar is not to be absolved. He left weeping, and on the way he was stung by a bee and he died. He was brought to the vaults of the pious, and was not accepted. He was then removed to those of the judges, and was accepted. Why so? For he acted as Ila of the following Boraitha, if one cannot withstand the temptation, he shall go to a place where he is not known, and shall dress in black and wrap himself in black and do as he pleases, but shall not profane the name of heaven openly. What was the occurrence with the maidservant of the house of Rabbi? The maidservant of the house of Rabbi saw once one beating his grown-up son, and she said, let that man be under the ban, for he has transgressed the commandment, thou shalt not put a stumbling block before the blind. And the following Boraitha states that this passage relates to one who beats his grown-up son. Resh Lakish was watching an orchard, and there came a certain man, and ate of the figs. Resh Lakish shouted to him not to do it, but he paid no attention to him. Resh Lakish then said, let this man be under the ban. And the man answered him, on the contrary, let that man be under the ban, for if I am responsible to thee in damages, am I then liable to be put under the ban? When Resh Lakish came to the college, he was told, his placing you under the ban is valid, but not yours. How can it be corrected? Go and ask his pardon. But I do not know where to find him. And he was told, you have to go to the Nasai in order to be absolved, as we have learned in a Boraitha, one who was put under the ban and he does not know the person, he must go to a Nasai in order to be absolved. P. 33. R. Huna said, it was enacted in Osha that if the chief of tile court should be delinquent, if for the first time he should not be put under the ban, but should only be told, be dignified and stay at home. But if for the second time, he should be put under the ban, lest the name of heaven be profaned. This is not in accordance with the following statement of Resh Lakish, a scholar who is delinquent is not put under the ban publicly, for it is written, therefore shalt thou stumble in the daytime, and the prophet also shall stumble with thee in the night, which means, see that he is devoid of publicity, as the night is devoid of daylight. Marzutra the Pious, when a young scholar was delinquent and deserving to be reprimanded, first reprimanded himself and then the young scholar. When he entered his residence, he first absolved himself and then the young scholar. Argadel said in the name of Rabbite, a scholar may first put himself under the ban and afterward absolve himself therefrom. Said our Papa, I may be rewarded, for, as a matter of fact, I have never put a young scholar under the ban. And the Nazarite and the leper, etc. Our Jeremiah questioned our Zerah, does it mean in the case when they had no opportunity to do so before, or even when they had? And he answered him. We have learned this in the following Boraitha, all those who were said to be permitted to shave on the middle days, may do so only when they had no opportunity to do it before, but not otherwise. A Nazarite, however, may do so, although he had the opportunity to do so before, in order that his sacrifice be not delayed. The rabbis taught, all those who were said to be permitted to shave on the middle days, may also do so in their mourning. But have we not learned in another Boraitha that they may not? Said Arhistadil the name of Arshila, the first Boraitha relates to a case where the mournings succeeded one another. If this is the case, why only those who were said, etc.? Why not everyone? As we have learned in a Boraitha, when one mourning succeeds the other, and so on for a long time, and his hair has become heavy, it may be made light by a razor, and he may wash his clothes in water. Yeah, but as to this, it was taught that Arhisda said, the Boraitha means by a razor only, but not by scissors, in water, but not with Spanish chalk or lye. Said Arhisda. P. 34. From this it may be inferred that a mourner must not wash his clothes. The rabbis taught, as it is not allowed to shave on the middle days, so also is it not allowed to trim the nails. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda. Our Jose, however, permits it. And the same is the case in regard to mourning. Sedula, the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda in regard to mourning, and according to our Jose in regard to the middle days. Samuel, however, said, the halakha prevails according to our Jose in regard to both mourning and the middle days. As Samuel said elsewhere, the halakha prevails according to the one who is lenient, in regard to mourning. Our Shaman Bar Abba said, I was present once on the middle days in the college of our Yohanan, and saw him trimming his nails with his teeth and throwing the parings away. And from the above occurrence 3 things were inferred, that the nails may be trimmed on the middle days, that there is no aversion to trimming them with the teeth, and that the parings may be thrown away. 1 Ar Itzhak bar Jacob bar Jerah in the name of our Yohanan sent the following message, flaxen garments may be washed on the middle days. Mishnah, the following documents may be written on the middle days, contracts of betrothing, bills of divorce, and receipts in discharge of debts, also wills or codicils, deeds of gift, premonitions, and deeds of maintenance, certificates of halatzah, and certificates of refusal, arbitration bonds, decrees of the Beth Din, and powers of attorney. Gemara, Samuel said, one is permitted to become betrothed to a woman on the middle days, for fear that he may be preceded by another one. Rabbi said in the name of our Reuben b. Et Strubly, it appears from the law, the prophets, and the hagiographa that the union of a woman to her husband comes from God himself. The law, then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing hath proceeded from the Lord, etc., the prophets, but his father and his mother knew not that it was from the Lord. The hagiographa, houses and wealth are an inheritance from fathers, but from the Lord cometh an intelligent wife. 2 Rabbi further said in the name of the same authority, and according to others this was learned in a Boraitha. p. 35. R. Reuben b. Et Strubly said, no one is suspected of having done something, unless he has really done it, and if he has not done it all, he has done part of it, and if not even that much, he at least had in mind to do it, and if not even that much, he probably approved of it when it was done by others. An objection was made, come and hear, moreover, they envied Moses in the camp and Aaron the Holy One of the Lord. And our Samuel bar Itzhak said, from this it is inferred that every one suspected his own wife of having relations with Moses. In that case it was different, for it was done out of hatred. Another objection was made, come and hear, our Jose said, may my share in the world to come be with those who were groundlessly suspected. And our Papa said, I was once suspected without any ground whatever. This presents no difficulty. The one is the case when the suspicion has ceased, the other is, when it has not. What is meant by not having ceased? Said Abai, my mother told me, a town rumor is for a day and a half. The case is only if it has not ceased at intervals, but if it has it does not matter, and if, however, it has ceased out of fear, it is not taken into consideration, and even if it was not out of fear, the case is when it was not circulated again more vigorously. All this, however, is the case when the person suspected has no enemies, but if he has, the latter circulated it. Mishnah, bonds of debts must not be written on the middle days, but if the lender does not otherwise want to trust the borrower, or the latter has nothing to eat, they may be written. Holy scrolls, phylacteries, or mezuzot must not be written on the middle days, and not a single letter may be corrected even in the book of Ezra. 1 Ar-Jehuda, however, says, one may write phylacteries and mezuzot for his own use, and he may also spin sky blue wool for show threads in his garment. Gemara, the rabbis taught, one may write phylacteries and mezuzot for his own use and may spin sky blue wool for show threads in his garment, but for others he may do it as a favor only. Such is the dictum of p. 36. R. Meir. Ar-Jehuda, however, said, one may connive and sell his own, and then write another one for his own use. But our Jose said, he may write and sell in the usual way as much as necessary for his living expenses. Rabbi, and according to others Rabbi Bar Hannah, rendered his decision to our Hananel, the halakha prevails, that one may write and sell in the usual way as much as necessary for his living expenses. Mishnah, one who buried his dead 3 days before the commencement of the festival is freed from the observance of the 7, if 8 days before the festival, he is freed from the observance of the 30 days, for the sages hold, the Sabbath enters into the computation, but does not supersede the morning, whereas the festival supersede the morning, but do not enter into the computation. Our Elazar said, since the destruction of the temple, Pentecost is to be considered like the Sabbath. Our Gamaliel said, the New Year and the Day of Atonement are to be considered like festivals. The sages, however, say that it is neither as the one nor as the other, but hold that there is no distinction between the Pentecost and any other festival, but the New Year and the Day of Atonement are like the Sabbath. Gemara, Rabbi said, only the observance of the 30 days is dispensed with, but not the days themselves. So also said Arhuna. Ar-Shizhate, however, said, even the days are dispensed with. In what case may it happen that the days shall still not be dispensed with? If one had not shaved himself on the eve of the festival, he may not do so after the festival. We have so also learned in a Boraitha, one who buries his dead 3 days before the festival is freed from the observance of the 7 days, if 8 days, he is freed from the observance of the 30 days, and he may shave himself on the eve of the festival. If he, however, failed to do so on the eve of the festival, he must not do so after the festival. Abba Saul, however, said, he may do so, for as the observance of the 3 days frees from the observance of the 7 days, so also does the observance of the 7 days free from the observance of the 30 days. 7 days. Have we not learned 8? Abba Saul is of the opinion that a portion of a day counts for a whole day, and the 7th day enters into the computation of both. Said Arhisda in the p. 37. Name of Rabbana Bar Shila, the halakha prevails according to Abba Saul, and even the sages concede to Abba Saul that in case the 8th day falls on a Sabbath which is incidentally the eve of a festival, he may shave on the eve of Sabbath. According to whom is the statement of Aram Rum in the name of Rabbite, a mourner, as soon as his condolers have left him, is permitted to wash himself? It is according to Abba Saul. Said Abai, the halakha prevails according to Abba Saul in regard to the 7th day, and the sages concede, in regard to the 30th day, that a portion of a day counts for a whole day. Rabha said, the halakha prevails according to Abba Saul regarding the 30th day, but not regarding the 7th day. But the sages of Nehardia maintain that the halakha prevails according to Abba Saul in both cases, as Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to the one who is lenient in regard to mourning. Abai inquired of Rabbah, if one buried his dead on the festival, does, or does not, the festival enter into the computation of the 30 days? Certain it is to me that it does not enter in regard to the 7 days, for the observance of the 7 is not customary on the festival, but my question is in regard to the 30 days, because the observance of the 30 days is customary on the festival. And he answered him, it does not enter. Abai raised an objection based on the following Boraitha, the festival enters into the computation of the 30 days. How so? If the burial took place in the beginning of the festival, the observance of the 7 days begins after the festival, and his work may be done by others, and his male and female servants may do their work privately, and the public need not condole with him during the 7 days, for they have already done so on the festival, and the festival enters into the computation of the 30 days. This objection remains unanswered. When Rabban came from Palestine he said in the name of Ar Yohanan, even if he was buried on the festival. So also has Ar Eleazar decided to his son Arpadoth. The rabbis taught, if one has observed the lowering of the couch for 3 days prior to the festival, he need not observe it any more after the festival. Such is the dictum of Ar Eleazar. The sages, however, hold, even 1 day, and even 1 hour. Said Ar Eleazar Br Simeon, these are, respectively, the decrees of the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel. For the school of Shammai decrees, 3 days, and the school p. 38. Of Hillel decrees, even 1 day. Said Arhuna in the name of Arhiah bar Abba, quoting Ar Yohanan, and according to others Ar Yohanan said to Arhiah bar Abba and Arhuna, even 1 day, and even 1 hour. Rabha said, the halakha prevails according to Artana, who holds 3 days. Rabbana happened to be in Surah of Euphrates. Said Ar-Habibha to him, what is the halakha? And he answered him, even 1 day, and even 1 hour. Ar-Hosei bar Abin said, one who receives information which is recent on the festival, but becomes remote after the festival, the latter counts, and mourning is observed only 1 day. Rabbi Ada of Kisri taught before Ar Yohanan, one who receives information which is recent on the Sabbath but becomes remote thereafter, must mourn 1 day only. Must he rend or not? Armani said, he may not. Arhanana, however, said, he may. Said Armani to Arhanana, as to my statement, it is correct, because rending is customary only together with the observance of the 7 days, but as to your statement, is then there a case in which one must rend although there is no mourning of the 7 days? Is there not such a case? But has not Risi the father of Arzera, and according to others the brother of Arzera, taught before Arzera, one who has no garment to rend and he becomes a mourner, if within the 7 days, he must rend, if after the 7 days, he may not? And R.10 rejoined, this is the case only in the 5 cases of relatives whom one is bound to bury, but over his father and mother he must rend notwithstanding. In this case it is only out of respect to his father and mother. Because the sages held that Sabbath enters into computation, etc. The inhabitants of Judea and the inhabitants of Galilee, those hold that the law of mourning applies on Sabbath, because the Mishnah states, it enters into computation, and these hold that it does not apply, because the Mishnah states, but it does not supersede. But does not the Mishnah state that it enters into computation? It is only because it has to state in the latter part, that it does not enter, he uses also in the first past enter. But did not the Mishnah state plainly it does not supersede? This is for the same reason, as it has to state in the latter part it does supersede, it uses the same term in the first part also. P. 39. Raphaim bar Papa said, we have learned in Tract Great Mourning, a mourner is prohibited to have sexual intercourse during his mourning. It happened once that one did have sexual intercourse with his wife during his mourning, and his corpse was dragged about by hogs. Samuel said, to remove the wrapping from the head, the rent from the front to the back, and to put the couch in proper condition is obligatory, but to wear shoes, to have sexual intercourse, and to bathe the hands and feet in warm water on Friday evening is optional. Rabbi, however, said that even removing the wrapping is also only optional. Abai found R. Joseph during his mourning walking around in the house with his mantle wrapped around his head, and he said to him, does not the master hold that mourning is not customary on the Sabbath? And he answered him, so said R. Yohanan, things of a private nature are permitted. R. Eleazar said, since the destruction of the temple, etc. R. Gadel bar Menasiah said in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Rabban Gamaliel, who said that a mourner on the Sabbath is bound to observe all the commandments. R. Ani bar Shashan lectured in front of the house of the Nasai, if observed one day before Pentecost and on Pentecost, it is considered to have been observed 14 days. When our Ami heard of this he was angry, and said, is this then his own? This was stated long ago by R. Eleazar in the name of R. Ashia. The same thing was stated in a lecture by R. Itzhak of Nafha in Babylon at the cottage of the exilarch, and R. Shishate became angry because R. Eleazar in the name of R. Ashia, the author of this statement, was not mentioned. R. Papa, accompanying R. Avia the elder, lectured, one day before the New Year and the day of New Year count for 14 days. Said Rabbina. Therefore, one day before the tabernacles, and the 8th day count 21 days. Rabbina happened to be in Surah of Euphrates. Said our Habibha of same place to him, do you, master, hold, if observed one day before the New Year and on the New Year it counts 14. P. 40 days. And he answered him, I have only stated that it seems to me that the halakha prevails according to our Gamaliel. Mishnah, the garments are not rent, nor the shoulders laid bare, nor the funeral meal eaten, unless by the near relatives of the deceased. The funeral meal is not to be taken except on a couch standing up properly. Gemara, does this apply to a scholar also? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, when a scholar dies, all must rend their garments, bare their shoulders, and partake of the funeral meal served in the public thoroughfare, for all are considered as his relatives? Nay, this Mishnah refers to one who is not a scholar, but an upright man over whom also rending is obligatory, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, why do little children die? Because their parents failed to weep over the death of an upright man, to one who does so, all his sins are forgiven, for the honor he has done to the deceased. In the case of the death of an ordinary person, however, rending is obligatory only on the one who is present at the time of the death, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, R. Simeon b. Eleazar said, one who is present at the time when the death occurs is bound to rend his garments, for it is similar to the case of one who is present at the time the holy scrolls are burned, in which case he is bound to rend his garments. When our Saphra's soul passed unto rest, the rabbis intended not to rend their garments, for they said, we received no teachings from him. Said Abai to them, does, then, the Boraitha treat of a rabbi? It treats of a scholar, and still more so in the present case, when his halakhas are always on our lips in the college. Still they were inclined not to rend, for they said, the time for doing so has already passed. Said Abai to them, we have learned, in the case of a scholar, so long as the funeral orations are still going on, one is bound to rend. They then wanted to rend at once. Said Abai to them, there is a Boraitha that states that the honor paid to the remains of a scholar lies in the funeral oration. When Arhuna departed, it was intended to place the holy scrolls on his bier. Said Arhisda to them, shall we now act against his will? Has not Artahlafa said, I was once present when Arhuna wanted to sit down on a cot on which the holy scrolls were lying, and he first removed the ladder and then sat down? Hence we see that he was of the p. 41 opinion that one must not sit on a cot on which the holy scrolls are placed. When the cot was to be removed from the house, it was found out that it could not pass through the door, and it was about to be removed through the roof opening, when Arhisda remarked, we have a tradition from him that the honor to a deceased scholar demands that he be removed through the door opening. They then wanted to place him on a cot of smaller dimensions, but Arhisda again remarked, we have a tradition from him that the respect to a deceased scholar demands that he be removed in the cot he died on. Then they broke away the doorposts, and passed him out. Then our Abba began the following eulogy, our rabbi was worthy that the Shekinah should rest upon him, but Babylon prevented it. When his corpse arrived in Palestine, our Ami and Arasi were informed that our Huna had arrived. And they said, when we were in Babylon we could not raise our heads on account of him, and now he has followed us here. And they were then told, his coffin has arrived. Our Ami and Arasi went out. Our Ala and our Hanana remained in the house. Others, however, said that only our Hanana remained. What was the reason of those who went out? The following Boraitha, when a coffin is being removed from one place to another, those present must stand in a row and must pronounce the morning benediction and the words of consolation. The reason, however, of those who did not go out is the follow me, Boraitha. When a coffin is being removed from one place to another, those present need not stand in a row, etc. But do not these Boraithas contradict each other? Nay, the one relates to a case where the skeleton is still in good condition, the other where it is not. But Arhuna's skeleton was still in good condition? They were not aware of that. They then began to deliberate where to place his remains, and concluded to place them alongside of those of Arhiah. For they said, Arhuna diffused the Torah among Israel as much as did Arhiah. The question then came up as to who should do the placing. Said Arhagah to them, I will do it, for I was his disciple since the age of 18. I never had a wet dream, and I have served him since then and knew his ways. Once it happened that one of his phylactery fillets turned over, and he fasted 40 days. When Arhagah brought in the coffin into the arch, he noticed that Jehudah was sleeping at the right of his father and p. 42. Hezekiah at his left. He heard Jehudah say to his brother, Rise, for it would not be correct not to pay respect to Arhuna. When he arose, a pillar of fire arose with him. Arhagah became frightened and, lifting up the coffin of Arhuna, left the arch. When Arhisda died they wanted to place the holy scrolls on his bier. Said Aritzhak, a thing which was not approved by his master, we must not do to him. They also intended to leave their rent garments unmended, when Aritzhak bar Ami said to them, in case of a scholar, the rent may be sewed together as soon as those who follow the coffin turn away their faces from the ladder. When Rabba bar Huna and Arhamnuna had died in Babylon, their bodies were brought on camels to Palestine. Arrived at a narrow bridge, where the two camels could not pass at once, both remained standing. An Ishmaelitish merchant present, surprised at the interruption of the journey, asked for the reason, and was told that each of the deceased wished to give the other the preference of the way. If I were to give my view of the matter, the Arab said, I should decide in favor of Rabba bar Huna. The Arab had hardly concluded his remarks, when the camel-bearing Rabba passed the bridge. The molars and front teeth of the Arab fell out. A disciple declaimed the following elegy. A learned scion of an ancient race, upward to sacred Palestina draws, and bears into illimitable space the code of battles, the great book of laws. The cormorant and the hedgehog nightly gloat upon destruction spreading far and wide. For God his wrath upon the earth has hurled. Our pious sage his voice has called away. And God is glad that from this sinful world his dearest servant has come home to stay. 1. When Rabbana died, the funeral orator held the following oration. Bend, ye majestic palms, in grief sincere. O'er one who like a palm had flourished here. Nor cease your mourning when the moon's soft ray changes to shadowy night the brilliant day. P43 For moon's broad glare had oft to midnight waned ere slumber o'er his studious eyelids reigned. R. Ashi said to Bar Kippuk, what oration will you make on that day? And he answered him, the following. How can the lowly hyssop still survive, when with devouring flames the cedars strive? With huge leviathan the anglers prey, what have the fishes of the pond to say? If the dry torrents shame the fisher's hook, how fares it with the waters of the brook? Said Bar Abin to him, heaven forbid that net and flame be used in orations over the righteous. What, then, would you say? I would say, weep for the losers but not for the lost, for he passed into rest but we into grief. Our Ashi felt discouraged, and their feet upturned. When he died, neither of the orators came to hold orations. And this was meant by our Ashi when he said, neither Bar Kippuk nor Bar Abin would be bound to perform the ceremony of Halatzah. When Rabha came to Hiddekel, he said to Bar Abin, pronounce an prayer, and the latter began, the major part of Israel went through water, remember, and have mercy. We went astray from thee as a woman goeth astray from her husband, do not cast us off, for it may have the same indication as that of the bitter water. R. Hanin, the son-in-law of the Nasai, had been for a long time childless, he prayed and was answered. On the day of the birth of the child he died. The funeral orator on this occasion declaimed the following elegy. Parental joy was changed to hopeless pain. Where bliss had entered, grief was doomed to reign, for in the moment of his hope fulfilled, the joyful beating of that heart was stilled. The child was named Hanin after his father. When Ar Yohanan died, Ar Itzhak b. Elazar began the eulogy as follows, this day is as momentous to Israel as the day of which the prophet P44 spoke, and it shall come to pass in that day that I will cause the sun to go down at noon, which Ar Yohanan explained to have reference to the day of the death of the king Josiah. When Ar Yohanan departed, Ar Ami observed both the 7 and the 30 days. Said Ar Abba the son of Arhiah Bar Abba, Ar Ami stands alone in his action, for so said my father in the name of Ar Yohanan, even over an instructor in science one need not mourn more than one day. When Ar Zerah departed, the funeral orator delivered the following oration. In Babylon this noble sage was born. In Palestine he was admired and cherished. Woe unto me! Doth wreaked one sadly mourn, for my most precious jewel now has perished. When Ar Abohu died, the pillars of Kisri shed tears, when Ar Hosea died, the gutters of Sephores were overrun with blood, when Ar Jacob died, the stars were seen in the daytime, when Ar Asi, all the trees were rooted out, when Ar Hiah, fireballs fell from heaven, when Ar Menaham, all the images became obliterated and as smooth as if passed upon with a roller, when Ar Tanhum Bar Hiah died, all the impressions upon the images were effaced, when Ar Eliashiv, 70 burglaries were committed. In Nehardea, when Ar-Hamnuna, hailstones fell from heaven, when Rabbah and Ar-Joseph died, the bridge arches of Euphrates collapsed, when Abai and Rabha, the bridge arches of Hiddekel collapsed, when Ar-Meshur-Shia died, the trees were laden with thorns. 2. Mishnah, the food for the funeral meal is not placed before the mourners on a table, nor in a silver tureen, nor in a dish, but in wicker baskets. The morning prayers must not be pronounced on the middle days, but the rows are formed and the consolation is pronounced and the people assembled are at once dismissed. The bier must not be set down in any public place, that the mourning may not spread. The bier of women must at no time be there set down, on account of respect. 3. The bier must not be set down in any public street. Said R. P. 45. Papa no middle days are considered in regard to a scholar, and so much the more so the half-feast of Hanukkah or Purim. This, however, is the case only in the presence of the corpse. This is not so. Has not our Kahana lamented over the death of Arzbid of Nehardea on the banks of the river? Said our Papa. That was on the very day he received the information, which is equivalent to the presence of the corpse. Mishnah, the mourning women may wail during the middle days, but not clap. Our Ishmael said, the nearest to the bier may clap. On the days of the new moon, on the half-festivals of Hanukkah and Purim, they may wail and clap, but must not sing lamentations, but when the corpse is interred, they must neither wail aloud nor clap. What is meant by wailing? When all of them join in one chorus. What is meant by lamentation? When one recites and the others respond, as it is written, teach your daughters wailing and every one her neighbor lamentation. But of the age that is to come it is written, he will destroy death to eternity, and the Lord Eternal will wipe away the tear from off all faces. Gemara, our Levi Bar Hitha said, one who takes leave of the dead shall not say, go in peace, but go with peace, as it is written, but thou shalt come to thy fathers with peace, but the contrary must be said when taking leave of the living. When David said to Absalom, go with peace, the latter hanged himself, while, when Jethro said to Moses, go in peace, Moses went and was successful. Our Levi further said, one who goes from the college to the prayer house, and vice versa, is rewarded by receiving the appearance of the Shekinah, as it is written, they go from strength to strength, each of them appeared before God in Zion. Our Hayabar Ashi said in the name of Rabbite, scholars have no rest even in the world to come, as it is written, they go from strength to strength, each of them appeareth before God in Zion. End of Tract Moed Kitten. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Moed. Tracts Tanith, Megillah, and Ebel Rabbati or Simahat. Volume 8. Boston. The Talmud Society. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, December 2002, J.B. Hair Redactor. This book is in the public domain. This file may be redistributed for non-commercial purposes provided this attribution is left intact. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous next. P3. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmarit was taught. Two questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase Lashna Ikrina or Webeathima or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5 words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Copyright, 1903. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Copyright 1916, by New Talmud Publishing Society. Next, a word to the public. Index previous next. P4. A word to the public. With this volume section mode, the weightiest and most difficult of the 6 Talmud sections, becomes complete. Students of the Talmud will observe that while the old edition contains 12 treatises, we have embodied 13, taking one viz., Tract Ebel Rabbati from section Nezikin, for reasons which will be stated further on. Section Festivals contains all the halachot pertaining to the Sabbath, to festivals, semi-festivals, fast days, feast days, and days of mourning, and stands practically independent of all other sections, inasmuch as we have been careful to cull all matter bearing upon the subjects discussed in this section from the other sections, and to insert the same in its proper place. 1. And now that by the grace of the Almighty we have succeeded in editing and translating an entire section of the Talmud, a work that, with due modesty, we can claim stands unique in the annals of literature, we deem it but fair to explain to our readers the method adopted by us in the accomplishment of this task, and demonstrate as well the innovations and changes introduced in comparison with the original, ancient edition. They are: in the original the name of each separate treatise alone indicated its contents, while the chapters into which such treatise was subdivided were known merely by the words with which they began. We have, however, headed each chapter with a line or two giving in succinct form the subjects discussed therein. Rashi's commentary, without the aid of which even students of the original Talmud cannot comprehend the intricate meanings of portions of the text, we have, wherever practicable, embodied in the text, denoting such commentary by the use of parentheses, and where this was not feasible on account of the 4. A word to the public. Vagueness of the phraseology and its inseparability from the text proper, we have made the commentary an integral part of the text. Wherever Rashi's commentary was insufficient or rather vague, and we were in consequence compelled to make use of one of the several other commentaries forming part of the original Talmud, we have added a footnote giving the name of the other commentator and the reasons for taking his opinion. The frequent repetitions of discussions, some literally alike and others having a similar tendency even though employing a change of terms, occurring in the several sections and corresponding treatises, we have translated once only. We have been careful, however, to mark such places where a repetition occurs and is not embodied, giving the name of the treatise and the page where it can be found. In this section, now completed, we have also omitted some discussions which are repeated in treatises where they are more pertinent. There they will appear in due time, and where they are at present lacking, a notice to that effect will be found, and the place of their proper insertion is denoted. The original Talmud, with its innumerable biblical quotations, nowhere indicates where such biblical quotations may be found, simply stating, "It is written," etc. One savant named Joshua Boaz went to the trouble of publishing a work called THIRD-WORLDISM, in which he provides each biblical quotation found in the Talmud with its place in its respective book and chapter without naming the verse, but, either through misprints or negligence, they are for the most part incorrect. In our edition we give the book, chapter, and exact verse of each biblical quotation, as well as its correct form, as far as obtainable. We have, wherever necessary, made a footnote explaining the much encountered Talmudic peculiarity of dividing up a word so as to put a different construction upon its meaning, and thus obliterate its actual linguistic purport. Wherever a word is totally untranslatable the fact is recorded and the word circumscribed likewise in a footnote. We have also had occasion to refer the reader, for the elucidation of some passages, to our previously published works, but in no case is such reference absolutely necessary. It has become necessary in some cases to provide a treatise with a special introduction or an appendix, or both, and pv. This we have done whenever it seemed to us to facilitate the understanding of such treatise. Wherever the Talmud made use of a Greek word, naturally in Hebrew letters, and consequently at times incorrectly, we have, to avoid errors, rendered the word into pure Greek. In a doubtful case we have appended a footnote giving the word in several versions and emphasizing the one most likely to have been the correct one. While any index of subjects treated in the Mishnah and Gemara is impossible for reasons we have already explained in the few lines heading the synopsis of Volume I, we have provided each volume with a synopsis of a sufficient scope to enable the reader to find any subject of peculiar interest to him without perusing the entire volume. Wherever two disputing Amoraim are not of the same period, on the contrary, were in existence a century or so apart, we have called the attention of the reader to this in a footnote explaining who the discussing teachers were, their probable names, etc. Whatever misprints occurred in the original edition of the Talmud we have carefully corrected, and have explained their probable origin and cause. The absence of commentaries to the tracts Shek Alim and Ebel Rabbati gave us an opportunity to add our own comment, which we have done with as much care and zeal as possible. Finally, we call attention to the explanatory remarks printed on the reverse of the title page of each volume. Now it remains for us to state the reason why we embody the tract Ebel Rabbati in this section. Maimonides tried to find some explanation for the sequence of sections and tracts of the Talmud, and whether he succeeded in this endeavor or not we will leave to the decision of the reader. At all events, as far as the tract Ebel Rabbati is concerned, he could not give any reason why it should have found a place in the section Nezikin. As a matter of fact, the tract Ebel Rabbati is not among the 37 main tracts comprising the Babylonian Talmud, but is accounted one of the minor tracts written after the original was finished. Yet it would be decidedly wrong to class Ebel Rabbati with the minor tracts, and for the reason that in a number of instances we find a passage in the Talmud reading, we have learned in Ebel Rabbati, proving conclusively that p6. It antedates the final completion of the original Babylonian edition. The bibliographers Zunes and Anbruel endeavored to prove that the tract Ebel Rabbati, so frequently mentioned in the Talmud proper, is not identical with the one found among the minor tracts, and Dr. Mielziner, in his introduction to the Talmud, adds, it seems to be a reproduction of the same with later additions. We do not care, as the Talmud says, to put our heads between the mountains, and contradict these learned gentlemen, although they have not quoted by a good many all the quotations of Ebel Rabbati used by the Talmud, and we have found that all quotations from Ebel Rabbati are verbatim reproductions from the tract now before us. Be this, however, as it may, this tract is the only source in the Hebrew code from which the ordinances and laws pertaining to the mode of procedure with dying, dead, burials, and mourners, in vogue even at this day with all classes of Jews, emanate. Were we to leave this tract untranslated, the section festivals would be incomplete. It must be borne in mind that laws pertaining to mourners are thoroughly discussed in one of the tracts of section festivals, Mode Katan, and hence are, we hope, valid excuse for embodying the tract Ebel Rabbati as part and parcel of that section. We wish to call attention to the fact, however, that such mourners' ordinances as had no connection with festivals and feast days we have eliminated from the original tract in which they were contained, and have transferred them to Ebel Rabbati, where they properly belong. Having thus, in this introduction, outlined as fully as possible our method of disclosing the weighty contents of Judaism's greatest example of literature to laymen and those of the archaeological students unacquainted with the idioms employed by the Talmudic teachers, we lay our work open to the critics and invite, in all honesty of purpose, scholarly, pithy criticism. So far we have only been favored with spasmodic efforts at criticism, consisting mainly of dissenting opinions as to the use of a term or the spelling of a word taken from the Hebrew and transcribed into English. What we would appreciate, however, is a fair and just summarizing of the work as a whole, of its value as such, and of its merit in facilitating the general knowledge among laymen, Gentiles, and Jews alike, of ancient customs, ordinances, laws, and usages. MLR. New York, June 18, 1899. Footnotes. 4:1 This is only one instance where this policy was pursued. There are, of course, countless others, too numerous to mention. Next, a letter from Professor Dr. M. Lazarus. Index previous next. P7. A letter from Prof. Dr. M. Lazarus, GEH. Regierungsrat. Marin, D14 Juni, 1899. Herrn M. L. Rodkinson, New York. Geehrter Herr Rodkinson, in meinem Brief Volume 20. Juli, 85, habe ich mein Ansicht ausgesprochen, das nur in Verbindung von mehreren hervorragenden und bewahrten Gelehrten den Hohensweg einer neuen kritischen Talmud ausgebevollkommen erfüllen könnten. Ins Wisken haben sie selber die Ausführung des Works nebst einer englischen Übersetzung unternommen und bereits 7 Band drucken lassen. Jedermann muss deshalb ihren Muth und ihr Ausdauer bewundern. Auf ein Erdel, ob ihr Übertragungszutreffend ist, muss ich bei meiner bescheidenen Kenntnis der englischen Sprache verdichten, aber ihr Verständnis des Originals steht ja außer Zweifel und in dem erforderlichen Berath in Bezug auf die englische Fassung wird es ihnen ja nicht gefällt haben. Jeder Schritt zur Verbreitung einer ingehenden Kenntnis des Talmuds auch im Kreis derer, welch die Sprache des Originals nicht kennen, betracht ich als nützlich und worthwhile. Ich wünsche und hoffe deshalb, dass sie zur Ausführung ihres großen Unternehmens reichlich Unterstützung finden mögen. MIT Hochachtungsvolume Gruss. Lazarus. Next, Contents. Index previous next. P9. Tractanith. PX. Contents. Page. A word to the public, 3. A letter from Prof. Dr. M. Lazarus-GEH. Regierungsrat 7. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 8 Tractanith, 13. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the time when mention is made of rain in the daily prayer, when rain is to be prayed for, when fast days are ordered on which to pray especially for rain, and the character of such days of mourning, 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the order of procedure on the last 7 fast days, and the prayers to be recited on those days, 36. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning occurrences on account of which fast days are ordered, or alarms are sounded. When fasting on account of rain is stopped, 47. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the priest's blessing of the people, the institution of the standing men their fasts and prayers. The fast of the 17th day of Tammuz and the 9th of Abh, and the celebration of the 15th day of Abh, 78. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. P13. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Volume 8 Tractanith. 1. Chapter I. Mishnah I. The difference of opinion about the mention of the power of rain in the prayer on the days of tabernacles. Whence do we know that mention must be made? Who of the readers shall mention it on the feast of Passover? Must one repeat his prayer if he made no mention? 3 men prayed to God for things that were not suitable. The congregation of Israel also prayed for an improper thing, 1-7. Mishnah 2. Till what time is the rain to be prayed for? What was eaten during the 7 years of famine? Jacob, our father, never died. When begin the rain fructifications? The knowledge of the law is an elixir of life. Why the words of the law are compared to water, wine, and milk? To what the day of rain is equal in importance? The different explanations of the interpretation of the passage Ecclesiastes x10. Come and see how great are the men who have faith. When there are famine and pestilence, what shall be prayed for? The explanation of the passage, thou shalt truly tithe. When Aaron died, the pillar of cloud left, etc. What happened to the disciples of Rabha when he died? About the measurements of the Gehenna and the Garden of Eden, 7-24. Mishnahs 3. To v. From what time in fall must rain be prayed and fasted for if it has not descended? The punishment of one who leaves the congregation when the latter is in trouble, in order to avoid it. What means the God of truth? Who is called a sinner when he fasteth? Is a fast of hours considered? Until what time may food be partaken of on the day preceding the fast? If fast days pass without answer, what shall be done? What would the elders do when they assembled in the morning? The query to Rabbi by the inhabitants of Nineveh. Not every one has a right to rend his clothes, 24-35. Chapter 2. Mishnah I. What is the order of procedure on the fast days? What has happened to Halifta and Hananiah b. Teradion? About the days that are mentioned in the roll of fasts. On what days of the week the order of fasts may begin? Why do they congregate in an open place? Why are ashes strewn on the heads of all? Who has a right to address the congregation? p. 14. What the reader has to say to each benediction. The strife carried on between the Pharisees and Bathuses concerning the continual daily offering, has one to complete his fast if rain descends? 36-46. Chapter 3. Mishnah I. On what fast days an alarm must be sounded? What happened to Honi Hamajel and what message Simeon b. Shada sent to him? What is considered a plague causing death? What price must grain reach in order to arrange a fast? The legend of Nakdeman b. Gurion when he borrowed water from a heathen. For the sake of Moses, Joshua, and Nakdeman the sun shone. The good things that Arhunah did, and what Rabha had to say to this. Concerning the sickness of Shibatha. The legend of Hilpha and Yohanan when they studied together, and what they heard of the angels. What happened to Nahum of Gimzo, and the legend about it? The men who have a share in the world to come, who were pointed out by Elijah to Barakah of Huzat. An alarm should be sounded over attacks of wild beasts, etc. For a pest an alarm should be sounded even on a Sabbath. What is meant by the passage Leviticus XXVI? 4. The legend about Honi Hamajel at length, and how he slept 70 years. The legend about Abba Helkiah, his grandson, and also of Hanan the Hidden, who was a grandson of his daughter. How the Amoraim of Palestine prayed for rain and how those of Babylon did. What happened to Ashiya, the youngest of the college, with the Nasai when he had ordered a fast day. The merits of the men who have prayed for rain in the presence of Rabbi and Rabbite and were answered at once. Legends about different Amoraim who have prayed for rain that were or were not answered. The legend at length of Hananiah b. Dosa, his wife, etc. How much rain should fall in order that the congregation should stop fasting? What happened with Samuel the Little when he ordered a fast, 46-77. Chapter 4. Mishnah I. The periods of the year at which the priests shall raise their hands for prayer. When the standing men used to fast. The days when Hallel was sung. The 5 calamities that happened on the 17th of Tammuz and those on the 9th of Ab. What is prohibited during the week of the 9th of Ab? The festivals of the 15th of Ab and the Day of Atonement. The 24 watches which were in the land of Israel. How many watches were established by Moses, and how many by David? What did the men of the watches pray for? Who were the Gon Beli and Kotzaketziath? Who were the family of Pahath Moab ben Jehudah, etc.? Whence do we know that the 5 calamities have happened on the 17th of Tammuz? Whence do we know that the second temple was also burned on the 9th of Ab? Also that the city of Bethar was conquered on that day? What is allowed to eat on the afternoon of the eve of the 9th of Ab? Which ordinance of mourning is applicable to the 9th of Ab? The custom of Jehudah bar Ilah on the night preceding the 9th of Ab. What occurrence makes the 15th of Ab a festival? What Eleazar has to say about the ring of righteousness that the Holy One, blessed be He, will make in the future in the Garden of Eden, 78-92. Footnotes. 13:1 See Introduction to Synopsis in Tract Sabbath, Volume I, PXXIX, also note at end of synopsis in Volume V. Next, Chapter I. Index Previous Next. P1. Tract Tanith. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the time when mention is made of rain in the daily prayer, when rain is to be prayed for, when fast days are ordered on which to pray especially for rain, and the character of such days of mourning. Mishnah, from what time should the power manifested in the descent of rain be commenced to be mentioned? R. Eliezer said, from the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles. R. Jehoshua, however, said, from the last day of that festival. For, said he to R. Eliezer, since rain on the Feast of Tabernacles is considered unpropitious, why should it be mentioned in the prayers? And R. Eliezer answered, I do not mean to say that rain should be prayed for, but only that it should be mentioned with the words, He causeth the wind to blow, and the rain to descend in its proper time. If so, rejoined R. Jehoshua, such mention might be made at all seasons of the year. Prayers for rain should not be said sooner than shortly before the commencement of the rainy season. R. Jehudah said, the last of the ministers of the congregation who on the last day of the Feast of Tabernacles officiates at the reading desk should mention the rain, but not he who officiates first. On the first day of Passover, the minister who officiates first should still mention it, but not he who officiates last. Gemara, whence does the Tana of this Mishnah adduce that the rain must be mentioned or prayed for at all, that he commences by saying, from what time should it be mentioned? He adduces this from the Mishnah in Tract Rosh Hashanah, where he has learned that on the Feast of Tabernacles judgment is passed concerning rain, and p2. Having learned this, he proceeds to inform us when rain must be mentioned and prayed for. If so, let him teach us concerning the rain. Why does he mention the power manifested in the descent of rain? Said R. Yohanan, because rain descends with the power of God, as it is written, who giveth rain upon the surface of the earth, and sendeth out waters over the face of the fields, and further it is written, who doth great things which are quite unsearchable, and wonders which are quite without number. Whence do we know, however, that mention must be made of rain in the 18 benedictions of the daily prayer? Because we have learned in a Boraitha thus, it is written, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. And what service can be performed with the heart? The service of prayer, and immediately following the passage quoted it is said, I will send rain for your land in its due season, the first rain and the latter rain, etc. R. Yohanan said, 3 keys are in the hands of the Holy One, blessed be he, which are not intrusted to any messenger, and they are, the key of rain, the key for a woman lying in, and the key for the resurrection of the dead. The key of rain, as it is written, the Lord will open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain of thy land in its season, the key for a woman lying in, as it is written, and God remembered Rachel, and God hearkened to her, and opened her womb, and the key for the resurrection of the dead, as it is written, and ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I open your graves and when I cause you to come up out of your graves, O my people. The sages of the West say, that also the key to a man's earnings are in the hands of God alone, as it is written, Thou openest thy hand and satisfiest the desire of every living thing. Why did not R. Yohanan mention this also? Because R. Yohanan may claim that rain itself is the means of earning a livelihood. R. Eliezer said, from the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles. The schoolman propounded a question, whence does R. Eliezer derive his teaching? Does he derive it from the palm branch which is brought along for use at the morning service? p3. Only, or from the pouring of water, which is brought also in the evening, as the Master says, it is written, their meat offerings and their drink offerings, that is to say, that they may be brought even in the evening, and therefore R. Eliezer holds that mention of the rain should be made even on the eve of the Feast of Tabernacles. Come and hear, R. Abahu said, R. Eliezer derived his teaching from the palm branch. Some say, that R. Abahu had a tradition to that effect, while others hold that he takes it from the following Boraitha, from what time is mention made of rain in the daily prayer? R. Eliezer said, from the time the palm branch is taken. R. Jehoshua, however, said, from the time when the palm branch is laid aside. Said R. Eliezer, because the 4 articles 1 of the Feast of Tabernacles are used only for the purpose of favorably inclining the judgment concerning rain, and as those 4 articles cannot grow without water, neither can the world exist without water, therefore mention of rain must be made even in the morning. And Jehoshua replied, but rain during the festival of tabernacles is considered an unpropitious event. Whereupon Eliezer rejoined, I do not mean to say that rain should be prayed for, but merely that it should be mentioned, and it is the same as the mention of the resurrection of the dead, which though this can take place only at the appointed time, it is nevertheless mentioned all the year round. Therefore if a man desires to mention rain in the prayer the whole year, he may do so. Rabbi, however, said, I say, that when a man ceases to pray for rain, he should also cease mentioning it. And Jehudah ben Bethera said, mention of the rain should begin to be made on the 2nd day of the Feast of Tabernacles. Akiba said, even on the 6th day. Jehudah in the name of Jehoshua said, the last of the ministers of the congregation who on the last day of the Feast of Tabernacles officiates at the reading desk should mention the rain, but not he who officiates first. On the 1st day of the Passover, the minister who officiates first should still mention it, but not he who officiates last. P4. We have learned in a Boraitha, our sages did not impose the duty on a man to make mention of the dew and wind in the prayer, but if he desires to do so, he may. Why so? Said Hananiah, because dew and wind are never withheld. Whence do I know this? Because it is written, then said Elijah the Tishbite, who was of the inhabitants of Gilead, unto Achab, as the Lord the God of Israel liveth, before whom I have stood, there shall not be in these years dew or rain, except according to my word, and further, it is written. Go, show thyself unto Achab, and I will give rain upon the face of the earth, but in the latter passage dew is not mentioned, because it was never withheld. It might be asked, however, why Elijah swore that it would not fall. He meant to say merely that no dew which would benefit the soil would fall, for all the dew which should fall would not be productive of any good. Whence do we know that the wind will not be withheld? Said Jehoshua ben Levi, because it is written, for as the 4 winds of heaven have I spread you abroad, which signifies, that as the world cannot exist without winds, so it cannot also exist without Israel. Hananiah said, from what we have learned so far, we see that if a man said in his prayer during the dry season, he causeth the wind to blow, he is not obliged to say his prayer over again, but if he said he causeth the rain to descend, he is bound to say the prayer again. During the rainy season if he omitted in his prayer the words, he causeth the wind to blow, he need not be made to say the prayer over again, but if he omitted the words, he causeth the rain to descend, he should be made to say the prayer again. And not only this, but if the man said in his prayer the words, he causeth the wind to cease and the dew to vanish, he need not repeat the prayer, because those words are of no consequence. We have learned in another Boraitha, the sages did not impose the duty of mentioning clouds and winds in the prayer, but if a man chooses to do so he may, because they are not withheld. Jehudah said, the wind which comes after the rain does as much good as the rain itself, the sun which comes after the rain does as much good as 2 rains. Rabha said, snow to the mountains is as beneficial as 5 rains are to the ground, as it is written, 4. P5. To the snow he saith, be thou on the earth, likewise to the pouring rain, and to the pouring rains of his strength. 1. Rabha said again, snow is good for the mountains, a light rain is good for the trees, a heavy rain is good for the budding fruit, and a shower is even beneficial to the seed lying dormant in the ground. Again Rabha said, a young scholar is like a seed, lying in the ground, which, once sprouting, will continue to grow. And he said also, when a young scholar appears excited, it should be known that it is his knowledge that is excited within him, as it is written, is not thus my word like the fire? Saith the Lord. And Rashi said that a scholar who is not as firm as iron cannot be considered a scholar, because the end of that passage reads, and like a hammer that shivereth the rock. Said Rabbina, still, a man should train himself to speak calmly without anger, as it is written, and remove anger from thy heart. R. Samuel ben Nahmini in the name of our Jonathan said, 3 men prayed to God for things that were not suitable. 2 were answered in a proper manner, but 1 was answered accordingly. They are, Eliezer the slave of Abraham, Saul the son of Kish, and Jephthah of Gilead. Concerning Eliezer it is written, Be the one thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. Now, the maiden may have been blind or maimed, but still the Lord ordained it so that Rebekah was the one. Concerning Saul the king it is written, And it shall be that the man who killeth him will the king enrich and his daughter will he give him, etc. It might have happened that a slave or an illegitimate son might have accomplished the feat, but still the Lord destined it to be David. Concerning Jephthah it is written, Then shall it be, that whatsoever cometh forth out of the doors of my house, I will burn it up for a burnt offering. The prayer was improper, because an unclean thing might have come forth which would not be a proper sacrifice, and the answer was also not proper, for his own daughter came forth to meet him. This causes the wrathful query of Jeremiah the prophet, as it is written, Is there no more balm in Gilead? Or is no physician there? P6. 1 And further, it is written, Which I had not commanded, nor spoken, and which had not come into my mind, which implies, I had not commanded refers to the sacrificing of the son of Mesha the king of Moab by his father, now spoken, refers to the daughter of Jephthah, and which had not come into my mind, refers to Isaac, whom his father Abraham was willing to sacrifice. Said Arbirikia, the congregation of Israel also prayed for an improper thing, but the Holy One, blessed be he, answered it in a proper manner, as it is written, And let us feel it, that we may strive to know the Lord, bright as the morning dawn is his rising, and may he come as the rain unto us, as the latter rain that maketh fruitful the earth. And the Holy One, blessed be he, said, My daughter, thou askest a thing which at times is necessary and at other times is superfluous, but I will be to thee as a thing which is at all times needed, as it is written, I will be as the dew unto Israel. Once again the congregation of Israel prayed improperly, saying, I, Sovereign of the universe, set me as a seal upon thy heart, as a seal upon thy arm, and the Lord said, Thou askest me to do a thing which at times can be seen and at other times cannot, for sometimes the heart is closed and the arms are covered, but I will set thee as a seal in a place that is always exposed, as it is written, Behold, upon the palms of my hands have I engraved thee. Shortly before the commencement of the rainy season, the schoolmen thought that mentioning rain in the prayer and praying for it was one and the same thing, therefore they said that this Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of our Jehoshua, who said previously that rain must be mentioned from the time that the palm branch is laid aside. Said Rabha to them, Nay, this Mishnah may even be in accordance with our Eliezer's opinion, for mentioning rain and praying for it are two different things. R. Jehudah said, the last of the ministers, etc. Is this not a contradiction to what we learn in the next Mishnah, namely, until when is rain to be prayed for? R. Jehudah said, until P7. After the Passover, etc. Said R. Hisdah, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to the mention of the rain, while the Mishnah quoted refers to praying for rain, and rain may be prayed for during the entire Passover. Said Ula, this statement of our Hisdah is as vinegar to the teeth and smoke to the eyes. If a man may mention rain even when he should not pray for it, why should he not when praying for it also be allowed to mention it? Therefore, says Ula, this contradiction can be explained from the fact that two Tannim differ as to the opinion of our Jehudah. R. Asi in the name of our Yohanan said, the halakha prevails according to our Jehudah. How shall we do, however, who have 2 days as the last days of the festival? Said Rabbi, the rain should be first mentioned in the additional prayer on the first of the 2 last days, then it should be omitted in all prayers until the additional prayer on the second of those days, when it should again be mentioned. Said Samuel to those who repeated Rabbi's statement, Go ye and tell Abba. This, is it proper that after thou hast sanctified the day thou shouldst make it ordinary again? For in the afternoon prayer of that day thou hast omitted the mention of the rain. Therefore I say that mention should be made first at the additional prayer on the first of the 2 last days, also in the afternoon prayer, then it may be omitted at night and in the morning of the following day, but it should be again mentioned in the additional prayer of the last day. Rabha, however, said, as he once began to mention it, it should not be stopped again. And so also said Arshishhate, and even Rabbite retracted his former statement, for Hananel said in his name that 21 days should be counted from the New Year day the same as the 10 days preceding the Day of Atonement are counted, and on the 21st day he should commence to make mention of the rain and should then not omit it in any of the prayers. So the halakha prevails. Mishnah, till what time is the rain to be prayed for? Ar Jehuda says until after the Passover, Ar Meir says till the month of Nisan is past, because it is said, and he hath caused to come down for you the rain, the first rain, and the latter rain in the first month. Gemara, said Ar Nahman to Ar Itzhak, does the first rain then descend in the month of Nisan, does it not descend in Marcheshvan? As we have learned in a Boraitha, namely. P8. The first rains fall in Marcheshvan and the latter rains in Nisan. And Ar Itzhak answered, Ar Yohanan said thus, the passage quoted in the Mishnah, which states that both the first and the latter rains come down in the first month, refers to the time of Joel the son of Pethuel, when, it is written, what the caterpillar left, hath the locust eaten, etc. In that year the month of Adar had already passed, and the first rain descended in the month of Nisan. Said the prophet to Israel, go and sow your seed. And they replied, should one who has a patch of barley or wheat eat it and live, or sow it and die? And he said to them, still, see that ye sow as much as ye can. Thereupon a miracle occurred, and the grain which had been hidden in the walls and in the subterranean passages of the ants was discovered. They then went and sowed their grain on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days of Nisan. On the 5th of Nisan the second rain fell, and on the 16th of that month they already offered up the new grain which had ripened. Thus the grain which should have taken 6 months to ripen, matured in 11 days, and the offerings which were usually brought of grain that had been growing 6 months, were that time brought of such as had only been growing 11 days, and concerning this generation it is written, those that sow in tears shall reap in joyful song. Ar Nahman said again to Ar Itzhak, it is written, for the Lord hath called for a famine, and it is also coming on the land for 7 years. What was eaten during these 7 years? And he answered, so said Ar Yohanan, in the first year they ate the reserve store that they had in their houses, in the second year they ate the reserve store they had in the fields, in the third they ate the flesh of ritually clean animals, on the fourth, the flesh of ritually unclean animals, in the 5th year they ate reptiles, in the 6th year the famine was so severe that people had to eat their own children, and in the 7th it reached a stage where some had to eat the flesh from off their own arms, and the saying, they shall eat every man the flesh of his own arm, was verified thereby. Again, Ar Nahman asked Ar Itzhak, it is written, the Holy One in the midst of thee, and I will not come into the city. How is this to be understood? Because the inhabitants did so much good in the city that they were called holy, and the Holy One did not wish to enter? And Ar Itzhak P9 answered, thus said Ar Yohanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said that he would not enter the Jerusalem of the heavens until he could enter the Jerusalem below. Is there then a Jerusalem above? Asked Ar Nahman. Yeah, was the answer, for it is written, Jerusalem, which art built as a city wherein all associate together with it. Hence there is another Jerusalem, and that is above in the heavens. Ar Nahman again asked Ar Itzhak, how is the passage, but at once shall they be shown to be brutish and foolish, it is a doctrine of vanities, it concerneth but wood, to be understood. And he replied, thus said Ar Yohanan, one thing will cause men to burn in Gehenna, and that is idolatry, for it is said above, a doctrine of vanities, it concerneth but wood, And further, we find it written, they are vanity, the work of deception, in the time of their punishment shall they vanish. R. N. Haman asked R. Itzhak again, what does the passage, for two evils have my people committed, mean? Are there only two, and the 24 which are subsequently enumerated one were forgiven them? And R. Itzhak answered, thus said R. Yohanan, one evil which is considered as two, namely, idolatry, as it is written further, me have they forsaken, the source of living waters, to hew out for themselves cisterns, broken cisterns, that cannot hold water, and it is also written, for pass over to the isles of the Kittites, and see, and unto Kedar send, and consider well, and see if anything like this hath happened. Hath a nation exchanged its gods, which are yet no gods? And still my people hath exchanged its glory for that which cannot profit. In Aboritha we have learned as follows, the Kittites worship fire and the inhabitants of Kedar worship water, and though knowing that water extinguishes fire, they nevertheless did not exchange their God, while my people exchanged their God for that which cannot profit. R. N. Haman and R. Itzhak sat together at a meal, and R. N. Haman said to the latter, let master relate something. And R. Itzhak said, so said R. Yohanan, while eating one should not talk, lest the food enter the windpipe before p10. The gullet and inflict an injury. After having finished their meal, he said, so said R. Yohanan, Jacob our father never died. And R. N. Haman rejoined, then was it in vain that he was mourned and embalmed. And R. Itzhak replied, I make this assertion from the following passage, and thou, do not fear, O my servant Jacob, saith the Lord, and be not dismayed, O Israel, for, behold, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity, and Jacob shall return, and shall be at rest, and be secure, with none to terrify him. And Jacob is compared to his children, as the latter are still living so is he also. 1. When R. N. Haman and R. Itzhak were about to part, the former said to R. Itzhak, bless me. And he answered, I shall tell thee a parable to which this can be compared. A man once went into the desert, and when hungry, thirsty, and tired came to a tree bearing luscious fruit and affording plenty of shade, and underneath which there was a spring of water. He ate of the fruit, drank of the water, and rested beneath the shade. When about to leave he turned to the tree and said, Tree, tree, wherewith can I bless thee? That thy fruit may be sweet it is already sweet, that thou shouldst afford plenty of shade that also thou dost, that a spring may be near thee even that thou hast. The one thing left me which I can wish for thee is, that all trees planted from thy seed may be as fruitful as thou art. So it is with thee. Should I bless thee with knowledge that thou hast, should I bless thee with riches that thou also hast, should I bless thee with children even children thou lackest not, hence all I can wish thee is that thy seed be as prosperous as thou art. The rabbis taught, why is the first rain called Yorah? 2. Because it teaches the people to paint their roofs, take in the fruit, and otherwise prepare for the winter, and also because it satiates the earth and penetrates into the very depths, as it is written, watering her furrows abundantly, smoothing down her ridges, thou softenest her with showers, thou blessest her growth. Another thing that is meant by Yorah is a rain that comes without storm, and as the first rain is intended for a blessing, so also is the latter rain. And whence do we know that the first rain is intended for a blessing? p11. From the passage, and ye children of Zion, be glad, and rejoice in the Lord your God, for he hath given you the first rain in beneficence, and he hath caused to come down on the rain, the first rain and the latter rain in the first month. The rabbis taught, the first rain falls in the month of Marcheshvan and the latter rain in Nisan. Whence do we know that the first rain should fall in the month of Marcheshvan? Perhaps it would do if it fell in the month of Kislev. Because the first and latter rains are mentioned together and by the latter rain is meant that falling in Nisan, for otherwise it would be of no benefit. Hence by the first rain is meant that falling in Marcheshvan. In another Boritha it is added that such is the dictum of our Meir, but the sages say, the first rain falls in Kislev. Who are those sages? Said Ar-Hisda, that is Ar-Hosea, who says, in another Boraitha, that the time for the first rain is the 3rd day of Marcheshvan. Ordinarily it falls on the 7th of that month, and if it is delayed it falls on the 17th. Such is the dictum of Ar-Meir. But Ar-Jehuda says the 3 dates are the 7th, 17th, and 23d, and Ar-Hosea says they are the 17th, the 23d, and the 1st of Kislev, and he added that fasting for rain is not necessary until the 1st of Kislev has passed without rain having fallen. Said Ar-Hisda, the halakha prevails according to Ar-Hosea. Amamur taught the same as Ar-Hisda with reference to another Boraitha. We have learned, as early as the 3d of Marcheshvan, rain should be prayed for. Ar-Gamaliel said, on the 7th of that month is the time when the delayed rain should be prayed for. Said Ar-Hisda, the halakha prevails according to Ar-Gamaliel. According to whom will the following Boraitha be? We have learned, Ar-Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if there was rain for 7 consecutive days it must not be considered as too much rain, but merely that there was a 3-fold fructification of the earth by the rain. Said Ar-Abahu, why is it called fructification? Because it fructifies the earth, for Ar-Jehuda said that the rain is the husband of the earth, as it is written, for as the rain and the snow come down from heaven, and return not thither, but water the earth, and render it fruitful, and cause it to bring forth plants. P. 12. Ar-Abahu said again, the first fructification takes place if the rain penetrates 1 span into the ground, and the second fructification is accomplished when the soil is so pliable that it can be used to stop up a barrel without the addition of other water. Ar-Hisda said, if at the first fructification the soil becomes so pliable that it can be used to stop up a barrel, it cannot be considered as if the heavens were closed. He said again, if it rained in some cities, but was dry in others, it cannot be said that the heavens are closed. This is not so. For is it not written, and I also had indeed withholden from you the rain, when it was yet 3 months to the harvest, and I caused it to rain upon one city, and upon another city I caused it not to rain, one piece of land was rained upon, and another piece whereupon it rained not became dried up. And Ar-Jehuda said, in the name of Rabbite, that the entire verse was in the form of a curse? This presents no difficulty. For the verse signifies that in one city it will rain too much and in another it will not rain at all, which is a curse, but if it rain ordinarily in one city and not at all in another. Said Ar-Ashi, this very thing may be inferred from the passage itself, for it says one piece of land was rained upon, and that implies that in that piece of land there will be too much rain. 1. Ar-Abahu said, the day of rain is of more importance than the day of resurrection, for on the latter day only the righteous will arise from the dead, but rain falls for all alike, righteous and wicked. And Ar-Abahu differs with Ar-Hosea, who declares that the day of rain is just as important as the day of resurrection, and for that reason is mentioned in the prayer at the benediction regarding the resurrection of the dead. Ar-Jehuda said, the day of rain is as important as the day on which the law was given, because it is written, my doctrine shall drop as the rain, and by doctrine is meant the law, for it is written, for good doctrine do I give you, my law must ye not forsake. And Rabha said, the day of rain is even more important than the day on which the law was given, for it says, my doctrine shall drop as the rain, and surely the thing upon which another is p. 13. Dependent, or to which another is compared, is more important than that other. The same interpreters cite the following contradiction, it is written, my doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew. In the first he says rain, and in the other dew. From this it is to be signified that if the scholar is a conscientious man, consider him as dew, which is always useful, but if he is not, turn your neck to him one as we do to rain. We have learned, Arbana has said, he who studies the law for the honor of God, his knowledge becomes to him the elixir of life, as it is written, a tree of life is she to those that lay hold on her, and it is also written, it will be healing to thy body, while, further, it is said, for he who findeth me, findeth life, but he who studies the law, not for the honor of God, his knowledge becomes to him a deadly poison. As it is written in the passage just quoted, the term Ya'araf is to be interpreted as the term Verfu, and they shall break there the neck of the heifer in the valley. R. Jeremiah said to Arzerah, let master go and teach. And he answered, my heart is weak, and I cannot. Then let master relate some trifling thing from the Haggadah, said Jeremiah. And Arzerah spoke, thus said Yohanan, it is written, the man is a tree of the field. Is then a man a tree of the field? The passage says previously, for of them mayest thou eat, and thou shalt not cut them down, and further, it says, only those trees of which thou knowest that they are not fruit trees, thou mayest destroy and cut down. And this implies that the man is compared to a tree, and that if thou knowest a man to be a scholar and a good man, thou shouldst enjoy his company and derive benefit from him, but if he be a scholar but an evil man, thou shouldst avoid him and cut off thy intercourse with him. R. Hannah bar Hananiah said, it is written, iron is sharpened by iron, and this applies to two scholars who study together, when one sharpens the intellect of the other. P. 14. Rabbi bar Hananiah said, why were the words of the law compared to fire, as it is written, is not this my word like the fire? Saith the Lord. As fire cannot burn without having hold of an object, so the words of the law cannot remain with one who is alone. R. Naaman bar Itzhak said, why are the words of the law compared to a tree, as it is written, a tree of life is she to those that lay hold on her. As a small piece of wood kindles a larger, so a lesser scholar brightens the wits of the greater by his queries, and this is as Hananiah has said, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, and most of all from my disciples. R. Hananiah bar Papa cited a contradiction, it is written, toward him that is thirsty they bring water, and further, it is written, every one of ye that thirsteth, come ye to the water. If a man is a diligent disciple and cannot come to the master should go to him, but if he is not a diligent disciple, the master need not go to him, but if he comes to the master he should be taught. R. Hananiah bar Hama cited another contradiction, it is written, so will thy springs overflow abroad, and further, it is said, they will be thy own only. This means to say, that if a man is a thorough scholar his teachings should be allowed to spread abroad, but if not, they should be for him alone. R. Hananiah bar Edi said, why are the words of the law compared to water, as it is written, toward him that is thirsty they bring water? Because as water leaves a higher place for a lower, so the words of the law cannot be retained by one who does not deport himself in a lowly manner. R. Ashia said, why are the words of the law compared to the following three beverages water, wine, and milk? To water, as it's written in the verse just quoted, to wine and milk, as it is written, come, buy without money and without price wine and milk. In order to teach us, that as those three beverages can best be kept in common utensils such as wooden or earthen vessels, so the law can only be retained by those who are humble in their manner. As the daughter of the Caesar once said to Jehoshua b. Hananiah, alas for such handsome wisdom, which is in an ugly vessel. And he said to her, in what does your father keep his best wine? And she answered, in earthen vessels. And he rejoined, then what is the difference between your father and a commoner? And she asked, in what, then, shall it be kept? And he said, you, who are wealthy and mighty, ought to keep it in golden and silver vessels. She then told her father, and he commanded that his wine should be kept in vessels of gold and silver. And it became sour. When the Caesar was informed of this, he asked his daughter, who told you that we should keep our wine in golden vessels? And she named the above rabbi. He was sent for, and questioned as to the reason of his advice. And he rejoined, this was only an answer to the question of the princess. But are there not, the Caesar said, men who are handsome and nevertheless are very scholarly? Believe me, said the rabbi, that if they would be homely, their wisdom would be greater still. R. Hama bar Hanana said, the day of rain is of equal importance with the day on which heaven and earth were created, as it is written, drop down, ye heavens, from above and let the skies distill blessing, let the earth open, and let them all be fruitful of prosperity, and let righteousness spring up likewise, I the Lord have created it. And as it is said created it and not created them, it proves that rain is referred to. R. Ashia said, the day of rain is so great that, even if a man be blessed with prosperity, the prosperity becomes more fruitful, as it is said in the verse quoted, let the earth open, and let them all be fruitful of prosperity. R. Tanhum bar Hanala said, rain does not descend unless the sins of Israel are forgiven, as it is written, thou hast been favorable, O Lord, unto thy land, thou hast brought back the captivity of Jacob. Thou hast forgiven the iniquity of thy people, thou hast covered over all their sin. Selah. Said Zairi of Dehabath to Rubina, ye learn this from the above passage. We, however, apply to this the following, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin, etc. Tanhurn the son of Arhiah of the village Akko said, rain is not withheld unless the enemies of Israel deserve to be destroyed, as it is written, drought and heat speedily consume the snow waters. P16. So doth the grave those who have sinned. Said Zairi of Dehabath to Rubina, ye learn this from the above passage. We, however, apply to this the following, and he will shut up the heavens. And ye shall perish quickly. R. Simeon ben Pazi said, rain is not withholden except from such as slander each other, as it is written, the north wind bringeth forth rain, so doth secret talking, angry countenances. R. Salah said in the name of Arhamnuna, rain is withholden only on account of the impudent, as it is written, and though the early showers were withholden, and the latter rain came not, yet hadst thou a forehead of an adulterous wife, thou refusedst to feel shame. R. Salah said again in the name of Arhamnuna, the man who is impudent will finally stumble into idolatry. And he derives it from the passage just quoted, yet hadst thou a forehead of an adulterous wife. And Rn said, an impudent man must be considered as having already stumbled into idolatry, for the passage does not say, thou wilt have a forehead, etc., but thou hadst. Rabbi bar Huna said, an impudent man may be classed with the wicked, as it is written, a wicked man showeth impudence in his face. And Rn bar Itzhak said, he may even be hated, as it is written, and the boldness of his face Yesuna do not read Yesuna but Yisonia. R. Joseph said, rain is withholden only for abolishing the law, as it is written. Yet men see not the light which is bright in the skies, when the wind hath passed along and purified them. By light is meant the law, as it is written, for the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and bright. The disciples of Ishmael interpret thus, even when the sky was spotted with clouds, the wind of the law clears them away. R. Ami said, rain is withholden solely on account of the sin of robbery, as it is written, his hands he covereth with light. By his hands is meant the hands of robbery, as it is written, and from the violence which is in their hands, and by light is meant rain, as it is written, he scattereth the cloud of his lightning. P17. R. Ami said again, it is written, if the iron be blunt and man do not whet the edge, then must he exert more strength, but the advantage of making it properly sharp is wisdom, which signifies, that if the heavens became closed as the iron is blunt, it was because of the persistent wickedness of the men who did not whet the edge. What is the remedy for the evil? Praying for mercy, as it is said, then must he exert more strength, and so much the more, will they be granted mercy if at the beginning their deeds were those of wisdom. Resh Lakish said, if thou shouldst see a scholar whose mind is blunt as iron, because of unsystematic study, the remedy for him is, that he should devote more time to systematic study in the colleges, as it is said, then must he exert more strength. And a better remedy yet is, if he arrange all he had hitherto learned in order, as Resh Lakish would arrange his studies 40 times before entering into the presence of Ar Yohanan. Ada bar Ahba would arrange his studies 24 times before entering into the presence of Rabha. Rabha said, if thou shouldst see a disciple whose mind is as blunt as iron because his teacher does not thoughtfully explain the teachings to him, the remedy for him is, to request his friends to intercede for him with the teacher in order that the explanations may be more lucid, and especially if the disciple's behavior is proper towards the teacher and others. 1. R. Ami said again, it is written, if the serpent do bite because no one uttered a charm, then hath the man that can use his tongue no preference, which signifies that if thou shouldst see a generation in whose time the heavens became firm as copper and would not give forth dew and rain, because there was no one to utter a silent prayer for rain, the remedy is to obtain someone who can pray silently for the removal of the curse. And if the one who is able will not pray, what benefit will he derive from it? Hence it is more than probable that he will do so. If, however, he persist in refusing, the most pious of that generation should be appealed to. And p18. If he did pray and was answered, and because of that he becomes too proud, he brings down wrath upon the world. Rabha said, 2 scholars who reside in one town and are not agreeable to each other in Halakha, they cause wrath and bring the same down as it is written. Resh Lakish said, it is written, if the serpent do bite because no one uttered a charm, then hath the man that can use his tongue no preference. In the future all the wild beasts will come to the serpent and question him thus, a lion presses and eats, the wolf tears and eats, but thou, what benefit dost thou derive from killing the creatures? And his answer will be, do, then, the evil tongues derive any benefit? Again Ar-Ami said, the prayer of a man is not answered unless he put his whole soul into it, as it is written, let us lift up our heart with our hands unto God in the heaven. This is not so. For did not Samuel through an interpreter preach as follows, it is written, nevertheless they prayed insincerely to him with their mouth, and with their tongue they lied unto him. For their heart was not firm with him, and with their tongue they lied unto him, and further, it says, still he, being merciful, forgave the iniquity. This presents no difficulty. If a man prays alone, he must put his whole soul into it, but if a congregation is engaged in prayer and one of the members does not happen to be as devout as he should, the prayer is nevertheless heard. R. Ami said again, rain falls only for the sake of those who are truthful, as it is written, truth will grow up out of the earth and righteousness will look down from heaven. And he said again, come and see how great are the men who have faith, and I know this from the story of the cat and the well, for if a man have faith in a cat and a well, so much the firmer should his faith be in God. 1. p19. R. Yohanan said, he who justifies all his actions here below, is closely scrutinized by the power above, as it is written, truth will grow up out of the earth and righteousness will look down from heaven. Ar-Hayabar Abin in the name of Arhuna adduces the same teaching from another passage, which is like the fear of thee, implying that as a man endeavors to prove his fear of the Lord here below, so is he scrutinized as to his sincerity from above. Resh Lakish adduces this same teaching from the passage. Thou acceptest him that rejoiceth and worketh righteousness, those that remember thee in thy ways, behold, thou wast wroth, for we had sinned on them continually, and can we thus be saved? Which implies that when we accept one who wishes to appear righteous before us, his sins are looked into from above and he is closely observed. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said, one who rejoiceth in his affliction brings prosperity to the whole world, because the last 2 words of the above cited verse are Alom Vinasha, which should be interpreted, the world will be helped. p20. Resh Lakish said, it is written, and he will shut up the heaven. When the heaven is shut up from giving rain, it is compared to a woman lying in, who has all the pain of travail but cannot bear the child, and this is what Resh Lakish said in the name of Bar Kapara. The expression shut up is said about rain, as quoted above, and the same expression is used of a woman, for the Lord had fast closed up one every womb. It is said birth of a woman, and she conceived, and bore a son, and the same expression is used for rain, and render it fruitful, too, etc. It is said visiting of a woman, and the Lord visited Sarah, and the same expression is used for rain. Thou hast visited the earth and waterest her abundantly, thou greatly enrichest her, the brook of God is full of water. In the days of our Samuel ben Nahmini there were two evils in the land, famine and pestilence, and the sages said, What shall we pray for? We must not pray for two things, and we do not know which to pray for, the cessation of famine or of pestilence. Let us pray, then, for the abatement of the pestilence, and we shall suffer with the famine. Said our Samuel ben Nahmini to them, Nay, let us pray for relief of the famine, for if the merciful one will give bread he will give it to the living, surely not to the dead, and thus the pestilence will cease of itself, as it is written, Thou openest thy hand and satisfiest the desire of every living thing. Whence do we know that two things must not be prayed for? From the passage, So we fasted and besought our God for this. Whence we see that if they besought God for this, there must have been something else besides, and only one thing was prayed for. In the days of Arzerah the government issued proclamations detrimental to the interests of the Jews, and remarked that no fast days were to be kept. Said Arzerah to the people, Let us take a fast day upon ourselves now, and when the government shall have rescinded its decree, we will then fast. And they asked him, Whence dost thou know that this would be beneficial? And he answered, I know it, because it is written, and he said unto me, Fear not, Daniel. 4. p. 21. From the first day that thou didst set thy heart to obtain understanding, and to fast before thy God, were thy words heard, and I am come in consequence of thy words. R. Itzhak said, Even if the years be years of drought, as were the days of Elijah, and rain fall on the eve of Sabbaths, it cannot be considered as a sign of blessing. Again, R. Itzhak said, The day of rain is such a blessed day, that even the coin in one's pocket is blessed, for it is written, To give the rain of thy land in its season, and to bless all the work of thy hand. 1. R. Yohanan said, Rain is not withholden only on account of such men as promise publicly to give charity and then do not carry out their promise, as it is written, Like clouds and wind without rain, so is a man that vaunteth falsely of a gift. R. Yohanan said again, The passage Thou shalt truly tithe signifies that a man should give tithes in order that he may himself become rich. 2. R. Yohanan met a child of Resh Lakish and he asked him, How far along art thou in thy studies? And the child answered, I am at the passage, Thou shalt truly tithe, and then asked, What does that passage mean? R. Yohanan replied, It means, Give tithe in order that thou mayest become rich. The child then said, Whence dost thou know this? And he replied, Go and try it, and see if it is not so. But the child rejoined, But is it then allowed to try God, is it not written, Ye shall not tempt the Lord your God? And R. Yohanan said, Thus said R. Hosea, In all things except tithes, for it is said, Bring yet all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be provision in my house, and prove me but herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour out for you a blessing, until it be more than enough. Replied the child, If I had already come to that verse I would not have needed thee nor Hosea thy rabbi. Once more R. Yohanan met the child of Resh Lakish, learning the passage. The folly of man perverteth his way, and against the Lord will his heart rage. R. Yohanan said. p. 22. And pondered, saving, Is there then anything written in the Hagiographa, of which there should not even be a hint in the Pentateuch? Said the child of Resh Lakish to him, Is there not a hint of this in the Pentateuch? Is it not written, And their heart failed them and they were afraid, saying one unto another, What is this that God hath done unto us? R. Yohanan raised his eyes and wished to gaze at the child, when the mother of the child immediately took him away, saying, Go away from him, or he may do unto thee what he did unto thy father. R. Yohanan said, rain may descend even for the sake of the merits of one man, but general prosperity comes only for the sake of the public, as it is written, the Lord will open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give rain, etc., and it is written, I will rain for you bread from heaven. An objection was raised. Hosea the son of Jehudah said, 3 good leaders were given to Israel, and they are, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, and 3 good gifts were given through them, namely, the well of water which the Israelites had along with them in the desert was given them for the sake of Miriam, the pillar of cloud which led them by day was given them on account of Aaron, and the manna was given them for Moses' sake. When Miriam died, the well vanished, as it is written, Miriam died there, and was buried there, and immediately afterwards it says, and there was no water for the congregation. Still, the well was again given to the children of Israel through the prayers of Moses and Aaron. When Aaron died, the pillar of cloud left. Once still, both the well and the pillar of cloud were returned for the sake of Moses, but when Moses died, everything vanished, as it is written, and I removed the 3 shepherds in 1 month. Did then Moses, Aaron, and Miriam die in the same month? Did not Moses die in Adar, Aaron in Abh, and Miriam in Nisan? Therefore infer from that passage that the 3 gifts which were given to Israel vanished in the same month that Moses died. p. 23. Does all this not prove that the manna was given solely on Moses' account? Nay, Moses prayed for the whole congregation, and thus he was equal to the whole congregation. R. Huna bar Mano, R. Samuel bar Edi, and Arhiah of Vastania were disciples of Rabha. When Rabha died, they came to our Papa. When our Papa would say something that was not quite pleasing to them, they would wink at one another, and he became downhearted. At one time in a dream the passage just quoted, and I removed the 3 shepherds in 1 month, was read to him. On the morrow before they left him he blessed the 3 disciples, saying, the rabbis may go in peace. R. Shimei bar Ashi was also a visitor at the college of our Papa, and would put so many questions to him that it happened at times that our Papa could not answer them. One day our Shimei noticed our Papa, who was reciting the prayer at which the face was generally hidden in the arm, and overheard him pray, may the merciful one save me from the disgrace which I suffer at the hands of that Shimei. So at that time he resolved to be silent and not trouble our Papa any more with questions. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Eliezer said, the whole world drinks of the water of the ocean, as it is written, but there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Said our Jehoshua to him, how can that be? Are not the waters of the ocean salty? And he replied, they become sweet in the mist. Our Jehoshua, however, says, the whole world drinks of the waters above, as it is written, from the rain of heaven doth it drink water. Thus the significance of the first quoted verse is, that the mists rise unto heaven, open their mouths like bags, and drink in the water, as it is written, for he taketh away drops of water, which are purified into rain in the mist, and the mist is porous like a sieve, through which the rain descends to the earth, as it is written, heavy masses of water, thick clouds of the skies, and the space from one drop to another is only the width of a hair. All this teaches us that the day of rain is as great as the day of the creation of heaven and earth. The rabbis taught, the land of Israel was created first of all and the rest of the world afterwards, as it is written, while as yet he had not made the land and open fields, and the land of Israel was already made. p. 24. The land of Israel is watered by the Lord himself, while the rest of the world is watered by a messenger, as it is written, who giveth rain upon the surface of the earth, and sendeth out waters over the face of the fields. The land of Israel is watered by rain, while the rest of the world is watered by the residue remaining in the clouds, and this is inferred from the same passage, which also implies that the land of Israel is watered before the rest of the world. R. Jehoshua ben Levi, however, said that the whole world is watered with the residue remaining after the Garden of Eden had been watered, as it is written, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and in a Boraitha we have learned that with the residue of water left over from a quantity necessary to water a kur of land, a tharkabite of land can be watered. The rabbis taught, Egypt measures 400 square parsa, and that is only 1/60th of Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is a 60th of the whole earth, the earth is 1/60th of the Garden of Eden, the garden is 1/60th of Eden, and Eden is in turn only 1/60th of Gehenna. Thus it follows that the whole world is but a lid to the pot. Others say again that Gehenna is immeasurable, while still others maintain that Eden is immeasurable. R. Ashia said, "It is written, O thou that dwellest upon many waters, great in treasures," etc., which implies that the reason why Babylon is great in treasures is because it dwelleth upon many waters. Rabbite said, "Rich indeed is Babylon, that reapeth her grain without rain." Abai said, "I know of a tradition which tells me that swampy ground is better than dry." 1. Mishnah, on the 3rd of March Eshvan prayers for rain should be said, but according to Rabban Gamaliel, on the 7th of the same month, namely, 15 days after the Feast of Tabernacles, in order to give the last of the Israelites an opportunity to reach the river Euphrates. Gemara, said R. Elazar, the halakha prevails according to R. Gamaliel. We have learned in a Boraitha, Hananiah said, in exile, prayers for rain should be said 60 days after. P. 25. The equinox of Tishri, and Huna bar Haya said in the name of Samuel that the halakha prevails according to Hananiah. The schoolman propounded a question, what about the 60th day after the equinox? Is it included in the 60 days, or is it counted as one of the days on which the prayers are already to be recited? Said our Papa, the halakha prevails, the 60th is considered as the day after the 60 days. Mishnah, if the 17th of March Eshvan have passed without the rain having yet descended, private individuals commence to keep 3 fast days. As soon as it becomes dark on the fast days, however, it is allowed to eat and to drink, and on the fast days themselves it is permitted to work, to bathe, to anoint the body, to wear shoes, and to perform the duty of cohabitation. If the new moon of Kislev has arrived without rain having yet descended, the Supreme Court shall order 3 public and general fast days. As soon as it becomes dark on those fast days, however, it is lawful to eat and drink, and on the fast days themselves it is permissible to work, to bathe, to anoint the body, to wear shoes, and to perform the duty of cohabitation. Gemara, who are meant by private individuals? Said Arhuna, the rabbis. We have learned in a Boraitha that if private individuals commence to keep the fast days, they should fast on Monday, Thursday, and the following Monday, and they may interrupt their fast days if a Monday or a Thursday fall on the day of the new moon or on such days as are mentioned in the roll of fasts. The rabbis taught, a man should not say, I am too young a scholar to be counted in among the rabbis, and thus be included in the meaning of the term private individuals, hence I need not keep the fast days, but every young scholar should consider himself a rabbi for that purpose. Who is called a private individual? One who is worthy of being elected parnas of the congregation. And who is called a young scholar? One who is asked concerning passages in his studies even in Tract Kala and can make satisfactory answer. The rabbis taught, not everyone who would count himself among the private individuals may do so, and not everyone who would count himself among the young scholars may do so. Such is the dictum of our Simeon ben Elazar. Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, said, this only applies to those who do so. P. 26. For the glory thereof, but not to such as only incur an inconvenience by so doing, and the latter, when counting themselves among such persons, should be favorably remembered therefore. The rabbis taught, one who fasted on account of some trouble, or for the recovery of a sick person, even though the trouble had passed away during the day of his fasting, or the sick person had recovered during that day, should nevertheless continue to fast until nightfall. One who came from a place where there was no fast day to a place where there was a fast day must keep that fast day, but if a man came from a place where there was fasting to a place where there was none, he must nevertheless quietly end his fast. If he forgot that the day was a fast day, and ate and drank, he should not at least make it apparent to others, and should also not participate in any pleasures on that day, as it is written, Why do ye look at one another? Which signifies, that Jacob said to his sons, Why do ye make it appear that ye are satisfied when the other races of Esau and Ishmael around you are starving? R. Jehudah said in the name of Arhiah, one who travels on the road should not eat much no more, in fact, than is eaten in a year of famine. Why so? Here in Babylon they say, in order that the stomach be not filled and thus make walking difficult, but in Palestine they say, in order that the supply of food which is carried along be not too quickly exhausted. The difference in the two opinions is therefore concerning a man on board of a ship. There is fear of the supply of food being exhausted, but not that walking will be hindered. On the other hand, the difference of opinion also concerns a man traveling from village to village. There is no fear of the supply of food becoming exhausted, but there is fear of overloading the stomach and thus impeding further progress. R. Papa when traveling would eat a small loaf after traversing a parsa, because he thought that eating too much would be injurious to the stomach. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbi, a man who has plenty in years of famine and still eats sparingly because others have but a small supply will be saved from sudden death, as it is written, in famine he redeemeth thee from death. Why is it said in famine? It should say from famine he redeemeth thee. Therefore the passage means to imply that because one ate sparingly in times of famine, he will be redeemed from sudden death. P. 27. Resh Lakish said, a man should not cohabit with his wife in years of famine, as it is written, and unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came. Aborithah, however, teaches that a man who is childless may do so even in times of famine. The rabbis taught, when Israelites are in trouble and one of them leaves them for the purpose of avoiding the trouble, the 2 angels who accompany each man lay their hands upon his head and say, the man who secludes himself from the community which is in distress shall not see the prosperity of the community. Therefore a man should share the common distress of the community, as we see in the case of Moses, who always shared the troubles of the congregation, as it is written, but when the hands of Moses became heavy, they took a stone, and put it under him, and he sat thereon. Did not Moses possess a pillow or bolster upon which he could have sate down? Yeah, but Moses said thus, because the community is in distress I shall not use a pillow, but sit on a stone and share their woes. Thus everyone who shares the misery of the community shall also see the prosperity, and lest a man say, who will testify that I took no part in the woe of the community? He should know that the stones and beams of his house will bear testimony to the fact, as it is written, for the stone will cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the woodwork will answer it. The disciples of Arshila say, that the 2 angels who accompany a man will testify against him, as it is written, for his angels will be given charge concerning thee. R. Hidkah said, the soul of man will testify against him, as it is written, from her that lieth in thy bosom guard the doors of thy mouth. Others say that the members of a man's body will testify against him, as it is written, ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord. It is written, the God of truth, and without iniquity. By the God of truth is meant, that as retribution is meted out above to the wicked for every transgression which they commit, so are the righteous also held to account in this world for every transgression committed, and as the righteous are rewarded in the world to come for every little good act, so are the wicked rewarded in this world for every fulfillment of a religious duty, be it ever so insignificant. It says further, just and upright is he. Infer therefrom that when a man, p. 28, comes into the world beyond, all his deeds are laid before him in detail, and he is told where and on what day he committed them. The man then answers, yeah, I did so, and he is told to subscribe his name, which he does, as it is written, he sealeth it on the hand of every man. And not alone this, but the man also exclaims, I have been justly judged, as it is said, in order that thou mightest be righteous when thou speakest, be justified when thou judgest. Samuel said, a man who fasteth is called a sinner. Arshishate said, if a young scholar sitteth and fasteth, may a dog eat his meal? Said R. Jeremiah bar Abba, in the community in Babylon there is no fast day except the 9th of Abh, and in the name of Resh Lakish he said, it is not lawful for a scholar to fast, because by fasting he diminishes the work in the heavenly cause. As soon as it becomes dark, etc. R. Zerah said in the name of Arhuna, if an individual took it upon himself to fast the next day, even if he had eaten and drunk the entire night, he may on the morrow recite the fasting prayer in the Minha. If a man, however, fasted a day and a night, he must not on the following morning recite the fasting prayer. Asked R. Joseph, what does Arhuna hold? That fasting at night is not considered, and for that reason the fasting prayer must not be recited on the following morning, or that fasting at night is considered the same as fasting for a few hours, but for fasting of the latter kind no prayer should be said. Abai answered, R. Huna holds, that fasting at night is considered as fasting for a few hours, and for such a fast the prayer may be said, but the reason that he disallows the fasting prayer on the morning following the night is because the man originally intended to fast only during the day and did not take upon himself previously to fast the night through also. Said Arhisda, a fast of hours is considered only if the man had not tasted food until night. Said Abai, this would not be a fast of hours. It would be a regular fast day. Arhisda means to say that if a man had not eaten before noon through lack of time, and then resolved to fast the remaining half of the day so as to have a fast day to his credit, although he had only taken it upon himself to fast a half of a day, still it is considered as a regular fast day. R. Hisda said again, a fast day which was not kept until sunset cannot be called a fast day. An objection was made. p. 29. We have learned in a Mishnah, the priests who had the weekly watch of the temple fasted, but not the whole day. In that case the men of the watch did not intend to fast, but merely to share the trouble of the rest of the community. Samuel said, a man who had fasted without having previously taken it upon himself to do so is not considered to have fasted at all. But what if a man did fast without having previously resolved to do so? Said Rabbi Bar Shila, that is considered the same as inflating a bag with air. When must a man resolve to fast? Said Rabbi, on the preceding day during the time of the afternoon prayer. And Samuel said, on the preceding day at the afternoon prayer. Said R. Joseph, it seems to me that the opinion of Samuel is correct. The rabbis taught, until what time may a man eat on the night preceding a fast day? Until the advent of the morning star. Such is the dictum of Rabbi, but R. Eliezer bar R. Simeon said, until the cock crows. Said Rabha, this applies to one who had not slept, but if he had once retired and slept, he must not eat at all. Abai objected, did we not learn that if the man slept and arose again, he may eat? That teaching does not mean if the man had slept, but had only slumbered. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbi, a man, after taking it upon himself to fast on a certain day, may postpone that day and fast on another day, and, continued R. Jehudah, when I told this to Samuel, he said, this is self-evident, for cannot a man vow to do a certain thing and postpone it to some other time? R. Jehoshua the son of Red was a guest of Rasi, and a calf, the third of its mother, was prepared for him. And they said to him, let master partake of something. Whereupon he replied, I am fasting this day. And they rejoined, why not postpone this fast day? Does not master hold with R. Jehudah's decree in the name of Rabbi, that a fast day may be postponed? And he said, this is a fast day to me on account of a dream, and Rabbi bar Mahasia in the name of Arhama bar Guriah, quoting Rabbi, said, a fast day is to a bad dream what fire is to flax, and R. Hisda said that the fast day should be kept only on the same day, and R. Joseph said that even on Sabbath such a fast should be kept, and for the violation of the p. 30. Sabbath caused thereby he should keep an additional fast day later on. Mishnah, if these have passed without their prayers having been favorably answered, the Supreme Court shall decree 3 more public and general fasts. On the nights preceding these it is not permitted to eat or drink, and on the fast days it is prohibited to work, to bathe, to anoint the body, to wear shoes or to perform the duty of cohabitation, and the public bathing places are to be closed. Should even these fast days have passed without their prayers having been favorably answered, then shall the Beth Din decree 7 more fast days, which altogether will make 13 public and general fasts. These last 7 fast days differ from the preceding 6, in that on them the alarm is sounded, the shops remain closed, excepting that on Mondays, towards evening, the shop shutters may be loosely fastened, and on Thursday they may be taken off entirely in honor of the Sabbath. Should even these 7 fast days have passed without a favorable answer to the prayers, the people are to avoid and withdraw from engaging in any joyous occupation, and also to diminish their business, from the erection of buildings and from the planting of pleasure gardens, from betrothals, weddings, and mutual greetings. Like men who are rebuked by the Omnipotent, private individuals recommence fasting till the end of the month of Nisan. If Nisan had passed and then rain descended, it must be considered a curse, for it is written, "Is it not wheat harvest today?" etc. Gemara, it would be right to prohibit bathing, anointing the body, etc., on the fast day, because those things are luxuries, but why should working be prohibited? Surely working cannot be considered a luxury. Said Arhisda in the name of our Jeremiah bar Abba, it is written, "Sanctify a fast, proclaim a solemn assembly, gather the elders," etc. Thus we see that it says, "Proclaim a solemn assembly," and as certain festivals on which no work may be done are also called assembly, it follows that no work may be done on a fast day also. We might assume then that, as on those other festivals no work may be done from the time of dusk on the preceding eve, such should also be the case with these fast days. Said Arzera, it was explained by our Jeremiah bar Abba that as it is written, "Gather the elders," this might be compared to them. P 31. And as the elders assemble only during the day, so work should not be done only during the day. If that be so, then let it be prohibited to work only from midday on, for the elders generally assemble about midday. Said Arshesha the son of Aredi, this bears out the opinion of Arhunat, who said that in olden times the assemblies of elders would take place from the morning on. What would the elders do when they assembled in the morning? Said Abai, from morn until midday they would occupy themselves with municipal affairs, and the first part of the afternoon would be consumed in the reading of the scrolls and of the Haftarah, while the other part would be devoted to the recital of prayers, as it is written, "And they stood up in their standing place, and read in the book of the law of the Lord their God the 4th part of the day, and another 4th part they made confession, and prostrate themselves before the Lord their God." Perhaps the contrary was the case, i.e., they read the law and prayed in the forenoon and occupied themselves with the municipal affairs in the afternoon? This would not be consistent, for it is written, "And then assembled themselves unto me every one that trembled at the words of the God of Israel, because of the trespass of the exiles, and I sat astounded until the evening sacrifice, and at the evening sacrifice I rose up from my fasting, and while rending my garment and my mantle, I knelt down upon my knees, and spread out my hands unto the Lord my God." Raphram bar Papa said in the name of Arhisda, on days when one is fasting on account of a mournful occurrence, as the 9th of Abh, or when is mourning the loss of a near relative, bathing in either cold or warm water is prohibited, but where bathing is not allowed as a luxury, as on ordinary communal fast days, warm water must not be used but cold water may be. Said Aredi bar Aban, this we have learned also in our Mishnah, for it says that the bathing places are closed, which signifies that bathing in warm water is prohibited. Said Abai to him, what proof is that? If then cold water was prohibited, would the Mishnah say that all rivers and lakes should be drained or stopped up? And Arshesha the son of Aredi replied, my father meant to say that the following was the difficulty in the Mishnah, it says that bathing is not allowed, why then should it add that the bathing places were closed? Therefore the Mishnah evidently meant to imply that the bathing places were closed in. P 32. Order to prevent the use of warm water, but cold water may be used. Where should the fasting prayer be mentioned? Jehudah led his son Yitzhak to the desk, and the latter proclaimed, if an individual takes it upon himself to fast, he must recite the fasting prayer and insert it among the 18 benedictions, between the benediction of redemption and healing. Yitzhak opposed this. May, then, an individual say an additional benediction? Therefore, according to his opinion, he should say it in the prayer commencing. Hear our voice, O Lord, etc. And so also said Shis hate. What is the final decision? Said Samuel bar Sasserda, and so also said Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rabbi, it should be said between the benedictions of redemption and healing. Ashi, however, said in the name of Jana the son of Ishmael, in the prayer commencing, hear our voice, etc. And thus the halakha prevails. We have learned in one Boraitha that pregnant women and those suckling infants should fast only during the first fast days ordained by the community, but not during the subsequent fast days. In another Boraitha we have learned that they should fast in the last fast days, but not in the first, and in a third Boraitha we have learned that they should fast neither in the first nor in the last. Said Ashi, hold firm to the middle Boraitha and the others will be readily explained. The alarm is sounded. Wherewith was the alarm sounded? Said Jehudah, with the cornets. And Jehudah the son of Samuel bar Shelas, quoting Rabbi, said, with the shout, answer us, O Lord. All agree that where cornets are used it is referred to as sounding an alarm, but they differ concerning the prayer, answer us, O Lord. One says that is also called sounding the alarm, while the other says that it is not. He who says that the alarm was sounded by reciting the prayer mentioned, also admits that the cornets were used, but p. 33. The one who says that the cornets were blown, does not hold that the prayer was also said. Did we not learn in a Boraitha that on account of other kinds of plagues, such as the itch, locusts, flies, wasps and gnats, and snakes the alarm, was not sounded, but the prayers were merely shouted, and as shouting signifies that the prayer, answer us, was merely said, it must be assumed that where it says that the alarm was sounded it means that the alarm was sounded with cornets? This constitutes a difference of opinion among Tannim, as we learn in a subsequent Mishnah, which says, for the following calamities an alarm is to be sounded even on Sabbath, etc., and as on the Sabbath it is not permitted to sound an alarm with cornets, we must assume that the prayer, answer us, etc., is also called an alarm. Such is the conclusion. In the days of Jehudah III there was a calamity. He ordained 13 fast days, but no favorable answer was received. He accordingly desired to ordain more fast days, but Ami said to him, it was said that the community must not be troubled to too great an extent. Said Abba, the son of Haya bar Abba, Ami said that from a selfish motive, for my father said in the name of Yohanan that only when rain is withholden 13 fast days should be kept, and no more, but on account of other calamities the people should fast until their prayers are answered, and thus we have also learned in a Boraitha. The inhabitants of Nineveh sent a query to Rabbi, should we, whose soil is unusually dry and in need of rain already in the month of Tammuz be considered as a community and when praying for rain insert the prayer in the benediction of years, or should we be regarded as individuals and insert the prayer in that commencing, hear us, O Lord? He answered them. Ye are regarded as individuals and must insert the prayer for rain in that commencing, hear us, O Lord. An objection was raised from the following Boraitha. Jehudah said, all this applied to the time when the Israelites were in their own land and Palestine was the principal place, but in the present time the prayers are said according to the place, time, and year. And he answered him, thou askest concerning a contradiction of Rabbi to a Boraitha? Rabbi is a Tana, and consequently may have his own opinion and differ with the teaching of a Boraitha. How does the halakha prevail? p. 34. However, Rna Haman said, the prayer for rain must be inserted in the benediction of the years, and Shis hate said, it must be inserted in here our voice, etc. And the halakha prevails according to our she's hate. But on Thursday they may be taken off entirely, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, on Monday towards evening, the shop shutters were only partly closed, on the Thursday they were entirely opened in honor of the Sabbath, but if there were 2 doors to the shop, one of them could be opened even on Monday, and if there was a bench against the door, it was allowed to open the door on Monday as usual. From the erection of buildings and from the planting of pleasure gardens, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, what is called a building of pleasure. A house which was built especially for a son about to be married, and what is meant by a pleasure garden. A bower for princes. And mutual greetings. The rabbis taught, the scholars would not greet each other at all, but the common people when greeting the scholars would be answered very feebly and with a faint nod. Amongst themselves the scholars would sit wrapped in their cloaks, silent and morose, the same as mourners and as men who were rebuked by the Omnipotent, until the Lord would have mercy upon them. R. Eleazar said, a prominent man must not clothe himself in sackcloth unless he knows positively that his prayers will be answered, as was the case with King Jehoram the son of Achab, concerning whom it is written, and it came to pass when the king heard the words of the woman, that he rent his clothes, as he was passing along upon the wall, and the people looked, and behold he had sackcloth beneath upon his flesh, etc. R. Eleazar said again, not everyone has a right to rend his clothes, nor is it proper for everyone to fall upon his face. Moses and Aaron fell upon their faces, and Joshua and Caleb rent their garments. R. Zerah, and according to others are Samuel ben Anahmini, opposed this. If it said, Joshua and Caleb rent their garments, the statement of R. Eleazar would be correct, but as it says and Joshua and Caleb rent, etc., it signifies that they did both fell upon their faces and rent their garments. R. Eleazar said again, not to everyone is it allowed to praise God by rising or by bowing. Kings may do so by rising, as it is. P. 35. Written, thus hath said the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, his Holy One, to him who is despised by men, to him who is abhorred by nations, to the servant of rulers, kings shall see it and rise up. Princes may do so by prostrating themselves, as it is written princes, and they shall prostrate themselves. R. Zerah, others say R. Samuel ben Anahmini, opposed this. If the verse read, and princes shall prostrate themselves, it would imply that they would not rise and prostrate themselves, but as it reads princes, and they shall prostrate, etc., it implies that they did both. Said R. Nahman bar Itzhak, I would also remark that not everyone is worthy of obtaining light, and not everyone is worthy to have joy. The righteous are deserving of light and the upright of joy, as it is written, light is sown for the righteous, and joy for the upright in heart. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the order of procedure on the last 7 fast days, and the prayers to be recited on those days. Mishnah, what is the order of procedure on the fast days? The ark containing the holy scrolls is to be brought into an open place in the city, ashes of burnt substances are to be strewed on that ark, on the head of the Nasi, on the head of the chief of the Beth Din, and other persons shall also themselves strew ashes on their heads. The eldest among them shall then address them in heart-moving terms, as follows, my brethren. Consider that it is not written, anent the 9 Veets, that God regarded their having wrapped themselves in sackcloth and considered their fast days, but that God saw their works, that they had turned from their evil way, and the tradition of the prophets is, rend your hearts, and not your garments unto the Lord. When I was in distress, did I call, and he hath answered me, I lift up my eyes unto the mountains, etc., out of the depths have I called to thee, O Lord, and a prayer of the afflicted, when he is overwhelmed. R. Jehuda said, it was not necessary to mention the Zikronoth and Shopfroth, but the following passages are to be read instead, namely, if there be famine in the land, if there be pestilence, etc., and the word of the Lord. P. 37. that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought, and the concluding is then added to each. To the first he shall say additionally, May he who answered Abraham on Mount Moriah answer you, and listen to your cry on this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, Redeemer of Israel. To the second he shall say, May he who answered our ancestors on the Red Sea answer you, and listen favorably unto your cry this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who rememberest all things forgotten. To the third he shall say, May he who answered Joshua in Gilgal answer you, and listen to your cry this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who deignest to listen to the sound of the cornet. To the fourth he shall say, May he who answered Samuel in Mizpah answer you, and listen this day to your cry. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hearkenest to cry. To the fifth he shall say, May he who answered Elijah on Mount Carmel answer you, and listen favorably to your cry on this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hearkenest to prayer. To the sixth he shall say, May he who answered Jonah in the bowels of the fish answer you, and listen unto your cry this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who answerest in the time of distress. To the seventh he says, May he who answered David and his son Solomon in Jerusalem answer you, and listen unto your cry on this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast compassion on the earth. It happened in the days of Arhalaphta and Arhanana the son of Teradion, that a minister advanced to the praying desk and completed the entire benediction without any answering thereto. Amen. Sound, priests. Sound. May he who answered our father Abraham on Mount Moriah answer you, and listen favorably to your prayer this day. Sound an alarm, sons of Aaron. Sound an alarm. May he who answered our ancestors on the Red Sea answer you, and listen favorably to your cry this day. When the sages were informed of this, they said, This was not our custom, except at the eastern door and on the Temple Mount. On the first 3 fasts, the priests who had the weekly watch of the temple fasted, but only part of the day, and the ministering priests did not fast at all. On the second 3 fast days, the p. 33. Priests on the weekly watch fasted the whole day, but the ministering priests only fasted part of the day, but on the last 7 fast days both classes of priests fasted the whole day. So said Jehoshua. But the sages say, the first 3 fasts were not kept by either of the 2 classes. On the second 3 fasts the priests on weekly watch would fast part of the day, but the officiating priests would not fast at all. On the last 7, however, the priests on the weekly watch would fast the whole day, but the officiating priests would fast only part of the day. The priests having the weekly watch may drink wine at night, but not during the day, but the officiating priests may drink it neither by day nor by night. The priests of the weekly watch and the standing men are not allowed to shave their beards or to wash their clothes, but on Thursday they are permitted to do so, in honor of the approaching Sabbath. Wherever it is mentioned in the roll of fasts that no lamentation and mourning is to be made on certain days, it is also prohibited to do so on the day preceding, but permitted on the day following. Our Jose, however, says, it is prohibited to do so on both the day preceding and the day following. Where it is said, however, no fasts are to be kept thereon, it is allowed to fast on the day preceding and following days. Our Jose, however, says, it is prohibited on the preceding, but allowed on the following day. Public fasts must not be ordered to commence on a Thursday, in order not to raise the price of victuals in the markets, but the first 3 fasts must be kept on Monday, Thursday, and the following Monday. But the second 3 fasts may follow on Thursday, Monday, and the following Thursday. Our Jose says, even as the first fasts are not to be commenced on Thursday, so also are the second and last fasts not to commence on that day. p. 39. Public fasts are not to be ordered to take place on the feast of the new moon, on that of dedication, nor on that of lots, but if the fast had already been commenced on one of those feasts, it need not be broken. Such is the decree of Rabban Gamaliel. Our Meir, however, says, that although Rabban Gamaliel said that the fast need not be broken, he admits that on those days people are not to fast the entire day. Such is also the case with the fast of the 9th of Abh, if it happen to fall on a Friday. Gemara, what is the order of procedure on the fast days? Does this apply also to the first 3 fast days? Then it would be a contradiction to the following Boraitha: the first and the second 3 fast days they enter into the praying house and pray as usual, but in the last 7 the ark is to be brought into an open place, etc. Said our Papa, nay, our Mishnah also refers to the last 7. On the head of the Nasi, and further, the Mishnah teaches that other persons shall also strew ashes on their heads. This should not be so. For did not Rabbi teach in a Boraitha that where an act of honor is to be accomplished the most prominent persons are commenced with, while when an act of humiliation is to be performed the lowest in rank are first considered? The strewing of ashes on the heads of the prince and of the chief of the Beth Din first is also an act of honor, for they are told that they are more worthy of praying for mercy for us and for all the world. Other persons shall also strew ashes on their heads. Why must the prince and the chief of the Beth Din have someone else to strew ashes on their heads? Can they not do so themselves? Said our Abba of Kisri, the humiliation of disgracing oneself by one's own hands is not equal to that of being disgraced by the hands of others. On what part of the head are the ashes put? Said our Itzhak, on the place where the phylacteries are generally worn, as it is written, to give unto them ornament in the place of ashes, implying that where ornaments were worn ashes were put. Why do they congregate in an open place? Said our Hayabar Abba, in order that they might say, we have prayed privately and were not answered, hence we shall humiliate ourselves by praying in public. And Resh Lakish said, in p. 40. Order that they might say, we have been driven from our abodes, and may our banishment be the means of our forgiveness. Why is the ark brought into an open place? Said our Jehoshua ben Levi, in order that they might say, we had a hidden treasure, but through our transgressions that also has become profaned. Why do they clothe themselves in sackcloth? Said our Hayabar Abba, in order that they might say, we are now like the beasts of the field. Why are ashes strewn on the ark? Said our Jehuda ben Pazi, in order to say that this is an allusion to what is written, with him I am in distress, meaning that the Shekinah shares the distress of the people. Resh Lakish said, in order to say that this is an allusion to the passage, in their affliction he was afflicted. Said our Zerah, when I saw the rabbis strew ashes on the ark, my whole body trembled. Why are ashes strewn on the heads of all? Concerning this, our Levi Bar Hama and our Hananah differ. One says that this is equal to saying, we are now before thee, O Lord, as ashes, and the other says, it is for the purpose of begging the Lord to remember the ashes of Isaac. For what purpose did they go out to the cemeteries? One concerning this, our Levi Bar Hama and our Hananah also differ. One says, in order that they might say they were now equal to the dead, while the other says that it was for the purpose of having the souls of the departed pray for them. Why was the mount called Mount Moriah? Concerning this there is again a difference between our Levi Bar Hama and our Hananah. One says that Moriah is the equivalent of Horah, while the other says that Moriah is the equivalent of Morah, for when the temple was built, other nations were awed. In heart-moving terms, the rabbis taught, if the eldest among them was also a scholar he would address them, otherwise a scholar, even if he was younger, would address them, and if there was no scholar among them a prominent man would do it. And he would say to them, Brethren, it is not written, anent the repentance of the Ninevites, that God regarded their having wrapped themselves in sackcloth and considered their fast days. p. 41. But that God saw their works, that they had turned from their evil way. Concerning the Ninevites it is written, but let man and beast be covered with sackcloth. How was it done? They separated the suckling animals from their mothers and said, Sovereign of the universe, if thou wilt not have mercy upon us, we will not have mercy upon them. And further on, let men call unto God with might. What is meant by with might? That means to say that they said, Lord of the universe, who of the two should give way unto the other? the oppressed and the one who cannot be oppressed, the righteous and the wicked. Further, it is written, and let them turn every one from his evil way, and from the violence which is in their hands. What is meant by the violence which is in their hands? Said Samuel, if a man had wrongfully appropriated a beam which he had used in building a house, he would tear down the house and restore the beam to its rightful owner. R. Ada bar Ahab ha said, if a man confesses to a wrong committed, and repents it without making proper restitution therefore, he is equal to a man holding a dead reptile in his hands and bathing himself in order to become clean, for, as a man who has a dead reptile in his hands, even should he bathe in all the legal baths in the world, would not become clean until he had rid himself of the reptile, but if he threw away that unclean thing a bath measuring 40 sahs would cleanse him. So it is with a man who had committed a wrong, unless he made proper restitution all confession and repentance is in vain, as it is written, he that concealeth his transgressions will not prosper, but whoso confesseth and forsaketh them will obtain mercy, and as it is written, let us lift up our heart and our hands unto God in the heavens. After standing up to pray, the rabbis taught, at prayer, though there be the eldest and a scholar present, neither should be placed at the reading desk unless they were experienced in prayer, but only one who has had thorough experience. R. Jehuda said, the minister should be a man who has children and cannot provide for them, who works hard in the field but has empty storehouses, who has good manners, who is modest, who is popular, who has an attractive, sweet voice, who can read the entire Holy Writ, and is competent to learn Midrash, Halakot. p. 42. And Haggadoth, and is conversant with all the benedictions. The rabbis looked among themselves and cast their eyes upon R. Itzhak bar Ami, who had all those qualities. Who has children and cannot provide for them, and who has empty houses? Is that not one and the same thing? Said R. Hisda, by an empty house is meant one free from sin. What is meant by good manners? One who never had a bad reputation since his earliest youth. With the addition of 6 more. Are there not 7 additional benedictions? As the Mishnah states further on, to the 7th he says, etc. Said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, by the 7th is meant the 7th to the long benediction, as we have learned in a Boraitha, he says 24 benedictions, namely, the 18 benedictions of the daily prayer, with the addition of 6 more, and those 6 are said between the benediction of redemption and healing, and the benediction of the redemption is made longer. After each benediction the congregation answers Amen. Such was the custom, however, only outside of the temple, but in the temple the reader would say, Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel, from the beginning to the end of the world, and they would conclude by saying, Blessed be the Redeemer of Israel. But no Amen was answered, and why not? Because in the temple it was not allowed to answer Amen. Whence do we deduce this? Because it is written, Arise, bless ye the Lord your God from eternity to eternity. And let men bless thy glorious name, which is exalted above all blessing and praise. This signifies, that after each blessing the Lord's name should be praised. The rabbis taught, to the first benedictions the reader would say, Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel, from the beginning unto the end of the world. Blessed be the Redeemer of Israel. And the people answered after him, Praised be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. The Chazan of the congregation then says, Sound, priests, sound. The reader then continues, May he who answered Abraham on Mount Moriah answer you, and listen to your cry on this day. The priests then sound, make an alarm, and sound again. To the second, the reader says at the conclusion, Blessed be the Lord, who remembereth all things forgotten, and the people answer, Praised be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. The Chazan then says, Sound. p. 43. An alarm, children of Aaron, sound an alarm. The reader then says, May he who answered our ancestors on the Red Sea answer you, and listen favorably unto your cry this day. The priests then make an alarm, sound, and then make another alarm, and such is the manner of procedure with every one of the benedictions. The Chazon says alternately, sound and sound an alarm, until all the benedictions are said. Thus did our Halifta proceed in Sephores and our Hanana ben Teradon in the city of Sikni, and when the sages were informed of this, they said, this was not customary except at the eastern door of the temple, and at the temple mount. R. Jehuda said, it was not necessary to mention the Zikronoth, etc. Said R. Ada of Jaffa. The reason of R. Jehuda's dictum is, that the Zikronoth and Shopfroth are only mentioned on the New Year day, on the day of the Jubilee, and during times of war. To the 6th. To the 7th he shall say, etc. Let us see. Jonah lived after the time of David and Solomon. Why is he mentioned first? Because he must conclude the benediction to the 7th with, Blessed be thou, O Lord, who hast compassion on the earth, therefore he must mention Jonah first. We have learned in a Boritha, it was said upon the authority of Symmachus that instead of the benediction, who hast compassion on the earth, the benediction, who makest humble those that are arrogant, is said. On the first 3 fasts, the priests, etc. The rabbis taught, why was it said that the priests on the weekly watch were allowed to drink wine at night and not during the day? Lest the officiating priests be overwhelmed with work and those on the weekly watch would be required to assist them. And why was it said that the officiating priests must not drink either during the day or at night? Because they were compelled to work day and night. The priests of the weekly watch and the standing men, etc. What was the reason that they were not allowed to shave their beards? In order that they may not enter upon their duties while they are ugly to look upon, said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan. 1. p. 44. Wherever it is mentioned in the roll of fasts, etc. The rabbis taught, it says in the roll of fasts, these are the days on which fasting is not permitted, and on some of them it is not even allowed to mourn. From the 1st of Nisan on, until, and including the 8th, on which days it was resolved that the strife carried on between the Pharisees and the Bathuses concerning the continual daily offering one should be amicably concluded by adopting the decree of the Pharisees, it was enacted that no mourning or lamenting should be permitted, and from the 8th day of Nisan until after the Passover festival it was established when the feast of Pentecost should be celebrated, to and for that reason on those days no mourning or lamenting is allowed. The Master said, from the 1st day of Nisan, etc. Why does he say from the 1st? That is the day of the new moon, and in itself a feast day when one must not mourn. Why does he not say from the 2nd day of Nisan? Said Rabbi, he said from the 1st day of Nisan so as to provide that even on the day preceding that, one must not mourn. But the 1st day of Nisan being a feast of the new moon, it is self-understood that on the preceding day one must not mourn, for such is the law concerning all days preceding a feast day. Nay, but the feast of the new moon is a biblical feast day, and no additional measure need be enacted to provide for its faithful observance, and mourning on a day preceding a feast day is only prohibited as a precautionary measure, lest the mourning be continued on the feast day itself. If the feast day, however, is a biblical one, such a measure is not necessary and is only enacted for rabbinical feast days. p. 45. The Master said, from the 8th day until after the festival, etc. Why does he say until after the festival? Why not until the festival? Surely one must not mourn on the festival itself. Said our Papa, in the same manner as Rabbi said, that the 1st day of Nisan is mentioned in order to provide for the day preceding it as a day on which one must not mourn, so in this case it says until after the festival in order to include the day following the festival among the days on which it is not allowed to mourn, and this will be in accordance with the dictum of our Jose, who says in this Mishnah that it is prohibited to mourn on both the day preceding and following. It was taught, our Hayabarasi said in the name of Rabbi that the halakha prevails according to our Jose, and Samuel said that the halakha prevails according to our Meir. R. N. Haman ordained a fast day on the 13th day of Nisan, and he was reminded by the sages that that was the day of Torah Enos, but he replied that the day of Torah Enos was abolished, for on that day Shmaya and Aya his brother were slain. Why was Rna Haman reminded that the day was that of Torah Enos? He could have been apprised of the fact that it was the day before the feast of Nicanor. Said Rashi, if the day was abolished as the feast day of Torah Enos, should it be kept as a precautionary day for the observance of the day of Nicanor? What is Nicanor and what is Torah Enos? We have learned in a Boraitha, Nicanor was one of the Greek viceroys, and every day he would lift up his hand and vow that if ever Judea and Jerusalem came into his hands he would crush them. After the Maccabees conquered him in battle, his thumbs and big toes were cut off and hung up in the gates of Jerusalem, and it was said that the mouth which had vowed against Jerusalem and the hands which had been lifted up against it should be made to suffer. What is Torah Enos? It was said, when Torah Enos desired to slay Lola Enos and his brother Pappos in Ludkia, he said to them, if ye be of the same nation as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, let your God come and save you from my hands as he did them from the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. They answered, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were truly righteous men and Nebuchadnezzar was a just king, deserving of being the means through which a miracle was to be performed. But we have incurred the death penalty before heaven in any event, and if thou shouldst not slay us, God has other agents who will. P. 46. Accomplish this, for instance, lions, bears, and other wild beasts who could kill us, and thou art a wicked man, who art not worthy of having a miracle occur through thee, and God hath given us into thy hands in order to hold thee to account for our blood which thou wilt have shed. Still, he had them executed, and it was said that he did not leave his place before 2 envoys arrived from Rome, and his skull was split into pieces. Public fasts are not to be ordered, etc. What is meant by but if the fast had already been commenced? Said Raha, if 3 fast days had already been kept, and Rasi said, even if one had been kept. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, all this is in accordance with the dictum of our Meir in the name of Rabban Gamaliel, but the sages said that one must complete his fast. Marzutra went and preached in the name of Arhuna, that the halakha prevails that one must fast under those circumstances and, moreover, complete the fast. Footnotes 33:1 This regulation is a general one and applies to ordinary days as well as to fast days. 33:2 Precautions were taken in every instance to prevent exorbitant prices being charged for victuals, and at times even existing ordinances were abrogated for this purpose. Thus no fast days were ordered to commence on Thursday in order that the dealers in articles of food might not take advantage of the greater demand produced by the necessity of laying in an extra supply for the day preceding the fast and for Sabbath. 40:1 In the Palestinian Talmud it is stated, in addition to what is taught in this Mishnah, that they would clothe themselves in sackcloth, go out to the cemeteries, and sound the cornet. 43:1 The proper time when kings, officials, and the common people may shave their beards will be explained and discussed in Tract Sanhedrin, and for that reason the discussion pertaining thereto is here omitted. 44:1 The strife carried on between the Pharisees and the Bathuses concerning the continual daily offering was as follows. The Bathuses maintain that because it is written, the one sheep shalt thou prepare in the morning and the other sheep shalt thou prepare toward evening, it is permitted for an individual to bring the continual daily offering, while the Pharisees held that the offering must be brought by the congregation from communal funds, basing their claim upon the passage, shall ye observe, etc. 44:2 The Pharisees and Bathuses also disputed about the date when the feast of Pentecost was to be celebrated, the latter claiming that as it is written, and ye shall count unto you, from the morrow after the Sabbath. 7 complete weeks, the day of Pentecost must necessarily fall on the first day of the week, but the Pharisees, through R. Yohanan ben Zakkai, maintain that the passage implies that counting must be commenced on the day following the first day of the festival, and therefore the feast of Pentecost would fall on the 6th day of the month of Sivan. Next, Chapter 3. Index Previous Next. P. 47. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning occurrences on account of which fast days are ordered, or alarms are sounded. when fasting on account of rain is stopped. Mishnah, the order of procedure on fast days, as mentioned above, applies only when the first fructifying rains do not descend, but when the sprouts commence to degenerate, they shall immediately commence to sound an alarm. It should also be immediately sounded if there be an interval of 40 days between each rain, for that is a general plague on the land, causing dearth. If sufficient rain for the growth of sprouts and herbs had fallen, but not for the growth of trees, or sufficient for the growth of trees, but not enough for the growth of herbs, or sufficient for both, but not enough to fill the wells, cisterns, and caves, an alarm is immediately to be sounded. Thus, also, if no rain should have fallen over some particular city, similar to that which is written, I caused it to rain upon one city, and upon another city I caused it not to rain, one piece of land was rained upon, etc. The inhabitants of such a city must fast and sound an alarm, and those of the circumjacent places shall fast, but not sound. Our Akiba, however, says, they are to sound, but not to fast. Thus, also, when pestilence is raging in a city, or when the walls fall down, the inhabitants of such a city must fast, and those of the adjacent places should fast, but not sound. Our Akiba, however, says, they should sound the alarm, but not fast. What is considered a pestilence? If in a city capable of furnishing 500 able-bodied men 3 persons die in 3 consecutive days, it is a pestilence. Less than this is not a pestilence. An alarm should be sounded in all places for the following plagues, for a corn blast, mildew, locusts, crickets, attacks of wild beasts, and hosts of armed men, for all these an alarm should be sounded, because they are spreading evils. p. 48. It once happened that some elders going from Jerusalem, each to his own place, decreed a fast, because a corn blast, the grainless stalks of which were sufficient to heat an oven, had been seen near Ascalon. They also decreed a fast on account of 2 children having been devoured by wolves on the other side of Jordan. Our Jose says, it was not ordered because of the wolves having devoured the children, but because of their presence. On account of the following calamities an alarm should be sounded even on the Sabbath, for a city surrounded by enemies, for a flood threatening to inundate the country, and for a ship in imminent danger of being wrecked at sea. Our Jose says, this sounding is intended to obtain assistance from men, and not as an imploring cry to God. Simeon the Temanite says, they shall also sound on the Sabbath in case of pestilence, but the sages did not coincide with him. On account of every plague with which may the community never be visited, an alarm should be sounded except on account of an excess of rain. It once happened that Honi Hamajel was asked by the people to pray for them, that rain might descend. Said he to them, go and bring in the Passover ovens, one that they may not be spoiled by the rain. He prayed, but the rain did not descend. What did he then? He drew a circle around him, and placing himself within it, prayed as follows. Creator of the universe, thy children have always looked up to me as being like a son of thy house before thee. I swear, therefore, by thy great name, that I will not move from this place until thou wilt have compassion on thy children. Whereupon the rain commenced to drop down gently. Said he, it was not for this I prayed, but for rain sufficient to fill the wells, cisterns, and caves. The rain then fell in torrents, and he said, not for such rain have I prayed, but for mild, felicitous, and liberal showers. The rain then descended in the usual manner, until the Israelites of Jerusalem were obliged to seek refuge from the city to the Temple Mount, on account of the rain. They came and said to Honi, even as thou didst pray that the rain might descend, so pray now that it may cease. p. 49. And he replied, go and see whether the stone to Yim 1 is covered by the waters. Simeon b. Shadach sent him word, saying, if thou wert not Honi, I would order that thou be anathematized. But what shall I do with thee, since thou art petulant towards God, and yet he forgiveth and indulgeth thee like a petted child who is petulant towards his father and is nevertheless forgiven and indulged. To thee may be applied the passage, Let thy father and thy mother rejoice, and let her that hath borne thee be glad. If, while the people are fasting, rain should fall before sunrise, they shall not continue to fast the whole day, but they must do so if the rain fall after sunrise. Our Eliezer says, if it rains before noon, they need not continue to fast the whole day, but they must do so if the rain commenced after noon is past. It once happened that a fast was ordered in Lydda and it rained before noon, whereupon our Tarfon said unto the people, Go, eat, and drink, and make a feast. They went, ate, and drank, and made a feast, but in the evening they returned and sang the great Hallel. Gemara, when the first fructifying rains do not descend. A contradiction was made, we have learned in a Boraitha, if the first and second fructifying rains did not descend, prayers for rain must be commenced, and only if the third fructifying rain was withheld fasting is resorted to. Said Arjuhuda, the Mishnah means to say this, if the time for the first, second, and third fructification had passed without rain having descended, then the order of fasting goes into effect, but if the first fructification has taken place, yet the seed had not sprouted, or the sprouts had degenerated, then the alarm must be sounded. Said R.N. Ahman, only if the sprouts had degenerated the alarm is sounded, but not if they had withered. Is this not self-evident? It says, distinctly, if the sprouts had degenerated. R.N. Ahman means to say that, even if the sprouts had already reached the stage of stalks and had then withered, it might be assumed that there was no hope of their ever again reviving, hence we are told that all hope is not yet lost. P. 50. For that is a general plague on the land, causing dearth. What is considered a plague causing dearth? Said Arjuhuda, that is a plague which eventually results in a famine. Said R.N. Ahman, if a town had no grain, but could procure a supply from another town by means of ships, it cannot be said to be suffering from an actual famine, but merely from temporary want. But if the entire land has no grain and it can procure a supply only from another country, and not by means of ships but by means of asses, then a state of famine can be said to exist. R. Hananiah said, even if the price of grain has reached the sum of 1 selah for 1 sa, but at that price it is obtainable, this would merely constitute a case of want. If, however, the price of grain remained 1 selah for 4 sa, but it was not obtainable at all, then a state of famine actually exists. Said R. Yohanan, all this applies when grain is dear but money is plentiful. If, however, grain is not dear but money is scarce, an alarm must immediately be sounded, for I recollect it happened at one time in Tiberias that although 4 sa of grain were to be had for 1 selah, still many people were starving to death, because they did not have the necessary coin with which to purchase their grain. If sufficient rain for the growth of sprouts had fallen, etc. It may well be that sufficient rain can descend for the growth of sprouts that would not be beneficial to the growth of trees, for instance, a heavy rain, or that the rain be sufficient for trees but inadequate for the growth of sprouts, for instance, a light rain. It might also be that sufficient rain should descend for both the trees and the sprouts, which would, however, be inadequate to fill the wells, cisterns, and caves. But how can that take place, after what we have learned in a Boraitha, namely, that sufficient rain descended to fill the wells, cisterns, and caves, which was, however, inadequate for the trees and sprouts? That refers to a rain which fell in torrents and filled up the wells, etc., but did no good to the trees and sprouts. The rabbis taught, in the midst of Passover, if sufficient rain had not yet fallen for the trees, the alarm is already to be sounded, and if there was not sufficient rain by the time the middle of the Feast of Tabernacles was reached, the alarm must immediately be sounded, and at all times where there is not sufficient drinking water on hand, the alarm should at once be sounded. What is meant by at once? The Monday. P. 51. Thursday, and Monday following, and the sounding must be effected in the capital of the province concerned. On account of croup, if fatalities arise therefrom, the alarm must be sounded, but if all affected become cured an alarm is not necessary. On account of locusts, as soon as they make their appearance the alarm is to be sounded. Our Simeon ben Eleazar said, also on account of grasshoppers. 2. The rabbis taught, an alarm may be sounded on account of the trees in ordinary years, but when there is a want of rain for the wells, cisterns, and caves, this may be done even in the sabbatical years. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, said, it may so be done in sabbatical years even on account of the trees, as they constitute the means of livelihood of the poor. The same we have learned in another Boraitha, with the addition that even on account of the it may be done, as they are the means of livelihood of the poor. The rabbis taught, it once happened that the Israelites came to Jerusalem for the festivals, and there was not sufficient water for drinking purposes. So Nakdeman ben Gurion went to a certain master, and requested him to lend him 12 wells of water for the pilgrims, promising to return either the 12 wells of water or in lieu thereof 12 talents of silver, at a certain time. When the time arrived, the master sent to Nakdeman in the morning demanding either the wells of water or the silver, and Nakdeman replied, I have still the whole day's time. At noon the same demand was made, and the same answer given. Late in the afternoon the master sent the same demand, and received a reply that the day had not yet passed. So the master laughed at the idea, saying that if a whole year had elapsed without it having rained, was it possible that it should still rain on that day? And went to his bath rejoicing over the prospect of soon possessing the money due him. At the same time that he entered his bathroom, Nakdeman went into the temple, wrapped himself in his cloak, and commenced to pray, saying, Creator of the universe, it is known to thee, that not for the sake of glory for me nor for my father's house, but p. 52. For the glory of thy name, that the pilgrims in Jerusalem might have water, did I borrow those wells. Immediately upon this the sky became clouded, rain began to fall, and the 12 wells became filled up to overflowing. When the master stepped out of his bath-house, Nakdeman went out of the temple, and they met. Said Nakdeman to him, Refund to me the amount for the water in excess of that which I borrowed from thee. And he replied, I know well that the Holy One, blessed be he, caused the world to storm only on thy account, yet I can still claim the amount due me, for the sun has already set and the rain descended after the stated time had expired. Nakdeman then re-entered the temple, again wrapped himself in his cloak and commenced to pray, saying, Creator of the universe, announce to the world that thou hast favorites here on earth. Whereupon the clouds immediately scattered, and the sun again commenced to shine. The master seeing Nakdeman, said to him, Had the sun not reappeared, I should have had a valid claim for the amount of money due me. We have learned in a Boraitha, his name was not Nakdeman, but Boni, and he was called Nakdeman because on his account the sun hastened. 1. The rabbis taught, for the sake of each of 3 men alone the sun shone, and they are Moses, Joshua, and Nakdeman ben Gurion. This is correct in the case of Nakdeman ben Gurion, from the above-mentioned tradition. In the case of Joshua it is also correct, because so is it written, and the sun stood still in the midst of the heavens. But whence do they adduce that the sun shone for Moses alone? Said R. Eleazar, this may be inferred from the analogous term, I will commence. It is written, This day will I commence to put the dread of thee, and, This day will I commence to make thee great, etc. R. Yohanan said, it may be adduced from the passage itself, Whoever will hear of thee shall tremble and shall quake because of thee. Why will they do this? Because on Moses' account alone the sun shone. The rabbis taught, a man should always be soft as a reed, and not hard as a cedar tree. It once p. 53. happened that R. Eleazar ben R. Simeon went from the tower of Gader, where resided his master, riding on an ass. He rode leisurely on the banks of the river, being greatly rejoiced and feeling very proud on account of the wealth of knowledge he had accumulated from his master. On the way he met a man who was terribly ugly. That man greeted R. Eleazar respectfully, and said to him, Peace be with thee, Rabbi. The rabbi did not, however, return the greeting, and, moreover, said, Vain man, how terribly ugly art thou! Are all thy townsmen as ugly as thou art? And the man replied, That I know not, but it would be seemly if thou wert to go to the Creator who formed me and say to him, How ungainly is the creature thou hast made. Realizing that he had offended against the man, our Eleazar dismounted and, making an obeisance, said, I have sinned against thee, forgive me, I pray. But the man refused, saying, Nay, I shall not forgive thee until thou shalt go to the Creator and say to him, How ungainly is the creature thou hast made. Our Eleazar, however, would not leave the man, and followed him on foot until they reached the city where our Eleazar dwelt. As soon as the townsmen perceived him, they thronged towards him with greetings. Peace be with thee, Rabbi, Rabbi. Master, Master. The ugly man who preceded our Eleazar asked them whom they were addressing with Rabbi and Master, and they answered, The man who is following thee. Said he, If he be a rabbi, may there not be many like him in Israel? And they asked, Why not? So he replied that thus and so had he been served by him. They then pleaded with him, Still forgive him, for he is a great man in the study of the law. And he said, For your sakes I will forgive him, but upon the condition that he shall not do likewise again. Immediately following this, our Eleazar went forth and preached, A man should be soft as a reed and not hard as a cedar. On account of having been compared with man, it was destined for a reed that the scrolls, phylacteries, and mezuzot should be written with it. When walls fall down. The rabbis taught, by walls are meant sound walls, i.e., such as were not expected to fall. P. 54. But not such as were tottering. What is meant by such as are tottering? Walls that stand on the banks of a stream. As it once happened in Near-Day, there was a wall resting on a weak foundation, and although it had been standing for 13 years, Rabbi and Samuel would never pass by beneath it. One day Arada bar Ahabha came to Near-Day, and together with Rabbi and Samuel set out to go somewhere. Said Samuel to Rabbi, Let the master go with me in a roundabout way, so as to avoid the wall. But Rabbi replied, Today this is not necessary. For Arada is with us, and his merits are such that a wall would not fall where he is about to walk, hence I have no fear. R. Huna had wine in a room which was in an unsafe condition, and the walls of which were momentarily expected to fall. He wished to remove the wine, but was afraid to enter the room. So he got Arada bar Ahabha to enter the room with him, engaged him in a discussion concerning a halakha, and while they were arguing Huna's men removed the wine. After they left, the walls of the room fell in. When Arada realized how he had been used, he became angry. Rabha asked Raphram bar Papa, Canst thou not relate to me the good things which Huna did? And he replied, I do not remember anything of his youth, but when he was of mature age, I know that whenever there was a storm in the city where he lived, which caused any damage to the buildings, he would have himself carried about in a golden palanquin and examine the city, and wherever he noticed an unsafe wall, would order its demolition. Wherever the owner of that building could not afford to have it rebuilt, Huna would have it done at his own expense. On every eve of Sabbath he would send his servants to the markets with instructions to purchase all the vegetables, which the marketers had left on their hands, and throw them into the stream, in order that they might not be put on sale again the following week in an unwholesome condition. Whenever the sickness of Shibatha one occurred in his city, he would examine it and give the sufferers relief. Outside of his house he placed a jar of water for the use of all who desired him to relieve them. When sitting down to a meal, he would order a servant to throw open the doors and call out, Whoever desires to eat, let him come in and do so. Said Rabha, I could accomplish all that Huna did, with the exception of throwing open my doors and inviting everybody to eat, for there are a great many poor people in Mehuzah, and I could not feed them all. Ilpha and Yohanan studied the law together. They were in very poor circumstances and were in want of food. So they said, We will lay aside our studies and engage in some remunerative occupation, thereby carrying out what is written, Indeed, there should be no needy man among thee. In the meantime they sat down to eat beneath an unsafe wall. So two angels appeared, and Yohanan heard one of them say to the other, "Let us throw this wall down upon them, for they are about to leave the pursuit of the future life in order to obtain a worldly livelihood." But the other angel replied, "Let them be, for there is one of them whom the time will succor and who will shortly become great." Yohanan heard this, but Ilpha did not, and the former asked, "Did Master hear anything?" And Ilpha replied, "Nay, I heard nothing." So Yohanan thought, because I heard it and Ilpha did not, in all probability I am the one who is referred to as shortly to become great. And he said to Ilpha, "I have reconsidered it and will return to the study of the law, thus fulfilling what is written in another passage, for the needy will not cease out of the land." Thus Yohanan returned to his studies and Ilpha engaged in business. By the time Ilpha returned, Yohanan became the chief of the college. The schoolman afterwards, p. 56, said to Ilpha, "If thou hadst stayed here with us, we would have made thee the chief of the college." 1. It was said of Nahum the man of Jimziu, who was blind in both eyes, crippled in both hands, both of whose legs were crushed and whose whole body was covered with sores, and who was lying on a bed the feet of which stood in buckets of water so as to prevent worms from reaching his body, and his bed stood in a house which was in a tottering condition, that his disciples at one time wished to remove his bed from that house and then remove all the other vessels contained therein. So he said to them, "My children, first take out everything contained in this house and then remove my bed, for ye can rest assured that as long as I am in this house it will not fall." They did so, and after removing his bed the house fell in. Said the disciples to him, "As we can perceive, Master, thou art a truly upright man. Why, then, art thou so terribly afflicted?" And he replied, "My children, I myself am the cause of it. I was at one time on my way to the house of my father-in-law and had with me 3 asses, one laden with food, another with drink, and the third with delicacies. In the course of my journey a poor man came to me and said, 'Master, give me some food,' and I answered, 'Wait until I can unload my asses.' But before I had done so, the poor man expired. So I fell on his face and said, 'My eyes, which had no compassion on thy eyes, may they become blind. My hands, which had no mercy upon thy hands, may they become crippled. My feet, which had not pity with thy feet, may they be crushed.' And I could not assuage my grief until I had said, 'May my whole body become covered with sores.' Said the disciples to him, 'Woe is unto us that we must see thee in this condition.' And he replied, 'Woe would be unto me if ye did not see me in this condition.' Why was he called Nahum the man of Jimziu? 2. Because whenever something happened to him he would say, 'Gamziu Eli Toba.' It once happened that the Israelites had to send a present to the imperial house, and Nahum was selected to carry out the mission, because it was quite usual for miracles to be performed. p. 57. On his account, they intrusted to him a casket containing precious stones and pearls. When he arrived at his quarters for the night, thieves became aware of his treasure, and they removed the valuables contained in the casket, substituting therefor dry earth. When he arrived at the imperial palace, the casket was opened, and it being observed that it contained nothing but earth, the emperor became very wroth and determined to destroy all the Jews, thinking that they had merely mocked him. Nahum, however, said to himself, "Even this will lead to good." When a conference was held as to the manner in which the Jews were to be destroyed, Elijah appeared disguised as one of the counselors, and after the conference said, "Perhaps this earth is of the greatest value, as it may be the same earth which Abraham their father had within his domain, and which possessed the merit of turning into swords which would cut down the enemy when thrown at a hostile army. The coarser pieces would turn into arrows when thrown at the enemy, as it is written, 'He rendered as earth his sword, as driven stubble his bow.' 1. His advice was taken, and they said, 'There is one land which we cannot conquer, let us try this earth and test its powers.' This was done, and the land was conquered. The earth was thereupon deposited in the treasury, and the casket filled with precious stones and pearls. Nahum was sent away with an escort and laden with great honors. On the return, it happened that Nahum and his escort had to pass the night in the same quarters where the precious stones had previously been stolen. When it was observed with what honors Nahum returned, he was asked what gifts he had brought the emperor, to be thus honored. He replied, I brought the same casket there that I took away with me from this place. The men then, thinking that their earth was so valuable, tore down their houses, gathered up the earth, and sent it to the emperor, saying, The earth which Nahum brought thee was our earth and not that of the Jews, for we took out the precious stones contained in his casket when he spent the night here and substituted this earth. The earth was examined and found to be unlike the other, so the senders were all put to death. What is considered a pestilence? If in a city capable of furnishing p. 58. 500 able-bodied men, etc. The rabbis taught, a town that can furnish 1,500 able-bodied men as, example the village of Ako, and 9 deaths occurred in 3 days, i.e., 3 deaths each on 3 consecutive days, is said to be afflicted with pestilence. If, however, all the 9 died in 1 day or in 4 days, it is not considered a pestilence. A town that has not more than 500 able-bodied persons e.g., the village of Amigo, and 3 deaths occurred in 3 days, i.e., 1 on each consecutive day, can be said to be afflicted with a pestilence. If, however, all 3 died in 1 day or in 4 days, no pestilence can be said to exist. In the town of Darograth, which had 500 able-bodied persons, 3 deaths occurred in 1 day, and Ar-Nahum the son of Arhist ordered a fast day. Said Ar-Nahum bar Itzhak, to him, Thou art presumably of the opinion of Ar-Meir, who regards a bull as vicious if he had gored 3 men in 1 day. Ar-Nahum bar Hisda requested Ar-Nahum bar Itzhak to remove to his city. Said the latter, We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar-Hosea said, Not the place where he lives makes the man distinguished, but the man makes the place distinguished. And so we find with respect to Mount Sinai, that so long as the Shekinah rested there, cattle were not allowed to graze even near the mountain, as it is written. Neither let flocks or herds feed near the mount, and after the Shekinah had withdrawn from the mount, it is written, They may come up to the mount. A similar instance can be found with respect to the tabernacle, near which the lepers could not come. Said Ar-Nahum bar Hisda to him, If this be so, then will I go to the place where thou, Master, dwellest. And he answered, Nay, that would not be right, for thou art a rabbi and a son of a rabbi, while I am the son of one who was not among the scholars, therefore it would be more fitting that I should come to thee. It happened that pestilence raged in Surah, but in the neighborhood where Rabbite resided the pestilence was not prevalent. The townsmen concluded that this was due to the especial merits of Rabbite, but in a dream they were told that this would be but a small object wherewith to demonstrate Rabbite's merits, and that p. 59. This was so in consideration of the merits of a man who lends his hoe and other digging tools used for burials, without compensation. In Darograth there was a great conflagration, but in the neighborhood where Arhuna lived the fire did not reach, and it was thought that it was on account of the merits of Arhuna that it was spared, but they were also told in a dream that this would be but a small recognition of Arhuna's merits, and that it was merely in consideration of a certain woman who would heat her oven and then place it at the disposal of such as desired to bake their bread, without remuneration. Jehudah was apprised of the fact that locusts had made their appearance, and he ordered a fast day. Subsequently he was told that the locusts were not doing any damage, and he replied, Did the locusts then bring their food with them? Jehudah was also advised that a pest had broken out among the swine, and he ordered a fast day. Does then Jehudah hold that if a pest break out among one kind of animals it affects all others? Nay, but with swine it is different, for the entrails of a swine are similar to those of a human being. Samuel was told that a pest had broken out in Huzay, so he ordered a fast day. He was reminded, however, that the place was a great distance off, and he replied, is there then a partition between here and there that would prevent the entrance of the pest in this place? Haman was told that a pest had broken out in Palestine, so he ordered a fast day, saying, if the princess is stricken, surely the slaves are affected. Is it only when a princess is stricken that a slave is affected? What about slave and slave? Did not Samuel order a fast day in Near Day when Hosea was stricken? From Hosea to Near Day there was a regular caravan traffic, and Samuel apprehended lest one of the caravans should carry the pest. From Hosea into Near Day. Abba the bleeder received greetings every day from the heavenly college. Abai received such a greeting only once every eve of Sabbath, and Rabha would receive such a greeting only once every eve of the Day of Atonement. Abai was grieved because of the greater distinction conferred upon Abba, and he was told, the thing that Abba does, thou canst not do. One day Abai sent 2 of his disciples to Abba to examine into his actions. Abba entertained them with meat and drink, and even made for them couches of fine wool to use as beds. On the morrow the disciples folded up their woolen couches and carried them into the market in order to sell them. They there encountered Abba. Said they to him, let master estimate the worth of these. And he said, so much. And they rejoined, perhaps they are worth more. And he answered, for so much money I can purchase them. Said they to him, these couches are thine, we took them from thee. And they continued, what didst thou suspect us of? And he replied, I thought that perhaps some prisoners had to be ransomed, and ye did not wish to tell me what amount that would require last night. So ye took the couches, and probably thought to tell me this day. They then said, then take them back, they are thine. But he answered, nay, I have already made up my mind to devote them to charitable purposes, and hence I cannot take them back. Rabha was grieved over the greater distinction conferred upon Abai, who was greeted on the eve of every Sabbath, while he only received the heavenly greeting on the eve of every Day of Atonement, so he was told that it was sufficient for him that the entire town where he lived profited by his merits. To our Barakah of Hosea, Elijah would frequently appear, when he would be standing in the market of Beloved. One day he asked Elijah whether there was anyone in the market who would have a share in the world to come, and Elijah answered, nay. Suddenly Elijah perceived a man wearing black shoes, and the garments of that man had no show threads. So he pointed him out to our Barakah, and said, that man will have a share in the world to come. Our Barakah ran up. P61. To the man and asked him his occupation, and the man answered, I have not time today. Come on the morrow. On the morrow our Barakah again approached him and asked to know his occupation. The man replied, I am a warden of a prison, I keep the men and women prisoners in separate compartments, and my own bed stands between the 2 compartments. There I sleep alone, and take care that no evil acts are perpetrated. If there is a daughter of Israel upon whom evil eyes have been cast, I do my utmost, even at a personal sacrifice, to save her. One day it happened that a betrothed girl, upon whom the higher officials had cast an eye, was brought to my prison, so I took lees of wine, spread them over her couch, and said to the officials that she was suffering from her menstruation and could not be approached. R. Barakah then asked the warden why he wore black shoes and garments without show threads, and he replied, in order that I should not be recognized as a Jew, for thus, if I hear of any plots that are formed against the welfare of my co-religionists, I can immediately advise the rabbis that they may pray to God to avert the impending calamity. And yesterday, when thou didst approach me, I told thee to come on the morrow, because I had heard a discussion pertaining to action to be taken against the Jews, and I hastened to learn the true facts of the case. Again it happened that 2 brothers were passing by, and Elijah said to our Barakah, these 2 brothers shall also have a share in the world to come. Our Barakah approached them and asked to know their occupations, and they replied, our occupation is to cheer and comfort all those who are downcast, and when we see 2 men quarreling, to make peace between them. An alarm should be sounded in all places for the following plagues, etc. The rabbis taught, for a corn blast, mildew, locusts, crickets, and attacks of wild beasts. An alarm must be sounded wherever they make their appearance. And our Akaba said, for the first two, as soon as they make their appearance ever so slightly in any place, an alarm must be sounded, but for locusts, as soon as the wing of one single locust is perceived in Palestine, an alarm must be immediately sounded. Attacks of wild beasts. The rabbis taught, for attacks of wild beasts an alarm should be sounded only if it is obvious that the attacks are in the nature of a curse, but otherwise no alarm need be sounded. How can the distinction be made? If the wild beasts are seen in a city, then it is to be considered in p. 62. The nature of a curse, but if they are seen in the field, it is nothing unusual. If seen in the day it is a curse, at night it is not. If the wild beast saw and pursued two men together, then it is a curse, but if it slank away and sought to hide, it is not. If the wild beast killed two men and only devoured one, it is to be considered a curse, but if it devoured both it is not considered a curse. If the beast climbed up on a roof and snatched a child from the cradle, it is most assuredly a curse. Hosts of armed men. The rabbis taught, even if hosts of armed men are seen, who have no intention of attacking the place, but merely desire to pass through to make war upon others, an alarm must nevertheless be sounded, for there can be no more friendly intentions in a host of armed men than in that which was sent by Necho, king of Egypt, to Josiah, king of Judah, and still Josiah lost his life on their account, as it is written, but he sent ambassadors to him, saying, What have I to do with thee, thou king of Judah? I come not against thee this day, but against the house wherewith I have war, and God hath commanded me to make haste, forbear thee from meddling with God who is with me, that he may not destroy thee. What is meant by God who is with me? What God could Necho have had with him? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, it was an idol, and for the reason that Necho had confidence in the idol, Josiah thought that he could surely vanquish him in battle. Further it says, And the archers shot at King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, Carry me away, for I am sorely wounded. What is meant by sorely wounded? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, from that it may be inferred that his whole body was perforated by the arrows like a sieve. Before Josiah died, Jeremiah the prophet noticed that his lips were moving, and thinking that, God forbid, he was saying something blasphemous on account of the terrible pain he was suffering, Jeremiah stooped down and heard Josiah justifying the judgment which had befallen him, saying the passage F, Righteous is the Lord, for against his orders have I rebelled. Whereupon Jeremiah lamented his death with the words, The breath of our nostrils, the anointed of our Lord, was caught in their pits. Should be sounded even on Sabbath. The rabbis taught. P. 63. On account of a city surrounded by foes, a ship that was wrecked at sea, or even on account of an individual pursued by foes, robbers, or evil spirits, a man may keep a fast day himself. Our Jose, however, said, a man is not allowed to do this by himself, lest he become weak through fasting and unable to work, when he would become dependent upon others who might have no pity for him, because he himself was the one responsible for his condition. Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, what reason has Jose for this assertion? Because it is written, and the man became a living being, which implies, that man should let the living soul, given him by the Creator, live and not willfully kill it. Simeon the Temanite says, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, for a pest an alarm should be sounded on a Sabbath, and so much the more on a weekday, but Hanan bar Patam, the disciple of Akaba, said in the name of his master that for a pest no alarm need be sounded even on a weekday. On account of every plague, etc. The rabbis taught, on account of every plague with which may the community never be visited an alarm should be sounded, except on account of an excess of rain. What is the reason? Said Yohanan, because it is not permitted to pray for the cessation of too much good. Said Rami bar Arjad, in the land of exile an alarm should be sounded for an excess of rain. We have also learned in a Boritha that in a year when there is an excess of rain the priests of the weekly watch would send word to the standing men. Take care of your brethren in exile, that their houses may not become their graves. The rabbis taught, it is written, then will I give you rains in their due season, which means, that the earth's all not become too full of water nor that it shall be thirsty, but have just sufficient, for if there is too much rain, the earth becomes too sodden and fruit cannot grow. Another explanation of the term in their due season is, that the rains will fall on the night of the fourth day of the week and on the night of Sabbath, when men do not go out, for so do we find, that in the days of Simeon ben Shaddach rain fell only on those nights, and grain prospered so that wheat grains became as testicles, barley corns as the kernels of olives, and lentils as golden dinars, and part of these fruits of the earth were preserved to show to future generations, in order to demonstrate to them that the only reason p. 64. Why crops were not as prosperous as they formerly were was because of the transgression of the people, as it is written, your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withholden what is good from you. So it was also at the time when Herod built the new temple. It would rain only at night, and in the morning the wind would disperse the clouds, the sun would commence to shine, and the people would go to their work in peace, so that all men knew that they were engaged in a heavenly undertaking. It once happened that Honi Hamagel, etc. The rabbis taught, it once happened the greater part of the month of Adar had passed, and no rain had yet fallen. Honi Hamagel was thereupon requested to pray for rain. He prayed, but no rain descended. So he marked out a circle around him, the same as Habakkuk did, as it is written, upon my watch will I stand, and place myself upon the tower, placed himself in the midst of it, and said, Creator of the universe, thy children have always looked up towards me as being like a son of thy house before thee. I swear therefore, by thy great name, that I shall not move from this place until thou shalt have compassion upon thy children. Whereupon the rain commenced to drop down gently. Said the disciples to him, May it be that we may see thee and not die, for we think that the rain is merely dropping in order to release thee from thy vow. And he replied, It was not for this I prayed, but for rain sufficient to fill the wells, cisterns, and caves. The rain then fell in torrents, each drop being as large as the mouth of a barrel, and the sages opined that each drop contained no less than a lug of water. The disciples again said to him, Rabbi, may we see thee and not die? We believe that the rain is falling in order to destroy the world. He again said, Not for such rains have I prayed, but for mild, felicitous, and liberal showers. The rain then descended in the usual manner, until the Israelites of Jerusalem were obliged to seek refuge from the city to the Temple Mount on account of the rain. They then came to him and said, Rabbi, even as thou didst pray that the rain might descend, thus pray now that it may cease. And he replied, I have a tradition that it is not permitted to pray for a cessation of too much good. Still, bring me a praise offering. It was accordingly brought to him, and putting both hands upon it, he said, Creator of the universe, thy people which thou hast brought out of Egypt cannot be sustained either with too much evil or too p. 65. Much good. When thou becamest angry with them, they could no longer bear it, and now that thou hast showered too much good upon them, they cannot bear it either. Let it be thy will that the rains may cease and the world become happy. Thereupon a wind came up, dispersed the clouds, the sun commenced to shine, and the people went out into the fields and brought back mushrooms. Simeon ben Shaddach then sent him word, saying, If thou wert not Honi, I would order that thou be anathematized, for were these years as those when Elijah said that no rain should fall, and when he had the key to the rain, thou wouldst have merely desecrated the holy name. But what shall I do with thee, since thou art petulant towards God, and yet he forgiveth and indulgeth thee like a petted child who is petulant towards its father, and says, Father, bathe me in hot water, bathe me in cold water, give me nuts, almonds, apricots, and pomegranates, and is nevertheless forgiven and indulged. To thee may be applied the passage, let thy father and thy mother rejoice, and let her that hath borne thee be glad. The rabbis taught, what was the word which the Sanhedrin sitting in the chamber of marble sent to Honi Hamajel after the occurrence. They cited the passage, and if thou decree a thing, it will be fulfilled unto thee, and upon thy ways the light will shine, and said, Thou hast decreed below, and the Holy One, blessed be he, ratified it above, and the generation which was in darkness thou hast enlightened with thy prayer. R. Yohanan said, all the days of this righteous man, he troubled himself concerning the meaning of the passage, when the Lord bringeth back again the captivity of Zion, then shall we be like dreamers. Honi would constantly say, how can a man sleep or be like a dreamer for 70 years? Once he was traveling on the road, and he noticed a man planting a carob tree. He asked him how many years it would take before the tree would bear fruit, and the man answered, 70 years. Honi then asked, art thou, then, sure that thou wilt live 70 years? And the man replied, I found carob trees in existence when I came into the world, consequently my ancestors must have planted them. Why should I not also plant them for my children? About that time Honi became hungry, and sat down to eat near the newly p66 planted tree. After the meal he fell asleep, and a bay one formed about him so that he could not be noticed, and thus he slept for 70 years. When he awoke, he observed a man gathering the fruit from the carob tree, and he asked the man, didst thou plant this tree? The man replied, Nay, I am the grandson of the man that planted it. Honi then realized that he must have slept for 70 years, and when he looked around for his ass, he noticed that there were many smaller asses. He then went to his home, and inquired whether the son of Honi Hamajel was still alive. He was told that the son was no longer living, but that a son of the son was alive. He then said, I am Honi Hamajel, but they would not believe him. He went to the house of learning and heard them say, today the halakot are as clear as in the days of Honi Hamajel, who would immediately render a clear decision when any questions whatever were put to him by the rabbis. He went in and said to them, I am that Honi, but they would not believe him, nor would they accord him due respect. This caused him to become downcast and despondent, and he prayed to God that he might die, and so he died. Said Rabha, this illustrates the saying, give me the glory due me, or give me death. Abba Helkiah was a grandson of Honi Hamajel. When the country was in need of rain the rabbis would send to him, and he would pray for rain, which thereupon commenced to fall. One day the country was in need of rain, and the rabbis sent a committee of 2 younger rabbis to him, with the request that he pray for rain. They came to his house, but did not find him. They went to his field, and found him weeding it. They greeted him, but he made no reply. On his way back to his home, he placed some wood and the hoe on one shoulder and a garment on the other shoulder. The entire way he did not wear shoes, but whenever he came to water which he had to ford he would put them on. When he came to a thorny path, he would raise his garments. When he came to the city, his wife met him dressed in fine apparel. When he reached his house, his wife entered first, then he, and finally the 2 young rabbis entered. He sat down to his meal, but extended no invitation to the rabbis to join him. When dealing out bread to his children, he gave the elder 1 loaf and the younger 2. Afterwards he, p67, said to his wife in a low voice, I know that these rabbis came on account of rain. Come, let us go up into the attic and pray for rain, and should the Lord have mercy on his children and cause it to rain, it will not appear as if it came about through us. They went up into the attic, and he stood in one corner, while she stood in another. The rain cloud appeared in the direction where the wife was standing. When he went down again, he said to the rabbis, what hath brought the rabbis here? And they replied, the rabbis have sent us to Master that he may pray for rain. And he answered, Blessed be the Lord, that ye no longer need Abba Helkiah's favor. Said they to him, we well know that this rain is come only on account of Master, still we should like to know the reason for several actions on his part which appear to us surprising. Why, when we greeted the master, did he not turn his face towards us? He replied, I hired myself out for the day and my time was not my own, hence I did not wish to waste any. Why did the master carry the wood on one shoulder and the garment on the other? Because the garment was borrowed by me to wear, but not to use as a pad for wood. Why did the master go barefooted all the way, and put on his shoes when coming to water? Because the entire way I could see what I was stepping on, but in water I could not. Why did the master raise his dress when walking in a thorny path? Because if my flesh should receive a scratch, it will heal, but if the garment should become torn it cannot be mended. Why, when the master came to the city, did his wife come forth to meet him, dressed in her best apparel? In order that I may not look at any other woman. Why did she enter first, then the master, and then we? Because I know nothing about you. Why, when the master sat down to eat, did he not invite us to partake also? Because there was not sufficient bread for all, and I did not wish to invite you merely to receive your thanks in vain. Why did the master give the elder child one loaf and the younger two? Because the elder was at home all day and probably helped himself previously, but the younger was at school all day and more hungry. Why did the rain cloud appear first in thy wife's corner? Because my wife is always at home, and when a poor man begs for a meal she always gives it to him readily, while I can but give him a zuz and he must first go and purchase food for it. Thus her charity is more effective than mine. P. 68. Hanan the Hidden was a son of the daughter of Honi Hamajel. When the country was in need of rain, the rabbis would send the school children to him, who would surround him, take hold of his garments, and cry, Father, Father, give us rain. And he would say to the Holy One, Blessed be he, Creator of the universe. Cause rain to descend, for the sake of those who cannot distinguish between a father capable of giving rain and one who is not. Why was he called Hanan the Hidden? Because whenever he would do some good, he would hide himself so as not to be observed. Said Arziriksa to Arsafra, Come and see the difference between the pious of Babylon and the righteous of Palestine. The pious of Babylon E.G., Arhuna and Arhisda when the country was in need of rain, would say, Let us combine and pray to God, perhaps we shall find favor in his eyes, and he will give us rain. And the righteous of Palestine E.G., Arjona the father of Armani when the country was needing rain, would go to his house, ask for a sack, and say, I will go to the market and buy a zuz worth of grain. When going out he would seek a deep place, as it is written, Out of the depths have I called to thee, O Lord, and he would station himself in a hidden place, cover himself with the sack, and offer up a prayer for rain to the Lord, and forthwith rain would descend. When returning home, he would be asked, Didst thou buy the grain for a zuz? And he would reply, I noticed that it commenced to rain, and hence thought it unnecessary to go to the market for it, as it can be had now anywhere. Again it happened that Armani the son of Jonah was sorely troubled by the members of the house of the Nasi, so he went and threw himself on his father's grave, exclaiming, Father, Father, the men of the house of the Nasi are troubling me. One day the retainers of the Nasi were riding by the burial ground where Jonah was interred, and their horses could not proceed until they vowed not to trouble Armani any more. Armani would frequently come to the house of Itzhak ben Eliashiv, and he once told Itzhak that the members of his father-in-law's family were giving him much trouble. Said Itzhak, May they become poor. And they really did become poor. Armani then came again, and complained that now his relatives were poor they were compelling him to support them. Said Itzhak, May they then become rich again. And accordingly they became rich. P. 69. At another time Armani complained to Itzhak that his wife was too ill-favored. Said Itzhak, What is her name? And Armani replied, Hannah. Said Itzhak, May Hannah become handsome. And accordingly she became handsome. Subsequently Armani came again, and complained that now his wife had become handsome she made life a burden to him by her vanity, and Yitzhak said, "May I Hannah again become ugly?" And Hannah again became ugly. Some time later, 2 disciples of Yitzhak ben Eliashib begged him to pray to the Lord for them, that they might become wiser and more capable for study. Said he to them, "I used to do that at one time and would succeed, but I have stopped that practice and shall not do it again." Eleazar the man of Bertha would be shunned by the men who were sent out to collect money for charitable purposes, because he would give away everything he had. One day he went out into the market to buy the articles necessary for the proper celebration of his daughter's marriage. The collectors of alms perceived him, and hid themselves. He, however, pursued and overtook them, and said, "I adjure you, tell me for what purpose ye are sent out now and what ye need." And they answered, "We are collecting money for 2 orphans who are about to be married." Said he, "I vow they have precedence over my daughter." And he gave them everything he had, with the exception of 1 zuz, for which he bought some wheat and deposited it in his storehouse. The mother said to the daughter, "What did your father bring?" And the daughter replied, "All that he brought he deposited in the storehouse." She then went to the storehouse, but could not open the door, as the wheat was piled up so high and the storehouse was so full that the wheat forced its way through the cracks in the walls. Thereupon she betook herself to the house of learning, where Eleazar her husband was studying, and calling him out, said, "Come and see what thy friend did for thee." Arriving at the storehouse, Eleazar said, "I vow that all this wheat is devoted to the poor, and thou hast but a share in it equal to the other poor." R. Jehudah Hanasi once ordered a fast day and prayed for rain, but without success. Said he, "What a difference there is between Samuel the prophet and Jehudah the son of Gamaliel. Woe is to the generation that has retrograded to such an extent, and woe to the Nasi who hath witnessed." P. 70. He became very despondent, and forthwith rain began to fall. A fast day was ordered from the house of the Nasi, and no previous notice thereof was given to Yohanan and Resh Lakish. Said Yohanan to Resh Lakish, "What shall we do? We did not take it upon ourselves to fast today or yesterday." Replied Resh Lakish, "We are dependent upon the Nasi, hence it is not necessary for us to take it upon ourselves a day in advance." Again it happened that the house of the Nasi ordered a fast day, but no rain descended. So Ashiya, the youngest of the colleagues, taught, "It is written, then shall it be, if through inadvertence of the congregation it was committed by ignorance, which is a simile to a bride in the house of her father. If she have beautiful eyes, there is no need of examining her body, but if her eyes be bad her entire body should be examined." So the servants of the Nasi came to Ashiya, threw a cloth over his neck, and tortured him. Said the townsfolk to the servants, "Let him be, for though he often offends us with his sayings, still, as we see that he means well and does so for our good, we let him have his own way." Rabbi once ordered a fast day, but no rain descended. So Ilpha, others say Ilphi, went up to the reading desk to pray. As soon as he came to the sentence, "He causeth the wind to blow," a wind sprang up, and when he said, "He causeth the rain to descend," rain began to fall. So Rabbi asked Ilpha, "What are thy merits?" And he answered, "I live in a very small town, where it is almost impossible to obtain any wine for the Kiddush and the Havdalah on the Sabbath, but I go to great trouble to procure it and distribute among my townsmen, and when reciting the Kiddush prayer I also include my townsmen in the prayer." Rabbi came to a certain place and ordered a fast day, but no rain descended. The minister of the congregation went up to the reading desk and commenced to pray. Arriving at the sentence, "He causeth the wind to blow," a wind sprang up, and as soon as he said, "He causeth the rain to descend," rain began to fall. Said Rabbi to him, "What are thy merits?" And he answered, "I teach little children, and treat the children of the P. 71. Poor like the children of the rich. Those that cannot afford to pay, I teach without remuneration, and being also a fisherman, I persuade those who do not wish to come and learn, to do so by giving them fish to take home with them. Naaman ordered a communal fast. He prayed for rain, which, however, did not come. And he said to the people, "Take Naaman and throw him from the roof to the ground." He became downcast, and rain commenced to fall. Rabbah ordered a fast, he prayed, and no rain came. And they said to him, "But when our Jehudah orders a fast, then rain comes." He replied, "What can I do? In point of learning we are better than they, for in the years of our Jehudah all their studies were confined to the section of damages, while we study now all the 6 sections. And when our Jehudah came to the section of Taharath, tracked oxen, and the halakha, when a woman put herbs in a pot, or, according to others, to the halakha, if olives were soaked with their leaves, they are clean, one our Jehudah used to say, I find it as deep as would befit the times of Rabbi and Samuel. But we have 13 colleges which are studying the tracked oxen, and nevertheless when our Jehudah would put off one shoe, the rain would come, and we are crying the whole day, and there is nobody to look at us. And if one might say, our Jehudah was better than we by his deeds, then if there is anyone here that knows we have not acted rightly, let him say so, but the true reason is, what can the leaders of the generation do, when the generation itself is not good? Jehudah saw once 2 men throwing bread at each other, and he said, I see from this that there is plenty in the world. He cast an evil eye, and a famine began. Said the rabbis to Archana the son of Arnaniah, we have heard that the master frequents the house of Jehudah, cause him to go into the market. He did so, and took him out into the market. He saw a crowd of men. He asked, What is the matter? He was answered, There is a measure of dates for sale, and each is eager to obtain it. Said he, I perceive from this that there is famine in the world. He said to his servant, Take off my shoes. He had taken off but one of his shoes, when it began to rain. Mari the son of the daughter of Samuel said, At that time, when our Jehudah had his shoes taken off, I stood on the p. 72 bank of the river Papa. I saw angels clad like sailors, who took sand, filled the ships therewith, and it was turned to fine flour, and the whole world came to buy it. I said to the persons of my household, Do not buy of it, for it is only through a miracle, and I wish to derive no benefit from miracles. I waited till the morrow, when ships laden with wheat actually arrived from Parthena. It happened once that Rabha came to the city of Hagronia, and he ordered a fast, but no rain came. Said he to the people, Fast overnight. On the morrow morning he said to them, If anyone saw something in a dream, he should come to tell what he saw in the dream. Eleazar of the same city related that he had been told in a dream the following words, Good peace to the good master who received his knowledge from a good master, and who with his goodness is doing good to his people. Said Rabha, I infer from this that it is a favorable time. He prayed again, and rain came. It happened once that a man had committed a crime for which he had to receive stripes in a court where Rabha was the chief judge. Rabha had the penalty inflicted on him. He could not endure it, and died. When the government of Sabur the king heard of this, they wanted to cause trouble to Rabha. Said Ephraharmiz, the king Sabur's mother, to her son, I advise you to have nothing to do with the Jews, for all that they request of their God, he grants to them. Said he, What, for example? Said she, Whenever they pray to God for rain, it rains. Said he to them, That is only because they pray in the season when it has to rain. Now, when it is Tammuz, when it ought not to rain, let them pray for rain, and you shall see that it will not come. So she sent for Rabha, and said to him, Fix your mind on it, and pray to God to send rain. He prayed, and no rain came. Said he, Before the Lord of the universe God, with our ears have we heard, our fathers have told us. In times of old, but we with our eyes do not see it. Then it rained so much that all the canals of Mehusa overflowed and the water spread in the streets into the river Tigris. His father appeared to him in a dream and told him, "Is there any other man who gives so many pains to heaven? Go and change the place of your couch." On the morrow he found marks of a knife with which his bed had been slashed. R. Papa also ordered a fast, no rain came. Meanwhile he, p. 73, felt too weak from fasting. He took a spoonful of datha, and went on praying. Still, however, no rain came. R.N. Ahman, his fellow lodger in the inn, once said to him, if the master would partake of another spoon of datha, then rain would surely come. He felt shame, he became downcast, and rain came. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, every day a heavenly voice goes forth and says, the whole world is nourished merely by the merits of Hananiah my son, and for Hananiah alone 1 kabite of carobs is sufficient from one Sabbath eve to the other. The wife of Hananiah would make a fire in her oven on the eve of every Sabbath in order not to be ashamed before her neighbors. She had, however, one bad neighbor who said, I know that Hananiah and his wife have nothing to cook for the Sabbath, why does she make fire in her oven? I shall go and see. She went and knocked at the threshold, and Hananiah's wife became ashamed and went into another room. In the meantime a miracle happened, and the oven became filled with bread. The neighbor, noticing the bread in the oven, called to Hananiah's wife, bring the bread shovel, or the bread will be burned. And she replied, I just went in for that purpose. We have learned in a Boritha, Hananiah's wife really did go into the next room for a shovel, because she was accustomed to have miracles happen to her. One day the wife of our Hananiah said to him, how long shall we yet be troubled with the want of our daily bread? And he replied, what can I do? Said she, pray to God that he should give thee something. He accordingly went and prayed. A hand came forth and gave him a leg of a golden table. Subsequently his wife saw in a dream that all the righteous in heaven ate on golden tables having 3 legs, while her table only had 2. Said she to Hananiah, wouldst thou then like it, that all should eat at a table having 3 legs, while we should eat at one only having 2? Pray to God that the golden leg may be taken back. He prayed, and the leg was taken back. We have learned in a Boritha that this latter miracle was even greater than the former, for we have a tradition, that it is usual for heaven to bestow but not to take back. p. 74. One eve of Sabbath Hananiah noticed his daughter in a despondent mood. Upon asking her what the trouble was, she replied, I got the 2 vessels containing oil and vinegar mixed, and poured the latter into the Sabbath lamp and lit it. Said he, my daughter, why should that trouble thee? He who hath ordained that oil should burn can also ordain that vinegar should burn. We have learned in a Boritha that the vinegar in that lamp burned all night and all day, till some of it was used for the Havdalah prayer. R. Hananiah ben Dosa had a few goats, and he was told that his goats caused damage to others. Said he, if my goats do damage, may wolves devour them, but if they do not, may they each bring a bear impaled upon their horns. That same evening, each goat really brought in a bear mounted on its horns. How did Hananiah happen to have goats? Was he not a poor man? Said R. Pinches, it once happened that a man left a few chickens at the house of Hananiah, and the latter said to his wife, do not use the eggs, for the chickens do not belong to us. Accordingly the eggs were left untouched, and in the course of time quite a number of chickens were produced, so that they became too troublesome, and Hananiah sold them and with the proceeds purchased goats. Subsequently the man who left the chickens returned to claim them. He was asked for a description of his property, which he gave correctly, whereupon Hananiah turned over the goats to him, and these are the goats that brought bears upon their horns. 1. The same Hananiah had a neighbor who was building a house, and the beams were too short. So she came to him, and said, I have built my house, but my beams do not reach far enough. And he asked her her name. And she answered, Ikho. He then said, Ikho, may thy beams become longer. We have learned in a Boritha that they really became so long that they protruded an L on each side, while others say that pieces were conjoined with the beams so that they attained the required length. We have learned in another Boritha, Plimo said, I saw that house and noticed that the beams protruded an L on each side. And I was told that the house was the one for which Hananiah prayed to have the beams become longer. R. Hama bar Hananiah ordered a fast day, but no rain descended. P. 75. And he was told, why, our Jehoshua ben Levi would order a fast day, and rain would commence to fall. Said he, that was the son of Levi, and not I. And they said, we meant to say, that we should again congregate, and perhaps, if we prove contrite of heart, the rain will descend. They did so, and still no rain descended. Said he to them, think ye that ye deserve rain to descend for you? And they answered, Yea. Said he to the sky, cover thy countenance. No results, however, were produced, and he exclaimed, how impudent are the skies! Whereupon they became covered, and rain commenced to fall. Levi ordered a fast day, but no rain descended. Said he, Creator of the universe, thou didst ascend to the heavens, and didst sit down, but hast no compassion upon thy children. Whereupon rain descended, but Levi fell and became Lameh. R. Hiabar Lolani heard one cloud say to another, Come, let us go and deposit our waters in the lands of Ammon and Moab. Said Arhiah, Creator of the universe, when thou gavest thy law to Israel, thou hadst gone to other nations, offering it to them, and they would not accept it, and now thou wouldst allow the clouds to pour forth their waters on their lands. And turning to the clouds, he exclaimed, Pour forth your waters on this spot, and they did so. The same Arhiah preached, it is written, the righteous shall spring up like the palm tree, like a cedar in Lebanon shall he grow high. Why are both the palm tree and the cedar mentioned? If the palm tree only were mentioned, I would say that as a branch of the palm tree which is broken off does not grow out again, so it will be with the righteous if he dies, he will leave no one in his stead, therefore a cedar is also mentioned, for with a cedar it is not so. And if a cedar only were mentioned, I might say that as the cedar does not bear fruit, so will it also be with the righteous. Hence the palm tree is also mentioned. The rabbis taught, it once happened that our Eliezer ordered 13 fast days, but no rain descended. When the congregation dispersed after the 13th fast day, he asked them if they had already ordered their graves, and they commenced to weep aloud, whereupon rain commenced to fall. Another time it happened that our Eliezer recited the 24 benedictions at prayer, but he was not answered. Our Akiba followed him at the reading desk, and said, Father and P. 76. King, we have no other king but thee. Only for thy sake have mercy upon us. And his prayer was answered. The people then began to murmur. A heavenly voice went forth and said, Not because our Akiba is a greater man than our Eliezer was his prayer answered, but because he always gives in to another, while our Eliezer never did that. The rabbis taught, how much rain should fall in order that the congregation may stop fasting. When the rain fills up a furrow made with a plow. So said our Meir, but the sages say, if the water is a span deep on dry land, 2 spans on moist earth, and 3 spans on plowed soil. If while the people are fasting rain should fall before sunrise. The rabbis taught, if while the people are fasting rain should fall before sunrise they may stop fasting, but if after sunrise they must not. Such is the dictum of our Meir. But our Jehudah said, if it fell before noon they may stop fasting, but if after noon they should not. Our Hosea, however, said, they may stop if rain fell before the end of the 9th hour, but not if it fell after that hour. And so we find in the case of Achab, king of Israel, who fasted from the 9th hour on, and further, as it is written, hast thou seen how Achab hath humbled himself before me? R. Jehudah Nasiah ordered a fast day, and rain commenced to fall after sunrise. He thereupon desired to stop fasting, but our Ami said to him, We have learned that if rain falls before noon or afternoon there is a difference of opinion, but after sunrise all agree that fasting may be stopped. Samuel the Little ordered a fast day, and rain descended before sunrise. The people wanted to infer therefrom that it was in praise of the congregation, for as soon as a fast was ordered, rain commenced to fall. Said Samuel to them, "This can be compared to a case of where a slave begs for something of his master, and the master says give it to him. I do not care even to hear his voice." Again it happened that the same Samuel ordered a fast day, and rain fell after sunset. Then said the people, "Surely this is in praise of the congregation that after fasting and praying rain came." Said he to them again, "Nay, this is not to be considered, for it can be compared to a slave begging of his master, who says, let him pray and trouble himself for some time before. P. 77. I will give it to him." What, then, does Samuel consider as praise for the congregation? If when the sentence is read, he causeth the wind to blow, a wind springs up, and when the sentence, he causeth the rain to descend, is read, rain commences to fall. In the evening they returned and sang the great Hallel. Why should they return in the evening and say the Hallel? Let them say it beforehand? Abai and Rabha both say, Hallel is not sung except with a satisfied soul and a well-filled stomach. This is not so. For did it not happen that our Papa ordered a fast day in the synagogue of Abi Gober, and rain descended before noon? When they sang the Hallel, and then ate and drank. With the inhabitants of Mehuzah it is different, for they are generally drunkards. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the priest's blessing of the people, the institution of the standing men their fasts and prayers. The fast of the 17th day of Tammuz and the 9th of Abh, and the celebration of the 15th day of Abh. Mishnah, at 3 periods of the year the priests shall raise their hands at each prayer, 4 times on each day, viz., during the morning, additional, afternoon, and closing prayer. On the fast days, on the fast of the standing men, and on the day of atonement. These standing men is because it is written, "Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, my offering, my bread for my sacrifices. Shall ye observe, etc." How can an offering be brought for a person without his being present? Therefore did the elder prophets institute 24 watches, each watch always had a section of standing men, composed of priests, Levites, and Israelites, stationed at Jerusalem. When the turn of each watch came around to go up, the priests and Levites went up to Jerusalem, and the Israelites who belonged to that watch assembled in their cities to read the history of the creation. The standing men used to fast 4 times in the week, viz., from Monday until Thursday, but they did not fast on Friday, on account of the honor due the Sabbath, nor on Sunday, that they might not pass over from rest and pleasure to weariness and fasting, for that might endanger their lives. On Sunday the standing men read, "In the beginning," etc., and, "Let there be an expansion," etc. On Monday they read, "Let there be an expansion," and, "Let the waters," etc. On Tuesday, "Let the waters," and, "Let there be." P. 79. Lights, etc. On Wednesday, "Let there be lights," and, "Let the waters bring forth," etc. On Thursday, "Let the waters bring forth," and, "Let the earth bring forth," etc. On Friday, "Let the earth bring forth," and, "Thus were finished," etc. The long section of the day was read by 2 persons and the short by 1. This was done, however, during the morning and additional prayers, but at the afternoon prayers they entered and recited the sections mentioned by heart, even as the Shema is recited. On Friday afternoon they did not go to the synagogue at all, in honor of the Sabbath. On the days on which the Hallel was sung, the standing men would not attend during the morning prayer. When there was an additional offering, they did not assemble at the time of the closing prayer. When a wood offering was brought, they did not assemble during the afternoon prayer. Such is the dictum of our Akiba, but Ben Azai said to him, Jehoshua taught as follows, when there was an additional offering, the standing men did not assemble during the afternoon prayer, and when a wood offering was brought, they did not assemble at the time of the closing prayer. Thereupon our Akiba changed and taught like Ben Azai. The times when the delivery of wood was made by priests and people were on 9 appointed days, viz., on the first day of Nisan, the family of Ara ben Jehuda, on the 20th of Tammuz, the family of David ben Jehuda, on the 5th of Abh, the family of Paros ben Jehuda, on the 7th of that month, the family of Jonadab ben Rechab, on the 10th of the same month, the family of Sinah ben Benjamin, on the 15th of that month, the family of Zathud ben Jehuda, and with them priests and Levites, and all those who did not know from which tribe they were descended, also the family of Gonbeli and the family of Kotzali Ketzioth, and on the 20th, the family of Pahath Moab ben Jehuda, on the 20th of Elul, the family of Adin ben Jehuda, and on the 1st of Tevath, the family of Paros for the second time. There was no meeting of the standing men on the 1st of Tevath, because Hallel was sung and additional sacrifice and wood offering were brought on that day. 5 calamities happened to our ancestors on the 17th of Tammuz, and 5 on the 9th of Abh, viz., on the 17th of Tammuz the tables of the Holy Law were broken, on that day the p80 continual daily offerings ceased, and the city of Jerusalem was stormed. On the same date Apos Tammuz burned the holy scrolls and placed an idol in the temple. On the 9th of Abh it was decreed that our ancestors should not enter the Holy Land. On that day the first and second temples were destroyed, the city of Bethar was taken, and the site was plowed up. From the 1st of Abh it is incumbent upon a person to lessen his participation in joyful events. During the week in which the 9th of Abh occurs, it is prohibited to a person to shave himself, or to wash, but on Thursday this is allowed in honor of the Sabbath. On the day before the 9th of Abh a person should not partake of 2 different kinds of dishes of meat, nor may he drink any wine. Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel says, he should change. Ar Jehuda considers it obligatory for a person to turn over the bed places, one but the sages do not coincide with him. Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel said, never were there any more joyous festivals in Israel than the 15th of Abh and the Day of Atonement, for on them the maidens of Jerusalem used to go out dressed in white garments, borrowed ones, however, in order not to cause shame to those who had none of their own. These clothes were also to be previously immersed, and thus the maidens went out and danced in the vineyards, saying, young men, look and observe well whom you are about to choose, regard not beauty alone, but rather look to a virtuous family, for false is grace, and vain is beauty. A woman only that feareth the Lord shall indeed be praised, and it is also said, give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in her gates. Thus also is it written. Go forth and look, O ye daughters of Zion, on King Solomon, with the crown wherewith his mother Bath crowned him on the day of his espousals, and on the day of the joy of his heart. The day of the espousals refers to the day on which the law was given, and the day of the joy of his heart was that when the building of the temple was completed. May it soon be rebuilt in our days. P81. Gemara, at 3 periods of the year, etc. Is there then an additional prayer on fast days and for the standing men? The Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus, at 3 periods of the year the priests shall raise their hands at each prayer, and among such periods there are days when this is done 4 times during the day, viz., during the morning, the additional, the afternoon, and the closing prayers, and the 3 periods of the year are on fast days, on the fast of the standing men, and on the Day of Atonement. Said Rn Haman in the name of Rabba bar Abahu, such is the dictum of our Meir. But the sages maintain that during the morning and additional prayers the priests raise their hands, but not during the afternoon and closing prayers. Whose opinion is that attributed to the sages? That is the opinion of Ar Jehuda, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. In all the 4 prayers mentioned above, the priests are to raise their hands. This is the dictum of our Meir, but Ar Jehuda said that this is not done in the afternoon and closing prayers, while Ar Jose maintains that it is not done in the afternoon prayer, but it is done in the closing prayer. Said R.N. Ahman, the halakha prevails according to the opinion of R. Jose. And so it remains. Why is it, then, the custom at present that the priests raise their hands in the afternoon prayer of a fast day? Because the afternoon prayer is said very near to the time of sunset, it is regarded the same as the closing prayer. These standing men, etc. How is the Mishnah to be understood? The Mishnah means to say, these are the standing men, and the reason of their institution is because it is written, etc. The rabbis taught, there are 24 watches in the land of Israel, and of these there are 12 in Jericho. When the watches were to go up to the temple, half went up from all parts of the land of Israel to Jerusalem, and the other half from Jericho. Why were half of them in Jericho? Because they had to prepare food and drink for their brethren in Jerusalem. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, priests, Levites, and Israelites that compose the division of the standing men prevent, in the event of their absence, the offering of the sacrifices. In a Boraitha we have learned, our Simeon ben Elazar said, the priests, Levites, and the musical instruments prevent, by their absence, the offering of the sacrifices, because he p. 82 holds that the chanting at the offering of the sacrifices must be accomplished mainly through the musical instruments, and not vocally. R. Hama bar Guriah said in the name of Rabbite, Moses established for the Israelites only 8 watches, viz., 4 for the descendants of Eleazar the priest and 4 for those of Ithamar. Subsequently Samuel the prophet increased the number to 16, and finally David further increased them to 24, as it is written, in the 40th year of David were they inquired into, and there were found among them mighty men of valor at Yazar and Gilead. The rabbis taught, 4 watches went up out of exile, and they are, Udaiah, Haram, Pashhur, and Imar. And the prophets who went with them increased them to 24. How was this done? They threw lots into an urn, and Udaiah came and drew lots for himself and companions to the number of 6. Then came Haram, and drew lots for himself and for his companions to the number of 6. Likewise did Pashhur, and thus also Imar, and the prophets also enacted that, even should Jehoiarib, the chief of the watches, come up out of exile, he should not displace Yediah, but Yediah should be first, and Jehoiarib act merely as an additional. The rabbis taught, the men of the watch would pray that the sacrifices of their brethren should be favorably accepted, and the standing men would congregate in the synagogues and fast 4 fast days, viz., from Monday until Thursday, inclusive. On the first fast day they would fast for those who plied the seas, on the second, for those who traverse the desert, the third, that the children might be saved from the disease of croup, and the last day, for pregnant women and for those suckling their babes that the former might be happily delivered and the latter retain their strength. On the day preceding the Sabbath they would not fast, in honor of the Sabbath, and most assuredly not on the Sabbath itself. Why did they not fast on Sunday? Said R. Samuel ben Anahmini, because that is the 3rd day, and Resh Lakish said, because of the second soul that is given to man on the Sabbath, and which leaves him at the close of the Sabbath day. On Sunday the standing men read, in the beginning, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, the first section, i.e., from the p. 83 passage commencing, in the beginning, until that commencing, let there be an expansion, was read by 2 men, while the second section, commencing, let there be an expansion, until, let the waters, etc., was read by 1 man only. The long section of the day was read by 2 persons, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, during the morning and additional prayers they would enter into the synagogues and read the sections from the scrolls as usual, but during the afternoon prayer 1 man would recite the section by heart. Said R. Jose, may, then, an individual recite a section of the scriptures by heart in the presence of the entire congregation. Therefore, said he, the entire congregation went in and recited the section by heart, just as they do the Shema prayer. On the days on which the Hallel was sung, the standing men would not attend, etc. What is the difference? Because the closing prayer was a rabbinical institution, while the afternoon prayer was a biblical ordinance. The times when the delivery of wood was made by priests and people. The rabbis taught, why did the Mishnah have to mention both the times when the priests and when the people made the delivery of wood? Because it was said that when the children of Israel returned from exile they found no wood in the wood chamber, and the priests contributed the wood of their own accord. In consideration of this fact, the prophets at that time made the enactment that even when the wood chamber was filled with wood, the priests be allowed to furnish wood of their own accord, as it is written, and we the priests, the Levites, and the people cast lots concerning the procuring of the wood, to bring it into the house of our God, unto the house of our fathers, at fixed times, year by year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law. And with them priests and Levites, etc. The rabbis taught, who were those Gon Beli and Kotzaketziath. It was said that at one time the government decreed that the Israelites should not bring any wood for the altar, nor the first fruit offerings to Jerusalem, and guards were appointed to watch the wagons in the same manner as Jeroboam ben Nebat appointed guards to prevent the Israelites from going to Jerusalem for the festivals. What did the pious and those who were p. 84 afraid of transgressing do? They would place a basket containing the first fruits at the bottom of the wagon, and cover it with dried fruits. In addition to that they would carry a pestle, and when stopped by the guards would tell them that they were on their way to a place where they desired to pound the fruit, and after having safely passed the guards, they would ornament the basket containing the first fruits and bring it into the temple. And we have learned in a Boraitha, in addition to this, that the Gon Beli and the Kotzaketziath are the same who are called elsewhere the family of Salmahanthafathi. Who were the Salmahanthafathi? The rabbis taught that when it was decreed that no wood should be brought for the altar they would construct ladders, which they would carry past the guards appointed to watch for any men who would violate the decree, and when stopped would claim that they were about to take down some doves from their dovecots. Having safely eluded the guards and arrived at the temple, they would take the ladders apart and carry in the wood for the altar. One to these men and those emulating their example the passage may be applied, the memory of the just is to be blessed. On the 20th, the family Pahath Moab ben Jehuda, etc. In a Boraitha we have learned, by the family Pahath Moab ben Jehuda is meant the family of David ben Jehuda. Such is the opinion of our Meir, but our Jose said that they were of the children of Job ben Siriyat. On the 20th of Elul, the family of Adin ben Jehuda, etc. The rabbis taught, by the family of Adin ben Jehuda is meant the family of David ben Jehuda. Such is the opinion of our Jehuda, but our Jose said that they were of the children of Job ben Siriyat. There was no meeting of the standing men on the 1st of Tevath. Said Rab Ha, the Hallel which is sung on the feast of new moon is not based upon a biblical ordinance, because our Yohanan said in the name of our Simeon ben Jehozadak, 18 times during the year an individual may recite the p. 85 whole Hallel, and they are, on the 8 days of the Feast of Tabernacles, on the 8 days of the Feast of Dedication, on the first day of the Passover, and on the day of Pentecost. While in exile, however, one may recite it 21 times during the year, namely, on the 9 days of the Festival of Tabernacles, on the 8 days of Hanukkah, on the first 2 days of Passover, and on the 2 days of Pentecost. Rabbi happened to be in Babylon and he saw the people reading the Hallel on the first day of the month. He first intended to interrupt them, but seeing that they read only portions of it, he said, I understand they follow the customs of their ancestors, and it does not matter. In a Boraitha we have learned that an individual shall not start, but if he had already started he may conclude it. 5 calamities happened to our ancestors, etc. Whence do we know that on the 17th day of Tammuz the tables of the Holy Law were broken? Because we have learned in a Boraitha as follows, on the 6th day of Sivan the 10 commandments were given, and on the 7th day Moses ascended unto heaven. Our Jose says, on the 7th day the 10 commandments were given. All agree, however, that on the 7th day of Sivan Moses ascended unto heaven, because it is written, and he called unto Moses on the 7th day out of the midst of the cloud, and further, it is said, and Moses went into the midst of the cloud, and ascended the mount, and Moses was on the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Thus Moses was there 24 days in Sivan and 16 days in Tammuz, and on the 17th he descended and broke the tables, as it is written, and it came to pass, when he came nigh unto the camp, and he saw the calf and the dancing, that the anger of Moses waxed hot, and he cast from his hands the tables, and broke them at the foot of the mount. That the continual daily offering ceased on the 17th of Tammuz is traditional, and the statement that the city was stormed on that day refers to the second destruction. That the other two calamities occurred on that day is also traditional. On the 9th of Abh it was decreed, etc. Whence do we know that? From the following Boraitha, we have learned that on the 29th day of Sivan Moses sent out the spies, as it is written, and they returned from spying out the land at the end of 40 days, and those 40 p. 86 days were in reality 40 less 1, and Abai said that in that year the month of Tammuz was a full month of 30 days, as it is written, he hath called an assembly against me to crush my young men. 1. Further, it is written, and all the congregation lifted up their voice, and cried aloud, and the people wept that night. Said Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan, that night was the eve preceding the 9th of Abh, and the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Ye have cried on this night in vain, and I shall ordain it that your generations shall lament on this day forever. On that day the first and second temples were destroyed. It is written, and in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, etc., and in the 5th month, on the 10th day of the month. It cannot be said that on the 7th day the calamity occurred, because it is also written on the 10th. Neither can it be said that it happened on the 10th, because it says on the 7th. Hence it must be assumed that entrance to the temple was gained by the enemy on the 7th, and they ate and did damage therein on the 7th, on the 8th, and on the 9th. Toward the evening of the 9th they set it on fire, and it continued to burn all day on the 10th, as it is written, Woe unto us! For the day waneth, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out. And this bears out the statement of Ar Yohanan, who said as follows, Were I living in those days, I would have ordained the fast for the 10th of Abh, for on that day the greater part of the temple was burned. The sages of that day, however, held that the day when the calamity began should be observed as a fast day. Whence do we know that the second temple was also destroyed on the 9th of Abh? We have learned in a Boraitha, a happy event is credited to the day on which another happy event happened, while a calamity is ascribed to the day when another calamity occurred, and it was said that when the first temple was destroyed it was on the eve preceding the 9th of Abh, which was also the night at the close of the Sabbath and also the close of the sabbatical year. The watch at the time, p. 87, was that of Jehoiarib, and the Levites were chanting in their proper places, at that moment reciting the passage, and he will bring back upon them their own injustice, and in their own wickedness will he destroy them, and they did not have time to end the passage, which concludes, Yea, he will destroy them the Lord our God, before the enemy entered and took possession of the temple. This happened also at the destruction of the second temple. That the city of Bethar was taken on the 9th of Abh is traditional. And the site was plowed up like a field. We have learned in a Boraitha, when Torosnepo the wicked destroyed the temple, a decree was promulgated that Rabban Gamaliel should be executed. A certain master came into the house of learning, and said that the man of the nose one was being looked for. Ar Gamaliel understood that he was meant thereby, and hid himself. The same master surreptitiously came to the place where Ar Gamaliel was concealed and asked him if, should he be instrumental in saving his life, he would assure him a share in the world to come, and Ar Gamaliel answered that he would. The master then demanded that he swear to it, and Ar Gamaliel swore. Thereupon the master ascended to an attic, threw himself down, and died. The tradition goes on to say that if one of the signers of a death warrant or any other unfavorable decree died, the decree became null and void. Thus was Rabban Gamaliel saved. A heavenly voice then came forth, and declared that the Master would have a share in the world to come. The rabbis taught, when the first temple was destroyed, groups of young priests, who had the keys of the temple, went up to the roof and said, "Creator of the universe, it being that we were not destined to live and be trustworthy keepers of thy treasure, we herewith return the keys." With that they threw the keys up into the air, and something like a hand was seen to come forth and grasp them, whereupon the priests immediately threw themselves down into the fire beneath. They were mourned by Isaiah the prophet in the verses. P. 88. The doom of the valley of vision. What aileth thee now, that thou art wholly gone up to the roofs? O noiseful, tumultuous city, joyous town! Thy slain ones are not slain with the sword, and not those that die in battle. From the first of Abh it is incumbent upon a person to lessen his participation in joyful events. Said R. Jehuda, the son of R. Samuel bar Shalath, in the name of Rabbite, as from the first of Abh participation in joyful events must be lessened, so, as soon as the month of Adar enters, joyous festivities should be increased. During the week in which the 9th of Abh occurs, etc. Said R. N. Ahman, the washing of clothes is prohibited only when they are washed for the purpose of immediate wear, but it is allowed to wash clothes and put them away for future wear. R. Shiz Hate, however, said that even washing for future wear is also not allowed, and the proof is that the laundresses of Rabbite would stop work on that entire week. It was taught also that R. Benjamin said in the name of R. Elazar, washing for immediate wear is prohibited during that week, but for future wear it is permitted. An objection was raised, we have learned, it is not allowed to wash clothes before the 9th of Abh, even if they be intended for use after the 9th. In those days the washing of the clothes was similar to our laundrying, and as for linen garments the prohibition is not effective. The objection remains. R. Itzhak bar Giori in the name of R. Yohanan sent word, saying, although the prohibition against washing does not apply to linen garments, still it is not allowed to put on such garments during the week in which the 9th of Abh occurs. Said Rabbite, this applies only to the days preceding the 9th of Abh, but not to those succeeding it, while Samuel said that even on the days following the 9th of Abh it is also not allowed. This constitutes a difference of opinion among Tannim, as we learn in the following Boraitha. If the 9th day of Abh falls on a Sabbath, or even if the 8th falls on a Sabbath, one may eat and drink whatever he chooses, and may place on his table even such viands as were eaten by Solomon while he was yet king. He must not shave or wash from the day of the new moon until after the fast of the 9th of Abh. Such is the dictum of R. Meir. R. Jehuda, however, says that it is p. 89. Not allowed to do this the entire month of Abh, but R. Simeon ben Gamaliel maintains that the prohibition applies only to the week in which the 9th of Abh occurs. In another Boraitha we have learned, a man should be in a state of mourning from the first day of Abh until after the fast day. Such is the dictum of R. Meir. R. Jehuda, however, says that during the entire month one is not allowed to do things prohibited for a mourner, but R. Simeon ben Gamaliel maintains that one must be in such a state only during the week in which the 9th of Abh occurs. Said R. Yohanan, all the three Tannim of the Boraitha quoted derived their teachings from the following passage, and I will cause to cease all her mirth, her festival, her new moon, and her Sabbath, etc. The Tana who teaches that one should be in a state of mourning from the first of Abh on, derives his teaching from the word festival in the passage, because the first, being new moon, is a festival. The Tana who applies his teaching to the whole month derives it from the words new moon, and infers that it means the entire month, and the Tana who applies his teaching only to the week in which the 9th of Abh occurs, derives it from the word Sabbath, and infers that it means the week of that Sabbath. Said Rabha, the halakha prevails according to R. Meir, and on another occasion he said, it prevails according to R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, and by both statements he meant to render the more lenient construction of the ordinance. Thus it was necessary to make both statements. For had he said that the halakha prevails only according to R. Meir, the state of mourning would extend for the 9 days from the 1st to the 9th of Abh inclusive, and had he said that the halakha prevails only according to our Simeon ben Gamaliel, the state of mourning would extend over the days following the 9th of Abh in the same week. By citing both decrees, however, the ordinance is made more lenient, in that the state of mourning commences only with the first day of the week in which the 9th occurs and ends with the 9th itself. On the day before the 9th of Abh a person should not partake of 2 dishes. Said R. Jehuda. This applies only to the time from the 6th hour on. But previous to that time. P. 90. It may be done. And again he said, this applies only to the concluding meal, but during the other meals he may eat what he chooses, and both statements are intended for the more lenient construction of the ordinance. We have learned in a Boraitha, on the eve of the 9th of Abh one must not eat 2 dishes, nor eat meat nor drink wine. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, said, he shall make a change. Said R. Jehuda, what is meant by making a change? E.g., if he usually eats 2 dishes, he shall now eat 1, if he usually eats in the company of 10 men, he shall now eat in the company of 5, if his custom is to drink 10 cups of wine, he shall now drink 5. But all this applies to the time from the 6th hour on, but previously to the 6th hour, everything is permitted. In another Boraitha we have learned, on the eve of the 9th of Abh one should not eat 2 dishes, nor eat meat, nor drink wine. So is the decree of our Meir. The sages, however, said, he shall make a change, and shall use less meat and wine. How so? If his custom had been to eat a litra of meat, he shall now eat 1/2 of it, if his custom had been to drink a lug of wine, he shall now drink 1/2 of a lug, but if his custom had been to drink no wine at all, he must not drink it at all, even a drop. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, if his custom had been to eat radishes or something salt, after his meal, he may continue to do it. In yet another Boraitha we have learned, in case of the concluding meal before the 9th of Abh he must not eat meat, neither drink wine, nor wash himself, but if this meal is not the concluding meal, he may eat meat and drink wine, but must not wash. R. Ishmael, the son of R. Jose, however, said in the name of his father, as long as it is allowed to eat meat, it is allowed to wash oneself also. The rabbis taught, all ordinances applicable to a mourner are effective for all on the 9th of Abh, viz., one must not eat, drink, anoint himself, wear shoes, or have sexual intercourse. The Pentateuch, the prophets, and the Hagiographa must not be read. The Mishnah, Gemara, and Midrash must not be studied, nor Halakot or Haggadoth discussed, but something which one has not previously read he may read, and may study something which he had never before studied. The school children must not learn on that day, because it is written. P. 91. The precepts of the Lord are upright, rejoicing the heart. R. Jehuda, however, says that one must not even read something new to him nor study anything which is new to him, but all agree that one may read Job, Lamentations, and the evil prophecies of Jeremiah, and the school children must be idle on that day. Nor drink any wine. We have learned in a Boraitha, one may eat salt meat and drink wine still in a state of fermentation. How long must the meat lie in salt in order to be classed as salt meat which may be eaten? Said Arhinana bar Kahana in the name of Samuel, as long as the time during which a peace offering may be eaten, i.e., if meat lie in salt 2 days and 1 night it is not yet salt meat, but if it lie longer it may be eaten on that day. The prohibition concerning drinking wine that has been standing uncovered does not apply to wine in a state of fermentation, and how long is wine in such a state? 3 days. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, such was the custom of R. Jehuda bar R. Ilai, on the night preceding the 9th of Abh, dry bread with salt and a jug of water were brought to him, he would sit behind the oven and eat the bread and drink the water, and his manner was the same as if the dead body of a near relative were lying before him. In a Boraitha we have learned, to him who eats meat and drinks wine on the 9th of Abh is applied the passage. and their iniquities were upon their bones. But the sages do not coincide with him. Said Rabha, the halakha prevails according to the sages. On the 15th of Abh and on the Day of Atonement, etc. It is right that the Day of Atonement should be a day of rejoicing, because that is a day of forgiveness, and on that day the second tables of the law were given to Moses, but why should the 15th of Abh be a day of rejoicing? Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, on that day it was permitted to the members of the different tribes to intermarry. Whence is this deduced? Because it is written. This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, etc. They claim that this is the thing implies that only for that generation was it decreed, but for later generations the decree does not apply. R. Joseph in the name of R.N.Ahaman said, on that day the members of the tribe of Benjamin were permitted to intermarry. P. 92. With the other tribes, as it is written, now the men of Israel had sworn in Mizpah, saying, not any one of us shall give his daughter unto Benjamin for wife. Whence was it deduced that subsequently permission might be given to intermarry with the tribe of Benjamin? Because the quoted passage says any one of us, and Rabbi said that their descendants were not included in the vow. Rabbi Bar Hannah said in the name of Ar Yohanan, on that day the last of those who were destined to die in the desert died, and the destiny was thus fulfilled, for the Master said that so long as the destiny was still unfulfilled, the Lord did not speak to Moses for his particular sake, as it is written, so it came to pass, when all the men of war were spent by dying from the midst of the people, that the Lord spoke unto me, saying, and unto me signifies that the Lord spoke unto Moses in particular. Ulla said, on that day the guards appointed by Jeroboam to prevent the Israelites from coming to Jerusalem were abolished by Hoshea the son of Ulla, and he said, let them go wherever they choose. R. Mathna said, on that day permission was given to bury the dead who were killed in battle at the city of Bethar. And R. Mathna said again, on that day, when it was permitted to bury those killed at Bethar, the assembly at Yamnia ordained the benediction reading, blessed art thou, God the good, that doth good. What is meant thereby? By good is meant that the bodies were not left to putrefy, and by doth good that burial was permitted. Rabbah and R. Joseph both said, on that day they ceased to cut wood for the altar, as we have learned in a Boritha. R. Eliezer the Great said, from the 15th day of Abh the heat of the sun was lessened and the timber was no longer dry, so they ceased to cut wood for the altar, and from that day on, he who adds the night to his time for study may have years and days added to his life. In white garments borrowed ones, etc. The rabbis taught, the king's daughter borrowed from the daughter of the high priest, the daughter of the latter would borrow from the daughter of the Segan's daughter would borrow from the daughter of the priest who was anointed for the war, and she in turn would borrow. P. 93. From the daughter of an ordinary priest. The daughters of the ordinary Israelites would borrow one from the other, in order not to put to shame those who had none of their own. These clothes were also to be immersed. Said R. Eliezer, even if the clothes were folded and laid in a chest, they must also be immersed. The maidens went out and danced, etc. We have learned in a Boritha, those that had no wives would go there to procure a spouse. Saying, young men, look and observe, etc. The rabbis taught, the pretty ones among the maidens would say, regard but beauty alone, because a woman is made only for beauty. Those among them who were of good family would say, rather look to a good family, for women are but made to bear children. The ill-favored ones among them would say, make your selections only for the glory of heaven, but provide liberally for us. Said Ulla Bira in the name of R. Eliezer, in the future the Holy One, blessed be he, will make a ring of the righteous, and he will sit among them in the Garden of Eden, and they everyone will point to him with their fingers, as it is written, and men will say on that day, lo, this is our God, for whom we have waited that he would help us, this is the Lord, for whom we have waited, we will be glad and we will rejoice in his salvation. End of Tract Tanith. Tract Megillah. P3. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 8-Tract Megillah, 4. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the time when the Book of Esther must be read on the rabbinical feast of Purim in open towns and walled cities, etc., 1. Chapter 2. Concerning the reading of the Megillah by whom, where, and in what languages, 45. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning the posture of the reader of the Megillah, and his clothes, before prayer, 57. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning selling of sacred property and about the reading of the Holy Scrolls on Sabbath and holidays, 70. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. P4. Synopsis of subjects. Of Volume 8-Tract Megillah. Chapter I. Mishnahs I and II. The Megillah is to be read from the 11th till the 15th of Adar. How so? Which cities are considered walled since the time of Joshua b. Nun. By whom was made the Targum on the Pentateuch and by whom that of the prophets? What the heavenly voice said then and how the ground of Palestine trembled. Who were the men who were with Daniel? Who are obliged to hear the reading of the Megillah? Which has the preference, the study of the law or the reading of the Megillah? Are women obliged to hear the Megillah read? What must be considered a large town? What Rabbi used to do on Purim, the 17th of Tammuz, and how he has abolished the fast on the 9th of Ab. The explanation of the passage Zecher 9:7, and also the explanation of the passage PSCXL 9. Also what is to be inferred from Habakkuk, I13, 1-14. Mishnah 3. When the Megillah was read in the first Adar and afterwards the year was declared intercalary. The request that Esther sent to the sages. The book of Esther was dictated by the Holy Spirit. Whence is this deduced? The obligation of sending portions to friends and to give charity to the poor, in what characters and language the Megillah must be written. When is the festival meal on Purim to be eaten? 14-17. Mishnahs 4. And v enumerate the difference of a number of things between one another, among them the difference of the Greek language and others, and why it has preference over all others except Hebrew. The tradition of the men of the great assembly about the passages beginning with the word Vahi. What a bride who is chaste in the house of her husband's parents deserves. The enumeration of the passages with which the different Amoraim began their lectures on the Book of Esther. The analysis of the name Ahasuerus, and what the different sages had to say about it. He was a self-made king. Is it to his credit or to his discredit? The three kings that reigned over the whole world. Why was Cyrus called the anointed of God? Why does the Bible sometimes name Persia before Media and sometimes vice versa? By what sins did the Israelites incur the decree of Haman in that age? Who was Memichan? Why was Mordecai called Benjamite and Judean? The interpretation of the names mentioned in the Chronicles without any explanation. Why did P.V. Esther not reveal her nationality? The reward for the modesty of Rachel, of Saul, and of Esther. How the Lord makes wroth the masters of their servants and the servants of their masters in order to do good to the upright. The explanation of the calamities of Haman. The parable of Ahasuerus and Haman. The explanation of the passage, there is not any rock like our God. The 7 prophetesses in Israel. Pride does not become women. Who was Hadhach? Why did Esther invite Haman to the feast, and what Elijah, the prophet, said about this to Abihu? Why Israel resembles earth and why stars? All the lecturing in detail about the conversation which Esther had with Ahasuerus before the hanging of Haman. Why is Mordecai mentioned in Ezra 2, the 5th, and in Nehemiah 7, the 6th? 17-44. Chapter 2. Mishnahs I and II. Whence do we deduce that anyone that reads the Megillah, in an irregular manner does not fulfill his duty, that the patriarchs must be mentioned in the prayer, that the Megillah must not be read by heart, and that the name of the Lord must not be blessed any more after the pronunciation of the 18 benedictions. How is it known that God called Jacob El? Regulations concerning the reading from Assyrian characters, from writing in ink, and not to make long pauses. If the inhabitants of an open town had gone to a walled town. If one reads the Megillah which is bound together with other books. How the schoolmen repudiated the statement of an halakha in the name of Yohanan, 45-54. Mishnahs 3. To v. Who is qualified to read the Megillah? Which acts may not be done before sunrise on the day on which they are obligatory, and which may be done during the whole of the day on which they are obligatory, 54-56. Chapter 3. Mishnahs I-6. Is the Megillah to be read sitting or standing? What benediction must be pronounced before and after the reading? Regulations concerning the men to be called to read the holy scrolls in the prayer houses on the prescribed days, and their number on each day. What is to be done when men come into the synagogue after the prayer is finished? What is the benediction for mourners? The number of men that must be present when the name of God is mentioned in a benediction. How many verses must each read who is called to read in the holy scrolls? Who is allowed to act as minister? May a priest whose hands are deformed raise his hands to bless the congregation? If one say he will not minister at reading desk in colored clothes. If one say in his prayer, the good shall bless thee. Which portions of the Torah must be read and explained, and which are to be read without explanation? 57-69. Chapter 4. Mishnahs I-3, Regulations concerning investment of the proceeds of a sale of sacred public property. May one prayer house be exchanged for another? Which articles used in a religious duty may be cast away, and P6. Which must be hidden? What disposition of the holy scrolls when rotten? May old holy scrolls be sold? When are holy scrolls allowed to be sold? Rules of contribution to charity by a visitor of a town. May sacred public property be sold to private individuals? The replies of many sages when they were questioned for the reason of their longevity. What is forbidden to be done in a prayer house, and may a man go in there for the purpose of protecting himself against rain or sunshine? What is meant by the saying of the Mishnah, who uses the crown is lost? Come and see how the Israelites are beloved before the Holy One, etc. The heavenly voice about the Mount Sinai, 70-81. Mishnahs 4. And we treat about the portions of the Bible which are to be read on the Sabbaths beginning 2 weeks before Purim up to Passover. On each day of the Passover, and on each day of the other festivals, and the different opinions about this, 81-90. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. P1. Tract Megillah. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the time when the Book of Esther must be read on the rabbinical feast of Purim in open towns and walled cities, etc. Mishnah, the Megillah is read sometimes on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or on the 15th of the month Adar, neither earlier nor later. Cities which, from the time of Joshua the son of Nun, were surrounded with walls, read it on the 15th. Villages and large open towns should read it on the 14th, and inhabitants of villages may read it in advance on the day of assembly. 1. How is this to be understood? When the 14th fell on Monday, inhabitants of villages and of large open towns used to read it on that day, and those of walled cities on the day following. When it fell on Tuesday or Wednesday, the inhabitants of villages used to read it in advance on the day of assembly, those of large open towns on that day, and those of walled towns on the morrow. When it fell on Thursday, inhabitants of villages and large open towns used to read it on that day, and of walled towns on the following day. If it fell on the eve of Sabbath, inhabitants of villages read it in advance on the preceding or day of assembly, and those of large open towns and of walled towns on that day. When it fell on Sabbath, inhabitants of villages and large open towns read it in advance on the preceding Thursday, the day of assembly, and of walled towns on the morrow. When it fell on Sunday, in villages they read it on the preceding day of assembly, and in large open towns on that day, and in walled cities on the morrow. P2. Gemara, the Megillah was read on the 11th day. Whence do we deduce this? Whence do we deduce this, and as it will be explained further on, the sages made it easier for the inhabitants of villages, who usually came to the towns on Mondays and Thursdays, that they should read then the book of Esther, and should have time to provide their brethren of the towns with water and with food. We meant to say so, let us see. The reading of the Megillah, the men of the great assembly have ordained. Now, at the first glance, if the men of the great assembly had ordained it should be on the 14th and 15th, have then the sages the power to abolish the ordinances of the great assembly? Have we not learned in a Mishnah that a Beth Din is not able to abolish the ordinances of its colleagues unless they are greater than they in wisdom and in members? Therefore we must say that all the mentioned days were ordained by the great assembly. Where, then, is the hint in the Bible for it? Said Arshaman bar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan, it is written, to confirm these days of Purim in their times. In their times, this signifies that many times are to be ordained. But if so, say even the 16th and 17th? Nay, it is written, so that no one should trespass it. That means, it must never be after the appointed time. Our Samuel bar Nahamani, however, said, it is written. Like those days whereon the Jews had rest from their enemies. And those days are plural, meaning two, like the days means to add also the 11th and the 12th. But perhaps it is the 12th and the 13th. Said our Samuel bar Itzhak, the 13th day was the time when all Israel in all places were assembled to take revenge on their enemies, and it is certain that such a day must not be added from the verse, because this day was the day of the main miracle, and therefore if you add something, it can be only the 11th and the 12th. But again, perhaps it is the 16th and 17th. That is already explained by the verse, he shall not trespass. Said Rabbi bar Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan, this is only according to Ar Akaba, according to whom are many anonymous Mishnahs, but the sages say that in our time, and the people look to the reading of the Megillah as to a sign of the coming feast day, therefore it must be read only in its main time. And so we have learned also in a Boraitha. P3. Ar Jehuda said, the old ordinance was only when the years were fixed, and Israel dwelt on its own land, but in our time, when they look to make the feast only when the Megillah is read, it must be read only in its time. Did Ar Jehuda say so? Did not we learn in another Boraitha that Ar Jehuda said that the ordinance was only in those places where the people from the villages came to the towns on Mondays and Thursdays, but in the places where they do not come, it must be read only in its main time? From this we see that where they come, even in our time, they can read it not in its appointed time, and this contradicts his teaching above. This contradiction was made by Ar Ashi, and he answered it, that one Boraitha is not according to Ar Jehuda, but according to Ar Hosea his son. Cities which, from the time of Joshua be none, etc. How do we deduce this from the book of Esther? Said Rabbah, it is written, therefore do the Jews of the villages that dwell in the unwalled towns, etc. Now, when the inhabitants of the unwalled towns read on the 14th, it is self-evident that the inhabitants of the walled towns read on the 15th. But perhaps the inhabitants of unwalled towns read on the 14th, but of walled towns do not read at all? Do not read at all. Are they not Israelites? And furthermore, it is written, and he sent letters unto all the Jews, to the 127 provinces of the kingdom of Ahasuerus, one, and that means all Israel? But perhaps it means the inhabitants of open towns should read on the 14th only, and those of walled towns should read on both the 14th and 5th, as it is written, to take it on themselves as a duty that they should celebrate the 14th day of the month Adar, and the 15th day of the same, in each and every year. If it would read, the 14th and the 15th, it would be right as you said, but when it is written, the 14th day, separately, and the 15th, separately, that means that the inhabitants of open towns should celebrate on the 14th, and those of walled towns on the 15th. But this is only about the celebration, which means the eating and the drinking, but the reading of the Megillah, which is only a memorial, whence do we deduce that this is also different? It is written. p4. And these days are remembered and celebrated. And we compare the celebration to the remembering, as the celebration is different, so is the remembering. But what is the reason of the Tana of our Mishnah, who says walled towns from the time of Joshua be? None? He makes an analogy of expression. It is written here, therefore the Jews of the unwalled towns, and it is written, besides the unwalled towns. As thereby unwalled towns are meant those from the time of Joshua, so also is it meant here. Our Mishnah will not be in accordance with our Joshua b. Korha of the following Boraitha, our Joshua b. Korha said, the inhabitants of towns surrounded with walls from the times of Ahasuerus should read on the 15th. What is his reason? It shall be as in Shushan? As in Shushan they read on the 15th, so all towns surrounded with a wall shall read on the 15th. But the inhabitants of Shushan itself act according to whom? It is certainly not in accordance with the sages, because it was not surrounded with a wall in the time of Joshua b. None. Said Rabbah, and according to others Katie, the case with Shushan is different, for there was the miracle, and they feasted on the 15th ar Joshua b. Levi said, a large city, and its neighborhood, and all the places around that can be seen with it, must be considered like the large city itself. But how much distance is meant? Said our Jeremiah, according to others are Haya bar Abba, as the distance from Hampton to Tiberia, which was a mile. The same says again, the double letters in the Hebrew alphabet Mem, Nun, Tzadik, Pe, Kaf the prophets have added. Is this possible? Is it not written, these are the commandments, from which we infer these are the commandments, and no prophet has the power to make new ones from that time? And furthermore, did not our Histah say that the Mem and Samek, which were chased through the tables of Moses, were held in only by a miracle? This is so, but it was not before known which letter must be in the middle of the word and which at the end, and the prophets ordained that the open one should be at the middle and the closed one final. One but even that much had they then the right to do. Therefore we must say that it was forgotten and the prophets only restored them. The same. p5. Authority says again, the Targum of the Pentateuch was made by Onkelos the proselyte under the supervision of our Eliezer and our Joshua, the Targum of the prophets by Jonathan b. Uzziel under the supervision of the three prophets Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Then the ground of Palestine trembled 400 parzaoth square, and a heavenly voice was heard, who are these who have revealed my mystery to man? Then Jonathan b. Uzziel arose and said, I am the one who hath revealed thy mystery to man, but it is known unto thee that not to my honor, nor in honor of the house of my father I did this, but for thy glory, to prevent controversies in Israel. He intended to do the same with the hagiographa. When a heavenly voice was heard, refrain from doing this. Why, so? Because in the hagiographa the time of Messiah's arrival would be known if it should be translated. Why at the translation of the Pentateuch did not the ground tremble, and at the translation of the prophets it trembled? Because the Pentateuch is almost all explained, but in the prophets there are many things not explained at all. As it is written, on that day will the lamentation be great in Jerusalem, like the lamentation at Hadadrimmon in the valley of Megiddon. And our Joseph said, but for the translation of this verse, I would not know at all what it means. The translation is, on this day will the mourning in Jerusalem be as it was over Ahab b. Omri, that was killed by Hadadrimmon b. Tabrimon in the city of Ramoth Gilead, and as they mourned over Joshua b. Ammon, who was killed by Pharaoh Necho in the valley of Megiddon. It is written, and I, Daniel, saw alone this appearance, but the men that were with me did not see the appearance, nevertheless a great terror fell upon them, so that they fled to hide themselves. Who were these men? Said our Jeremiah, according to others are Haya b. Abba, they were Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. They were better than he, because they were prophets, and b. Daniel was not a prophet. And he was better than they because b saw it, and they did not see it. But if they did not see, why fell a terror upon them? Although they did not see literally, they saw it clairvoyantly. Said Rabbina, from this we may infer that whoso is terrified, although he does not himself see, he sees clairvoyantly. We have learned in a Boraitha, the priests during their service. p6. Levites from their balcony, and the Israelites standing around, all must leave their places to go and hear the reading of the book of Esther. And so also said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite. This the houses of learning took as their support when they stopped the learning of the law, and went to hear the reading of the Megillah. They draw an a fortiori conclusion from the temple service, as the temple service, which was very vigorous, they stopped for the sake of the Megillah, the learning of the law so much the more. But did not our Samuel Bar Unia say that the learning of the law is greater than the daily sacrifices? It presents no difficulty, the learning of an individual is not greater than temple service, but the learning of a congregation together is greater. Rabha said, it is certain to me that of the temple service and the reading of the Megillah the latter has the preference, as it is said above. Between the studying of the law and the reading of the Megillah the latter has the preference, as did the houses of learning. Between the studying of the law and the burying of a dead man who has no friends the latter has the preference. Between the temple service and the burying of a dead man the latter has the preference. But what is doubtful to me is, if a man has to read the Megillah and to bury a man who has no friends, which has the preference? Shall we assume the Megillah has the preference, because it proclaims the miracle, or the burying has preference, for the honor of man? After he had considered, he himself decided that the burying has preference, as the Master said, great is the honor of man, which supersedes even a negative commandment of the Torah. The text says, R. Joshua b. Levi said that a large city and its neighborhood, etc., are considered as the city itself. We have learned in a Boraitha, in addition to this, if it is in the neighborhood, even if it cannot be seen from a distance together with the city, and when it can be seen with the city, although it is not near the city. R. Joshua b. Levi says again, a city where the inhabitants had resided before, and later it was surrounded with a wall, must be considered as a village. Why so? Because it is written, and if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city. Whence we may infer that the city was walled before he dwelt in it, but not if he had dwelt in it and afterward it was walled. He says again, a city where there are not 10. p7. Unemployed men, one who devote all their time to the study of the law, must be considered as a village. What does he come to teach us? Did we not learn this in the following Mishnah, what is called a great city? If there are 10 unemployed men and less than this, it is a village. His teaching is needed to tell us that, even if it was a great city and men came thither from the whole world, if there are fewer than 10 men unemployed there, it is considered as a village. The same says again, a large city that was destroyed, and afterward was rebuilt, must be considered as a large city. What is meant by destroying? Shall we assume it is meant that the walls were destroyed? Then if they were only rebuilt it is considered a large city, and not otherwise. Did we not learn in a Boraitha, R. Eliezer b. R. Jose said, it is written, the house in the city which has a wall, from which we infer, which has had a wall previously, even though it has not now. Nay, what is meant by the expression destroyed is, that it has not now 10 unemployed men. R. Joshua b. Levi says again, it is obligatory for women to hear the reading of the Megillah, because they benefited also by the same miracle. He says again, if the feast of Purim falls on Sabbath, it may be lectured about the duties of this day. Why only the feast of Esther? Is this not a rule for all festivals? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, Moses ordained that the Israelites should lecture on the duties of each day, the halachot of Passover on Passover, those of Pentecost on Pentecost, and those of Tabernacles on the Feast of Tabernacles? One might say, we shall take a precautionary measure not to lecture about the Megillah, lest one carry it 4 Ls in public ground. As Rabha explains further on, he comes to teach us that such a precautionary measure is not taken about lecturing. The same says again, so also said Arhilbu in the name of Allah, one is obliged to read the Megillah in the evening, and to repeat it in the daytime, as it is written, to the end that my glorious soul may sing praise to thee, and never be silent. O Lord my God! Forever will I give thanks unto thee. P8. Inhabitants of villages shall read, etc. Our Hanana said, the sages made it easier for the inhabitants of villages to read on the days of assembly, because they usually supply with water and food the inhabitants of towns on those days. How is to be understood? If it falls on Monday, etc. Why, in the first part of the Mishnah, does it begin with the order of the days of the month, and when it comes to explain it, it begins with the order of the days of the week? Because confusion between the numbers of the days in the month and in the week would have arisen, therefore it begins with the dates of the month alone. If it fell on the eve of Sabbath, etc. According to whom is this Mishnah? According to Rabbi, or according to Arhose? Which Rabbi and Arhose? Of the following Boraitha, if it falls on the eve of Sabbath, villages and large open cities used to read it on the day of assembly, and inhabitants of walled towns read it on that same day. Said Rabbi, I say that the large open towns must not have the appointed time postponed, and must be equal to walled towns, and both read the same day. And which are Hosea? From the following Tosefta, if it falls on the eve of Sabbath, the inhabitants of walled towns and villages read on the day of assembly, and the large open cities read on the appointed day. Arhose, however, said, the inhabitants of walled towns do not read in advance of those of the large cities, but both read on the appointed day. But does Rabbi hold that for the inhabitants of large cities we do not change for the day of assembly? Did we not learn in another Boraitha, if the feast of Purim falls on Sabbath, the inhabitants of villages read in advance on the previous assembly day, and the inhabitants of large open cities read on the eve of Sabbath, and those of walled towns on the day following? As the appointed day has already been changed for the inhabitants of large cities for the previous day, it shall be fixed on a day before, which is the assembly day. What comparison is this? In case of the above Boraitha the right time was on Sabbath, and as they had it changed it was set 2 days before, but in the previous Boraitha the right time was the eve of Sabbath, why should it be changed? According to whom is what Arhilbu said in the name of Arhuna, as follows, if the feast of Purim fall on Sabbath all is postponed for the day of assembly. This will be according to Rabbi. We see, however, that all agree that the Megillah must not be read on the Sabbath. Why so? Said Rabha, all are obliged to read the Megillah, but not all are able to read it, and this is a precautionary measure, lest one take the Megillah in his hand and go with it to an expert to learn to read it, and at the same time he will carry 4 Ls in public ground. And the same is the reason why we do not blow the cornet on the New Year's Day when it falls on Sabbath, and do not use the lulab on the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles when it falls on Sabbath. Arhose said, here is another reason, it is because the poor hope only for the day when the Megillah is read to receive gifts, a thing which cannot be done on Sabbath. We have learned the same also in the following Boraitha, because it was said that the inhabitants of villages read in advance on the day of assembly, the charity that must be given on that feast shall be collected and distributed on the same day, because the poor hope only for the day when the Megillah is read. The enjoyment of eating and drinking, however, must be only on the appointed time. Rabbi said, if the Megillah is read in the right time, it may be read even by an individual, but if not on the right time, then only when 10 men are together. Arasi, however, said, in both instances it must be read only when 10 men are together. It happened once that Rabbi had not 10 men, he took the trouble to assemble 10 men because of Arasi's decision. Mishnah, what must be considered as a large town? Any town in which there are 10 batlonim. Should there be less than that number, it is legally considered a village. It was said with respect to these, that it may be done sooner, but not later, but the day of the delivery of wood for the priests, the fast on the 9th of Abh, the festive sacrifices, and the day of assembly are to be postponed to a later day, but must not be kept before their proper time. Although it was said in respect to the reading of the Megillah that it may be done earlier but not later, it is yet permitted on these days to pronounce funeral orations and to fast, also to give the gifts to the poor. Said R. Jehuda, when is it allowed to read the Megillah before its proper time? In places where it is customary for the country people to assemble in the towns on p. 10. Mondays and Thursdays, but where that does not take place, the Megillah may only be read on its proper day. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, by the 10 Batlonim are meant those who are always in the house of prayer. It may be done sooner, but not later. Why so? Said Samuel, because in the book of Esther it was said, shall not trespass. Delivery of wood for the priests, the 9th of Abh, etc. The 9th of Abh shall not be made sooner, because calamities are not lamented in advance, and concerning the festive sacrifice and the assembly, it cannot be done earlier, because that duty has not arrived yet. And a Boraitha taught, the festive sacrifice, and all the time appointed for it, can be postponed, but not made earlier. It is right, the festive sacrifice itself, if the festival falls on Sabbath, we postpone it till after Sabbath. But what is meant by its time shall be postponed? Said R. Ashia, the Boraitha meant to say thus, the feast offering, when the festival falls on Sabbath, and the burnt offering which must be brought when the pilgrims visit Jerusalem, 2 are better than 1. Hezekiah used to read the Megillah in Tiberia both days the 14th and the 15th because it was doubtful to him whether Tiberia had been surrounded with a wall from the time of Joshua b. Nun. But how can this be doubtful? Is it not written, and the fortified cities Ziddim, Zer and Chammath, Rocketh, and Kinnereth? And we have a tradition that Rocketh is Tiberia. It was doubtful to him, because on one side the sea was its wall. If so, why is it doubtful? The sea is not a wall, and we have learned in a Boraitha that what is written, the city that has a wall, means a wall, but not if the houses are built around like a wall, and that excludes Tiberia where the sea is the wall. He was not doubtful in respect to the law about houses in a walled town, but in respect to the Megillah, because the expression in the Megillah is open towns, and he doubted whether the city, having the sea as a wall, is called open or not. R. Aci used to read the Megillah in the city of Hutzlo also on both days, because he doubted whether it was surrounded in the time of Joshua with a wall or not. According to others, Raci said, this Hutzlo, which was in the tribe of Benjamin, I am certain was walled in the time of Joshua b. Nun. R. Yohanan said, when I was a child I said a thing, and afterward the elders were asked, and it was found that I was right, namely, Hamath, that is, Tiberia. And why is it called in the Bible Hamath? Because of the hot springs that are in Tiberia. One Rocketh is Zipporeth, but why is it called in the Bible Rocketh? Because it is situated on the summit of a mountain, as the banks of a river are more elevated than the river. 2 Kinnereth, that is, Genosir, but why is it called Kinnereth? Because the fruit of the city is agreeable as the sound of a violin. 3 Said Rabha, is it possible a man exists who says that Rocketh is not Tiberia? It is known to us that if a great man dies here in Babylon, they in Tiberia, in the funeral oration, say thus, the man was great in Sheshach and his name has reached Rocketh. And if the coffin is brought thither, they say in the funeral oration so, ye lovers of Israel, inhabitants. p. 12. Of Rocketh, go and receive the man who was killed in the valley of Babylon. And when Arzerah died, in the lamentation was mentioned Rocketh, therefore said Rabha, Hamath means Hami-Igrar, Rocketh is Tiberia, Kinnereth is Genosir. And why is it called Rocketh? Because even the common men there are full of religious merits as a pomegranate. 1. R. Jose Bar Hanana said, it is written, and I will remove their blood out of their mouth, and their abominations from between their teeth, and their land also shall be left for our God. I will remove their blood out of their mouth. That means, their Bethbamia, 2, and their abominations from between their teeth. That is, their Bethgalia, 2, and the land also will be left to our God means, the houses of prayer and of learning which are in Edom, and it shall be as a prince's dwelling in Judah, and Ekron shall be like Jebusee. That means the theaters and circuses which were in Edom, but in the future the princes of Judah will teach the Torah publicly in them. Aritzhak said, Leshem is Pamias, Ekron is Caesarea. Why is it called the daughter of Edom? Because it was the metropolis of kings. Same said because their kings were reared, and according to others because from the inhabitants of that city were made kings. Of Caesarea and Jerusalem, if one will say to thee, both are destroyed, thou shalt not believe. If one will say, both are in their splendor, do not believe. But if one will say, Caesarea was destroyed and Jerusalem is in its glory, or vice versa, you may believe, as it is written, I shall be made full, now she is in ruins. That means, if one is full the other is destroyed, and if one is destroyed the other is full. Rna Haman Bar Itzhak says, we infer it from the following passage, one people shall be stronger than the other. And Itzhak said, it is written, if favor be shown to the wicked, he will not learn righteousness. Isaac our father said before the Holy One, blessed be he, creator of the universe. Let Esau be favored. And he said, he is wicked. Said Isaac again, it is because he has not learned righteousness. And the Lord said again, in the land of P13. Uprightness he will deal unjustly. Rejoined Isaac, if it is so, he shall not regard the majesty of the Lord. Itzhak says again, it is written, grant not, O Lord, the longings of the wicked, suffer not his wicked device to succeed, lest they exalt themselves. Selah. Said Jacob before the Holy One, blessed be he, creator of the universe. Do not grant to Esau the wicked longing of his heart, his wicked device to succeed, meaning Jeremiah of Edom, for if they would go out they would destroy the whole world. He says again, if one will say to you, I have exerted myself, and not found, do not believe him. If one will say, I have not exerted myself, and have found, do not believe him. But if he will say, I have exerted myself, and have found, then believe him. This is all in the studying of the law, but in business it is a matter of fortune sent from heaven. And even in studying the law you must not believe in his sagacity, but if he says what he has learned he has retained without much trouble, you may believe him, because this can be a help from heaven. He says again, if you have seen a wicked man on whom fortune smiles, do not provoke him, as it is written, do not fret thyself because of the evildoers, so much the more when in his ways he is successful, as it is written, prosperous are his ways at all times. And not only this, but he always wins in a lawsuit, as it is written, far in the height remain thy punishments from him, and not this only, but he sees vengeance on his enemies, as it is written, all his assailants, he puffeth at them. This is not so. Did not our Yohanan say in the name of our Simeon b. Yakai, that one may provoke the wicked in this world? As it is written, they that forsake the law praise the wicked, but such as observe the law contend with them. And we have learned also in a Boritha, Ardusthai Bar Mathan said, a man may provoke the wicked in this world, let not thy heart be envious against sinners. It presents no difficulty, for if it is in his own interest he shall not do so, but if in heavenly things, he may. And if you like, I can say, both are. P14. In his own interest, yet when he is a really upright man he may do so, but when he is not really upright he shall not do so. As Arhunah said, it is written, wherefore wilt thou look upon those that deal treacherously, and be silent when the wicked swalloweth up him that is more righteous than he? From this we may infer that the wicked swallows him who is more righteous than he, but him who is really upright he cannot swallow. And if you wish, I can say, with him whom fortune favors it is different. Mishnah, if the Megillah had been read in the first Adar, and the year declared to be intercalary, it must be again read in the second Adar. There is no difference between the first Adar and second, but in the reading of the Megillah and the gifts to the poor. Gemara, the Mishnah says that the two Adars do not differ, that is to say, in the order of the portions that must be read from the Bible on the Sabbaths of the 4 weeks of Adar, the two Adars are equal. According to whom is the Mishnah? Not according to the first Tana, and not according to our Eliezer b. our Jose, and not according to our Simeon b. Gamaliel of the following Boraitha, if they have read only the Megillah in the first Adar, and the year becomes intercalary, it must be read again in the second Adar, because all the duties that are obligatory in the second Adar are so also on the first Adar, except the reading of the Megillah. Our Eliezer b. our Jose said, it must not be read in the second Adar, because all the duties customary in the second are so also in the first. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel in the name of our Jose said, it must be read also in the second Adar, because all the duties obligatory in the second must not be done in the first. And we asked there, is our Simeon b. Gamaliel not saying the same as the first Tana? And our Papa answered, the order of the portions is different between them. Hence our Mishnah is not in accordance with the first Tana, because of the gifts to the poor, which according to the Tana of the Boraitha must be given in the first Adar also, and not in accordance with our Eliezer, who says the Megillah must not be repeated at all in the second Adar, and not in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel, as according to him there is a difference in the order of the portions. The Mishnah is in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel, but is not completed, and must read thus, there is no difference between the 14th day of the first Adar and the 14th day of p15. The second Adar, except in the reading of the Megillah and gifts to the poor. But the next day, in respect to mourning and fasting, they are equal. Concerning the order of the portions, the Mishnah does not speak about it. Said our Hayabar Abin in the name of our Yohanan, the halakha prevails according to what Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said in the name of our Jose. Said our Tabi, the reason why our Simeon b. Gamaliel declares so is, that one redemption should be near to another redemption. Our Eliezer said, the reason of our Simeon b. Gamaliel is, because it is written in Esther, to confirm this letter of Purim the second time. The second means in the second Adar. R. Samuel bar Jehuda said, Esther sent to the sages the request, establish me for the later generations. And they answered, you want to excite the envy of other nations against us. She rejoined, my history is already written in the chronicle of the kings of Media and Persia. Rabbite and our Hananiah, our Yohanan and our Hababa, taught, Esther sent to the sages. Write about me for later generations. And they answered to her, it is written. Have I not written for thee thrice? 1, only thrice, and not 4 times. Finally, they found a passage in the Pentateuch, write this for a memorial in the book, and they interpreted the passage thus, write this what is written here and in Deuteronomy, for a memorial I. What is written in the prophets, in the book I. What is written in the book of Esther. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Eliezer said, the book of Esther was dictated by the Holy Spirit, as it is written, and Haman said in his heart, and if it were not by the Holy Spirit, how could we know what he said in his heart? R. Akiba said, Esther was dictated by the Holy Spirit because it is written, and Esther found favor in the eyes of all those that beheld her. R. Meir said, Esther was dictated by the Holy Spirit, because it is written, and the thing became known to Mordecai. R. Jose b. Dermask said, from this passage, but to the spoil did they not stretch forth their hands. Said Samuel, if I had been there, I would have said a thing better than all these sayings, it is written, the Jews confirmed it as a duty, and took it upon themselves. That means, they confirmed in heaven what they took upon themselves below. Said Rabha, to all the above sayings I have objections, except to Samuel, 2. whom it cannot be objected. What our Eliezer said that was common sense. Haman knew there was not a man in the king's court that was so respected as he himself, and it is self-evident that thus he thought. What our Akiba said, perhaps it was as our Eliezer explains farther on, that every nation thought Esther was of its race, and what our Meir said, perhaps it was as our Hayabar Abi will explain farther on, that Mordecai understood the language of Rigtha and theirs, and what our Hosebi Dermask said, perhaps they may have sent messengers to the king, but to what Samuel said there is no objection. Said Rabbina, that is, as people say, it is better to have one pungent pepper grain than a full basket of cucumbers. Our Joseph said, from this passage, and these days of Purim will not pass away. And our Nahman b. Itzhak said, nor will their memorial cease from their seed. Gifts to the poor. Our Joseph taught, it is written, sending portions one to another. Portions in plural, 2 portions should be sent to one man, and gifts to the needy. Needy is in plural, that means, no less than 2 portions to 2 men. Our Jehuda the second one sent to our Ashiya a leg of a third-born calf and a pitcher of wine, and the latter sent to him the message. The master has confirmed both duties, to send portions one to another, and to give gifts to the needy. Rabha sent to Mari Barmar through Abai a bag of dates and a goblet full of flour of dried wheat. Said Abai to him, now Mari will say, when a countryman becomes a king, he is still unable to remove the basket from his shoulder. And it is the same with you, now you are the head of the college, and send. P17. To him commonplace articles. Our Mari Barmar returned to Rabha through Abai a pouch of ginger and a goblet full of long pepper. Said Abai, now the master will say, I had sent him sweets, and he has sent to me pungent things. Said Abai again, when I went out from the house of my master, I was sated. When I arrived there, they furnished the table with 60 diverse dishes, and they ate all, and the last dishes were called roast of kedar, and it was so good that I wanted to eat up the dish with it. And this is what people say, the poor does not know even when he is hungry. Or, as people say, the stomach is wide enough for sweet things. Abai bar Abin and Arhanana bar Abin used to change their meals on Purim. Said Rabha, a man is obliged to intoxicate himself on Purim, till he cannot distinguish between cursed be Haman and blessed be Mordecai. Rabha said again, if one has eaten the festive meal in the night, he has not fulfilled his duty, because it is written, days of entertainment and joy. R. Ashi was sitting in the presence of our Kahana. It became dark, and the rabbis had not yet come. Said our Kahana to him, why have not the rabbis come yet? And he answered him, perhaps they are engaged with the festive meal? And he rejoined, could they not have the festive meal in the evening? Said our Ashi, has the master not heard what Rabha said, that if one has eaten the meal of Purim in the night, he has not fulfilled his duty? And he rejoined, did Rabha indeed say so? And he answered, yet. And he learned it from him 40 times, and afterward it was as if he had put it into his pocket. Mishnah, there is no difference between Sabbath and festivals, except in the preparation of food. There is no difference between the Sabbath and the Day of Atonement, excepting that those who knowingly and willfully profane the Sabbath are punished by man, while those who willfully profane the Day of Atonement are punished with karath. There is no difference between one who by a vow has interdicted himself from receiving a benefit from another man and one whose vow was confined to the interdiction of accepting any food from another, except that it is not lawful for the first to set his foot in the house of the other and to borrow vessels which are not used for the preparation of food. There is no difference between vows and voluntary offerings. P18. Except that in the case of the first mentioned the person who thus vows is liable for the risk, but he is not liable for the last mentioned. Gemara, except in the preparation of food. But in the preparations for the preparing of food, they are equal. He is punished with karath. But in paying of damages, both are equal. And the Mishnah is in accordance with our Nihunya b. Hakana of the following Boraitha, he decided that the Day of Atonement is equal to Sabbath with regard to damages, as on Sabbath, because it is a capital punishment, no damages are to be paid, so on the Day of Atonement, as the punishment is karoth, he is exempt from damages. Vessels which are not used, etc. But in regard to vessels which are used for the preparation of food, they are equal. He is not liable for the last mentioned. But with regard to the commandment, thou shalt not delay, they are equal. Mishnah, there is no difference between a person laboring under an involuntary emission of semen who has experienced it twice and one who has experienced it thrice, excepting that the last mentioned must bring a sacrifice. There is no difference between a leprous person who has only been shut up and one whom the priest has declared as leprous, excepting that the latter must go with rent clothes, and suffer the hair of his head to grow wild. There is no difference between the leper declared clean after being shut up and one who has been cured of that disease, excepting that the latter must be shaved, and bring offerings of birds. There is no difference between the holy books and tefillin and mezuzot, except that the first mentioned may be written in any language, but the latter in Assyrian characters only. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, the permission to write the holy books in another language was limited to the Greek language only. There is no difference between a high priest anointed with the sacred oil and one whose dignity was marked by additional sacerdotal vestments only, except the bull which the first mentioned is to offer, in case he gave a wrong decision which led to a transgression of a precept. There is no difference between an officiating high priest and his late substitute, except the bull offered on the Day of Atonement, and the p. 10th of the ephah of flour. There is no difference between a large high place one and a small one, except the paschal offering. This is the rule: all offerings which are brought in consequence of vows, and all peace offerings, may be offered on a small high place, but not sacrifices of another kind. There was no difference between the tabernacle of Shiloh and the temple of Jerusalem, except that at the former place it was lawful to eat of sacrifices having a minor degree of holiness, and of the second tithe, in any place from whence Shiloh might be seen, but in Jerusalem it was lawful to eat these within the walls only. In both places, however, sacrifices which were most holy might be only eaten within the hangings. The holiness of Shiloh had subsequently a period in which it became lawful, but the holiness of Jerusalem has no such period. Gemara, excepting that the last mentioned must bring a sacrifice. But in respect to their lying, sitting, and the 7 days which they have to wait till it is allowed to take a legal bath, both are equal. There is no difference between a leprous person, etc. But in regard to sending him away outside of the assembly and in respect to defilement they are both equal. There is no difference between the holy books, etc. But to sow it with dried veins of a clean animal and to make unclean the hand both are equal. May be written in any language. There is a contradiction to the following Boraitha: if one wrote a Targum instead of portions of the holy book, or, vice versa, if he wrote the translation in characters of the original, and also if he wrote it not in Assyrian but ancient Hebrew characters, it is not holy to make unclean the hand, until it should be written in Assyrian characters, in a book and with ink. It presents no difficulty. The Boraitha meant, not holy books, but the tefillin and mezuzot, and the Mishnah means scripture. What is the reason that tefillin and mezuzot, if written in p. 20 another tongue, are not holy? Because it is written, they shall be as frontlets between thy eyes. They shall be as originally. What is meant, if the Targum was written in the original characters? If in the Torah, it is right. The words Yegar Sahadatha are Aramaic, but what Aramaic words are in the tefillin? Therefore we must answer the contradiction thus: the Boraitha refers to the book of Esther. Why must it not be written in other languages? Because it is written according to their writing, and according to their language. But what Aramaic words are in the book of Esther? Said our Papa, the king's decree, which is not a Hebrew word, but Aramaic. Rna Bar Itzhak said, the last word, will show respect, is not Hebrew. Rashi, however, said, that the Boraitha means, not the Holy Scrolls, but the prophets and hagiographa. And this is in accordance with our Jehuda of the following Boritha, Thephalon and Mezuzah must be written only in Assyrian characters, and our sages have not allowed they shall be written in any language, only in Greek. And in addition to this Boritha it is stated, said our Jehuda, the sages allowed to write in Greek only the Pentateuch, but not anything else. And this was also allowed only because of what occurred with Ptolemy the king, as follows: it happened to Ptolemy the king that he took 72 elders from Jerusalem, and placed them in 72 separate chambers, and did not inform them to what purpose he had brought them. And afterward he entered to each of them, and said to them, Translate me the Torah of Moses from memory. And the Holy One, blessed be he, sent into the heart of each of them a counsel, and they all agreed to have one mind, and changed as follows: instead of in the beginning God created the world, they wrote, God created the world in the beginning. Instead of general I-26 they wrote, I will make a man in an image. Instead of general 2 they wrote, and God finished on the 6th day, and rested on the 7th day. Instead of general V2 they wrote, created him. Instead of general 11:7 they wrote, let me go down, and Sarah laughed among her relatives. Instead of slicks 6, in their anger they slew an ox, and their self-will lamed a fattened ox. And instead of EX4:20, set them on a porter. Instead of Ibid 12:40, dwelt in Egypt and in other lands, and Ibid XXIV. As Ibid P21. Against the respectable men of Israel. Instead of number 16:15, not one precious thing I took away, and instead of Deuteronomy 4:19 they wrote, a sign to light for all nations. Instead of Ibid 17:3, which I have not commanded to worship, and instead of Leviticus 11:6, the hare, which is expressed in the Bible Arnbeth, as Ptolemy's wife was named so they wrote, and the beast that has small feet. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, etc. Said Arabeu in the name of our Yohanan, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon b. Gamaliel. And he says again, what is the reason of our Simeon b. Gamaliel? Because it is written, may God enlarge the boundaries of Japheth, and may he dwell in the tents of Shem. That means to say, the most beautiful thing which Japheth has, that is, the Greek language, shall dwell in the tents of Shem. There is no difference between a high priest, etc. But in respect to the bullock of the Day of Atonement, and the tenth of an ephah, which the high priest must bring, both are equal. There is no difference between Shiloh and Jerusalem. Said Ar-Itzhak, I have heard that one may sacrifice in the temple of Honan in Egypt, even at this time. He holds that the temple of Honan is not a temple for idolatry, but for God, and also that the sanctitude of Jerusalem was only while the temple existed, but is not so for the future, since its destruction. As it is written, for ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance. To the rest, i.e., the tabernacle of Shiloh, to the inheritance, i.e., the temple of Jerusalem, and we see that the tabernacle of Shiloh is compared to the temple of Jerusalem, as Shiloh, after the tabernacle was destroyed, ceased to be holy, and it was lawful to sacrifice elsewhere. The same was with Jerusalem. The sages then said to Ar-Itzhak, do you say so? And he answered, no. Said Rabha, I swear by God that he has said so, and I have learned it from him. But what is the reason that he himself receded from this? Because Ar-Mari objected to this, from a Boritha which states that the sanctitude of Shiloh was gone after the tabernacle was destroyed, but of Jerusalem the sanctitude was not gone even after the temple's destruction. It is written, and it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. Our Levi, according to others our Jonathan, said, this is a tradition among us from our ancestors the men of the great assembly, that wherever it is written, P22, was some disaster. Here there was Haman. In Ruth, and it came to pass in the days of the judges. There was hunger. Genesis 6:1. 1. And it came to pass when men began to multiply, and soon after is written, and God saw that the wickedness of man was great. And it came to pass as they journeyed toward the east. And there was the dispersion. And Ibid 14. 1. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel. There was a war. In Joshua, v 13, it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho, it is written he saw a man with a drawn sword in his hand, Ibid 6. 27, and the Lord was with Joshua, and soon it is written, and the children of Israel committed a trespass, I Samuel, there was a certain man, and afterward it is written, Hannah he loved, but the Lord had shut her womb. Ibid 8. 1. It came to pass when Samuel was old. His sons walked not in his way. Ibid 18. 14, and David was successful in all his ways, and soon comes, Saul was in dread of him. 2 Samuel, 7. 1, and it came to pass when the king dwelt in his house. And he was not allowed to build the temple. But is it not written, when Jacob saw Rachel, and in Genesis, and it was evening, and it was morning, the first day and so in many other instances, and no disaster happened? Wherever it is said, it came to pass, there may or may not be a calamity, but whenever it is said, and it came to pass in the days, there surely happened a misfortune. There are 5 expressions, it came to pass in the days, viz., in the days of Ahasuerus, the judges, Amraphel, Ahaz, and Joachim, and in all instances there were troubles. R. Levi says again, we have a tradition from our ancestors that Amutz and Amaziah were brothers. What does he come to teach us? It is similar to what our Samuel be. Naamani said in the name of our Jonathan, a bride who is chaste in the house of her husband's parents deserves that kings and prophets should descend from her, and this we infer from Tamar, as it is written, and Judah saw her and thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. Because she had covered her face he took her for a harlot? That means, she had covered her face when she had been in his house, so that he did not know her. Therefore she was rewarded that from her descended kings and prophets, kings from David, and prophets, as our Levi said above. Amutz. p. 23. And Amaziah were brothers, and Isaiah the son of Amutz was a prophet. R. Jonathan, when he came to lecture about the book of Esther, began with this passage, I will rise up against them, etc., and I will cut from Babylon name and remnant, and son and grandson, saith the Lord. Name, i.e., they will not have their own writing, remnant, they will not have their own language, son, they will not have any kingdom, grandchild, that means Vashti. R. Simeon b. Naamani, when he came to lecture, began his lecture with the passage. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the nettle shall come up the myrtle. Instead of the thorn, i.e., instead of Haman the wicked, who made himself an idol, as it is written. All thorn hedges, shall come up the fir tree, i.e., Mordecai, who was the essence to all the spices, as it is written, and thou, take unto thyself principal spices, of pure myrrh. This is translated in the Aramaic Mordecai, instead of the nettle, i.e., Vashti the wicked, who was granddaughter of Nebuchadnezzar the wicked, who had burnt the house of God, shall rise Esther the upright, who was called Hadassah, as it is written, and he had brought up Hadassah, that is, Esther, and it shall be unto the Lord for a name, i.e., the reading of the Megillah, for a sign of everlasting that shall not be cut off, i.e., the days of Purim. R. Joshua b. Levi began his lecture from this passage, and it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good, and to multiply you, so will the Lord rejoice over you to bring you to naught, and to destroy you. Let us see. Does the Holy One, blessed be he, rejoice when the wicked are in misfortune? It is written, as they went out before the armed array, and said, Give thanks unto the Lord. For unto everlasting endureth his kindness. Said our Yohanan, why is it not here said, as usually, for he is good. Because the Holy One, blessed be he, rejoices not at the misfortunes of the wicked. And our Yohanan said again, it is written, and the one came not unto the other all the night. That means, the angels of heaven wanted to sing the usual song, and the Holy One, blessed be he, said to them, my creatures are drowning in the sea, and you want to sing songs. Said our Eleazar, he himself does not rejoice, but he makes others rejoice. And it seems to be. P. 24. So, because it is not written, as he rejoiced, etc., so will he rejoice. 1. R. Abba Bar Kahana began his lecture with this passage, for to a man who is good in his presence he giveth wisdom and knowledge and joy. This means Mordecai the upright, but to the sinner he giveth employment to gather up and to bring together. That means Haman, that he may give it to him that is good before God, i.e., Mordecai and Esther, as it is written afterward, and Esther appointed Mordecai over the house of Haman. Rabbi Bar Upran began his lecture with the following passage, and I will set up my throne in Elam, and I will destroy thence kings and princes. By kings is meant Vashti, and by princes Haman and his 10 sons. And Ardemi b. Itzhak begins to lecture from this passage, for we are bondmen, yet in our bondage hath our God not forsaken us, but hath extended unto us kindness before the kings of Persia. And that was in the time of Mordecai. R. Hananiah Bar Papa begins his lecture from this passage, thou hast caused men to ride on our heads, we entered into fire and into water. Into fire, in the time of Nebuchadnezzar, into water, in the time of Pharaoh. But thou broughtest us to the enjoyment of overflowing plenty. That was in the time of Haman. R. Yohanan began his lecture from this passage, he hath remembered his kindness and his truth to the house of Israel, all the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. When did all the ends of the earth see it? In the time of Mordecai and Esther. Resh Lakish began his lecture with this passage, as a roaring lion and greedy here, so is a wicked ruler over an indigent people. The roaring lion that is, Nebuchadnezzar, as it is written, the lion is come up from his thicket. A greedy bear is Ahasuerus, about whom it is written, and behold, there was another, a second beast, like a bear. And Dr. Joseph said, the Persians are meant, who eat and drink like a bear, and are corpulent like a bear, and let their hair grow like a bear, and p. 25. Have no repose, like a bear. Wicked ruler, i.e., Haman, indigent people, i.e., Israel, who are poor in merits. R. Eleazar begins his lecture with this passage, through slothful hands the rafters will sink, and through idleness of the hands the house will become leaky. That means to say, because Israel became idle, and did not observe the law, the enemy of the Holy One, blessed be he, becomes sunk, i.e., poor. R. Nahman b. Itzhak begins his lecture with this passage. If it had not been the Lord who was for us, when men rose up against us. Men, and not a king. Rabha begins his lecture with, when the righteous are in authority, the people will rejoice, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people groan. When the righteous rule, i.e., Mordecai and Esther, the people rejoice, as it is written, and the city of Shushan was glad and joyful. And when the wicked rule, i.e., Haman, the people groan, as it is written, but the city of Shushan was perplexed. R. Mathno begins with the following passage, for what great nation is there that hath God so nigh unto it? R. Ashi begins with the following passage, or hath God essayed to go to take to himself a nation from the midst of a nation? And it came to pass in the time of Ahasuerus. Said Rabbi, woe! Woe! This is what is written, and there ye will offer yourselves for sale unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen without anyone to buy you. Samuel said, it is written, I will not cast them away, neither will I loathe them, to destroy them utterly. I have not cast them away in the times of the Greek, and I have not loathed them in the time of Nebuchadnezzar, to destroy them in the time of Haman, to break my covenant with them in the time of the Persians, for I am the Lord their God in the time of Gog and Magog. Aborithus stated, I will not cast away in the times of the Chaldeans, as in that time I raised for them Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, and have not loathed men in the times of the Greeks, when I gave them Simeon the upright and the Maccabees, to destroy them in the time of Haman I gave them Mordecai. p. 26. And Esther, to break my covenant in the time of Rome I gave them the house of Rabbi and the sages of that generation, for I am the Lord their God in the future no nation or tongue will dominate over them. R. Levi said, from this verse, and Arhiah from Ibid 56. Ahasuerus. Said Rabbi, he was the brother of Ahed one and the companion of Ahed. The brother of Ahed, i.e., brother of Nebuchadnezzar the wicked, who was called head, as it is written, thou art the head of gold. And the companion of Ahed what Nebuchadnezzar did, he intended to do. Nebuchadnezzar killed, he intended, Nebuchadnezzar destroyed, he had the intention. As it is written, in the beginning of the reign of Ahasuerus, they wrote slanders on the inhabitants of Judea and Jerusalem. Samuel said, Ahasuerus signifies black, too, i.e., in his time the faces of the Jews were black as the bottoms of pots. R. Yohanan says, Ahasuerus signifies woe to his head, and R. Hananiah says it signifies poor. His taxes were so heavy that men became poor. It is written, the same Ahasuerus he was the same in his wickedness from beginning to end. It is written, this is Esau, i.e., the same in wickedness from beginning to end, and, these are Dathan and Abiram, i.e., they were the same in wickedness always, and, he, King Ahaz, i.e., the same in wickedness always, and on the contrary, also, Abram the same is Abraham, i.e., Abraham was the same in his righteousness from beginning to end. These are Aaron and Moses, i.e., were the same in righteousness from beginning to end, and David was the youngest, that means, he was as in his youth from beginning to end, as in his youth he humbled himself before one greater than be, so also when he was a king he was modest before a man superior to him in wisdom. Who reigned? Said Rabbi, he was a self-made king. Some say, it was in his praise, there was none so fit to be a king as he, and some say it is to his disgrace he was not fit to be a king, but he had much money, and the money made him king. p. 27. The rabbis taught, 3 kings reigned over the whole world: Ahab, Ahasuerus, and Nebuchadnezzar. Ahab, as it is written, as the Lord thy God liveth. He caused that kingdom and nation to take an oath. And if they would not be under his dominion, how could he cause them to take an oath? Nebuchadnezzar, as it is written, and it will come to pass that the nation or kingdom which shall not serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and not place its neck under the yoke of the king of Babylonia. Ahasuerus, as stated in Sanhedrin, was king of the whole world. Are these all? Was not Solomon also king of the whole world? Solomon was not a king to the end of his life. This is right, according to those who hold he was first a king and then a common man, but according to those who say he was a king, a common man, and then again a king, what can be said? Solomon is different. He reigned over the beings above one and below, as it is written, Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord. But there is Sennacherib. As it is written, which of all the gods of the lands have saved their countries from my hand? There was Jerusalem, which was not subject to him. But there is Darius. As it is written, Darius the king wrote to all peoples, nations, and tongues that live on the whole earth, your peace shall be great. There were 7 countries not under his dominion, as it is written, it pleased Darius, and he raised over his kingdom 120 satraps. But there is Cyrus. As it is written, so said Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth the Lord hath given unto me. He only vaunted. When the king sat, and, in the 3rd year of his reign. That is a contradiction? Nay, it is when he became firmly seated on the throne. R. N. A. Haman B. Hist. Lectured, it is written, thus hath said the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whom I have taken hold of by his right hand. Was then Cyrus a Messiah? It is meant that God had said to Messiah, I complain of Cyrus, I have thought he would build my house, and gather all my people that were in exile, and he only says. P. 28. Whoever among you that is of all his people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem. It is written in the first chapter, the army of Persia and Media, and the kings of Media and Persia. Why is Media here mentioned first, and in the other verse Persia? Said Rabha, they made this agreement between them, when one of our nation will be king, the governors will be of your nation, and vice versa, and when these days were completed. Rabbi and Samuel say, one that he was a wise king, and the other that he was a foolish king. One says he was a wise king, because he made the feast first for the remote subjects, because for his townsmen he could make it at any time, and the other says he was a fool, for he should have made it first for his townsmen, so that if those would rebel, these at least would defend him. The disciples of our Simeon b. Yochai asked their master, by what sins had the Israelites incurred the decree of Haman in that age? Answered he, what is your opinion? They said, because they enjoyed the feast which Ahasuerus the wicked man made. If so, only those of Shushan should have suffered. Why did those of all provinces? They said to him, let the master explain. So he answered, because they kneeled to the image. Said the disciples to him, if so, they were guilty, and why were they not killed? And he answered, they bowed to the image not because they wanted, but only for appearance, so the decree against them was also for appearance not carried out. And this is what is written, he doth not afflict of his own will. In the court of the garden of the king's palace. Rabbi and Samuel 1 says every one was placed in the place befitted, the court, garden, and king's palace, and 1 says he first tried to place them in the court, and it could not contain them, he then placed them in the garden, and it also could not contain them, until he placed them in the king's palace. Aborithah, however, states that he placed them in the court from which 2 doors opened, one into the garden and another into the palace. And the royal wine was in abundance. Said Rabbi, we infer from this that he gave to each to drink wine that was older than he. And the drinking was according to the order. What is meant by according to the order? Hanan said. P. 29. In the name of our Meir, it was according to the order of our Torah. As in our law eating precedes drinking, so he gave more to eat than to drink. Without compulsion. Says R. Elazar, from this it can be learned that to each was given to drink wine that grew in his country. On the 7th day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine. And till then, what did he do? Was he not till then merry with wine? Said Rabha, the 7th day was Sabbath. When Israelites eat and drink on Sabbath, they begin with sayings of the law and praises to God, but the nations, when they feast, speak about women. These said the Medians are beautiful, and those said the Persian women are more fair. And Ahasuerus said to them, the one that I have is neither Median nor Persian, but Chaldean, and she is fairer than they all, and if you wish you can see her. They said, yeah, we wish to see her, but she must be naked. And the same measure which one uses, is used against one, as Vashti used to take Israelite maidens, and make them work nude, on Sabbath, so also it was decreed that she should be brought nude. And this is what is written, after these events, as the king's fury was appeased, he remembered Vashti, and what she had done, and what had been decreed concerning her, i.e., the decree had been the same as what she had done. And the king was very wroth. What was the cause? Said Rabbi, she sent to him this message, thou groom of my father used to drink wine as 1,000 persons, and never had he committed such follies when he was drunk as thou. And therefore he was so wroth. Then said Memucan, we have learned in Aborithah, Memucan was Haman. Why was he called Memucan? because he was destined one for the troubles that befell him afterwards. Our Kahana said, from this we see that usually an ignorant man comes forward first. That every man should bear rule in his own house. Said Rabha, but for the first letters, there would have been left no remnant of Israel, because the men laughed at such a decree, that every man should rule in his own house. For even a tanner is in his own house a prince, and therefore they did not pay so much attention to the second decree in the later letters. p. 30. And let the king appoint officers. Said Rabbi, it is written, every prudent man acteth with knowledge, but a fool spreadeth abroad his folly. Every prudent man acteth with knowledge. That was David, as it is written, wherefore his servants said unto him, let them seek out for my lord the king a young virgin. Every one who had a daughter, brought her himself to the king. But a fool spreadeth abroad his folly, i.e., Ahasuerus, who had to appoint officers, for whoso had a beautiful daughter hid her from him. There was a certain Jew in Shushan, the capital of Benjamite. What is meant by he was a Benjamite? If it is meant to give his genealogy, let it have been traced to Benjamin, otherwise, why were the first three of his ancestors mentioned? In Aboritha it is explained that all the three names are not those of his ancestors, but are his own. The son of Yahir, i.e., the man who made the eyes of the Jews light one with his prayer, the son of Shimei, the man whose prayer God heard, one the son of Kish, i.e., the man who knocked on the gates of mercy, and they were opened to him. One said Rnahman, Mordecai was crowned with these fair names. It is written, a Judean man, and then, a Benjamite. Which was he? Said Rabbabar bar Hannah, in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, his father was a Benjamite and his mother was a Judean. The sages, however, said, the tribes disputed with each other. Judah said, through me Mordecai was born, for if David bad killed Shimei b. Gera, he could not have been born, and Benjamin said, he belongs to me, because he is of my tribe. Rabha says, on the contrary, the Nezet of Israel said, see what Jehudah did to me, and see what the Benjamites have done to me. Judah, because David did not kill Shimei, made possible the birth of Mordecai, of whom Haman became jealous, and because Saul had not killed Agag was born Haman, who caused troubles to Israel. R. Yohanan said, he was a Benjamite. Why is he called a Judean? Because he did not want to worship idols, and every Israelite who rejects idols is called a Judean, as it is written in Daniel x12, there are certain Judean men, etc. Thy gods they do not worship. R. Simeon b. Pazzi, when he wanted to lecture about Chronicles. p. 31. Began thus, all the names which are mentioned in the Chronicles without any explanation, we are nevertheless able to explain them. It is written, and his wife the Judean bore Jared the father of Gedor, and Cheber the father of Sako, and Jekuthiel the father of Zanoach. And there are the sons of Bithia the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Mered had taken. Why was she called the Judean? Because she denied idolatry, as it is written, and the daughter of Pharaoh went down to wash herself at the river. And R. Yohanan said, she went to cleanse herself of the idolatries of her father's house. Bore Jared. Did she bear him? She only reared him. From this we may infer that whoso rears an orphan is the same as if she bore him. Jared, that is, Moses. Why is he called Jared? Because in his day manna descended one from heaven to Israel. Gedor, one i.e., he fenced up the breaches of Israel. Cheber, one i.e., he joined the Israelites to their heavenly Father. Sako, one, he was to Israel as a tabernacle. Jekuthiel - the Israelites hoped to God in his days. 2 Zanoach, i.e., he abandoned to or atoned for the sins of Israel in his days. It is written 3 times abi, i.e., he was the father of Torah, the father of wisdom, and the father of prophets. And these are the sons of Bithia the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Mered had taken. Was, then, his name merited? Is known that his name was Caleb. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, Caleb, who rebelled too against the advice of the spies, shall take the daughter of Pharaoh, who had rebelled against the idolatries of her father, who had been carried away into exile from Jerusalem. Said Rabha, he had not been exiled, but came by his own will. And he had brought up Hadassah. Is she called Hadassah and called Esther? We have learned in a Boritha, our Meir said, her right name was Esther, but she was called Hadassah, because the upright are called thus, as it is written, he was standing among the myrtle trees. 2 Jehudah said, her right name was Hadassah. Why was she called Esther? Because she concealed to her words, as it is written. P 32. Esther told nothing. Our Nehemiah said, her right name was Hadassah. Why was she called Esther? Because the nations called her for her beauty star. Bazai said, Esther was not tall or short, but of moderate size, like a myrtle. R. Joshua B. Karha said, Esther's complexion was yellow, but she had grace. For she had neither father nor mother. And when her father and mother were dead, Mordecai had taken her to himself as a daughter. Why this superfluous repetition? Said Aha, to tell us that when the mother became pregnant her father died, and when she was born the mother died. And the 7 maidens who were selected to be given to her. Says Rabha, by them she counted the days to know when Sabbath was. In the evening she went and in the morning she returned. Said Yohanan, among the blameworthy actions of that wicked man, it can be said in his praise that he had intercourse with women only by night. And Esther found favor. Said Eleazar, every nation thought her to belong to itself. And the king made a great feast. And Esther still did not tell her nation, he lightened the taxes of all nations, and she did not tell, he sent presents to his governors, and she still did not tell, so he asked the advice of Mordecai how to discover it, and he told him that a woman becomes jealous only of another woman, and when he will take other women she will tell. But this availed not either, as it is written, and Esther had not yet told of her descent or her people. R. Eleazar said, it is written, he withdraweth not his eyes from the righteous. In reward of the modesty of Rachel, King Saul descended from her, and in reward of Saul's modesty Esther descended from him. Wherein was Rachel modest? It is written. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother. Was he her father's brother? He was the son of her father's sister. That means, he asked her, will you marry me? And she answered, yes, but my father is a trickster, and he will deceive you. To this he answered, I am his brother in trickery. And she asked him, may an upright man do it? And he answered, yeah, it is written in Samuel, XXII. 27, with the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the perverse thou wilt wage a contest. And he asked Rachel, how can he cheat me? And P 33. She replied, I have an elder sister, and he will not let me marry before her. So he confided to her some signs by which to distinguish her. And when Leah was brought in her stead, Rachel said, my sister will be put to shame. So she confided to her the signs. And this is what is written. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it is Leah. That means, till the morning he knew it not. And therefore she was rewarded by Saul's being descended from her. And what was Saul's modesty? It is written, of the matter of the kingdom, whereof Samuel had spoken, he told him not. For this he was rewarded by Esther's being descended from him. R. Eleazar said again, when the Holy One, blessed be he, decrees greatness for a man, it is for him and his descendants to the end of ages, as it is written. He doth establish them forever, and they are exalted. But if they become proud, he humbles them, as it is written, if they be bound in fetters. In those days, while Mordecai was sitting in the king's gate, Bigthan and Teresh became wroth. Said Arhiabar Abba in the name of Yohanan, the Lord makes the masters wroth against their servants, in order to do good to the upright, as it was in the case of Joseph, as it is written, and there was with us a Hebrew lad, etc. And he makes slaves wroth against their masters, to perform a miracle for the good of the upright. And who is it? Mordecai, as it is written, and the thing became known to Mordecai. Yohanan said Bigthan and Theresh were Tarses, and spoke their own language, and said among themselves, since Esther has come into the court, we know no sleep. Therefore let us put poison into the king's drink, in order that he should die. And they knew not that Mordecai was of the great Sanhedrin, every one of whom knew 70 languages. Then Bigthan said to Theresh, our watches are not the same. He answered, I will watch for you too. And the thing was inquired into, and found true. What was found? That he had not been at his post. After these events. What events? Said Rabha, after the Holy One, blessed be he, had created a cure to their woe. Because Resh Lakish said, the Holy One, blessed be he, afflicts not Israel before he has prepared the cure for them in advance. As it is written, should I desire to heal Israel, then would the iniquity of P34 Ephraim be laid open. But with idolatrous nations it is different. First he smites them, then he heals them, as it is written, and the Lord will thus strike Egypt, striking and healing. But it appeared too contemptible in his eyes to lay his hand on Mordecai alone. Said Rabha, in the beginning he wanted to lay hand on Mordecai alone, and later on the people of Mordecai, i.e., the scholars, and later on all the Jews. Someone cast the tur, that is the lot. We have learned in a Boritha, when the lots fell on the month of Adar, Haman rejoiced very much, for he said, it is the month in which Moses died. But he did not know that on the 7th of Adar Moses had died, and also had been born. There is one people. Said Rabha, there was no man who could calumniate so well as Haman. He said to the king, let them be destroyed. And he answered, I am afraid of their God, lest he act toward me as toward others that did evil to Israel. Then Haman replied, they no longer observe their God's commandments. Then the king said, but there are among them rabbis, who observe them. Then he rejoined, they are one people, all are the same, no one observes. And if thou shouldst think I shall leave a void in thy kingdom, thou must know that they are scattered among all nations, and their extermination will not be perceptible. And perhaps thou wilt say, thou derivest a benefit from them. Know that they are like mules, one that are unproductive. And if thou shouldst imagine there is one country in which they dwell together, know that they are scattered in all the provinces of thy kingdom. And their laws are different from those of every people, i.e., they do not eat with us, and do not intermarry with us. They do not execute the laws of the king. The whole year they find excuses not to give the taxes, saying, now is Sabbath, now is Passover. It is no profit for the king to tolerate them. Because they eat and drink in a manner to disgrace the king, for if a fly fall into a goblet of wine, they will take it out and drink it, but if the king should touch the goblet of wine, they will pour it out. If it be pleasing to the king, let it be written to destroy them, and 10,000 talents of silver will I weigh out. Said P35 Resh Lakish, it was known to him who said one word, and the world was created, that in the future Haman would give talents of silver to buy Israel. Therefore he had commanded that in the same month they should give shekalim of silver to the Lord, as we have learned in a Mishnah that on the first day of Adar it was heralded that the shekalim be given. And the king said to Haman, the silver is given to thee, that people also, to do therewith as it seemeth good in thy eyes. Said Abba, the parable of Ahasuerus and Haman resembles what? Two men, one of whom had a hillock in his field and the other a valley. He who had the valley, when he saw the hillock, said, if one would sell it to me, I would buy it to fill tip the valley. Then it happened they met, and he who had the valley said, sell me the hill. And he answered, take it for nothing, so that you remove it. And the king drew his signet ring from off his hand. Said Abba bar Kahana, the removal of this ring had a greater effect than 48 prophets and 7 prophetesses, who preached that Israel should better its ways, but this made them really better. The rabbis taught, 48 prophets and 7 prophetesses preached to Israel, and subtracted or added nothing, save the reading of the Megillah, which was instituted by the prophets alone. What basis had they for that? Said Ar-Haya-bar Abin in the name of Ar-Joshua b. Karha, they drew an a fortiori conclusion, if when Israel was delivered from slavery to freedom they sang, so much the more when they were saved from death to life. Why, then, do we not say Hallel on Purim? Because we do not say Hallel for the miracles that happened outside of Palestine. But the exodus from Egypt was also a miracle outside of Palestine. This is in accordance with the teaching of the following Boraitha, till Israel entered Canaan, they said praises for all miracles, but since they occupied Palestine they sang praise only for miracles in Palestine. R.N. Ahman, however, said, the reading of the Megillah, that is the same as Hallel. Rabha said, there, when they went out of Egypt, it was right to say Hallel, because it is said, praise, O ye servants of the Lord, and not Pharaoh's, but now, how could they say so on Purim, since they continued to be slaves of Ahasuerus? P. 36. Who were the 7 prophetesses? Sarah, Miriam, Deborah, Hannah, Abigail, Huldah, Esther. Sarah, as it is written, the father of Milcah and the father of Yiscah. And Ar-Itzhak said, by Yiscah is meant Sarah. Why was she called Yiscah? Because that signifies seeing, and she was a seer through the Holy Spirit. Miriam, as it is written, then took Miriam the prophetess, the sister of Aaron. Aaron's, and not Moses' sister? Said R.N. Ahman in the name of Rabbite, she had prophesied even when she had been yet but Aaron's sister, before Moses' birth, and she said, in the future my mother will give birth to a child that will deliver the Israelites. Finally, when Moses was born, the whole house was filled with light. And her father rose, and kissed her on her head, and said, daughter, thy prophecy is fulfilled. Afterward, when he was cast into the river, the father asked, daughter, what has become of thy prophecy? And this is what is written, and his sister placed herself afar off, to ascertain what would be done to him, i.e., to know what would be the end of her prophecy. Deborah, as it is written, and Deborah, a prophetess. Hannah, as it is written, and Hannah prayed and said, my heart is glad in the Lord, my horn is exalted through the Lord. My horn is exalted, and not my flask. David and Solomon, who were anointed with the horn, their dynasty endured, but Saul and Jehu, who were anointed with a flask, their dynasties did not last. There is none holy like the Lord, for there is none beside thee. The expression for none beside thee is said Ar-Jehuda b. Manasseh, do not read, but, because not as a human being is the Holy One, blessed be he, a human being is survived by his own work, but God survives all his works. 1. There is not any rock like our God, i.e., there is no sculptor like our God. Do not read, but, 2. A man makes a statue, and cannot endow it with a soul, but the Holy One, blessed be he, makes an image within an image, and endows it with a soul and life, entrails, etc. P. 37. Abigail, as it is written, and when the Lord will do good unto my Lord. She prophesied that he would be king. Huldah, as it is said, Huldah the prophetess. And Esther, because it is written, Esther put on royalty. 1. It should be written, royal apparel. That means, she clothed herself in the Holy Spirit, and this is inferred from an analogy of expression. Here it is written, she put on, and in I Chronicles 12:18, a spirit invested too. A maswa. As there the Holy Spirit is meant, so here. Said R.N. Ahman, pride does not become women. 2 women were proud, and they both had unlovely names, one was called Bee and one Cat. Of Deborah it is written, and she sent and called Barak and went not herself, and of Huldah it is said, Say unto the man that hath sent you to me, and she did not say, Unto the king. And Mordecai ascertained all that had been done. What had been done? Said Rabbi, that Haman had persuaded Ahasuerus. Then called Esther for Hadhach. Said Rabbi, Hadhach is Daniel. Why was he called Hadhach? Because he was cut from, or deprived of, his office. 3 Samuel says, on the contrary, he had the office, but he was called Hadhach because all laws were decided for by him. And they told Mordecai the words of Esther. But he went not himself to her? From this is inferred that an evil tiding must not be brought personally. And Mordecai went about. Said Rabbi, what is meant by went about? He transgressed 5 by fasting on the first day of Passover, he fasted 3 days, and the third was Pesach. And Samuel says, it means he passed. There was a piece of water between the court and Shushan, and he crossed it. And it came to pass on the 3rd day that Esther put on royalty. Said Eleazar in the name of Hananiah, from this we infer that she clothed herself in the Holy Spirit, as explained above. The same says again, the blessing of a common man shall. P. 38. Never be held light, because we find that 2 who were the greatest in their generations were blessed by 2 common men, and the blessings have been fulfilled, and they are David and Daniel. David, whom Araunah blessed, as it is written, and Araunah said unto the king, May the Lord thy God receive thee favorably. And Daniel, whom Darius blessed, as it is written, May thy God, whom thou worshippest, continually, truly deliver thee. The same authority says again, do not hold light the curse of a common man. For Abimelech cursed Sarah, saying, This is to thee a covering to the eyes, and it happened to her children as is written, and Isaac's eyes became dim. The same says again, he who repeats something said by another, in that person's name, brings salvation to the world, as it is written, and Esther said it to the queen in the name of Mordecai. And thus Israel was saved. He says again, when an upright man is lost, he is lost to his generation, but not he himself. He is like to a pearl, which may be lost to the owner, but is and remains a pearl. Yet all this profiteth me nothing. Said Eleazar in the name of Hananiah, that was because Mordecai once had a presbyter, and Haman had sold himself to him as a slave, as said Hisda. The same said again, in the future, the Holy One, blessed be he, will be himself. A crown on the head of every upright man, as it is written, on that day will the Lord of hosts be for a crown of glory and a diadem of beauty. What is meant by a crown of glory and a diadem of beauty? It is to those who do his will, and hope for his glory. But shall we assume, to all of them? Therefore it is written, unto the residue of his people. That means, to those who are so modest that they consider themselves like the remnant of the people. And for a spirit of judgment. To those who judge their own resolutions. To him that sitteth in judgment. It is the judge who does justice. And for strength. It is to those who conquer their own desires. To those that drive back the battle. That means, the disputing about the law. To the gate. That means, the scholars who come to the gate of the houses of prayer and learning in the morning and the evening. The severity of justice said to the Holy One, Blessed be he, Creator of the world, what is the difference between the Israelites and other nations? And he answered. P. 39. Israel studied the Torah, and the idolaters did not. To this justice replied, But these also are now stumbling through wine, and reeling through strong drink. And placed herself in the inner court of the king's house. Said Levi, as she came to the house of idols, the Shekinah left her, so she began to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Canst thou hold guilty one who does a thing unintentionally as if she did it intentionally, and what she is forced to do as if she did it voluntarily? And it happened when the king saw Esther the queen. Said Yohanan, 3 angels came to her help at the same time, One angel raised her head, that the king might see her, one, who gave her grace, and one who made longer the scepter which the king stretched out to her. How much did it become longer? Says R. Jeremiah, it was 2 ells long, and became 12 ells long. And others say 16, and others say 24, and in a Boritha we have learned 60. Rabbi Bar Upran said in the name of our Eliezer, who had heard it from his master, and his master from his master, it became longer 200 ells. Let the king and Haman come this day unto the banquet. The rabbis taught, why did Esther invite Haman to the feast? Our Eliezer says, she spread for him a net, as it is written, may their table become a snare before them. Our Joshua says, she learned it in her father's house, as it is written, if thy enemy be hungry, give him bread. Our Meir said that at the time when Ahasuerus would be at the feast, Haman should not get wind of the matter, and rebel. Our Jehudah said, she did it that it should not be noticed she was a Jewess. Our Nehemiah said, that the Israelites say not, we have a sister in the king's court. Therefore we need not pray to God. And our Hosea said, he should be near, if she wanted him. Our Simeon b. Manasseh said, that he above should see that she was so humbled as to be forced to flatter her enemy, and should perform a miracle. Our Joshua b. Korba said, she meant to make herself agreeable to Haman, that the king might become jealous, and should kill both him and her, whereby Israel would be saved. Our Gamaliel said, because she knew Ahasuerus was very fickle. Said our Gamaliel. P. 40. After all, we must still hear what the Median has said. As we learn in the following Boritha, our Eliezer of Media said, she had intended to make Haman jealous of Ahasuerus, and Ahasuerus jealous of Haman. Rabha said, as it is written, before downfall goeth pride. Abai and Rabha both said, she intended to do as is written, when they are heated I will prepare their drinking feasts and will make them drunken. Rabbi Bar Abai once found Elijah the prophet, and asked him, what did Esther intend to do? And he answered, as all the Tannim and all the Amoraim opined. In that night sleep fled from the king. He thought, what could be the meaning of Esther's invitation of Haman? Perhaps they conspired against him to kill him. Then he considered that some friend of his would be found to inform him. But then he said, perhaps there are men who have rendered me services, and I have not rewarded them. Therefore people do not care to do me a kindness. As soon as this struck him, he commanded to bring to him the Chronicles. And they were read by themselves, i.e., that place in the Chronicles turned up accidentally. Said our Ashi, our Sheila of the village Tamrata lectured, if what is recorded about Israelites below is not erased, so much the more what is written about them in heaven above. There hath nothing been done with him. Says Rabha, they said so, not because they loved Mordecai, but because they hated Haman. Do this to Mordecai. And Haman asked, who is Mordecai? And the king answered, the Jew. And he said again, there are many Jews by the name of Mordecai. And he answered, the one that sits at the gate of the king. He said, for this man it will suffice if thou wilt give him a village, or the tolls of a river. And the king said, give him this too. Therefore it is written, leave out nothing of all that thou hast spoken. And Haman then took the apparel and the horse. As Mordecai saw that Haman came to him on the royal horse, he trembled, and said to the rabbis who sat near him, this man probably comes with an order to put me to death. Go away from here, that you may not get harmed through me. Mordecai wrapped himself, and stood up to pray. When Haman entered, he sat down and waited till Mordecai ended the prayer. Then Haman asked Mordecai, what was? P. 41. Your occupation when I entered? He replied, we studied the laws of a handful. We deliberated what a handful should be. Haman answered, your handful, which you have offered to God, has outweighed the 10,000 talents that I had proposed to the king, for your destruction. Then said he to him, put on the royal apparel and mount the horse, for the king wants you. Mordecai said, I must not put on the royal garments before I wash myself. Haman took him himself to the bath, and washed him, and cut his hair. Thereafter, he bade him mount the horse. He replied, I cannot, I am too weak from fasting. So Haman bent himself, and helped him to climb the horse, by letting him step on his back. And proclaimed before him, Thus shall be done unto the man, etc. Haman's daughter heard this, and saw from a distance a man riding on a horse. She thought her father sat on the horse, and Mordecai led him. When they came nearer, and she perceived her mistake, she threw herself from the balcony, and died. And this is what is written, Haman hastened to his house, mourning, and having his head covered mourning over his daughter, and his head covered, because of the disgrace. And Haman related to Zeres his wife and to all his friends. And afterward it is written. Then said unto him his wise men and Zeres his wife. First they are called friends, and then wise men? Said Yohanan, a man even of the nations who says an intelligent thing may be called wise. If Mordecai be of the seed of the Judeans. They said, if Mordecai is descended from other tribes, you will get the better of him, but if he be descended from one of these tribes Jehudah, Benjamin, Ephraim, Manasseh, then you cannot overcome him. From Jehudah because it is written, Thy hand shall be on the neck of thy enemies, and the other three, because it is written, Before Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh, awaken thy might. But thou wilt surely fall before him. R. Jehudah b. Ila lectured, what is meant by surely fall? His wise men and wife said to him thus, This nation resembles earth, and resembles stars, when they sink to the dust, and when they rise to the stars. When the king's chamberlains arrived, and they hastened. From this we infer that they brought him in a hurry. P. 42. For we have been sold, I and my people. For the adversary regardeth not the damage of the king. She said to him, This enemy is not worth the damage he causes to the king. When he became jealous of Vashti, he killed her, and now he becomes jealous of me, and wants to kill me too. And the king arose in his fury. And when the king returned. From this we may infer that as he had gone out in fury, so he returned in fury. Haman was fallen upon the couch. It is not written fell, but was fallen, from which we may infer that an angel came and pushed him. And the king said, Woe inside, and woe outside? Then said Harbana. Said Eleazar, Harbana the wicked had been among those who had given the advice to make a gallows for Mordecai, but as he saw his plan not fulfilled, he deserted Haman and went over to Mordecai's friends, and this is written, and will cast upon him, and have no pity, out of his hand will surely escape. And the fury of the king was appeased. The expression is, which is plural. It is written, to all of them he gave to each changes of raiment, but to Benjamin he gave 5 changes of raiment. Is it possible that what gave trouble to Joseph's father, as Rabbi Bar Mihashah said in the name of Rabbite, he, the righteous man, should do? Said Benjamin b. Japhet, that was a hint that from him would descend a man who would wear 5 royal garments, as it is written, and Mordecai went out in a royal apparel of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold, and with a cloak of fine linen and purple. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck 1. How many necks had he? He had only 1. He wept for the 2 temples, that would be situated in Benjamin's land, and would be destroyed. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. He wept for the tabernacle of Shiloh, that would be in Joseph's part of the land, and would be destroyed. And behold, your own eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin. Said Eleazar, Joseph said to them, just as I have nothing in my heart against Benjamin, who took P. 43. No part in my sale, so I have nothing against you. It is my mouth that speaketh unto you. What I speak with my mouth, I think in my heart. And to his father he sent after this manner. With the best things of Egypt. What is meant by the best things of Egypt? Said our Benjamin b. Japhet in the name of our Eleazar, he sent him old wine, which when old men drink they have their minds invigorated. And Israel bowed himself upon the head of the bed. The same authority said, when the fox is at the head, the people bow to him. And he comforted them, and spoke kindly unto them. Said the same authority again, he told them such things as are agreeable to be heard, namely, 10 lights could not extinguish one, much less could one light put out 10. For the Jews there was light, and joy and gladness and honor. Said our Jehudah, by light is meant the law, as it is written, for the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. Joy, that is, a holiday, as it is written, and thou shalt rejoice on thy feast. Gladness means circumcision, as it is written, I am rejoiced over thy promise. And by honor is meant Thephalon, as it is written, and all the nations of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of thee. And we have learned in a Boritha, our Eleazar the Great said, by this are meant the Thephalon on the head. And Parshandatha, our Atta, from the city of Jaffa, said, the names of the sons of Haman and the phrase and the 10 must be pronounced in one breath. Why? Because their souls left their bodies all at the same time. Said our Yohanan, the Vav of Vasatha must be made longer, that it look like a gallows, for all 10 were hanged on one gallows tree. Words of peace and truth. Said our Tanhum, and according to others our Ashi, we may infer from this that it should be written like the law of truth, as that must be written on ruled parchment, so this. And the order of Esther confirmed. Said our Yohanan, read together the former verse and this, the matters of the fastings, the prayers, and the order of Esther confirmed. For Mordecai the Jew was the second in rank after King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and acceptable to the p44 multitude of his brethren. To the multitude, but not to all? From this we may infer that a part of the Sanhedrin turned away from him. R. Joseph said, the study of the law is greater than the saving of lives, for before Mordecai was mentioned the 5th, and later the 6th. It is written, who came, with Zerubbabel, Shua, Nehemiah, Siraiah, Realiah, Mordecai, Balshan, and later, he is mentioned the 6th. Rabbite, and according to others are Samuel b. Martha, said, the study of the law is of more importance than the building of the temple, for so long as Barak b. Neriah lived, Ezra returned not to the land of Israel. Said Rabha in the name of our Itzhak b. Samuel the son of Martha, the study of the law is more important than the honoring of the parents, for in all the years that Jacob passed with Shem and Eber and studied the law, he was not chastised for failing during that time to honor his father and his mother. 1. Chapter 2. Concerning the reading of the Megillah by whom, where, and in what languages. Mishnah, anyone who reads the Megillah in an irregular manner does not fulfill his duty, nor if he reads it by heart, or translated in any language which he does not understand. It is lawful, however, to read to those that know no Hebrew in a foreign language which they understand. If they have heard it in Assyrian characters, they have also done their duty. Should anyone read it so as to make long pauses between the parts and slumber meanwhile, he will have fulfilled his duty. If anyone should read the Megillah while writing, expounding, or correcting it, with the intention of fulfilling his duty, it is fulfilled, but not, if he had no such intention. If the Megillah was written with paint, ruddle, gum, vitriol black, on papyrus, or on rough vellum, the duty is not fulfilled, but it must be written in Assyrian characters, in a book, on good parchment, and with ink. Gemara, whence do we deduce this? Said Rabha, it is written, and these days are remembered and celebrated. The remembering is compared to the celebrating, as the celebration cannot be earlier, because the 15th day cannot precede the 14th, so in remembering, the second chapter cannot be read before the first. We have learned in a Tosefta that the same is the case with the Hallel prayer, and the saying of Shema. And whence is this deduced? Said Rabbah, because it is written, from the rising of the sun unto his going down, the name of the Lord is praised. R. Joseph said, from the following passage, this is the day which the Lord has made. R. Ivia says, from the following passage, let the name of the Lord be blessed. And R. N. Ahman. p. 46. Bar Itzhak, and according to others R. Aha bar Jacob, says, from this time forth and forevermore. The rabbis taught, whence do we deduce that we should mention the patriarchs in the prayer? Because it is written, ascribe unto the Lord, ye sons of the mighty. And whence do we deduce that we should mention in the prayer the power of God? Because it is written, ascribe unto the Lord glory and strength. And whence do we deduce that his holiness must be mentioned? Because it is written, ascribe unto the Lord the glory of his name, bow down to the Lord in the beauty of holiness. And from what did they see that we should pray for wisdom after holiness is mentioned? Because it is written, then will they sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and the God of Israel will they reverence, and in the succeeding verse, they also that were erring in spirit shall acquire understanding. And why do we mention repentance after wisdom? Because it is written, lest his heart understand, and he will repent, and be healed. If so, we ought to mention healing after repentance. It would not be proper, because it is written, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and unto our God, for he will abundantly pardon. Pardon is therefore prayed for after repentance. But why is preference given to this verse over that verse? There is another passage, who forgiveth all thy iniquities, who healeth all thy diseases, who redeemeth from the pit thy life. Shall we assume that redemption and healing come after forgiveness? In the verse above quoted it is written, he will repent and be healed? Not healing from disease is meant, but the forgiveness is a healing. And why did they mention redemption in the seventh benediction? Said Rab Ha, because it is known they will be redeemed in the seventh year. And why do they pray for healing in the eighth benediction? Said R. Aha, because circumcision takes place on the eighth day, and requires a healing. And why do they pray for the blessing of the year in the ninth benediction? Said R. Alexandri, that is for those who raise the prices, as it is written, break thou the arm of the wicked and of the bad man. And this the ninth psalm. And why do we pray for return from the exile after the benediction of the year? Because it is written, but ye, O mountains of Israel, ye shall send forth your boughs, and your fruit shall ye bear for my people Israel, for they are near at hand to come. And as soon as there will be a return from exile, there will be the punishment of the wicked, as is written, I will turn my hand against thee, and purge away as with lye thy dross. And further, I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. After the judgment of the wicked there shall be no sinners, as is written, but destruction shall come over transgressors and sinners together. And those that forsake the Lord shall perish, and when sinners cease to exist, the horn of the righteous is exalted, as it is written, and all the horns of the wicked will I hew off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted. And righteous proselytes are included among them, as it is written, before the hoary head shalt thou rise up, and honor the old man. And soon after, if a stranger sojourn with thee, ye shall not vex him. And where will be exalted their horn? In Jerusalem. As it is written, pray ye for the peace of Jerusalem, may those that love ye prosper. When Jerusalem will be rebuilt, David will come as it is written, after that will the children of Israel return and seek for the Lord their God and David their king. And with David will come prayer, as it is written, even these will I bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. And with prayer comes service in the temple, as it is written further, their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar. And after service comes a thanksgiving offering, as it is written, whoso offereth thanksgiving glorifieth me. And why do they say the blessing of the priests after thanksgiving? Because it is written, and Aaron lifted up his hands toward the people, and blessed them, and came down after he had offered the sin offering and burnt offering and peace offering. P. 48. And perhaps he blessed them before the service? Nay, we do not suppose so, for it is written, he came down after he had offered not to offer, but after offering. If so, let it be said before the thanksgiving? It would not be proper, because it is written, whose offereth the thanksgiving glorifieth me. And why is this verse preferred to that? Because common sense tells that service and thanksgiving are the same thing. And why do we pray for peace after the blessing of priests? Because it is written, and they shall put my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. And the blessing of the Holy One, blessed be he, is peace, as it is written, the Lord will bless his people with peace. If 120 elders, and among them many prophets, have arranged the 18 benedictions, why have we learned in another place that Simeon of Peculi had ordered them? They had been forgotten, so he reintroduced the order. After these 18 benedictions, it is not permitted to bless the name of the Lord more, as our Eleazar said, it is written, who can utter the mighty acts of the Lord? Who can publish all his praise? I.e., who is fit to utter? He who can publish all his praise. Rabbi Bar Hannah said in the name of our Yohanan, he who speaks too much in praise of God is uprooted from the world, as it is written, can all be related of him when I speak? Or if a man talk even till he be swallowed up? Our Jehuda of the village Gibariah, according to others of Jibrahale, lectured, it is written, for thee praise is silent. One silence is the cure to everything. When Ardima came from Palestine, he said that in the West they say, a word is worth a selah, and silence too. If he reads it by heart. Whence is this deduced? Said Rabha, there is an analogy of expression in the word memorial. Here it is written, these days are remembered, and there, write this for a memorial in a book. As there it is written in a book, so here it should be read out of a book. How is it known that loud reading is meant? Perhaps only looking through the book. P. 49. It would not be reasonable, as Aboritha states, it is written. Remember, and it cannot mean in thy heart, because it is written again, thou shalt not forget. That means, certainly, in thy heart. Consequently remember must mean orally. Or translated, etc., i.e., when both the language and the characters are foreign. To those who know no Hebrew, etc. But it is just stated that by hearing it read in a foreign language one has not fulfilled his duty. Rabbi and Samuel both said, by this Greek is meant. How is the case? If it was written in Assyrian, and one read it in Greek, then he reads it by heart? Said R. Aba in the name of our Eleazar, that means, when it is written in Greek, and he reads it in Greek. The same authority says again, how is it known that God called Jacob El? Because it is written, and called it El, the God of Israel, which he interprets, who called him El, the God of Israel. For if the altar was meant, the verse would say, and Jacob called it. An objection was raised, if one read the Megillah in Coptic, in Old Hebrew, Elamic, Median, or Greek, one has not fulfilled his duty? What is said above, that Greek is lawful, is like another Boritha which says that if one has read in Coptic to Coptic, Hebrew to Hebrews, Elamic to Elamite, or Greek to Greek Israelites, they have done their duty. If so, why do Rabbi and Samuel say the Mishnah means only Greek? Let them say it means all foreign languages may be read to those who understand them. Rabbi and Samuel mean that even to those who do not comprehend it, it may be read in Greek. But in the Boritha it is said, that only if Greek is read to Greek Israelites it is lawful. Rabbi and Samuel are in accordance with Rabban Simeon Gamaliel, who says that even the Pentateuch was allowed to be written only in Greek, not in another tongue. If so, let them say, more briefly, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon b. Gamaliel. If they said so, we would think it bears reference only to other books, but as of the Megillah it is written, according to its writing, We would think only in Assyrian characters it is allowed, and not Greek, therefore they come to teach us that even here Greek is proper. One who has it read to him from Assyrian characters. But he does not comprehend it? What is the use? It is like the case of women and common people, who do not understand. p. 50. It either, yet they are fulfilling their duty. Rabbina opposed, why do you compare him to women and common people, and we ourselves, do we understand what is meant by colon? But as it does not matter, provided we understand the proclamation of the miracle, so it also matters not in their case. Long pauses, etc. The rabbis did not understand the expression of the Mishnah, until they beard that the servant maid of Rabbi, when she saw that the rabbis came to Rabbi's house in small detached parties, at intervals, said to them, why do you come Sirajin, Sirajin? 1. The rabbis taught if one made pauses in his reading, he has fulfilled his duty, but if he read it irregularly, he has not. Armuna says in the name of Ar-Jehuda, even when one has made pauses he has done his duty, provided they were not long enough for the reading of the whole Megillah, but otherwise he must begin again from the beginning. Said Ar-Bibi, Rabbi said that the halakha does not prevail according to Armuna, and Samuel says that it does. Said Ar-Joseph, hold in thy mind what Ar-Bibi has said, for Samuel decides more vigorously. When a single authority holds vigorously, even when the majority differ from him. The rabbis taught, when the scribe who had written the Megillah had omitted letters or sentences, but the reader read it like an interpreter, and supplied what was missing, the duty was done. The rabbis taught, if the reader has omitted one verse, he should not say, when I shall have read the entire Megillah I shall then read the omitted verse, but he should commence with that verse, and read further. The same is it when one comes to the house of prayer, and finds the first half of it gone through by the congregation, he should not say, I will read with the congregation to the end, and then read the first half, but he should begin to read from the beginning, and read to the end. And slumber? What is meant by slumbering? It means not sleeping, but being drowsy, so that when he is called, he answers. p. 51. But to answer intelligently he is not able before he is called a second time. If anyone should read whilst writing, etc. How was the case? If he had arranged the verses beforehand, and first read, then copied them, even if he had the intention, what is it? It is reading by heart. Shall we say, if he was writing verse by verse and reading them, he has not fulfilled his duty either, because by Ar-Helba in the name of Ar-Hama bar Guriah, quoting Rabbi, said, the halakha prevails according to him who said that legally the whole Megillah must be written and be before him. This is meant, an entire Megillah lay before him, and he read each verse, and copied it. Rabbi bar Hannah said in the name of Ar-Yohanan, even one letter must not be written, unless copied from a Megillah. An objection was raised. Ar-Simeon b. Elazar said, it happened to Ar-Meir, that he went to make the year intercalary in Asia, and there was not any Megillah, so he wrote it down from memory, and then read it to the community. Said Ar-Abahu, with Ar-Meir it is different. Of Ar-Meir was said the 25th verse of chapter 4. Of Proverbs, thy eyelids see straight out before thee. Ramah bar Hama asked Ar-Jeremiah of Diphthia, what is meant by this? He answered him, the words of the law, of which it is said, when thou lettest merely thy eyes fly over it, it is no more. But in the case of Ar-Meir it was as if he saw it with his eyes, so was it engraved in his memory. Hisda found Ar-Hananel writing scripture, not from a copy, and he said to him, it is true, thou art fit to write the entire Bible from memory, but the sages have said, nevertheless, that it is unlawful to write even one letter thus. From what we hear that he was fit for writing it all by heart, and we see that he knew it also by heart, yet he was not allowed to do so. In the time of necessity, when there was no other Megillah, it was different. If the Megillah was written with vitriol black, said Rabbi bar Hannah, this means that which is used by shoemakers for blackening new shoes. Rough vellum, when the hide has been already salted, but not polished. But it must